What should one do upon awakening a system after having traversed the Dragon Ball world for 24 years? While others cultivate their bodies, I pursue immortality. With a single hand, I support the heavens. Zhang Xuan. Since I have come, I shall make peace with my circumstances. Suin Wukong. I could never be his match. His power is overwhelmingly formidable. Vegeta. That day, I witnessed him frighten Beerus to near death. Beerus. Even after all these years, his strength remains unfathomable. Whis. Only Master Zhang Xuan can truly maintain the balance of the universe. Dashing Wan. Zhang Xuan is my dearest friend. Xuan Wang. Have you thought carefully about becoming the alternate Xuan Wang? In response, Zhang Xuan expressed complete indifference, for he is merely a leisurely cultivator. Zhang Xuan. In truth. The crowd. Please spare us your words. On his first day as the inspector, Zhang Xuan managed the 12 universes and continuously undertook tasks within the Dragon Ball world, simultaneously growing his own strength while training Suin Wukong and others. As the power tournament commenced, Jillian found himself deep in thought, gazing at the two Saiyans who had entered the state of perfect instinct. Chapter 1. After more than 20 years of traversing, the system finally awakens. The 7th universe. Earth. Year 778 of the Age of Ike. Following a series of significant events, Earth has returned to its former peace. The lightning Sheru has been vanquished, and the Majin Buu incident is thoroughly resolved. As the saying goes, no matter the world, Earth is often plagued by calamities. Cursed system. It has been 24 years. Why is my system yet to awaken? Standing on the floating island, Zhang Xuan howled at the sky as if he had lost his mind. He was on the 24th year of his journey in this world, and, crucially, it was not a soul transfer, but rather his physical body that had crossed over. Initially, Zhang Xuan had spent a sleepless night leveling up to level 3, drawing 20 pulls of human law, with all weapons and exclusive sacred marks fully upgraded. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Host selected, crossing in progress. Zhang Xuan had no time to utter a word before he was directly transported here. At first, he was immensely excited to find himself in this new world with a system, having read many novels where protagonists with systems invariably ascended to greatness. However, before he could revel in his fortune, the system doused him with cold water. Awakening system after 24 years. Please be patient, host. After delivering this message, the system left behind a house, an uncultivated field, several thousand packets of vegetable seeds, and a towering pile of books. The field remained untilled, and the furniture in the house was entirely prepared by the system. That stack of books reached several meters in height, each volume at least as thick as a person's fist. Zhang Xuan was immediately alarmed. Could you not have left me some form of entertainment? Awakening the system after more than 20 years. What is that? The system, sensing Zhang Xuan's call, left him a power testing device and an old mobile phone with infinite battery life. Zhang Xuan. I have never been so speechless in my life. The critical issue was that this floating island and the Earth of Dragon Ball existed in entirely different realms, making entry and exit impossible. Thus, in the ensuing 20 years, Zhang Xuan embarked on his joyful life. He cultivated the land, planted crops, read books, ate, and played puzzle games on the old mobile phone. On the first day, water the vegetables, read, eat, take a nap, play pixelated snake or puzzle games, read, or listen to the classic old songs recorded on the mobile. On the second day, fake cigarettes, fake alcohol, fake friends, fake friends. On the third day, he watered the vegetables. On the fourth day, on the 10th day, Zhang Xuan thought, it will pass. I just need to endure. In the first year, Zhang Xuan thought, just endure a bit longer. In the 10th year, he exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. And thus, Zhang Xuan joyfully spent 24 years. Observing the system still unresponsive, Zhang Xian shook his head in resignation. The vegetables in the field had long since ripened, with only the radishes, cabbages, and potatoes remaining. After more than 20 years of eating them, Zhang Xian was astonished to discover that these vegetables could significantly enhance his physical form. The house left behind by the system had been transformed by Zhang Xian into a grand estate reminiscent of the Dragon Kingdom from his past life. The skills for such renovations came from the books the system had provided. Those tomes were far from simple. After over 20 years, Zhang Xian had managed to read only a handful, all of which contained the most fundamental knowledge. The reason he had only completed these few books in more than 20 years was that he simply could not comprehend the subsequent ones. The text within resembled wriggling insects, twisting and turning. Nearby, the display of the power testing device remained fixed at 78563. 1 ton equals 1 ton. 78,563 tons equals 157,126,000 gene. After consuming spiritual vegetables for over 20 years, Zhang Xuan's strength surged dramatically, with just one arm boasting a power of over 70 million gene. When he first measured his strength, it had barely registered as one. Sigh. I fear I am the most ill-fated among all traversers. Zhang Xuan sighed, feeling his life shrouded in darkness. Every protagonist in the system zone seemed to awaken their abilities from the very beginning, while he had waited over 20 years, nearly losing his sanity in the process. Zhang Xuan retrieved the antiquated mobile phone that had accompanied him for 24 years from his white robe. The device was on the verge of disintegration, its corners nearly worn down, the screen marred by multiple cracks, and the antenna had long since broken off, the back cover now somewhat loose. This mobile was the Syrian War Damage Commemorative Edition, with 100 wear and tear. The system did not provide him with a sturdier model, instead gifting him a standard mobile with infinite battery life. Even if he used his strength gently, no phone could withstand such pressure. Had it been a fruit-themed smartphone, it would likely have shattered the moment Zhang Xuan touched it. With another sigh, he carefully tucked the battered phone into his embrace. Ding! The 24-year period has concluded. The system begins to awaken. Timeline: Super Universe Era. The system, having sensed Zhang Xuan's fervent call, finally reappeared after more than 20 years of absence. Hearing that familiar yet foreign electronic voice, Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with ecstasy. Where have you been? You left me here alone for 24 years. 24 years. A full 24 years. Do you know how I survived? Zhang Xuan nearly burst with excitement. After waiting over 20 years, the system had finally awakened. System awakening in progress. 1. 42. 78. 100. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the Dragon Ball Divine level cultivation system. The novice and update gift packs will automatically be sent to the host system backpack. Would you like to open them? Yes, no. Open. Was there any need for hesitation? If I were to hesitate for even a second, I would cease to be Zhang Xuan. As his words fell, the novice gift pack and update gift pack slowly opened. Golden light began to seep from the gaps in the boxes, and in the next moment, all the gifts burst open. Upon seeing the rewards, Zhang Xuan was once again filled with exhilaration. Congratulations, host, on receiving the novice gift pack, early golden immortal cultivation, 5 floating island access cards. Congratulations, host, on receiving the update gift pack, 1 drop of Panga's blood, diluted 1 billion times, super enhanced all-king extermination power, and a 48-hour experience card for the great perfection of Tai Golden Immortal. As the system fully explained the rewards, Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the entirety of the mid-tier Golden Immortal's power surged into Zhang Xuan's body, causing his pentagonal aspects to swell uncontrollably, transforming his human physique into a divine body, with significant changes occurring in his feet and bloodlines. There was no need to endure the tribulation of the process. The system handled it all for him. As Zhang Xuan felt the energy within him surging, a smile crept onto his lips. I am cultivating in the Dragon Ball. Zhang Xuan then turned his gaze toward the drop of red blood. I should absorb this drop of Panga's blood, diluted 1 billion times. My strength will likely increase further. Zhang Xuan's subconscious persistently urged him that absorbing this blood would dramatically enhance his power. With that thought, Zhang Xuan no longer hesitated. Expertly, he sat cross-legged, drawing the drop of blood before him, and began the absorption process. Chapter 2. A Surge in Power, Late Golden Immortal. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Xuan finally completed the absorption of a drop of Panga's blood. The process was excruciating. Zhang Xuan gasped in astonishment. Merely absorbing this minuscule drop of Panga's blood, diluted beyond measure, proved to be an arduous task. His strength surged from the early stages of a golden immortal to the late stages. This transformation subtly attests to the extraordinary prowess of Pangu, the creator of the primordial world. Merely a single drop, significantly diluted, enabled him to leap across 2 minor realms. What might the effect of the pure essence of Panga be? The thought was beyond his imagination. Moreover, there was another matter that incensed Zhang Xuan. The novels that claimed the absorption of Panga's essence was a simple endeavor were utterly deceptive. He nearly lost his life with his strength at the initial stage of a golden immortal. He longed to deliver a decisive blow to those who spun such tales. The notion that a mortal could absorb Pangu's essence without assistance from a system was sheer nonsense. Even a celestial body could not withstand a drop of the vastly diluted Panga blood. He could hardly believe that a mere mortal could do so unaided. Once the pain subsided, Zhang Xuan experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, indescribably pleasant. Moreover, His skin had become significantly smoother, and his appearance had markedly improved. "You become more handsome again, Yanzu." At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Current host panel, Zhang Xuan. Age, 48. Despite being 48, Zhang Xuan still appeared to be in his 20s. Strength, late golden immortal. Strength rating, medium configuration, super single universe level. System backpack, none. Talent roots, ordinary divine. A luminous panel appeared in Zhang Xuan's mind, displaying his personal information. Ordinary divine level. Indeed, this represented a considerable enhancement. He understood the significance of divine talent roots well. In the primordial realm, such a talent was truly lackluster, with a future potential capped at most at the Tai golden immortal level. Was this the true strength of a late golden immortal? It was utterly terrifying. Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, enveloped in a golden radiance, as immense magical power manifested in tangible form around him. The shattered mirror continued to mend itself, breaking and mending again. He pondered where so much Pangu essence could have originated. This left Zhang Xuan in a state of confusion. In his past life, many speculated that Pangu had not perished from the act of creation, but rather succumbed after the system drained his blood. Furthermore, the strength rating on the system panel indicated that his ordinary late golden immortal prowess had somehow reached the super single universe level. The seventh universe was merely a vast universe, a singular entity, while a super single universe comprised several, or even hundreds, of infinitely expansive universes, forming a grand world. In the realm above, known as the multiverse, there exists an infinite expanse composed of countless individual universes. One can refer to the epic clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, where the aftermath nearly obliterated the universe. Angels surpass the destructive gods, and one's own strength far exceeds that of the average angel. If Zhang Xuan so desired, a mere ordinary attack could annihilate the entirety of the 12 universes. This implies that he was initially ahead of all angels in the Dragon Ball realm. Say for the Grand Minister, the power of the angels merely equates to the early and late stages of the Golden Immortal. With such strength, as long as he refrains from recklessness in this world and avoids challenging the Grand Minister, the Omni King, or certain ancient forbidden entities lurking in the Dragon Ball universe, he could still revel in freedom. Zhang Xuan further examined the remaining rewards he had acquired. The enhanced elimination power of the Omni King was self-evident to him. He quickly grasped the usage of the Tai Golden Immortal Experience card. Should he encounter an adversary he cannot defeat, he need only shatter this card to instantly harness the full power of a Tai Golden Immortal. However, what he valued most were the 5 access cards, which were less access cards and more akin to portals. With these cards, he could swiftly transport himself between the Dragon Ball world and the floating island with a mere thought, and there was no cool-down period for their use. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, "At last I can leave. I've been cooped up for far too long." Without hesitation, he utilized the access card, feeling suffocated after 24 years. In an instant, he vanished from his location and reappeared on a small island somewhere on Earth. As he basked in the bright sun and felt the gentle breeze over the ocean, tears welled in his eyes. Zhang Xuan, an orphan, had never visited the seaside. As he grew older and entered the workforce, time eluded him even more. He had thought that this small dream of seeing the ocean was nearly unattainable, yet here he was unexpectedly thrust into an alternate world and a new reality. The realization of his dream in this extraordinary realm stirred a deep sense of reflection within him. Did he long for home? Not at all. He had no ties left in that place, and returning or not was inconsequential. Wasn't he the essence of life, about finding joy? Why would he subject himself to past grievances? Zhang Xuan was resolute in his decision not to return. He had yet to fully experience this new world, with a long journey still ahead of him. Although he chuckled at the thought of having not paid his rent for 3 months, he could already envision the furious landlord's reaction upon discovering his absence. On King Kai's planet, a diminutive figure with pale blue skin, antennae atop his head, sharp ears, sunglasses, and clad in a flowing black robe adorned with the bold characters King Kai on his chest, awaited. At this moment, he reclined leisurely in a chair, surrounded by an array of fruits and beverages on the nearby table. Beside him, a large gorilla and a mantis catered to his needs, providing refreshments and a gentle massage, living a life akin to that of an emperor. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, was he not entitled to a semblance of enjoyment? This individual was none other than King of the North. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the entire planet. King of the North lost his balance, and both he and the chair toppled heavily to the ground. This disturbance was yet again instigated by that rascal, son Wukong. Hey, Wukong, can you not be so reckless? King of the North exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing angrily at a nearby figure with an eccentric hairstyle, clad in a yellow training suit and possessing a muscular physique. That figure was none other than the Saiyan, son Wukong, also known as Kakarot, who had repeatedly saved the Earth. My apologies, King. I didn't mean to. Son Wukong, with a facade as thick as a city wall, showed no signs of embarrassment and instead chuckled heartily. Sigh, when will you ever allow me a moment of peace? King of the North gazed at son Wukong's antics, shaking his head in resignation, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. Your training space is far too small for me to exert my full potential, son Wukong replied, adorned with massive 50-ton iron rings on his arms and legs. In his ordinary state, he could hardly withstand such training, and only in his Super Saiyan form could he manage. Upon hearing this, King of the North felt utterly defeated. So, my humble abode is small because of you? He retorted, recalling that even Beerus had once trained here. Enraged, King of the North seized his staff and pursued son Wukong, expressing his ire as he chased him. My planet is too small because of you. If you hadn't brought that self-destructive cell here, I wouldn't be in this predicament. In the past, when Cell attempted to destroy Earth, son Wukong, wishing to prevent its annihilation, had teleported both himself and Cell to King of the North's planet, resulting in their mutual demise. Thanks a lot for that, King of the North lamented. Good fortune never seems to find me, yet misfortune is always at my doorstep. My lord, that situation was exceedingly unique. I had no options. Son Wukong dodged King of the North, who relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, a powerful tremor reverberated through the cosmos, not just on King of the North's planet, but throughout the entire seventh universe, accompanied by an overwhelming aura emanating from Earth. Both son Wukong and King of the North ceased their playful banter, turning their attention toward the direction of Earth. Hey, Wukong, this was your doing, wasn't it? King of the North gulped nervously, his tone tinged with apprehension. He sensed a colossal force originating from Earth, one that was hauntingly familiar, evoking memories of a certain individual he could never forget, Beerus. At this moment, son Wukong's complexion had turned pale, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He found it impossible to calm himself, for the force emanating from Earth was overwhelmingly powerful, so potent it was almost despairing. Who was son Wukong? He had once faced Majin Buu in his Super Saiyan 3 form, standing among the pinnacle of the universe's mightiest warriors. What kind of adversary could render him in such a state of disarray? Now, this force had utterly shattered his confidence, leaving him devoid of any hope of triumphing over his foe, akin to an ant confronting a lion. Who could this be? Was it Vegeta and the others? Could it be that Vegeta had reached such heights? Vegeta interjected, No, you overestimate me. Son Wukong stammered, mistakenly believing that this overwhelming power originated from Vegeta. However, Vegeta on Earth was equally astonished by this force. The Z fighters on Earth shared in this astonishment. What was this power? Had a new enemy emerged? Without further contemplation, Piccolo initiated telepathic contact with Wukong, who was far away on King Kai's planet. This force had finally captured the attention of some individuals. Chapter 3. The mysterious power and the Grand Minister's attention in a distant realm, transcending the 12 universes, there existed a world that could also be termed as space. This world was devoid of time, destruction, or the exaggerated vastness of the 12 universes. Yet, no soul dared to tread carelessly within its bounds. The entire realm was adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors. The 12 universes orbited this world like a string of pearls, perpetually in motion. In a particular area of this world, a colossal jellyfish floated serenely, appearing from afar like an island. Upon this jellyfish-shaped island stood a temple shaped like the character for all, which served as the residence of the supreme deity of the 12 universes, the Omni King. At the very center of the Omni King's palace square stood a relatively short, blue-skinned man with a slick-back hairstyle. This individual was the steward of the Omni King and the foremost being above all angels of the 12 universes, the Grand Minister. With a single hand, he grasped the angelic staff, its crystal projecting the conditions and events occurring across the various universes. This was his duty, overseeing all angels and maintaining the order of the cosmos. It seemed that of late, nothing of consequence had transpired, a rare period of tranquility. A smile graced the Grand Minister's face as he subtly waved his left hand, causing the staff to vanish. He gazed up at the universe, resembling a glass sphere, and, after a few moments, was about to turn back to the palace. Just as he was about to pivot, he suddenly sensed an anomaly and turned to investigate. The source of this disturbance was none other than the seventh universe, the realm of his son, Whis. There, a cross-shaped star shone conspicuously bright. What could that be? The resplendent star captured the attention of the high priest, who, intrigued, chose not to venture into the seventh universe personally, but to continue his observation. In the seventh universe, upon a verdant planet, a creature resembling a feline floated high in the sky, gazing down upon the life below with a divine demeanor. Behind it stood a figure with silver hair and blue skin, adorned in peculiar attire, a blue halo encircling its neck. This feline-like being was none other than the supreme god of the seventh universe, Beerus, and behind him was his servant and mentor, Whis. The sweetness was slightly excessive. Half. Never mind. Let's round it off to a whole number. Having just awakened, Beerus commenced his duties, eating and destroying. He delicately tapped his toes, and the planet before him erupted instantaneously. In less than 3 seconds, the entire celestial body vanished from the seventh universe. Beerus and his servant Whis floated amidst the cosmos, observing the obliterated planet. In Beerus' eyes, there was not a trace of sentiment, only a hint of languor. Let us depart, Whis. Beerus gestured with a turn of his form. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, are we returning after merely destroying 2 planets? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with a smile. It seems today's workload is rather lackluster. Enough of your prattle. I am weary. Is it a crime to take a rest? Beerus retorted sharply. Lord Beerus, it appears you have only destroyed this one planet in the past 20 years, hasn't it? Indeed, this was the first planet he had obliterated in 2 decades, as Frisia had been the one carrying out his tasks during this prolonged span. And in these 20 years, you have been indulging in food and sleep, feasting and napping in succession. Whis' words were unyielding, pricking at Beerus' heart. Silence. Whis. Beerus' face flushed with indignation. Ho ho ho, Whis, ever perceptiu. Promptly silenced himself, though the hint of a smirk remained. Umph. With a disdainful snort, Beerus placed a hand upon Whis' shoulder. A ripple of temporal distortion enveloped them, and in an instant, they transformed into a beam of light, hurtling through the cosmos at speeds millions of times that of light. As the surrounding starry expanse rapidly receded into a blur of white points, showcasing their astounding velocity. What was it called again? Along the way, Beerus leaned one hand on Whis' shoulder while the other pressed against his forehead, pondering the prophetic fish-s mention of the Super Saiyan God. What was it? Super Saiyan. I remember. Super Saiyan God. Beerus exclaimed with sudden delight, finally recalling the name he sought. The prophetic fish foretold that his formidable rival would emerge in 39 years, and that rival would be the god of Super Saiyans. Moreover, he had dreamt of matters concerning the Super Saiyan, though the visage of that individual eluded his memory. In his dream, the figure was enveloped in a golden aura, revealing only a vague outline. Suddenly, Whis seemed to sense something, turning his gaze toward the particular direction and abruptly halting. Beerus, caught off guard, collided with Whis' back. Whis, what are you doing? Why did you stop so suddenly? Beerus exclaimed, irritation evident as he rubbed his forehead. It has arrived, Whis declared, and with that pronouncement, the surrounding cosmos trembled, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. What is happening? Beerus exclaimed, instinctively raising his arms for protection as the wind approached him. He sensed that this gust bore formidable strength, warranting serious attention. Wait, this is not a cosmic storm. It is the essence of a being. Initially mistaking the fierce wind for a cosmic tempest, Beerus soon realized it was the aura of a person. Who is this? Such overwhelming energy. Clenching his teeth, Beerus exerted half of his might to withstand the fierce gale, yet still propelled him a million light years away. In an instant, he found himself back beside Whis, his arms trembling intermittently. Whis, too, bore a grim expression, his demeanor serious as he gazed towards Earth. He too felt the presence of a tremendous force, an unknown power that rivaled his own. Who could possibly elude his divine senses for so long, only to reveal themselves when their essence approached? A being of comparable strength to Whis seemed to have materialized in their realm. Who could it be? A power that could stand toe-to-toe with me. Is it an angel? Whis mused internally, but soon dismissed the notion. Angels maintain neutrality. Without the permission of other gods of destruction, they cannot freely traverse or exert their power in one another's universes. Whis, that power seemed to emanate from that direction. Did it not? Beerus recognized the gravity of the situation. An unfamiliar entity, a being whose strength rivaled that of an angel, had suddenly manifested in their world. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed to Earth and investigate. Thus, Beerus and Whis turned and soared towards the direction of Earth. They were not the only ones to sense this force. The gods of destruction, angels, and the supreme Kais were not alone in their awareness. The 12 angels, the Grand Minister, and even some ancient entities recognized this formidable presence. Chapter 4 Zhang Xuan. Do you really think I am that kind of person? The old Kaioshin and that unreliable Kaioshin, Xan. They are deities of the highest order in the universe, with the destroyer gods responsible for annihilation and the Kaioshin tasked with creation. However, the destroyer gods are generally more powerful than the Kaioshin, leading to the current awkward situation where the Kaioshin are regarded as inferior to the destroyer gods. At this moment, these two supreme deities of the universe were trembling as they knelt upon the ground. After a considerable time, the suffocating aura and intense tremors gradually subsided. Slowly, they rose to their feet, with the old Kaioshin employing his senses to meticulously discern the source of that power. It originated from the direction of Earth. Could that power belong to him? The old Kaioshin gazed into the distance, murmuring as if he could see through the very fabric of the universe. Ancestor, may I inquire about the identity of the he you mentioned? Xian inquired, drawing closer to the old Kaioshin, scratching his head in confusion. He is the destroyer god. The old Kaioshin replied, a flicker of memory crossing his eyes as he recalled events from several tens of millions of years ago. He had been effortlessly subdued by the destroyer god, unable to withstand even a second under his might. The terror and despair of that moment remained vividly etched in his mind, a memory he could never forget. Great ancestor, what manner of deity is the destroyer god? Sin, still a newly appointed Kaioshin, was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of the destroyer god. Alas, Xian, you are still too young. Just remember that the destroyer gods and we Kaioshin are the most esteemed deities in the universe. The old Kaioshin, not angered by Xian's ignorance, shook his head and sighed as he looked at him. Deities of our caliber? Xian was indeed learning this for the first time, being a newly ascended Kaioshin. He had always believed that the Kaioshin were the noblest of deities in the universe, but now, the words of the old Kaioshin shattered his perception of the highest divine beings. Subsequently, the old Kaioshin elucidated the significance of the existence of the Kaioshin and the destroyer gods. However, what he said next thoroughly astonished Xian. The destroyer gods and the Kaioshin were not the highest deities in the universe. Above us, including the destroyer gods, are the Grand Minister, the Omni-King, and the Time Kaioshin. Xian, I understand that this may surpass your comprehension, but you must grasp that we are not the highest deities. After uttering these words, the old Kaioshin patted Xian's shoulder and instantly vanished from sight, teleporting to a distant recliner, leaving Xian standing there, utterly astonished. Earth, on a nameless solitary island. Zhang Xuan, the true orchestrator of all these events, was leisurely reclining in a chair, basking in the sun. Unbeknownst to him, he had merely exerted a fraction of his power. That single breath had spread throughout the universe, creating cosmic winds that obliterated countless stars and annihilated innumerable celestial bodies. Truly, a great villain. Unexpectedly, at merely the initial stage of Golden Immortal, he has already reached a level comparable to the 12 angels. The system had just informed him that his strength at the late stage of Golden Immortal is on par with the battle prowess of the angel Whis. They're evenly matched. During the physical training phase, Satan embodies such a caliber. The foundational stages consist of 7 realms: body establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, and great ascension, each further divided into 9 tiers. Among the Z fighters are Vegeta, Kakarot, Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, and Goten. Aside from these, the rest remain within these 7 realms. Android 17 and 18 are not members of the Z fighters. Beyond these realms, one begins to tread the path of immortality. Earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, supreme profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, pre-saint, and saint. Thus, Zhang Xuan commenced to indulge in speculative musings. Taking Beerus as a case study, he deduced that Beerus likely occupies the mid to late stages of supreme profound immortal. The other gods of destruction, with the exception of Legic, Quitella, and the exquisite Vermouth, generally fall within the early stages of supreme profound immortal. As for the 12 angels, being the masters of the gods of destruction, their power must exceed them by a significant margin, categorized as early and late stages of golden immortal. Figures such as the completely liberated Jiren, the dark god Zamasu, The newly transformed Super Saiyan Broly, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and the blue-haired Vegeto can also be classified within the realm of Supreme Profound Immortal. However, concerning the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. He is unable to analyze the strength of the Omni King, nor has he witnessed the Grand Priest in action. Thus, for now, he assigns them the rank of Supreme Golden Immortal. Why concern himself with such matters? He could simply recline in peace. Indeed, why ponder these thoughts? Reclining in tranquility seems far more appealing. After all, the strength of the Grand Priest and the Omni King bears no relevance to him. Although the Omni King's erasure ability looms like a sword over Zhang Xuan's head, he remains utterly unperturbed. What use is the Omni King's power of erasure? The system has already informed Zhang Xuan that, while formidable, the Omni King's ability does not obliterate everything, whereas he possesses the capacity to do so. Do you understand what it means to have an enhanced version of erasure power? Zhang Xuan, come here. Let me show you something remarkable. Furthermore, that cockroach fellow, he will surely forge a bond with the Omni King in the future, coupled with triumph in the Universal Power Tournament. Do you believe that the 7th universe would face erasure by the Omni King? Even if, on some distant day, the Omni King were to contemplate erasing the 7th universe, that would be far into the future. By that time, what realm would Zhang Xuan attain? Great Luo, Golden Immortal? Regardless, Zhang Xuan remains entirely unruffled. Not only is his strength advancing rapidly, but he is also shielded by the system. What is the Omni King to him? Merely a trivial child of negligible significance. The Omni King's erasure ability, while impressive, falls short if a being transcends its domain. The power of erasure would prove ineffective. Alas, what relevance does this have to me? Reclining in tranquility is of utmost importance. Zhang Xuan, unaware of the source of his newfound vacation amenities, clapped his hands, summoning an array of fruits that appeared on a nearby table. With another clap, a pristine barbecue grill materialized before him. Even Dora of Ming, witnessing this ability, could only shake her head in disbelief. After a lifetime of struggle, could he not indulge in some enjoyment? Once more, Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, this time conjuring a pair of sunglasses and a chilled glass of orange juice. How was this possible? This was a function he had discovered after attaining the Golden Immortal status. Zhang Xuan's realm as a Golden Immortal was somewhat unique. He possessed an infinite lifespan and could utilize celestial energy to create objects according to his desires. Although he could only fabricate the most basic items, such as a television, with a vivid imagination, he could even produce a multitude of enticing delicacies. Zhang Xuan remarked, "What are you thinking? Am I such a sordid individual?" He then quipped, "You guessed it right." While this ability might seem useless to some, for someone like Zhang Xuan, it was nothing short of a blessing. Chapter 5 Beerus. The individual is in the universe, soon to arrive on Earth. It turned out that the source of the immense energy was not Lord Beerus himself. Lord Beerus was indeed on his way to Earth. The old Supreme, Kai, discovered that the aura emanating from Earth was not that of the familiar Lord Beerus, but rather a formidable presence that had never been encountered before, a being whose strength was no less than that of a destroyer god. Was that just messaged them, indicating their imminent arrival on Earth? But before reaching it, they would first take a moment to rest on North KO's planet. Upon reading Whis' message, the old Supreme Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "Ancestor, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Xan, observing the old Supreme Kai's pale visage, hurriedly approached with concern. "Fool, did you not see during our call? The cat beside him in the video is the destroyer god Beerus. Lord Beerus is coming to Earth." The old Supreme Kai struck Xin on the head. "Is your head not functioning properly? Did you not see the call? We are all Kaishin. Yet why are you the most peculiar?" The old Supreme Kai could hardly fathom how this individual had attained his position. Had it been several million years ago, he would have long expelled this fellow from their ranks. Xin, cradling his head, bore the blows from the old Supreme Kai without daring to retaliate, fully aware of his own shortcomings in comparison to the elder's vast experience and wisdom. Moreover, given his venerable status, coupled with Xion's timid nature, it was evident that he would not dare to strike back. "Ouch, ancestor!" Xion cried out in pain. Sighing, the old Supreme Kai observed the beleaguered Xion and decided against continuing his reprimand. However, he had already devised a plan to educate Xion on the ways of the Kaishin. If this young one did not broaden his horizons soon, the 7th universe might soon fade into oblivion. Upon contemplating this, the old Kai's expression grew somewhat melancholic. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, the direction he was observing being the very origin of the universe, the realm of the Omni Kings. Suddenly, The old Kai's countenance reflected sheer terror, as if he had perceived an exceedingly dreadful phenomenon. He hastily turned his head to another direction. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. Ancient ancestor, several more planets have vanished. The old Kai, Saiyan, reported the cosmic situation. He possessed a sense whenever planets met their demise. Merely a few minutes had passed, yet hundreds of celestial bodies had disappeared. That blockhead, always eager for a fight, must still be with the North Kai, right? The old Kai remained silent for a few seconds before voicing the question he dreaded most. That blockhead individual was none other than Kakarot, a fool who, upon encountering any formidable opponent, yearns to engage in combat. If he crosses paths with Beerus. The old Kai shuddered at the thought, swiftly instructing Saiyan to contact the North Kai to keep a close watch on Son Goku. He fervently hoped that the fool would refrain from provoking that being. The old Kai wore a worried expression. Their rapport with the Earth SC fighters was quite amicable, and naturally, they wished to prevent any destruction of Earth by Beerus. Moreover, the planet boasted a plethora of delightful magazines and charming maidens. Contemplating this, a lecherous grin crept across the old Kai's face, further solidifying his desire for Earth's survival. Saiyan, the Kai, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing his ancestor's demeanor. He was well aware of the old Kai's lascivious nature. On North Kai's planet, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Why must Beerus choose to rest in this insignificant place? The Kai had just sent a message to alert him to keep a vigilant eye on Son Goku, as Beerus was en route. Why is my planet so diminutive? Because it was Beerus who initially caused it. My culinary skills were subpar. Provoking his ire, he obliterated my Kai's planet with a single energy blast. Although it had been reconstructed afterward, its size was now but a fraction of its original grandeur. Consequently, the North Kai was among the rare lower deities aware of Beerus's existence. That brawler is with you, right? You must keep a close watch on him. Under no circumstances should he learn of Lord Beerus's presence. The old Kai communicated with the North Kai from afar. Hearing this, the North Kai turned to glance at Son Goku, who was diligently training not far behind, a sense of alarm washing over him. Finally, he found a secluded corner where he could maintain a telepathic exchange with the Kai. Lord Beerus has awakened. Our only course of action is to avoid provoking him. Understood. The North Kai nodded. By the way, there's one more matter I need you to attend to. The old Kaishin suddenly had a realization and communicated telepathically with the North Kai. What is it? Please share, the North Kai responded, momentarily taken aback by the significance of the matter that required his attention. After a brief pause, the old Kaishin solemnly stated, "You felt that energy before, did you not?" The shift in the old Kaishin's demeanor was palpable, his expression turning grave. It became clear that he was entrusting the North Kai with the task of investigating the energy emanating from Earth, as his realm was the closest to it, making him the first potential victim. I too sensed it. That energy is indeed originating from Earth, the North Kai affirmed. The energy in question was merely a slight aura released inadvertently by Zhang Xuan. From that energy, I sensed a power comparable to that of Lord Beerus. Therefore, it is imperative that you investigate this matter. The old Kaishin insisted with a serious tone. I understand. Leave it to me. The North Kai nodded in agreement. And remember, keep a close watch on Son Goku. He must not learn of Lord Beerus's existence. Upon uttering this warning, the old Kaishin severed the communication entirely. Sighing in resignation, the North Kai lamented, "It's truly exhausting." Ever since becoming acquainted with Son Goku, his life had become increasingly burdensome. Turning around, he noticed Son Goku squatting beside him. Their eyes met, creating an undeniably awkward moment. "Lord Kai, what are you doing? What are you hiding from me?" The North Kai jumped in surprise, inadvertently spilling paint all over himself. Son Goku quickly assisted him to his feet, but upon observing the North Kai covered in golden paint, he could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha! Lord Kai, what on earth are you doing?" Son Goku shook d'artillerie. Having never witnessed the North Kai in such a state before, the North Kai, watching Son Goku nearly double over with laughter, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Enough! This is serious," he exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging in irritation. "It's your fault for startling me." My apologies. Are you all right? Look at yourself, covered in paint." Son Goku realized the gravity of the situation and quickly retrieved a piece of white cloth from his pants. However, as the North Kai took it to wipe himself, he noticed something was off. Why does it smell so foul? The North Kai scrutinized the cloth, and his stomach churned as he recognized it as a rag. "You little rascal, stand right there." Chapter 6. Beerus's speculation. Sighing, the North Kai mused, When will you ever give anyone a moment of peace? After a little while, his anger began to subside. Do you know? Whenever the dragon appears, hope is kindled within. Frankly speaking, this is the sentiment of the North Kai. Each time Sun Wukong and his companions summon the Dragon Balls, the North Kai is filled with anticipation, yearning for his resurrection. Yet, what do they wish for with the Dragon Balls? Either lighter skin, a 5-year youth, greater beauty, or an abundance of glamorous magazines featuring stunning women. Why not wish for something of practical significance? What kind of ridiculous wishes are these? Is the purpose of the Dragon Balls merely for such frivolous desires? It seems as though the Dragon Balls have become a unique product of the Bulma family. If this reckless usage continues, the Dragon Balls may encounter significant issues in the future. They must not be allowed to misuse them any further. This is a concern for the North Kai. Yet he remains preoccupied with the question of why he has not been resurrected. Each time, he remains unrevived, and the East Kai and others mock him, claiming they are mere dead deities. With a halo above, one is bound to live in disgrace for eternity. At this moment, the North Kai's expression suddenly fell. The last time Cell self-destructed, it caused devastation beyond just the Kai planet. His feelings towards Wukong are a mix of love and resentment. To this day, he bears a large halo, a symbol of his demise. Have you ever seen a god adorned with a halo that signifies death? It would surely invite ridicule. Consequently, in the realm of the Kais, the news of the North Kai's predicament has spread far and wide. They are not naturally adversarial. Yet whenever they see someone nearing their end, they cannot resist kicking them while they are down. During gatherings, they often find amusement in this matter. The East Kai exclaims, "Have you heard? The North Kai is dead, yet he still wears a halo." The South Kai responds, "Indeed, I have heard." And the North Kai, feeling forgotten, mutters, "To ensure others do not forget me, I truly thank you, Wukong." Wukong? The North Kai, puzzled, turns around and calls out to Sun Wukong twice, but receives no response. He soon realizes that Wukong is oblivious, utterly engrossed in his training. Truly, the foremost martial enthusiast among the Dragon Ball warriors. In pursuit of higher realms of martial arts and power, he disregards everything else. The North Kai, exasperated, thinks to himself, why must this fellow engage in such perplexing behavior at all times? Could he not wait until I finish speaking? Oh, my apologies, Lord Kai. Sun Wukong, without a hint of embarrassment, offers a brief apology and resumes his training, rendering the North Kai's words seemingly unheard. Listening to him is akin to hearing a distant echo. Sigh, what a perplexing situation. The North Kai observes Wukong's demeanor and reflects on the day's events, feeling a headache coming on. Beyond Earth, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a beam of light exceeding the speed of light pierces through the starry void, rapidly approaching North Kai's planet. Beerus and his attendant Whis. Today, the usual anger in Beerus's expression was replaced by a newfound seriousness, as the matter at hand had grown rather troublesome. Indeed, Lord Beerus. After a brief silence, Beerus inquired, "Tell me, from whom does that power originate?" This was the question that had occupied his thoughts throughout the journey. A mere release of energy could cause the entire universe to tremble and even summon cosmic winds. Merely by exuding his aura, he had been propelled millions of light years. Despite exerting over half of his strength, Beerus felt compelled to tread carefully, for within that aura, he sensed an inexhaustible intent to kill. This led him to ponder who could silently manifest in the universe he governed, possessing such formidable power that even Whis had failed to detect it. An angel? Impossible. For angels cannot act recklessly. To do so would be to disregard the authority of the Grand Priest. And angels would never intrude into another's universe without the permission of a destroyer. Thus, Beerus swiftly dismissed this notion. Could it be another destroyer? No, that too was inconceivable. His strength ranked as the second most formidable among the 18 universes. Yet even the mightiest destroyer of yore could not withstand the merest flick of an angel's finger. He shook his head vigorously, discarding this thought as well. It was true that among the 12 current destroyers, he reigned supreme, but he still could not match an angel. And the other destroyers were even less capable, so this idea had to be abandoned. Could it be? A sudden realization darkened Beerus' countenance. Could it be that those beings from above had escaped? He swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. That is impossible, Lord Beerus. With that particular guardian in place, those beings cannot possibly have escaped, Whis remarked, having discerned Beerus's inner turmoil. Indeed, you are correct. Upon hearing this, Beerus found merit in Whis's words, and the tension in his face eased slightly. It is also possible that the source of that power belongs to denizens of the Dark Realm. Yes, that seems plausible, Whis replied, nodding in agreement. It was conceivable that the power's origin lay with beings from the Dark Realm. Given the gravity of the situation, Whis had already reported this matter to the Grand Priest. Meanwhile, far away on a small island on Earth, Zhang Xuan lay oblivious to the accusations being levied against him. By the way, Whis, how long until we reach North KO's planet? Beerus shifted his focus, inquiring about the travel time. His journey to KO's planet, as well as to Earth, was primarily for three purposes: to seek out the god of super science, to investigate that mysterious power, and to fulfill his duties by destroying planets. Oh, Lord Beerus, there are still 17 minutes left. Whis extended his angelic staff, the crystal atop it radiating a brilliant light, instantly calculating the precise time. This is quite slow. Never mind. I shall take a nap. Wake me when we reach the destination. Upon finishing his words, Beerus fell into a deep slumber within a mere second, even blowing bubbles in his sleep. Whis gazed at the rapidly retreating lights around him, his expression devoid of any emotion, lost in thought. Recently, the Dark Realm had begun to stir once more, prompting him to remind his father and the others to exercise caution. Whis mused within himself. The inhabitants of the Dark Realm were becoming active again. After this task, he would report the matter to the Grand Minister at the Xenos Palace. It appeared that the universe was heading towards turbulence once again. With a resigned shake of his head, Whis chose not to dwell further on the matter and accelerated towards King Kai's planet with Beerus. Chapter 7. Son Goku. Is the god of destruction really that strong? King Kai's planet. Son Goku resumed his intense training, even executing a Kamehameha aimed at himself. However, the effectiveness of such training on his personal growth was minimal, nearly tantamount to nothing. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with Whis in the future, Goku would have undoubtedly traversed many arduous paths. Without the assistance of Whis and Beerus, Goku would likely only attain the level of a red Super Saiyan at best. The martial arts techniques of Master Roshi and the divine skills of Angel Whis were both essential. Lacking either would render him incomplete. At that moment, Son Goku seemed transformed, displaying newfound wisdom, no longer rushing into battles at the mere sight of a powerful opponent. Alas, it appeared his mind was solely occupied with training. King Kai observed the perspiring Goku, concern etched across his face. With Lord Beerus set to arrive shortly, he hoped Goku would refrain from recklessly challenging him. Yet, the more he worried, the more the reality seemed to contradict his hopes. Hey, Goku! King Kai paused his work, beckoning Goku to approach. Immediately halting, Goku felt puzzled by King Kai's unusual demeanor, sensing something amiss, as if he were concealing a secret, and he appeared frightened. This was the first time Goku had witnessed King Kai in such a state. A guest will be arriving shortly. Remember to maintain your politeness. Do not challenge him, as it would be exceedingly disrespectful. King Kai repeatedly cautioned Goku against provoking Lord Beerus, terrified that Goku, in a moment of impulsiveness, might challenge him right away. The mere thought of Beerus being displeased and obliterating his planet again sent chills down King Kai's spine. King Kai, you seem quite fearful of this guest. You're acting strangely today, Goku remarked, scratching his head in confusion at King Kai's atypical behavior. Of course I am afraid. After all, it is Lord Beerus. He is an immensely powerful being. The North Kai observed Sun Wukong, who appeared as foolish as a simpleton, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. It seems I have spoken too freely, the North Kai thought, hastily covering his mouth. Beerus? Who is Beerus? Why do you fear him? Is he exceptionally powerful? Sun Wukong bombarded him with questions, each utterance causing the North Kai's heart to quiver more intensely. Do you not comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? I am aware of your strength, Wukong, but you have yet to encounter Lord Beerus. Faced with Wukong's relentless inquiries, the North Kai gritted his teeth and sighed deeply. Very well. I shall divulge everything to him. After contemplation, he decided to share the information regarding Beerus, trusting that Wukong wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge anyone without considering their might. Indeed, the North Kai reassured himself that Wukong would never propose a duel with Lord Beerus, given the stark disparity in their powers. Finally, he straightened his posture, clasped his hands behind his back, and adopted the demeanor of a sage, gazing solemnly at Sun Wukong. In the universe, there exists the Kaioshin, responsible for creating life, nurturing it, and guiding it. At this juncture, the North Kai paused, intending to convey the full significance of the gods of destruction and creation to Wukong. Why is it that I, as the North Kai, possess such knowledge? He pondered, for alongside the creator gods, there exists their antithesis, the gods of destruction. The god of destruction is the supreme deity of our universe, Lord Beerus. The Kaioshin is tasked with creation, while the god of destruction oversees annihilation, all in the interest of maintaining cosmic equilibrium. The North Kai leisurely sipped his tea before continuing. Civilizations perpetually grow and expand, yet the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. A civilization cannot endure eternally. An overabundance of life within the universe disrupts the balance, ultimately leading to its collapse and annihilation. At such times, a cleanser, namely the god of destruction, is required to obliterate those planets to restore balance. Wukong, you must understand that while our universe is vast, it is not without its limits. Let me reiterate, Lord Beerus is truly terrifying. Do not entertain the notion of challenging him. The North Kai's expression was grave. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Then that god of destruction must be exceedingly malevolent, right? Since his head injury, Sun Wukong had transformed, shedding the brutality of a Saiyan for a rare gentleness. Yet, this very being nearly brought ruin to all 12 universes in the end. Do not speak carelessly. The North Kai glared at Wukong. Alas, you are my greatest concern. You troublesome fellow, you never allow me a moment's peace. Upon reaching this point, the North Realm King ceased his discourse and resumed instructing his 2 servants in the construction of a house. The 2 servants continued their labor, one clutching a paint bucket while the other busily painted the walls. It appeared that Sun Wukong had inadvertently destroyed the house again during his recent training. The mantis and the gorilla were left in despair, lamenting the destruction of the house they had painstakingly repaired. Hearing the North Realm King's words, Sun Wukong was deeply astonished, yet retained his innocent demeanor as he inquired further. Just how powerful is that god of destruction? How does he obliterate planets? What does he consume? Alas, here we go again. The combat-obsessed warrior, who perpetually craved a brawl, had returned. Sun Wukong chirped incessantly like a bird in the North Realm King's ear, leaving him exasperated, realizing that his previous words had gone completely unheard. Meanwhile, on Earth, aside from Wukong and Vegeta diligently training, the 2 elder figures remained as industrious as ever, while the rest had gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday. Sigh. That Wukong truly was a source of constant worry. Chi-Chi, with a resigned expression, covered her forehead and complained to Bulma, Wukong is back, only to run off to train with the King of World again the very next day. Though he was quite pleased after receiving a hefty cash sum, it's disheartening for me, his wife, to have a husband who rarely returns home. Aside from their honeymoon period, how many times has Sun Wukong genuinely spent quality time with his wife and children? Not only does he neglect home, but he also drags their eldest son into battles. The once amiable son Gohan has been transformed into a formidable warrior by Chi-Chi, the devoted homemaker. With his innate talent, one could argue that he is currently the most gifted hybrid Saiyan aside from the latest iteration of Broly. Were he to train under the god of destruction, he would likely attain Super Saiyan Blue in half the time of Wukong and the others. Talent speaks volumes. As for our dear Vegeta, his daily routine consists solely of training and eating. Bulma finds herself somewhat exasperated with her husband. Vegeta's life is a cycle of meals and training, meals and training. Chi-Chi and Bulma exchanged grievances about their respective husbands, while Gohan and his wife Videl discreetly excused themselves. Aside from Vegeta and Wukong, the gathering included Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, Yamcha Poir, Mr. Satan, Bu, Master Roshi, and that pig, along with Goten and Trunks, all assembled on this cruise ship. The atmosphere was warm and familial. A rare occasion for them to be united. They reveled in each other's company, but soon enough, their merriment would be interrupted. Chapter 8, The System Issues a Task. Lord King of Worlds, what is your intention? As Sun Wukong observed the frantic movements of North Kai, he found himself perplexed. Today, North Kai appeared as if he were afflicted with hyperthyroidism. Noticing that Sun Wukong remained unchanged, North Kai hurriedly seized him and dashed toward a nearby building. Wukong, you must enter at once. No matter what occurs, do not come out. If you hear any sounds, stay inside. Do you understand? In a flurry, North Kai pushed Sun Wukong into the building under repair and then retreated to a nearby open area. At this moment, North Kai was drenched in cold sweat, standing upright with utmost respect, awaiting the arrival of Beerus. Meanwhile, hidden within the building, Wukong wore a look of astonishment. He had never witnessed such behavior from the Kai before. Today had been filled with far too many shocks. Suddenly, a white beam of light descended just a meter before North Kai. When the light dissipated, 2 figures remained, Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus. had arrived on King Kai's planet. Thus began the official unfolding of the Dragon Ball Super storyline. To outsiders, this being emitted no aura, appearing almost as an ordinary mortal. After all, he was merely a commoner capable of reversing the flow of time across the 7 universes with a mere touch. Indeed, he was a being so weak that he could be knocked unconscious by a single slap from the god of destruction. However, the more one thought along these lines, the more the outcome contradicted expectations. Who could have anticipated that this blue-skinned figure, resembling an angel yet bearing the traits of an ordinary person, was the most powerful presence in the vicinity? Is this truly Lord Beerus? Wukong craned his neck, gazing at the blue-skinned entity with astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was not at all what he had envisioned a god of destruction to be. Convinced that Whis was the god of destruction, he had mistakenly identified the wrong deity. His disbelief stemmed from the stark contrast between this being and his preconceived notions of a god of destruction, which he had imagined to be a fearsome, malevolent entity. Yet, now he was being told that this figure before him was indeed the god of destruction. It was simply unbelievable. Wukong was taken aback. Long time no see, North Kai. Just as Wukong was lost in thought, a slender, purple-skinned creature with a peculiar collar resembling a feline emerged from behind Whis. Wukong's pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine. He found it difficult to breathe, overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure emanating from this being. This was divinity itself. Simply standing there, motionless, was enough for him to feel as though he could be slain with a mere glance. Despite the absence of any visible power, the overwhelming aura of this being instilled a profound fear that deterred proximity. Lord Beerus. North Kai's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Is this truly Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong peered out, observing the North Kai, whose head was nearly bowed to the ground, his expression so astonished that he could scarcely utter a word. Oh, do you long for me so dearly? Is the planet too small for your comfort? With a teasing tone, Beerus remarked, eyeing the North Kai's humbled demeanor. I'm getting accustomed to it. I truly miss you. The North Kai, upon hearing this, lowered his head even further. How could he dare to express otherwise? Standing before the formidable Lord Beerus, a single disagreement could lead to his immediate obliteration. This was indeed a heavyweight. I can no longer sense that power. It vanished abruptly as I approached. Whis directed his divine awareness toward Earth, attempting to locate the source of the power, scrutinizing every corner of the planet. Yet to no avail. It was as if it had simply ceased to exist. The more elusive it became, the more grave Whis' expression grew. It reappeared and then vanished again. Where could it be? On the isolated island where Zhang Xuan resided, a protective barrier had been established by the system. Not even an ordinary angel, let alone a grand priest, could detect it. At this moment, Zhang Xuan lounged on a deck chair, adorned with a sun hat, surrounded by an array of fruits on the table, while a sunshade conveniently shielded him from the sunlight. Utilizing his abilities, he had fashioned a mobile phone and meticulously crafted an antenna over 1,000 meters long, forcefully connecting to the signal of the world he had previously inhabited. What are you playing at? Engaging in wild pursuits without capturing anyone, merely frolicking in the jungle? The irate voice of his teammate echoed through the speaker. No one knew who he was playing against. Perhaps it was even a formidable being at the late stage of the golden immortal realm. With the sound of their crystal shattering, the irritable teammate's voice finally ceased. Gazing at the results screen displaying his score of 136, with none of his teammates exceeding 50, and the opposing team's lowest score being 94, Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Was it customary for such bizarre entities to emerge in every promotion match? Deadly Mobile Legends, a game designed to bring joy through fair 1v9 competitive play. Initially, he sought a casual game to alleviate stress, but now he found himself even more agitated. This was indeed a heavyweight endeavor, seeking relief through Deadly Mobile Legends. Painful, isn't it? Once my strength is adequate, I shall return to my former world and hang you from a telephone pole. Zhang Xuan stretched, relishing this carefree existence. No job, no mortgage. Such a life was profoundly satisfying to him. Ding! The system issued a task. Upon hearing the familiar electronic tone, Zhang Xian's spirits lifted. Every system had its unique tasks. System task? Let me see what the tasks entail. System task: protect Earth. Requirements: high-level individual cosmic power. The original main timeline may experience certain disruptions, causing Earth and characters such as Sun Wukong to potentially vanish amidst this chaos. The host must endeavor to save Earth at the critical moment and ensure the completion of the mission. System's auxiliary task: Acquaint yourself with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others. Countdown for the task, 24 hours. Task reward. Advancement from Golden Immortal late stage to Golden Immortal perfection. Access to the system's marketplace, a lottery wheel, and 5,000 transaction points. Auxiliary task reward. 1,000 transaction points. Failure penalty. Rewind to 48 hours prior. If the task fails, the cycle will continue. Evaluation. This task is rare. It only activates during major events, while minor events do not yield any tasks. The host should not squander this opportunity. Do you accept? Yes, no. Gazing at the transparent panel displaying the two prominent choices, Zhang Xuan unhesitatingly selected yes. How simple. The system truly understands me. Zhang Xuan praised the system fervently. It's a joke. Although Zhang Xuan was somewhat indolent, he certainly wouldn't relinquish such a delectable opportunity presented to him. The task was straightforward, and the rewards were abundant. He was now a golden immortal, on par with angels. Safeguarding a mere little planet should be a trivial endeavor, right? If his extraordinary cosmic power could not protect a tiny Earth, then he might as well meet his end. The prospect of failure was too daunting to contemplate. Zhang Xuan was acutely aware of the vast chasm between destroyers and angels. It was an unfathomable divide. Well then, let us commence. After completing this task, I can rest properly. With that thought, Zhang Xuan instantaneously vanished from his location, and all the facilities on the island disappeared without a trace. Chapter 9. Sun Wukong's Reckless Challenge to Beerus. How long has it been since we last met? North Kai. Beerus inquired immediately upon encountering North Kai. This question left North Kai in a quandary, as he could not recall the last time he had met Beerus, concealed within his dwelling. Sun Wukong bore witness to this encounter. It turned out that this purple, hairless feline was indeed the true Beerus. Although he could not sense Beerus's power, he felt an overwhelming strength emanating from him. The desire to engage in battle surged within him. What a terrifying being! Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, his hands trembling. The warrior blood within him stirred once more. He was, after all, a martial arts enthusiast, someone who would disregard everything, even his home, for the sake of training. He had a habit of approaching strong opponents, eager to spar regardless of the disparity in power. His instincts told him that this cat-like creature was immensely formidable enough to eliminate him with a single strike. Yet, the more formidable Beerus appeared, the more exhilarated Sun Wukong became. However, he was not foolish. He heeded North Kai's warnings and suppressed his urge to challenge the powerful being, opting instead to observe further. Sun Wukong could only let out a disappointed sigh. Let me think. Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, the North Kai was momentarily taken aback, then began to extend his fingers in calculation. How many years has it been? The North Kai found himself in a quandary, unable to recall the last time they had met. While he could not forget Beerus, he had lost track of time. He counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 7. He continued to ponder. How many years could it possibly be? Beerus frowned, growing increasingly impatient. Is this how slowly you work? It has been 327 years, Whis interjected, having calculated it first. Yes, indeed. 327 years. The North Kai exclaimed, nodding excitedly and expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Whis. Speaking of which, your realm is quite modest, isn't it? Beerus remarked, surveying his surroundings before teasing the North Kai. Yes. Upon hearing Beerus's comment, the North Kai inwardly cursed. This place is so small. And who do you think is responsible for it? The first instance was you, and the second was the self-destructing cell brought by Goku. My humble abode is rather cramped, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality, the North Kai said respectfully. Then, a thought struck him, and he devised a splendid idea. By the way, Lord Beerus, since you have graciously graced us with your presence, would you care to join us for a meal? The North Kai's face brightened as he wiped his hands. Although previous meals had been rather unpalatable, he had not been idle in recent years. He had learned to prepare several renowned dishes from Earth. His specialties were fried rice and instant noodles. Oh, a meal? That sounds delightful. Is it any good? Beerus inquired, clearly intrigued. A gourmand cannot be easily deterred. Of course. It is delicious, undoubtedly exquisite. The North Kai's fervent assurance gave Beerus pause. Is it truly that good? If it is as dreadful as last time. Beerus's demeanor suddenly turned icy as he addressed the North Kai. The memory of the abominable dish the North Kai had prepared for him centuries ago resurfaced, chilling Beerus's expression further. The North Kai gasped, nearly losing his composure at the mention of this. Meanwhile, Goku stood by utterly astonished. It was his first time witnessing someone change expressions so rapidly within mere seconds, each time distinctly different. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Beerus began to state his purpose for visiting. I am here to seek out a certain individual known as a Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Goku's heart sank. The god of destruction was after him, and he was uncertain whether this entity came as a friend or foe, completely unaware of the intentions behind Beerus's search. Lord Beerus, the Saiyans represent a race, rather than an individual name, Whis interjected beside Beerus. How tiresome. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Whis, who was stifling chuckle. I have heard that a Saiyan is here. I wonder if it is true. Indeed, the North Kai replied, taking a deep breath and turning toward a certain part of the house. Hey, Goku, come out. Lord Beerus wishes to see you. He's here to see me, Goku exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. He promptly stood and hurried outside, racing to the side of the North Kai. Good morning, everyone. Goku beamed his signature smile, his most direct and courteous greeting. However, upon witnessing this exchange, the North Kai turned pale and swiftly delivered a light slap to Goku's head. Do you not recognize who stands before you? Have you no basic manners? The North Kai remarked, his face etched with dismay. The plot then continued as before. Beerus stated his purpose directly. He was in search of the Super Saiyan God. He also sought the source of that power, although he did not articulate this explicitly. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Goku froze momentarily, then shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge of such a being. Beerus, visibly disappointed, felt that hope was lost. He then inquired of Whis how long it would take to reach Earth, as Vegeta was there and might have information regarding the Super Saiyan God. Should Vegeta be unaware of this entity, Beerus contemplated observing Earth himself to locate the source of the power. If nothing was found, he would simply obliterate the planet, thereby accomplishing 3 tasks effortlessly. It will take a total of 3 minutes to reach Earth, Lord Beerus, Whis responded. How dreadfully dull, Beerus yawned. Today has indeed been rather uneventful. We have found nothing. They had no intention of lingering any longer. Let's depart, Whis, to Earth. Excuse me? Are you truly contemplating the destruction of Earth? The North Kai stammered, summoning his courage to approach. He sincerely hoped this esteemed figure would spare the planet. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, Beerus paused noticeably. Perhaps, as long as the beings there do not provoke my ire, I shall refrain from annihilating Earth. The North Kai exhaled with relief. It seemed Earth still had a chance for survival. Just as Beerus prepared to leave, he was abruptly halted by a voice. Lord Beerus, I have a small request, said none other than Goku, clad in his training attire, his eyes blazing with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Beerus. He could no longer restrain himself. No matter what, Sun Wukong was determined to engage in combat with this individual. Upon hearing this, King of the North stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment, realizing that his previous efforts had been in vain. Chapter 10, Sun Wukong. Are you as skilled as Beerus? Oh, do you have something to say? Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with interest. Hee, indeed, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment before continuing. I have heard that you are the god of destruction, possessing unparalleled strength in the universe. I have never witnessed the power of a god of destruction. May I have the honor of witnessing it? Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus with fervent ambition. Beerus, intrigued, rested his chin on his hand. This was the first time he had encountered someone so amusing, albeit a bit foolish. Oh, how would you like to test it? Just a friendly sparring session. If you please, Lord Beerus. May I challenge you to a duel? Sun Wukong looked at Beerus with earnest pleading. The King of the North, standing by, turned pale with fear and hurriedly pulled Sun Wukong back. Wukong, do not be disrespectful. He struck Sun Wukong on the head. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I will ensure he behaves. The King of the North bowed apologetically to Beerus. However, Beerus paid no heed to the king's words, continuing to observe Sun Wukong with a mocking smile. You are quite the character. I have lived for billions of years, and I cannot fathom how many like you I have vanquished. It is my first time hearing such an amusing declaration. Beerus looked down at Sun Wukong with arrogance. The sole reason for his disdain was that Sun Wukong's current strength was so feeble that it posed no challenge to him. He could easily dispatch him with a mere tap of his toe. Do not let your pride blind you, young one. Beerus warned coldly. Yes, Lord Beerus. This fellow isn't quite right in the head. I will keep a close watch on him, the King of the North hastily added, but before he could finish, Beerus interjected. Very well, let me show you the power of a god of destruction. Beerus acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The King of the North, witnessing Sun Wukong's exuberance, could only shake his head in resignation, internally praying for his safety. Wukong changed back into his training attire and stood facing Beerus. What is happening? My hands are trembling uncontrollably. Is it due to overwhelming excitement? Sun Wukong gazed at his still quaking hands and took a deep breath. Huh! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his hair standing on end without a breeze. Shimmering with golden light, his aura surged dramatically, causing the entire King S planet to tremble. He is transforming into a Super Saiyan, aware of Beerus's formidable strength. Son Goku decided to reveal his full power right from the start, transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, he ultimately underestimated Beerus's prowess. Even at his maximum capacity as a Super Saiyan 3, he was no match for Beerus, whose strength could be likened to merely a fraction of a finger's might, specifically, 1/10 of a finger's power. Oh, how intriguing, Beerus remarked, his hands clasped behind his back, observing Son Goku, whose energy was surging intensely. A slight smile graced his lips, yet he harbored no intention of engaging, perhaps dismissing the notion entirely. Too weak. With a powerful wave of energy, Son Goku unleashed a tempest that instantly swept away North Kai and his two attendants. Beerus and Whis remained unmoved, entirely unaffected by the chaos around them. As the winds and smoke dissipated, Son Goku successfully completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his eyes turning a vibrant green, golden hair standing upright, and his muscles bulging with newfound strength. Enveloped in a golden aura, his power had increased 100-fold. This was Super Saiyan 1 at full throttle. Assuming his signature stance, Son Goku gazed intently at Beerus. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Well, I suppose it could barely defeat Frieza. Frieza, what merit do I have now to contend with a fully powered Super Saiyan? Beerus regarded Son Goku's posture, sizing him up, and stated, "You're still far from my level. Come now, unleash your full strength." Shaking his head, Beerus closed his eyes, making no defensive moves. "Lord Beerus, here I come. Please, show no mercy." With that, Son Goku launched a punch toward Beerus, but his attack was effortlessly dodged, as if Beerus had anticipated it. Whis observed the interplay of pursuit and evasion, his thoughts inscrutable to anyone. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike from Son Goku missed its mark. He never managed to land a hit on Beerus, who even yawned during the skirmish, much to Goku's frustration. The battle resembled an adult toying with a 3-year-old child. The disparity in skill stark, and the encounter utterly monotonous. "Your speed is still too slow," Beerus remarked to Son Goku. The latter's velocity was insufficient even to graze a single hair on Beerus. By the way, does Beerus even have hair? Beerus, let's hope humans have some purpose. Son Goku was astounded. He could not keep pace with Beerus's speed. He and T even brushed against the hem of Beerus's attire. Beerus had been toying with him the entire time. Son Goku exclaimed, once more amplifying his strength, his energy surging exponentially, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Super Saiyan 2. Impressive. Although there was a slight increase in power, it remained largely the same. Beerus scoffed, showing no surprise at Goku's renewed strength, which posed no threat to him whatsoever. This time, however, it was different. With a fierce determination, Goku charged forward, aiming a punch at Beerus's face. Naturally, he still missed. Despite his enhanced speed, the disparity between them remained as vast as a chasm. How infuriating. Why can't I hit him? How strong is he truly? Goku finally recognized the gulf in their strengths and decided to no longer hold back. He unleashed the rarely utilized Super Saiyan 3. "Now, I shall employ all my power. Lord Beerus," Goku declared, taking a deep breath and clenching his fists tightly. With a mighty roar that reverberated through the cosmos, Goku poured every ounce of his strength into a deafening cry. His golden hair gradually lengthening while the energy surrounding him grew increasingly chaotic. Goku's overwhelming aura surged upward, permeating the entire galaxy. In that moment, whether it was Vegeta on Earth, Piccolo, Gohan, or any of the Z fighters, even beings across the galaxy, regardless of their strength or weakness, felt the resonance of this formidable power, compelling them to pay homage. Beerus maintained his indifferent demeanor. Although the transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 represented a significant leap, to Beerus, it felt akin to a 3-year-old transitioning to 4. On Earth, Zhang Xuan disregarded his image, grabbing a large chicken leg and shoving it into his mouth, while holding a roasted piglet in his left hand. "It has been 24 years. A full 24 years since I last consumed meat." he thought, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he reminisced about the joy of those past years. For a carnivore, enduring 24 years without meat was an excruciating ordeal. Perhaps he should have taken vows and become a monk. He might have even risen to the rank of abbot. Though as an immortal, he no longer required sustenance. Indulging his palate was still permissible. Now that he had achieved the pinnacle of golden immortal status, the influence of earthly flavors felt negligible, so he relished every bite. Zhang Xuan, while enjoying his meal, discreetly observed the Super Saiyan 3 Goku facing off against Beerus. Chapter 11, Beerus, so it was a little fan. Zhang Xuan could certainly sense the power and aura emanating from Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Naturally, as a being of angelic caliber, no entity in the universe could escape his perception, let alone this formidable energy. Beerus, Kakarot, and Whis were all present. Zhang Xuan quickly discerned the strengths of Kakarot and Beerus, sensing the divine aura surrounding them. If Beerus's power could be likened to the Pacific Ocean, then Goku's Super Saiyan 3 strength was but a mere drop of water. The disparity was immense, leaving no room for comparison. As for Whis, the sensation he imparted was akin to that of an ordinary individual, yet Zhang Xuan held no such notions. This indicated that the angel possessed an extraordinary ability to conceal both divinity and presence. Who is Whis? He is the master of the god of destruction, capable of reversing time and incapacitating the god of destruction with a mere strike, ever immersed in the supreme mastery of effortless perfection, his prowess equivalent to that of a golden immortal. Consider the instance when Zamasu attempted to assassinate Gowers with nonchalance, which reversed the flow of time across the universe. Furthermore, when Beerus was incapacitated due to a misadventure with Wasabi, it was Whis who effortlessly subdued him with a single hand. Aren't these instances a testament to the angel's formidable strength? Alas, they are all bound by a covenant. How could Zhang Xuan possibly regard him as an ordinary person? Had he not been acquainted with Dragon Ball Super in his previous life, Zhang Xuan might have perceived Whis as a mere mortal. At least during his initial encounter with Dragon Ball Super, many believed this azure-skinned angel to be rather weak. Now that the events have commenced, it is time for me to prepare as well. Zhang Xuan wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was time to make arrangements. On North Kai's planet, as the dust settled, Son Goku had completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3, his golden locks cascading down to his waist, enveloped in a radiant golden aura accompanied by flashes of white lightning. His once naive visage now bore an icy demeanor, and his strength had surged to at least a dozen times greater than before. Son Goku stood before Beerus, exuding an air of divinity. This is the Super Saiyan 3. Oh, is this your most formidable form? Quite impressive. A talented warrior indeed, Beerus remarked as he observed Goku's transformation, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from within him. Yes, Lord Beerus, I shall engage now. Please do not hold back, Goku declared, before launching himself at Beerus with lightning speed. Beerus, however, remained unfazed, standing still as if unaffected. To him, Goku's velocity resembled that of a sluggish snail, and his strength posed no threat, requiring no evasion. As Goku's massive fist hurtled towards him, Beerus merely extended a single finger. Yes, just one finger. With effortless ease, he intercepted Goku's full-force strike. What? Goku's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. This individual had not taken him seriously from the outset. Merely using a single finger, he had blocked Goku's most powerful blow. Goku's full-force strike as a Super Saiyan 3 felt akin to a mere mortal striking a colossal mountain. Drops of water falling into the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. This left Goku in a state of introspection, questioning within himself, what is the true purpose of my training? Observing the current demeanor of Sun Wukong, Beerus could not help but smile slightly, offering his commendation. Quite impressive. Your strength and speed have reached the required standards. You have successfully piqued my interest, Saiyan. Beerus praised with remarkable candor. Upon hearing these words, Wukong finally regained his composure. It's not over yet, Sun Wukong bellowed, swiftly executing a side kick. This strike possessed the potential to obliterate an entire planet. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Beerus merely extended a finger and effortlessly countered the attack. Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to sense something amiss, hastily retreating to a distance of several meters from Beerus. He panted heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh, is it the instinct of a beast? Beerus remarked with surprise. Had you not evaded just now, you might have met your demise. He had intended to strike. Yet Wukong appeared to possess a premonition, evading the blow with remarkable agility. Beside them, Whis shared a look of astonishment at this turn of events, muttering to himself. It seems he has a solid foundation after all. A smile crept across Whis' face as his mind began to contemplate the implications. Huh! Wukong's aura surged once more, escalating to an extraordinarily terrifying level. His strength multiplied, reaching 3 times that of his previous Super Saiyan form. He was determined to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 3, revealing all his hidden capabilities. Following the incident with Majin Buu, Wukong realized his power was still inadequate, prompting him to undergo rigorous training, ultimately unlocking the full potential of Super Saiyan 3. This was his strongest card, with no others to rely on. As Wukong's form crackled with violent lightning, the tempest generated by his energy instantly dispersed the golden clouds surrounding North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, North Kai and his 2 attendants struggled to brace themselves against the impending collapse of the walls. Wukong, please, cease your assault, North Kai implored desperately. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong's energy surged once again, instantly toppling the last remaining wall, the final straw for North Kai. They could no longer withstand the pressure and were promptly overwhelmed by the collapsing structure. Have you surpassed your limits? Truly remarkable. Beerus observed Wukong's continuously rising energy with a grin, finally intrigued, as a faint purple aura enveloped him. Witnessing this, Whis could only shake his head in resignation, and his mind began to formulate plans. Having witnessed Wukong's extraordinary capabilities, along with his racial advantages and innate talents, Whis found himself rather impressed by this Saiyan, albeit finding him somewhat foolish. It was undeniable that someone capable of unleashing their utmost potential in moments of crisis, coupled with such outstanding talent and a foundation in ultra instinct, would surely capture Whis' interest. With proper guidance, Wukong's future achievements could very well rival those of a god of destruction. Even the potential to become an existence akin to an angel could be realized. At that moment, it would be a formidable force indeed. Of course, this is contingent upon not succumbing midway. Yet now, Sun Wukong is engaged in combat with Beerus, the god of destruction. The disparity in their strengths is overwhelmingly vast, especially considering that Beerus is the mightiest among the gods of destruction. Whis understands that under such circumstances, Beerus' strikes would be indiscriminate, and Sun Wukong may very well meet his demise. After a few moments of contemplation, Whis resolved in his heart that this individual must be preserved at all costs, even if it meant contravening the rules. With narrowed eyes, Whis observed Sun Wukong, who was still growling as he elevated his aura, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sun Wukong must be safeguarded today. Aha! Sun Wukong let out a tremendous roar, and the previously chaotic surge of energy finally stabilized. He successfully transcended his limits. His entire physique became more robust. The golden hair that once reached his waist, now cascading down to his legs, and the white lightning that enveloped him transformed into a golden hue, his golden aura blazing like fire. This is my ultimate form, Super Saiyan 3, at full power. Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, his expression icy as he declared. By breaking through his own limits, he amplified his power exponentially. You Saiyan race truly presents me with ample surprises. It appears this is your strongest form. Come forth. Unleash your full strength. Beerus extended his hand, signaling Wukong to make his move. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus swiftly raised his palm to guard against his chest. In that instant, Sun Wukong had already launched his attack. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, instantly stirring up shockwaves and sending dust swirling into the air, rendering the scene nearly obscured to all present, save for Whis and the spectator Zhang Xuan. As the yellow dust settled, Beerus remained, having effortlessly blocked Sun Wukong's full-powered Super Saiyan 3 strike with a single hand. Your speed and strength are impressive, though still somewhat lacking. At least among candidates for the God of Destruction, you are deemed adequate. Beerus retracted his hand, clasping both behind his back. Sun Wukong halted his assault, refraining from further attack. Beerus continued, while your performance is commendable, making you a candidate for the God of Destruction. But at this juncture, Beerus's demeanor suddenly turned frigid, sending a chill down the spines of all present, save for Whis, who felt a shiver coursing through their bodies. I have no intentions of retiring. Moreover, the God of Destruction is a terrifying force. As Beerus's words lingered in the air, he approached Sun Wukong at a deliberate pace. Faced with such an intimidating sight, Sun Wukong found himself paralyzed with fear. Beerus merely extended a single finger and gently flicked it against Goku's forehead. This seemingly mundane gesture, however, conveyed a harrowing sense of imminent peril to Goku. In an instant, he was sent flying. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. Beerus instantaneously teleported behind Goku and gave him a gentle shove. The bones in Goku's shoulder dislocated in an instant, causing him to crash to the ground, unconscious. He fell heavily, stirring up clouds of dust, battered and lying in a pit, his life hanging in the balance. In just 2 moves, Goku, at full power in his Super Saiyan 3 form, was utterly defeated. Beerus remarked, "Are you skilled in combat? What use is your skill?" He continued, "So, it's just a little fan." Chapter 12, Beerus travels to Earth. Observing the battered and unconscious Goku, Beerus could not help but sigh. "I was merely playing with you. How could you succumb so easily? I barely exerted any effort." He was taken aback by Goku's fragility, having not anticipated that such a light flick could nearly prove fatal. Is it true that the youth of today are so easily vanquished? Thankfully, it was not a grave matter. Goku had merely fainted. Whis utilized his divine senses to assess Goku's injuries, and, upon discovering that they were not severe, exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Lord Beerus showed restraint. Otherwise, Goku might have been lost to us. He contemplated that it would be prudent to create opportunities to further engage with Goku in the future. Beerus surveyed the surroundings. The North Kai's planet lay in ruins, ravaged by their battle. Without Whis' protection, it might have been reduced to mere rubble. "How dull," he declared. "Come, Whis. Let us proceed to Earth. I must inquire with Vegeta. He should possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan God." Beerus lazily cleaned out his ears and addressed Whis. "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis replied with a gentle smile, gracefully floating to Beerus' side. Subsequently, he lightly tapped his staff against the ground, enveloping them both in a soft white light. In an instant, they vanished from their location. As they departed, a faint white light emitted from the crystal atop Whis' staff, swiftly darting into Goku's body. Beerus remained oblivious to this occurrence, unaware that it was Whis' clandestine act. This white light represented Whis' healing ability, a small gift bestowed upon Goku. It was not until Beerus had left that the North Kai cautiously emerged from the rubble, hastily making his way to the unconscious Goku's side. Observing the uncertain fate of son Wukong, the North Kai felt an unsettling premonition. He hurriedly employed his divine powers to ascertain the extent of Wukong's injuries, only to discover that he had merely fainted. With this revelation, the North Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing at the unconscious Wukong and the dilapidated King Kai's planet, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. It seemed he had more work ahead of him. This fellow remained as reckless as ever. Alas, this place was already small enough. Truth be told, the North Kai was both comical and pitiable. He had imparted all his knowledge of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb to Wukong without reservation. While he could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, after so many years, he had seen no signs of revival. The Dragon Balls had all been utilized to fulfill trivial wishes, transforming them from their original purpose into mere private lamps of the Bulma family. After a while, son Wukong gradually regained consciousness. As he attempted to sit up, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, as if every bone were shattered. This overwhelming sensation elicited a cry from Wukong's lips. "Don't move. What are you thinking? You just woke up." The North Kai rushed forward to support him. "You truly are fortunate. You managed to escape Lord Beerus' wrath. Thankfully, he showed mercy. Otherwise, you would have ended up with a halo like mine." The North Kai pointed to the glowing ring hovering above his head as he spoke to Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong grinned with his signature goofy smile. "This has been quite an eye-opener. I never imagined he was so powerful. I nearly lost my life just now." A smile of relief mingled with excitement spread across Wukong's face. His strength had once again surged. Saiyans often emerged from the brink of death with even greater power. It appeared that Wukong had significantly enhanced his abilities, becoming increasingly adept at wielding the power of Super Saiyan. Observing Wukong in this state, the North Kai couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, you remain as worrisome as ever. Rest well. I shall prepare some food for you." The North Kai turned and returned to the makeshift kitchen, resembling a caring father, despite the fact that what once was a house had now become a mere ruin. "Wait, Lord Kai." Wukong gritted his teeth, struggling to stand, and called out to the North Kai. "We must notify Vegeta and the others." "I've already done so." The North Kai replied without turning back. "Honestly, I worry more about that Vegeta fellow than about you. I hope he doesn't act as thoughtlessly as you do. Otherwise, the Earth itself may face utter annihilation." The North Kai turned to Wukong, once more and added, Lord Beerus is not as simple as you might imagine. The recent surge of power merely scratched the surface of his true capabilities. Sighing deeply, King Kai of the North lamented the weariness of the day. Will you all allow me some peace of mind? This time, fortune has truly favored us. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he soon adorned his face with a resolute expression. I will not permit him to wreak havoc upon Earth. I must hasten my journey back to the planet. You are gravely injured. Do you still intend to go? King Kai observed Sun Wukong's condition with a troubled countenance. Indeed, I must go. No matter how formidable the foe may be, I shall protect Earth. After all, it is my home, and besides, my injuries have healed. At that very moment, as Sun Wukong attempted to rise, he was astonished to discover that the excruciating pain had dissipated, replaced by a long-lost sense of comfort. His bones had returned to their proper state, and even felt more resilient than before. This revelation left Sun Wukong in awe, pondering the sudden recovery of his injuries. He was aware that Saiyans often gained greater strength when on the brink of death, and their recovery speed was remarkable. However, this recovery was astonishingly swift. Unbeknownst to him, it was Whis who had healed his wounds. King Kai, feeling a headache coming on, suggested, why not eat first? The meal is prepared. You need to replenish your strength. He served a massive bowl of fried rice, a quantity that could easily satisfy dozens. Apologies, the portion is somewhat scant this time. Much of it was soiled during your battle with Lord Beerus. Having known Sun Wukong for so long, King Kai understood well the Saiyans' prodigious appetite. Do you think this portion is substantial? It certainly is, but for a warrior race like the Saiyans, even this small fraction is inadequate. Can you guess how Chi-Chi's family fell into poverty? The destruction of our home played a part, but even more so was Sun Wukong's insatiable hunger. Gazing at the fragrant, steaming fried rice, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 13. Vegeta encounters Beerus. Has it truly concluded? Zhang Xuan lifted his gaze to the distant starry sky, sensing the ethereal atmosphere, murmuring to himself. The direction he looked towards was none other than the far-off North Kai's planet. As expected, it could not endure beyond 3 moves. When Zhang Xuan witnessed Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 3 at full power, his eyes lit up. He recalled vividly that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong had never unlocked the full potential of Super Saiyan 3. This timeline of Dragon Ball seems to diverge slightly from the original plot. Nevertheless, it proved to be of little consequence, as he was still bested by Beerus in mere 2 moves. Perhaps in this world, Sun Wukong possesses superior talent. Or perhaps certain unknown events have facilitated his unlocking of Super Saiyan 3's full power. But does the full power of Super Saiyan 3 even exist? As others celebrated Bulma's birthday, Vegeta stood apart, hands resting on the railing, gazing into the distance with a rather grim expression. He struggled to recall whether his memory could surpass that of the being known as Beerus. Beerus. Who exactly is this Beerus? The name felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had heard it before. Even Kakarot had faltered against Beerus, unable to withstand more than 3 moves. Who is this Beerus? Vegeta pressed a hand to his forehead, grappling with the recollection, sensing he had encountered the name before, yet it eluded him, familiar yet distant. It was infuriating. Gradually, Vegeta's expression softened as he endeavored to steady his breath. However, a serious demeanor soon returned, for he had received word from King Kai. Goku had recklessly challenged Beerus and was defeated in 2 moves, rendered unconscious. Was Earth to face yet another crisis? Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky, memories flooding back of all he had endured with the inhabitants of this planet. Enemies turned friends, saving the Earth time and again. Frieza, Cooler, Cell, Majin Buu. Against these increasingly formidable foes, he had stood unflinching. Yet this time, he was confronted by Beerus, not even the complete form of Cell, capable of obliterating entire solar systems, nor the once feared Kid Buu, whose mere rage could ripple across the cosmos, match the power contained within a single finger of Beerus. Super Saiyan 3 Goku could hold his own against Fat Buu, yet even Goku at full power was cast aside by a mere flick from Beerus. With just 2 moves, Goku was knocked unconscious. Could he truly face such an adversary? Vegeta pondered, feeling a rare flicker of doubt within himself. He turned his gaze skyward, lost in thought, when suddenly a feminine voice broke through his reverie. Vegeta. The voice came from behind him. Turning, he found Bulma had quietly approached. What is it? He replied, his annoyance evident. Honestly, every time I try to talk to you, you wear that same sour expression. Bulma feigned anger, her dissatisfaction palpable. Vegeta crossed his arms, eyes closed, resolutely ignoring her words. Who would believe that the once mighty general of Frisia, a being responsible for countless deaths, could be scolded by a woman with a power level barely reaching 10, without retorting? Yet, Bulma was his wife, and if she needed to vent, so be it. Her frustration only deepened upon witnessing Vegeta's indifference. Thus, he stepped forward, pointing a finger at Vegeta's nose, and exclaimed, "Hey, can't you just listen to me properly?" TCH. A bead of sweat trickled down Vegeta's face, which gradually darkened with displeasure. Women can indeed be terrifying when they're aroused. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Bulma felt utterly helpless and stormed off in anger. Once Bulma departed, Vegeta opened his right eye, and after confirming her absence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Whis, is this Earth? Beerus, standing beneath the resplendent starry sky, gazed down at the azure planet below and inquired of Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The last time you visited was 55 million years ago. Have you truly forgotten? Whis replied to Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus tapped his ear. Ah, I remember now. I have been here before. Now, pinpoint Vegeta's location. Let us conclude our business promptly. Beerus urged. Whis nodded. Please, wait a moment, Lord Beerus. With that, the crystal orb atop Whis's staff emitted a soft glow. Has it already arrived? On the cruise ship where Bulma was, Zhang Xuan gazed at the white meteor streaking across the sky, swiftly approaching, accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful divine aura. The main event is set to commence. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist against the wall, causing several cracks to appear in the solid surface. With a grim expression, Vegeta muttered, "Oh, Vegeta." Just as he struggled to recollect, a voice suddenly called out to him, and two figures materialized on the ground. Vegeta's face turned pale with shock as he swiftly turned to look behind him. This voice was unfamiliar, and the figures had appeared silently at his back. Upon seeing the countenance of the individual standing behind him, Vegeta's mind went blank in an instant. Deep within the recesses of his long-buried memories, a forgotten past resurfaced. For the two individuals before him were none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. You, who are you? Vegeta stammered, retreating step by step and pointing at the two figures before him, terror-stricken. Have you forgotten me so soon? Indeed, a bunch of brainless monkeys solely adept at fighting. Beerus scoffed, pinching his nostrils disdainfully. However, soon after, Beerus's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere around them seemed to plummet to an icy chill, sending shivers down their spines. Furthermore, upon encountering the god of destruction, one must pay their respects. No sooner had Beerus spoken than Vegeta lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, I can't move. Vegeta exerted all his strength, but found himself utterly immobilized. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly and lifted his head, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Beerus displayed not a flicker of emotion, regarding Vegeta as a deity might survey an insignificant insect. The visage before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a shadow that haunted Vegeta's mind, gradually merging into a singular form, a slender, hairless cat with purple skin and a collar. Beerus, the very being that had once trodden upon his father's head. A chilling realization washed over Vegeta, his complexion paling as he trembled before Beerus. The rhythm of his anxious heartbeat and his steady breaths resonated with striking clarity in the hushed atmosphere. Is this truly the extent of the silence? Beerus mused, disdain evident as he shook his head, his expression rife with derision. And you dare call yourselves a warrior race? At that moment, Zhang Xuan stealthily observed the unfolding scene from the shadows, his understanding keen. Is this what it means to be a god of destruction and an angel? He could distinctly perceive the divine power coursing through Beerus, while the presence of Whis felt almost non-existent. The divine energy within Beerus surged like an endless ocean. With but a breath, he could obliterate the solar system if he chose to do so, yet constrained by the limitations of the anime. Such might remain unexpressed in Zhang Xian's past life. To these beings, Earth was merely a diminutive arena. The planet was remarkably resilient, far sturdier than the steel of the Tournament of Power stage. A catastrophic energy blast capable of annihilating an entire planet would only create a modest crater on Earth. In the earlier days, Master Roshi with over 100 power level could obliterate the moon, while the seasoned Piccolo, with a power level in the hundreds, could effortlessly withstand a Kamehameha. Vegeta, boasting a power level exceeding 10,000, could shatter a planet with a single blow. As the series progressed, characters boasting power levels in the hundreds of millions emerged. By that standard, these individuals could shatter Earth with mere punches. Yet after countless crises, the planet remained largely unscathed, save for a few craters. Some might argue that Goku and his companions exercised restraint, but could one truly regulate their strength so precisely? What if, in the heat of battle, an opponent became incensed and retaliated with a cataclysmic attack? Moreover, there existed a troubling inconsistency. Goku's Super Saiyan Blue could contend evenly with any adversary. The Dragon Ball universe encompasses a multiverse of power dynamics. It is confined within the singular narrative, resulting in such discrepancies. This very reality had led many to critique the implausibility of the Dragon Ball power scaling in Zhang Xuan's past life. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Fortuitously, he had awakened a system. Otherwise, survival in this world would have been utterly impossible. Suddenly Whis, standing beside Beerus, seemed to sense something amiss, casting his gaze in Zhang Xuan's direction. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Zhang Xuan. What if he discovers my presence? Standing at a distance, Whis was enveloped in a sense of perplexity. How peculiar! Just moments ago, he felt as though something was amiss, only for it to vanish abruptly. Was it merely an illusion? Whis pondered, recalling the sensation of being watched. Yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing, which left him feeling rather puzzled. It must be a figment of my imagination, Zhang Xuan mused internally, yet soon a smile graced his features. After all, it was no surprise that an entity surpassing Beerus would possess such vigilance. The narrative is about to unfold. Chapter 14, Vegeta, a bunch of incompetents, unable to keep up. The god of destruction, Beerus. No wonder he defeated Kakarot with just 2 moves. Vegeta's complexion turned ashen, his heart raced violently, and he gasped for breath. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground to prevent himself from collapsing. Finally, Vegeta comprehended why Son Goku was so easily vanquished. He was, after all, facing the god of destruction, Beerus. Why has the god of destruction come to seek us? What were his intentions? Could it be? Does he wish to annihilate Earth? The god of destruction embodies the essence of obliteration, tasked with the destruction of planets, leaving void in his wake. What could the god of destruction possibly want on Earth, if not to devastate the planet? A shiver ran down Vegeta's spine at the thought. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead as he braced himself for the worst. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Until Beerus broke the stillness. I intended to keep you as a rival for the future, but it appears you're nothing more than this. I must have overestimated you. Beerus approached, squatting before Vegeta, gazing down at him with a chilling indifference. Leaning closer, Beerus whispered ominously, "Do you know the Super Saiyan God?" His voice resonated like a demonic growl, sending shivers down the spine. Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's expression was one of confusion. He had no knowledge of such a being. Only the Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Vegeta's response, Beerus shook his head in disappointment. It seems you two are unaware of what the Super Saiyan God is. How dreadfully tedious. With a look of disillusionment, Beerus turned to Whis. Whis, please conduct a thorough examination of this planet and ascertain whether that mysterious power still lingers. For now, Beerus set aside the matter of the Super Saiyan God, focusing instead on investigating the source of that power. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, closing his eyes as his vast spiritual and divine energy enveloped the entire planet. Soon after, Whis furrowed his brow. Nothing? I cannot find it. It appears to have vanished entirely. Whis was taken aback, for it had been many years since he had felt such astonishment. He endeavored to seek the source of that power, yet found nothing. Not even the faintest trace. This revelation astonished Whis. What does this imply? The wielder of this power undoubtedly surpasses him in strength. The inability to locate it indicates that the opponent's prowess exceeds his own, transcending his grasp. Lord Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus appeared utterly astonished. Not even you could ascertain its origin? Indeed, my Lord Beerus. Whis affirmed with a nod. What were they discussing? Vegeta, lying on the ground, gazed at the two, whose expressions shifted like the dramatic face changes in Sichuan opera, his heart filled with confusion. They seemed to be speaking of some source of power. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Vegeta? Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta turned towards the direction of the voice, which belonged to Bulma. Vegeta, what are you doing? Bulma inquired, a puzzled look on her face as she observed her husband in such a state. Yet, after taking a few steps, Bulma was halted by Vegeta's urgent shout. Bulma, stay back. Vegeta called out with all his strength. It appears that Vegeta still harbors deep affection for Bulma, albeit with a somewhat abrasive temperament and a lack of expressive capability. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Xuan could not help but reflect on this moment. Subsequently, the plot unfolded as it originally had, without any deviations. Mistaking Beerus for a friend of Vegeta's, Bulma invited him to her birthday party. Beerus, not wishing to reveal his true identity at the moment, graciously accepted Bulma's invitation. Although his actual motive was merely to indulge in delectable cuisine, the prior explanation served merely as a pretext. His true intent was to temporarily set aside the quest for the source of power. Thereafter, Bulma eagerly brought Beerus to her birthday celebration. Upon encountering Beerus, the Z fighters mistakenly presumed him to be a companion of Vegeta's and warmly approached him. Witnessing this scene, Beerus felt a slight stirring in his heart. Nevertheless, out of politeness, he greeted the assembled group. Compared to other deities of destruction, Beerus maintained a relatively amiable demeanor. Meanwhile, Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, silently prayed that nothing would go awry. In the ensuing events, Vegeta, determined to safeguard Earth, faced considerable challenges, lamenting the incompetence of his companions. So, while I strive to save Earth, you all are recklessly dragging it into peril. Earth, I have never felt so exasperated. Vegeta donned the roles of chef and performer, even executing the most garish and embarrassing dance in the entire narrative. Alas, Vegeta acquired yet another dark chapter in his history. Observing the forced smile on Vegeta's face as he performed such a distasteful dance, everyone felt a wave of discomfort. Somewhat nauseating, Whis remarked, furrowing his brow. The melody of Whis' voice is truly commendable. For reasons unknown, the urge to destroy Earth has dissipated. Beside him, Beerus jestingly remarked at Whis, as if the anger that had once consumed him had vanished entirely. The intention to obliterate the planet had inexplicably receded. Observing the now placid Beerus, Vegeta finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, it was only later that Vegeta realized the absurdity of his actions, his face flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying, he thought. I'm doing everything I can to protect this planet. Reflecting on his previous behavior, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had thrown caution to the wind for the sake of Earth, disregarding his own pride. In the shadows, Zhang Xuan chuckled quietly, having witnessed Vegeta's dance in its entirety. It was indeed a memorable scene. Years from now, Vegeta would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame for his actions today. Truly, seeing is believing. Those who claim to be Vegeta's friends might mistakenly think him a mere attendant to Beerus. Such bewildering behavior from Vegeta left the Z fighters wide-eyed. How could a usually proud Vegeta engage in such a dance? What on earth is wrong with him? He appeared genuinely fearful of his companion. As he observed Vegeta, who seemed to be serving Beerus like a subordinate, Krillin couldn't help but swallow hard and voice his concerns. Something feels off. Vegeta is not typically like this. That friend of his is problematic. Piccolo, standing nearby, spoke in a low voice, having been the first to notice Vegeta's unusual demeanor. With arms crossed and eyes narrowed, he scrutinized Beerus, yet found nothing amiss. Beerus radiated an aura as ordinary as that of any common person, leaving Piccolo perplexed. Why is Vegeta so intimidated by his friend? Even among close companions, such behavior seems unwarranted. Piccolo began to harbor doubts, but chose to remain composed, deciding to observe further. The conflict between Beerus and Majin Buu had erupted over a simple pudding, resulting in chaos. Majin Buu was effortlessly defeated by Beerus. With a firm grip on Buu's antenna, Beerus swung him around at high speed, akin to the blades of a helicopter. With a resounding crash, Beerus flung Buu into the ocean. The heart of a god is indeed vast, yet there exists one thing he cannot abide: a lack of respect for others. To neglect the effort to honor others and instead choose to offend is intolerable. Suspended in midair, Beerus wiped his hands and surveyed the astonished crowd, his face devoid of expression. But soon after, he shifted his gaze to Vegeta, his demeanor growing icy, akin to a dramatic mask change in a Sichuan opera. Under Beerus's penetrating stare, Vegeta felt utterly lost and hastily approached him. Vegeta had thoroughly expressed his grievances towards Majin Buu's ancestors, leaving no stone unturned. Lord Beerus, we still have exquisite delicacies here. Yet, Beerus paid no heed to a single word. Since he could not locate the source of that power, nor acquire any news regarding the Super Saiyan God, this planet no longer held any purpose for him. Get lost. Beerus coldly glared at Vegeta, his profound eyes resembling those of a demon from the abyss. Faced with such a daunting sight, Vegeta nervously swallowed and continued, Lord Beerus, we also have jelly. I shall fetch it for you at once. Leave, was the sole response to Vegeta's plea. However, Vegeta remained undeterred, persistently urging Beerus. With a furrowed brow, Beerus began to display signs of impatience. I said to get lost. Do you understand? He bellowed at Vegeta. A shiver coursed through Vegeta's heart as he envisioned the devastation of Earth, his complexion turning pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Below, Piccolo was taken aback, his worldview shattered by the sight of Vegeta in such a state. Vegeta was truly terrified. Who was this being? It was the first time Piccolo had witnessed Vegeta so shaken, and Dend, nearby, mirrored Vegeta's fear. Piccolo's gaze flickered towards Dend, who was also quaking, gripping his hands tightly. Dend? Piccolo noted Dend's unusual demeanor. He seemed profoundly frightened of that hairless cat. Yet, Piccolo's words elicited no response from Dend, who appeared utterly paralyzed by fear. Dend. Piccolo's voice resonated in Dend's mind like an explosive echo, finally prompting a reaction. What are you afraid of, Dend? Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowing. I don't know. I sense a very strange aura. A strange aura? Piccolo pondered, his confusion evident. Just then, the plump Majin Buu, having been tossed into the river, finally emerged. Trembling with rage. His anger was palpable, a first for him. You wretch. Unforgivable. With that, Majin Buu surged towards Beerus at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom that resonated in the ears of those nearby, causing ordinary individuals like Dend to faint. Observing the furious Majin Buu, Beerus did not even blink, effortlessly grasping his antennae. Majin Buu struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Beerus's grip, but Beerus, being the god of destruction, was several dimensions beyond him. Despite Majin Buu exerting all his strength, he could not budge Beerus's hand in the slightest. What an impolite creature, Beerus remarked. After Beerus spoke, he effortlessly tossed Majin Buu aside, as if discarding refuse. Indeed, Beerus is formidable, truly a being of the highest celestial order. Zhang Xuan observed Beerus suspended in the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had just utilized the system to assess Beerus's level of power, discovering that it corresponded precisely to the mid-tier of the highest celestial beings, with the system's evaluation categorizing him as a low-end super single entity. Previously, there was Sun Wukong creating chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Now, Beerus was wreaking havoc at a party. Zhang Xuan continued his observation, evidently noting that the protagonist lacked any significant presence. Beerus, yawning in the air, clearly regarded these individuals as inconsequential. Thus, due to a trivial matter concerning a pudding, the ensuing plot unfolded, leading to the defeat of all the Z fighters by Beerus in no more than 2 moves. The fused warrior Gotenks was treated by Beerus as if he were merely a child. The once most powerful single warrior, Gohan, fell in just a few blows. The Z fighters were thoroughly vanquished. Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. He extended his right hand, with his left hand resting behind him, as energy coalesced into a blue energy sphere in the palm of his right hand. When this orb descended, it signified the destruction of Earth. Chapter 15. Wukong arrives, the god of Super Saiyans, gazing at the impending blue energy sphere about to fall from Beerus's hand. Vegeta's face turned ashen. What was the purpose of all he had done today? Was it not to protect the Earth and his beloved Bulma? Yet, all his efforts had dissipated into nothingness, all due to that pink, rotund creature and a mere pudding. Perhaps dying at the hands of a god of destruction could be seen as a form of honor. It might even be worth it. Vegeta knelt partially on the ground, a relieved smile breaking across his face, constantly reassuring himself internally. However, soon after, he heard a crisp sound, sharp and resonant. Looking up, Vegeta was stunned by the sight before him. There stood Bulma, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Beerus. She had just delivered a substantial slap to Beerus. Beerus. At that time, I was several billion years old, and I received a slap. Beerus. One can only imagine the psychological trauma inflicted on a little cat of several billion years from such a blow. Woe is me. Beerus's mind went blank as he stared in astonishment at Bulma, instinctively reaching to touch his own face. It turned out that Bulma had indeed slapped him, but soon, Beerus regained his composure, a sinister expression crossing his face as he retaliated with a slap of his own. Bulma, unable to withstand Beerus's strength, was sent flying backward. This woman, whose power barely reached 5, had the audacity to slap him? More so, the one being struck was the most revered deity in the universe. How could he tolerate such an affront? Beerus was enraged, yet he remained unaware that someone else harbored even greater fury. Vegeta. Vegeta gazed upon the unconscious form of Bulma, a crimson mark still adorning her visage. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he looked down at his trembling hands, he clenched his fists tightly. his entire being quaking with fury, his teeth nearly shattering from the intensity of his rage. "You may strike or insult me, Vegeta, but dare to lay a hand on my beloved Bulma, and even the Grand Minister himself would be powerless to prevent my wrath." In the next heartbeat, Vegeta's eyes transformed into a blinding white, crackling with electrical energy. "How dare you? How dare you harm my Bulma?" From the very core of Vegeta, a tempestuous aura erupted, radiating outward as his hair turned a brilliant gold. He had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The surrounding trees were snapped like twigs beneath the weight of his power, while all the Z fighters braced themselves, shielding against the overwhelming force. Vegeta had transcended his limits. His energy surpassed even that of Goku. A bead of sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. The god of destruction, Beerus, standing before Vegeta, could scarcely believe his eyes. In this moment, Vegeta had eclipsed Goku, his aura outstripping that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. The Saiyans truly are a race of miracles, capable of surpassing their limits at any given moment. Just where does their potential end? Zhang Xuan observed the lightning-imbued Vegeta and pondered. He had spoken the truth. The Saiyans indeed embody a miracle. Consider the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan during the Cell Saga, or the Vegeta of this moment, or even Kaba during the Tournament of Power. Each had shattered their limits in the face of despair. Just where lies the ultimate boundary for the Saiyans? Is Goku's Ultra Instinct truly the pinnacle of their evolution? Zhang Xuan found himself equally perplexed by these questions. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, charging directly at Beerus, his fists crackling with electricity and brimming with boundless rage. Beerus extended his left hand, effortlessly absorbing Vegeta's full-force strike. Mocking him, "Is that all you've got?" With a disdainful smirk, Beerus found the attack utterly inconsequential. Yet, what followed was a relentless barrage of blows from Vegeta, a tempest of fury. Beerus deflected them with ease, scarcely blinking. After enduring so many attacks, it was finally my turn, he thought, as his lips curled into a grin. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he delivered a punishing blow to Vegeta's face. The force was overwhelming, sending Vegeta spinning like a windmill, accompanied by his anguished cries. However, in an astonishing display of resilience, Vegeta regained his footing, executing a graceful turn, and with his fists clenched tight, he unleashed an onslaught of wrath and devastation upon Beerus's visage. Caught off guard, Beerus was propelled backward, disbelief etched across his features. But Vegeta offered him no respite. Vegeta swiftly ascended, soaring above Beerus with remarkable speed, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the god of destruction crashing into the sea. In the face of Vegeta's onslaught, the deity surprisingly began to find himself at a disadvantage, albeit temporarily. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief as Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta seemed to gain the upper hand. The previously invincible Beerus appeared to struggle for the first time. However, this was merely a fleeting moment. Beerus had simply not yet reacted, for the disparity in their powers remained immense. With a flurry of energy blasts, Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, the Prince's combat style, bombarding Beerus with a cascade of golden orbs. Following this, he executed his ultimate move, the Final Flash. Unfazed and expressionless, Beerus chose not to evade the attack, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. The spectators below were filled with trepidation. As the smoke cleared, Beerus stood unscathed, his attire devoid of even a speck of dust, reinforcing the old saying from Dragon Ball, "Where there is smoke, there is no injury." Despair washed over the crowd. How could they hope to prevail if their opponent emerged untouched? "Well done. You have surpassed the previous fool who resembled a donkey," Beerus remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he applauded Vegeta's efforts. Not far from him, Vegeta was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Having reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 1, he was no longer able to continue the fight. "You have impressed me enough to warrant the use of a mere tenth of my power. You are stronger than the last individual named Son Goku," Beerus stated, gliding effortlessly towards Vegeta. This scene echoed the past encounter between Beerus and Goku on King Kai's planet. "So, you might as well take a nap," Beerus said, lightly patting Vegeta on the shoulder. This seemingly gentle gesture was anything but. Only those who had experienced it could fathom its true weight. With that single touch, Vegeta immediately lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. "Catch him!" Without hesitation, Piccolo rushed forward to catch the incapacitated Vegeta before he hit the ground. Fortunately, he had merely fainted. Bulma watched with concern etched on her face as she gazed at the unconscious Vegeta. The gap in their powers was indeed insurmountable. Zhang Xuan observed the fallen warrior with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. In a previous life, when the Ultra Instinct was first showcased in the anime, many claimed that Son Goku had surpassed the god of destruction, Beerus. However, as the story progressed, that assertion became a mere jest. Would you care to witness how Ultra Instinct faltered after the Tournament of Power in the manga? Moreover, in the manga, Beerus's demeanor is considerably elevated. No one could so effortlessly defeat Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta with a mere slap. As Beerus descended slowly, he gazed upon the crowd below, their panic evident, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded without deviation. In a display of magnanimity, Beerus decided the fate of Earth through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Naturally, the pig, which could only choose scissors, lost utterly. This defeat meant that Earth was destined for destruction at Beerus's hands. Suspended high in the air, Beerus was accompanied by the angel Whis. He languidly extended a finger, and in the next moment, a purple energy sphere materialized at its tip. The sphere grew larger and larger, until it reached a size comparable to half of Earth before finally halting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. So farewell. With that, Beerus prepared to hurl the gargantuan energy sphere. Lord Beerus, please hold your hand. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him, prompting Beerus to withdraw his hand hastily. Beerus looked curiously in the direction of the voice. There stood a man clad in an orange training uniform, who had inexplicably appeared atop the cruise ship. This was none other than Earth's mightiest warrior, Son Goku. Why did you take so long to arrive? Couldn't you have just instantaneously transported here? Zhang Xuan expressed his confusion regarding Goku's delayed appearance, questioning why he hadn't utilized instantaneous movement. It's Son Goku. The crowd below rejoiced at his arrival, akin to a beacon of light igniting in an endless void of darkness. After all, Goku was a miracle worker, capable of reversing fate in the face of adversity. Subsequently, Goku, in a rare moment of intellect throughout the narrative, made a wager with Beerus to locate the Super Saiyan God. If he succeeded, Beerus would spare Earth. If he failed, the consequences were all too clear. In response to Goku's plea, Beerus, finding no harm in indulging this brief interlude, agreed. With a subtle gesture, the energy sphere transformed into purple shards. To summon the Super Saiyan God, the people of Earth utilized the Dragon Balls to call forth the Eternal Dragon. Upon encountering Beerus, the dragon was understandably petrified and hastily recounted the tale of the Super Saiyan God before departing in haste. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, North Kai was beside himself with excitement, realizing that Goku had finally grasped the means to revive himself. It turned out that the method to summon the Super Saiyan God required 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy into another righteous Saiyan, thereby invoking the Super Saiyan God. Regrettably, it was now North Kai's turn to feel sorrowful, as it seemed he would not be the one revived during the next summoning of the dragon. Goku, do you think this halo atop my head has been on a bit too long? North Kai lamented. Next time, for sure. Goku replied. North Kai, Goku, last time you promised to revive me. You must not go back on your word. Son Goku, only if Lord Beerus arrives, I promise next time. North Kai, Goku, Son Goku, I assure you next time, a world where only North Kai is sorrowful has been perfectly achieved. In simple terms, to elucidate the words of the dragon, it is referred to as the creation of deities. To put it succinctly, the Saiyan infused with hard energy becomes merely a vessel. For the sake of Earth, everyone must seize this slender opportunity. There are already 5 Saiyans present, yet one remains missing. Just as Beerus began to grow impatient, Son Gohan's wife, Videl, stepped forward. It turns out that Videl is already pregnant, and with the fetus within her, along with the remaining 4 Saiyans, they are now complete. Along the way, a mistake was made. Whis stepped forward to enlighten everyone about their error. It is not energy that is to be transmitted, but heart. Realizing this, everyone began to follow the steps provided by Whis. The group of Saiyans joined hands, channeling hard energy to Son Goku. I truly do not understand why it is always you who plays the savior. Vegeta murmured in complaint. To this, Son Goku merely chuckled. Goku radiated a blue-white glow, enveloped by a golden, translucent membrane. A peculiar yet indescribable sensation washed over them. Gradually, they soared into the sky, a golden beam of light shooting upwards towards the heavens. Countless golden clouds converged from all directions, forming a colossal golden vortex. Everyone was left speechless by this astonishing spectacle. It was utterly breathtaking. Beerus's eyes sparkled, At this moment, he felt a similar aura resonating with his own, the essence of divinity. Beside him, Whis remained silent, quietly observing everything, his thoughts unknown. The sky transformed with the changing seasons. Countless stars floated above, crafting a breathtaking tapestry. Zhang Xuan, witnessing this scene, felt profoundly moved, recognizing the disparity between the portrayal in anime and reality. Suddenly, a blinding blue-white beam of light began to emanate from the center of the group, continuously expanding. The beam grew from the thickness of a water jug until it reached the girth of a small island before ceasing. As the brilliance faded, everyone emerged from their Super Saiyan state. Goku was enveloped in a radiant red glow. From the outside, only his outline was discernible, his features obscured. Has the Super Saiyan God been born? Beerus gazed intently at Goku, shrouded in red light, murmuring to himself, "Is this success?" Whis, upon hearing this, did not respond but merely nodded. If only the prophecy fish were a tad more precise. Beerus squinted at the luminous figure of Goku, pondering something in his mind. Has it been achieved? Kakarot, Vegeta tentatively inquired, yet the encased Goku remained unresponsive. In the next moment, Goku, suspended in midair, began to descend slowly, as the surrounding crimson radiance dissipated entirely. The Super Saiyan God has been born. As the crowd beheld Goku's visage, astonishment swept over them, with Chi-Chi particularly struck. Her gaze vacant. In the state of Super Saiyan God, Goku's appearance bore little alteration from before. Only his hair and eyes had taken on a crimson hue, and his physique appeared slightly leaner. Aside from the enhanced power and hair color, there was hardly any change at all. Just as the onlookers were about to inquire about Goku's sensations, Beerus descended gracefully, clapping his hands. Chapter 16. Confronting Beerus, Goku unleashes his full power. The ensuing narrative aligns seamlessly with the original work. Although Goku, now transformed into a Super Saiyan God, experienced a substantial increase in strength, he remained significantly outmatched by Beerus, the formidable god of destruction. From the outset, Beerus had regarded everyone with disdain, treating them merely as toys. Bang! In the face of Goku's colossal punch, Beerus merely sidestepped with a slight tilt of his body. Throughout Goku's tempestuous onslaught, Beerus maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. Observing the beads of sweat beginning to form on Goku's forehead, a look of contempt surfaced on Beerus's face. Is this all you can muster? Show me your true strength. Saiyan. With one hand, Beerus grasped Goku's right fist, taunting him. This isn't over yet. Goku roared, swiftly breaking free from Beerus's grip and darting approximately 50 meters away. Heya! Goku began to unleash his fury. The clouds enveloping the earth were instantaneously dispersed by his energy, and the planet itself began to tremble slightly. Here it comes. In the age-old Saiyan tradition, the louder the battle cry, the stronger the warrior. Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Xuan, who was ravenously indulging in the feast, secretly gave Goku a thumbs up. He had devoured an entire roast pig in just 2 bites, and, after finishing, he wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve. Though he no longer required such sustenance as an immortal, indulging occasionally was still a delight. Absolutely delectable. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but acknowledge that the culinary delights of the anime realm surpassed those of reality. No wonder the Saiyans savored their meals with such gusto. With that, Zhang Xuan retrieved a small box from his pocket. The box emanated a dazzling golden light, and all the delicacies from the banquet vanished in an instant. You cannot handle these delicacies, so allow me to take them. With that proclamation, he returned the small box to his pocket, striking a pose of noble righteousness. The focus shifted back to the battlefield as Goku gradually acclimated to his newfound power, faced with the overwhelming onslaught of Beerus. Sun Wukong gradually began to maneuver with increasing ease. How intriguing. It seems I must take this more seriously. A smirk curled at the corner of Beerus's mouth as a purple aura emanated from his being, signifying a frenzied surge in his power. Soon, Beerus's strength escalated to a staggering level. Observing Beerus, who appeared akin to a demonic deity, Sun Wukong's expression was one of sheer astonishment. However, Beerus afforded Sun Wukong no time to react, swiftly closing the distance between them in an instant. Kid, you are among the few who have piqued my interest since I ascended to the role of God of Destruction. Thus, stay alert, do not let your guard down. You mustn't perish, he declared, launching a devastating punch. His robust fist was imbued with the essence of annihilation. Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly crossing his arms to assume a defensive stance, channeling all his energy into his limbs. Boom! A resounding thud echoed in the ears of those present, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of energy. The onlookers were left astonished. Meanwhile, Whis, indulging in delicacies beside them, didn't even glance up. He simply tapped his staff lightly against the ground. A verdant shield rose beneath everyone's feet. "Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus has gone a bit overboard," Whis remarked with a chuckle, savoring his sushi. As the shockwave from the punch dissipated, the crowd was met with a truly awe-inspiring sight. The earth had been breached. The gash was not particularly vast, merely the size of a city. Fortunately, with Whis discreetly safeguarding the planet, Earth was spared from utter destruction. Sun Wukong had not anticipated that Beerus's strike would wield such magnitude. Suspended in midair, Beerus remained unscathed, floating serenely without a trace of emotion. A crimson flame shot from the opposite side of the earth, revealing the battered form of Sun Wukong, who, at present, was in a dire state. A trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth, and his arm appearing contorted. Yet his bent arm swiftly returned to its normal state in mere moments, thanks to his regenerative abilities as a Super Saiyan god. In the next instant, Sun Wukong retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it. The restorative powers and energy provided by the bean rapidly revitalized his stamina. The two combatants hovered in silence, gazing intently at each other. "To withstand my blow under such a disparity in strength, and while fatigued, you truly earn my admiration." A look of appreciation graced Beerus's face, breaking the silence. "In just one day's time, you have brought forth such marvels and surprises. At this moment, I find myself genuinely impressed by this human." "You flatter me, Lord Beerus." Sun Wukong replied modestly. Sun Wukong's muscles tensed, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus. With a sly grin, Beerus pointed towards the heavens and declared, "Shall we engage in a battle? Let us go." In an instant, their bodies transformed into two streaks of light, soaring into the abyss of the dark cosmos. Below, Vegeta was nearly beside himself with frustration. He yearned for such formidable power. He longed to deliver a beating to Sun Wukong. He silently promised himself that the next opportunity would see him transformed into this very form. Krillin, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Master Roshi, and others were all anxiously sweating for Sun Wukong, fervently praying for his victory in this confrontation. As for Beerus's attendant, Whis, better to leave him indulging in his delicacies. Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of confusion. Just moments ago, everything was fine, yet now this segment diverged from the original narrative. In the original story, this moment depicted a balanced struggle between Super Saiyan Godson Wukong and Beerus, albeit with Beerus holding the upper hand due to the cosmic chaos he unleashed. However, what was unfolding now was far from even. It resembled a grand disparity. Yet, why dwell on the discrepancies in the plot? It was almost time for his own entrance. Zhang Xuan brushed off the deviations from the original storyline. His focus was on the matter at hand, defeating Beerus and claiming the rewards. With that thought, he vanished from his position. Whis, who had been indulging in sweets, suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing that familiar aura again. Without hesitation, he too disappeared from sight. In the inky expanse of the universe, two formidable entities stood poised against one another. Their battleground was not the skies above Earth, as in the original tale, but rather in a long-dead star system devoid of life, ensuring no collateral damage as they unleashed their full potential. "Show me your true capabilities, Saiyan. Do not let me down," Beerus commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt his blood and cells surge with fervor, the essence of the Super Saiyan god flaring within him. Clenching his fists, he donned a serious demeanor, shedding the earlier carefree, almost foolish persona. "I cannot afford to lose. I must prevail." He was the sole contender capable of challenging a being as powerful as Beerus. The consequences of defeat were dire. Yet, Beerus had no intention of annihilating Earth. Such a splendid planet with its myriad of delicacies would be irreplaceable if destroyed. In the next moment, they both launched their attacks. Their fists collided, unleashing waves of divine energy and elevating their respective powers to unprecedented heights. The force of their clash alone obliterated countless planets and stars within light years of their vicinity. Even the very star system they occupied bore the scars of their battle, a massive rupture appearing in its fabric. The battle was far from over. The fists of the two opponents clashed together like a Gatling gun, unleashing 1,000,000 blows per second, each strike possessing the catastrophic power to obliterate a planet, and their might continued to escalate. Within mere seconds, this long-extinct galaxy vanished entirely from the seventh universe, with shockwaves spreading outward to other galaxies. At this point, the aftermath of their clash could annihilate an entire galaxy. In just a few more moments, The devastation escalated from the destruction of a single galaxy to that of a million galaxy clusters. The vastness of the universe is immense, and the seventh universe of Dragon Ball is no exception. Thus, such losses were negligible. The old Supreme Kai and Shin were nearly rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of destruction wrought by their battle, and even more astonished that someone could contend with Beerus to such a degree, especially that insufferable little brat who only excelled in combat. Do not become overly complacent, Beerus admonished, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. With a thunderous roar, he conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand. The orb grew in size until it reached a scale comparable to that of Earth, momentarily halting its expansion. In the next instant, Beerus hurled the purple energy sphere towards Goku. Goku, understanding the terrifying potential of this energy, did not dare to underestimate it. In the blink of an eye, he adopted a stance familiar to every Dragon Ball fan. Goku slowly gathered a blue energy sphere between his hands, his signature technique. The Kamehameha came. The Kamehameha collided with Beerus's energy projectile. The fierce clash of the two energy waves produced an explosive spectacle, captivating even the Grand Minister, the 12 angels, and the 12 destroyers, who witnessed the intertwining hues of purple and blue, accompanied by a deafening roar. These colors gradually began to fade. Returning our gaze to the battlefield, centered around Beerus and Goku, everything within 100 billion light-years had vanished, leaving only the two combatants amidst a void of darkness. For an ordinary person observing from the perspective of the Grand Minister, such a scene would indeed induce sheer terror. A visible black dot emerged at the edge of the circular unification of the seventh universe, signifying that everything within that point, time, space, everything, had been obliterated by their confrontation. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Minister exhibited no expression, nor any inclination to intervene. He remained a silent observer, akin to a statue. Chapter 17. Do not let me relish destruction. You possess some skill indeed. To be able to contend with me to this extent marks you as a rare genius in this universe, one that appears only once in a billion years. A smirk crept across Beerus's lips as he stood amidst the pitch-black void. Even a deity is proud, as he was now genuinely recognizing the Saiyan known as Goku. This time, Sun Wukong truly found himself in a dire predicament. His body was marred with injuries, and the martial attire he wore was in tatters, while the divine aura surrounding him flickered intermittently. Although the confrontation with Beerus was somewhat evenly matched, it was evident to all that Sun Wukong had suffered a resounding defeat. He coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, trembling as he pressed against his fractured ribs. My ribs are broken. Lord Beerus's power is indeed terrifyingly immense. Adjusting his state, Sun Wukong's broken ribs rapidly healed under the divine energy, and his wounds began to mend significantly. Beerus made no move to strike, merely observing until Sun Wukong's injuries were fully restored. Remarkable. I hope you are the Super Saiyan God I have been seeking. Do not disappoint me again, young one. Beerus narrowed his eyes, reigniting the purple divine flames that had previously manifested. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Kulme. Sun Wukong assumed a defensive posture, bracing himself to confront Beerus's most ferocious assault. The latter was acutely aware that this Saiyan, known as Sun Wukong, possessed untapped potential far beyond what had been displayed. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the East Kaioshin cautiously inquired beside the Old Kaioshin. Lord Beerus has not yet revealed his true abilities. He feigned being struck by Sun Wukong's moves, correct? That seems likely, the Old Kaioshin replied, his eyes narrowing as he shared the same sentiment as the newcomer. But what is the purpose of Lord Beerus's actions? In response to the newcomer's query, the Old Kaioshin articulated the most plausible thought. He seeks to fully awaken Sun Wukong's potential. Lord Beerus aims to cultivate him into the universe's mightiest warrior, transforming him into the true Super Saiyan God, only to then strike him down. Is that so? The East Kaioshin found himself perplexed by Beerus's intentions. What is the purpose of this? Perhaps it is merely for amusement. The Old Kaioshin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Returning to the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged, the two resumed their monumental clash. This battle was far more intense than the last, with their speeds exceeding 1,000,000 times that of light. Purple and red orbs of energy soared through the cosmos, colliding, and in mere minutes, they obliterated countless star systems. Sun Wukong's strength continued to grow, and Beerus too augmented his own power, maintaining a state of equilibrium where neither could gain the upper hand, even with Beerus holding back. However, As the fight progressed, Sun Wukong grew increasingly agitated, his divine energy pulsating wildly. Boom! With a single punch, Sun Wukong obliterated the planet hurled at him by Beerus. Yet, after shattering one, another followed, and soon dozens of planets rained down upon him. Gritting his teeth, a surge of fury ignited within him, transforming his rage into the formidable power of Super Saiyan God. Do not dare to revel in destruction. Sun Wukong's roar surged forth like a sonic wave, shattering through millions of star systems, his strength swelling as if fueled by potent hormones. Opposite him, Beerus was exhilarated, finally ready to warm up. In the next instant, both combatants struck simultaneously, their forms colliding fiercely within the obsidian cosmos, with thousands of star systems suffering the consequences each second. The entirety of the seventh universe trembled under the intensity of their clash, with cracks beginning to form in the cosmic fabric. In the distance, Whis intervened, pointing his angelic staff towards the ground, stabilizing the seventh universe. It was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of matching Lord Beerus in battle. If they did not intervene, the entire seventh universe risked annihilation. As Whis observed the fierce confrontation, he remained vigilant. As a servant and overseer of the god of destruction, he would not permit such devastation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, watching from afar, was utterly disheartened. This realm of Dragon Ball was far removed from his understanding of it. The narrative had unraveled, and it was not as poorly executed as in the original work. He had believed he could navigate this world seamlessly with his so-called intelligence, only to be confronted with this unexpected reality. Zhang Xuan felt an urge to slap himself. Beerus had few moments of brilliance. In comparison to his portrayal in the Dragon Ball manga, his depiction in the anime was dismal, reduced to moments like babysitting Bulma's child. His rare highlights were limited to his initial appearance and the swift defeat of Zamasu. The manga truly showcased Beerus's prowess. Have you ever seen a god of destruction take on 11 foes? Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was effortlessly swatted back to his original state by Beerus, who regarded even the ultimate Moro, capable of pushing Ultra Instinct back, as insignificant. Claiming Beerus as the pinnacle among the 12 gods of destruction is hardly an exaggeration. That wretched yellow rodent remains oblivious, only aware of having bested Beerus in an arm wrestling match. What? You wish to know the story of my S1? Beerus exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Back on the battlefield, their combat was devoid of excessive dialogue, characterized only by lightning-fast movements and unparalleled might. Power was the ultimate truth. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed to the galaxy. Fortuitously, with Whis safeguarding the galaxy and Earth from the shadows, the planet was spared from obliteration. In the next heartbeat, their figures materialized above Earth. Sun Wukong chuckled. Hee, I finally understand. At Lord Beerus' level, it seems nearly impossible to find an opponent worthy of exerting my full strength. Sun Wukong had never experienced such exhilarating combat. He finally began to comprehend why Beerus consistently sought to awaken his potential. It was regrettable, however, that countless planets and galaxies had been obliterated in the process. A native of a certain planet exclaimed, before being expelled from the group chat due to his inflammatory language, which, though incomprehensible, likely contained many expletives. Wukong wished to articulate something further, but he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. In an instant, Beerus materialized at his back and growled, Do not let your guard down. You will never understand. With that, Beerus pressed against Wukong's back, initiating a personal bout of punishment for the latter. Dad, Wukong, Piccolo observed, his expression grave as he watched Wukong, battered and bruised. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan god, was he still unable to surpass the god of destruction? As the smoke cleared, Wukong lay painfully on the ground, his position reminiscent of Yamcha's infamous defeat, albeit with slight variations. Beerus seized Wukong by the hair, eliciting yelps of pain from him. Do you know? Your current performance is putting me to sleep. It's simply excruciatingly dull. With a single punch, Beerus struck Wukong squarely in the face, prompting him to hastily raise his arms in defense. I thought you were stronger. Is this all you can muster? Truly a primitive race. Rather than mere arrogance, Beerus seemed to be provoking Wukong. Get lost. Wukong finally snapped, breaking free from Beerus's grasp. Yet, he was soon to contend with Beerus's retaliation. Glory would last but 3 seconds. Bulma and the others finally arrived at the island where Wukong and Beerus were engaged, only to witness Wukong ascending into the air in a peculiar and eerie manner. Below, Beerus lunged, ramming his head into Wukong's chest, sending him soaring until he breached the atmosphere. Hey, haven't you had enough rest? It's time for us to continue our game. Beerus lounged languidly in the vastness of space, addressing the unconscious Wukong with a tone of utter indifference. As Wukong remained unresponsive, a strange smile crept across Beerus's face. "Oh dear, I truly do not wish to ascribe any significance to destruction. Do you not find this planet beautiful? It would surely be quite entertaining to throw this onto Earth," he mused, clasping his hands together as a genuine sphere of destructive energy materialized in his palms. The sight of this object jolted Wukong awake in an instant. Friend, that cannot be tossed about carelessly. The destructive energy capable of startling even the super Saiyan god Wukong was firmly in Beerus's grasp, who remained unconcerned. After all, such energy posed no threat to a god of destruction. "I can compel you to exert your utmost effort, and this circumstance is no exception. Alas, it is a pity that this planet is replete with delectable delights." Upon hearing the words of Beerus, Goku was instantly taken aback, as if he were witnessing the cataclysmic explosion of Earth, which sent a chill of dread coursing through him. "Stop!" Upon Goku's exclamation, a derisive smile crept across Beerus's face. "You only have yourself to blame." This statement ignited a furious ire within Goku. "What do you take human life for? This is a contest between gods." "Life is of no consequence to me," Beerus replied coldly, his demeanor betraying his indifference. This destructive energy could neither be deflected, nor compressed, nor retracted. With that, Beerus launched the destructive energy towards Goku, leaving him no opportunity for reprieve. Not one to stand idly by, Goku immediately obliterated the destructive energy. "Then let it be destroyed." Observing Goku's effortless annihilation of the destructive force, a smirk graced Beerus's lips. "Now, that is a splendid idea." Hardly had Beerus's words faded when hundreds of spheres of destructive energy materialized behind him, reminiscent of an overwhelming display of power. Gazing at the sky littered with destructive energy, Goku felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Chapter 18. The super bomb that could annihilate the universe. Zhang Xuan took action. "So, you casually mention it, and now you're taking it seriously?" As he beheld the multitude of destructive energies, Goku struggled to catch his breath. Come on, he dared not be remiss, for even a single one of those destructive energies could obliterate the entire Earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, seated at a distance, discarded a bag of sunflower seeds as he watched the unfolding drama. At last, history seemed to remain on course. He would soon seize the opportunity to save the Earth, attain his destiny, and, claim his rewards to ascend to the zenith of life. However, Zhang Xian's gaze drifted, for a being of equal strength resided merely 2 light years away, none other than the angel Whis. The foundational speed of angels surpasses light speed by millions of times. It was likely that as Zhang Xian approached Beerus, Whis would intercept him. What is the angel's greatest strength? Mastery over time, spatial teleportation, and unparalleled speed are all hallmarks of their might. Although Zhang Xian's speed in the late stages of golden immortal cultivation was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of the angels, especially considering Whis' prowess match his own. To put it succinctly, while B's power might not eclipse A's, B primarily trains in speed, whereas it focuses on enhancing strength. Thus, A's speed could never rival that of B. The host's mission is to safeguard the Earth, and the task of vanquishing Beerus depends solely on the host's volition. The host need only put on a show. Forming alliances with Goku and others is merely a secondary objective. 1. Protect the Earth. Reward: elevation from late-stage golden immortal to great perfection, access to the system all, activation of the Grand Wheel, and 5,000 trading points. 2. Task modification: form alliances with Goku and others. Reward: 1,000 trading points. Upon the completion of all tasks, the reward will be the position of inspector, the status of a substitute supreme deity, and an innate spiritual seed. It seemed as though the system had sensed Zhang Xian's desires, for it promptly revised the system tasks. Compared to the previous assignments, this new one appeared considerably simpler, accompanied by more generous rewards. Such splendid rewards! Zhang Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the newly updated system tasks and their accompanying rewards. The prospect of holding the title of inspector and substitute supreme deity was indeed a golden opportunity. What a revelation, Zhang Xian mused, acknowledging the complexity of the system's hierarchy. The system's levels were indeed categorized. Even in Zhang Xian's past life, there were individuals who successfully delineated the system's tiers. The higher the level, the greater the rewards and the simpler the tasks. This is the hallmark of an advanced system. However, he decided to set aside such contemplations for the moment. It will soon be my turn. He was more concerned with the task rewards than the system's ranking. Returning to the battlefield, Sun Wukong exhibited remarkable intelligence by employing the Kamehameha wave to counter the destructive energy, an astute choice indeed. During this time, Whis playfully teased the ever-proud Vegeta. The narrative unfolded similarly to the original animation, with Sun Wukong being pierced by Beerus' strike, only to revive fully afterward. Even Beerus found himself somewhat unsettled, pondering how many times this fellow had surpassed his limits today. Are all Saiyans this formidable? The powers of Beerus and Super Saiyan Sun Wukong escalated to unprecedented heights. Their mere exchanges of blows resembled the explosive force of supernova, generating shockwaves that rippled throughout the entire seventh universe. These waves began at the point of their confrontation and expanded to every corner of the cosmos. The further away one was, the greater the devastation. Their first encounter, after restoring their strength, obliterated billions of planets. Even the old Kai had calculated that their battle could annihilate the entire universe. If such power continued to be unleashed without intervention, the seventh universe could withstand only 2 more exchanges of blows. The two Kaioshians were nearly paralyzed with fear, urgently attempting to dissuade Beerus and Sun Wukong through telepathy. Yet, how could these two ever heed their warnings? In an instant, they flared up again, resuming their battle. Meanwhile, Whis, who was enjoying strawberry parfaits on Earth, tapped the ground with his angelic staff, restoring the seventh universe to its former state. The tumultuous energy waves ceased their onslaught, and no planets or stars were destroyed. Both Kaioshians recognized this change, understanding that higher divine beings had intervened in the conflict. During this time, the inhabitants of Earth once again misinterpreted Satan's actions, believing he was combating criminal organizations, a credit that Satan eagerly claimed for himself. Perhaps even the heavens could no longer bear witness, as a falling spaceship nearly struck Satan down. Fortunately, Whis managed to save Satan, stating that he was merely fulfilling a promise, thus bringing this farce to a conclusive end. However, the subsequent narrative began to diverge slightly. Due to the butterfly effect he had instigated, Beerus no longer exhibited the same leniency as in the original tale. Both Beerus and Son Goku were extraordinarily fortunate, as their colossal destructive energy collided with the Kamehameha wave, merging to form an entirely new energy sphere, one that was exceedingly difficult to control. By a mere 1 in a million chance, they found themselves in this predicament, and in stark contrast to the lackluster energy sphere from the original, this new formation possessed the potential to annihilate the entire universe. Oh no, this is disastrous. Beerus hastily exerted his hands to stabilize the energy sphere, preventing it from detonating. Goku, not daring to underestimate the situation, emulated Beerus's method to contain this superbomb. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, their hands straining as veins bulged. Both the god of destruction and the Super Saiyan exuding an intensely volatile aura. Initially, the combination of their energies would have produced a mere ordinary bomb. However, fate had conspired against them, amplifying this ordinary explosive to an astronomical degree. In some respects, they were indeed fortunate, for an occurrence so improbable had transpired. Kid, do not let go. Do you understand? Beerus gritted his teeth, truly exerting himself this time. Goku, on the other hand, was on the verge of collapse, his divine energy flickering in and out. The lightning emanating from the super bomb was nearly scorching him, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. He too had those he cared for, even if he was a warrior who seldom returned home. On Earth, Whis sensed the gravity of the situation. Setting aside his beloved strawberry sundae, his expression turning grave as he observed the volatile energy bomb. He was acutely aware of the immense power contained within, rivaling the capabilities of an angelic warrior. Meanwhile, Beerus, straining to maintain control, grew increasingly agitated, feeling as though he was desperately fighting to save the universe, while Whis merely watched from below. Whis, come help me. Stop just watching and assist. Yet, despite Beerus's plea, Whis remained unmoved. Just as Beerus finished speaking, Goku began to falter. His teeth were on the brink of shattering, cracks appearing like shattered glass on his arms. His divine energy waning. Lord Beerus, I can hardly hold on. Before Goku could finish his sentence, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his body beginning to fall. The previously volatile bomb quaked violently, as if ignited, becoming even more ferocious. This is bad. It's going to explode. Before Beerus could finish his warning, a brilliant white light began to engulf them, centered around him and Goku, and it was already too late. The pupils of Whis on Earth suddenly constricted. He once again sensed the ominous presence that had previously manifested. The radiant white light grew increasingly brilliant, and all present faced the impending cosmic explosion with calm resolve. At that moment, Satan was the first to shield Bidalai, demonstrating that while he may falter in certain aspects, he was undeniably a devoted father. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 16 seconds passed, yet the so-called explosion had yet to transpire. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances at their own bodies, seemingly unscathed. Have we ascended to heaven? Satan gazed at his intact form in astonishment. However, Bix swiftly dismissed his words. No, there was no explosion. The blast has been thwarted by an existence beyond our comprehension. Look over there. The crowd followed Bix's gaze. At the center of Beerus and Son Goku stood a strikingly handsome man clad in a flowing white robe. Finally, it's my turn. I've been pent up, Zhang Xuan complained inwardly. He glanced at the super bomb in his hand, a scornful expression crossing his face. Hollow strength. At most, it would amount to a simple strike from me. Zhang Xuan shook his head helplessly, giving a gentle flick of his wrist, instantly obliterating the energy bomb with his immense celestial power. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: late-stage golden immortal enhancement to great perfection. The system mall is now open. The lottery wheel template has been activated. 5,000 transaction points will be automatically credited to the host system wallet. At that moment, the system's completion notification echoed in Zhang Xian's mind. Please save it for me. I will claim it upon my return. With that, the issue was resolved. He clapped his hands, as if casually sipping a glass of water. However, Beerus stood beside him, nearly paralyzed with shock. The very source of power they sought was right before his eyes, and it had just been annihilated. Zhang Xian cast a sidelong glance at the trembling Beerus and the unconscious, gravely injured Son Goku, then looked back at Earth. Wasn't it you who spoke of destroying Earth? Do you intend to obliterate my home? Zhang Xian aimed to intimidate Beerus, deeming physical confrontation unnecessary. No sooner had his words left his mouth than an immense aura surged forth from him, radiating in all directions. Beerus felt as if his breath was being constricted, as though someone had a vice grip on his throat, while the divine energy of the god of destruction deflated like a punctured balloon. Just as Zhang Xian was about to continue his inquiry, a figure interposed itself before him. It was none other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Upon seeing Whis, Beerus felt as though he had encountered a savior. Chapter 19. Whis steps back, meeting Son Goku. Greetings. Esteemed sir, how may we address you? Whis presented a small gift to Zhang Xian, marking their first encounter, a moment that naturally called for proper etiquette. Moreover, they were at the threshold of another's home. Just moments ago, his own people had clamored about annihilating another's abode. It would have been utterly inappropriate not to offer a token of apology. Beerus had initially thought that Goku was the strongest being on this planet, only to discover that Goku was merely the gatekeeper. How embarrassing. He had engaged in a prolonged battle with a mere guardian. Should the other gods of destruction become aware, Beerus would surely become the subject of endless ridicule. Zhang Xian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, revealing his name without hesitation. Zhang Xian. He reciprocated with a simple bow, a customary greeting from the Dragon Kingdom's Taoist traditions. Whis, the angel, mimicked the gesture, returning the courtesy. This was the most fundamental form of respect. Behind me stands my disciple, Whis stated. Zhang Xian and Whis, both formidable beings, exchanged pleasantries in a casual manner. Whis intended to introduce Beerus to Zhang Xian, but upon reflection, he deemed it more pertinent to refer to Beerus as his disciple in Zhang Xian's presence. Beerus clutched Whis' garment tightly, too intimidated to meet Zhang Xian's gaze, resembling a frightened kitten. Whis glanced at the trembling Beerus with a hint of exasperation, but turned back to Zhang Xian to plead for understanding. Esteemed Mr. Xian, we acknowledge our fault in today's incident and wish to extend our sincerest apologies. Would you not agree, my disciple? As soon as Whis finished speaking, Beerus sprang forward, bowing deeply with a 90-degree bend. I am deeply sorry, Lord Xian. It was my ignorance that led me to not recognize this as your residence. I sincerely apologize. After this, Beerus bowed once more. The series of actions taken by Beerus left Zhang Xian at a loss for words. Was his mere aura truly so daunting? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he might indeed be somewhat intimidating. Yes, in Beerus' eyes, he certainly was. Noticing Zhang Xian's silence, Beerus dared not lift his head. Whis continued, Mr. Xian, I deeply regret today's events. I assure you, we shall pay you a visit next time to make amends. Might you grant me the favor? Hearing Whis' words, Zhang Xian felt somewhat villainous. He had originally intended to create a scene. However, as the saying goes, one cannot refuse meat offered at their lips. It would be foolish to dismiss a gift so readily given. Very well. Let today's events be put to rest. Zhang Xuan gestured dismissively. The task was accomplished. He had received the gift, and there was no need to pursue the matter further. The earth, after all, had no bearing on him. The notion that the earth was his home was merely a rhetoric of Zhang Xuan's own making. This earth scarcely qualifies as a second home. Observing that Zhang Xuan had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Whis and Beerus finally breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few words, Beerus and Whis took their leave. However, before departing, Whis posed several perplexing questions to Zhang Xuan, inquiring about his affiliations, whether he had joined the Dark Realm, and if he had any companions. At these inquiries, Zhang Xuan wore a puzzled expression. Brother, did you not grasp what I said earlier? I am but a solitary wanderer. I have no companions or factions. To this, Whis could only respond with an awkward smile. The farce had finally come to an end. Zhang Xuan stood amidst the void, silently watching as Beerus and Whis transformed into streaks of light and departed. The task was accomplished, and now it was time to familiarize himself with Sun Wukong. Gazing at the gravely injured and unconscious Sun Wukong, Zhang Xuan immediately employed his celestial powers to heal him. The celestial powers were indeed remarkable, serving as both an offensive tool and a means of healing. In the Dragon Ball universe, where spiritual energy was absent, one might wonder how Zhang Xuan could wield such magic. You can always trust the system. Under the influence of Zhang Xuan's celestial powers, Sun Wukong's injuries healed instantaneously, and his strength was significantly restored. Each time a Saiyan comes close to death and revives, their power greatly increases. Moreover, today, Sun Wukong had attained the power of Super Saiyan God, coupled with 3 instances of near-death revival and Zhang Xuan's celestial energy. This event could be said to have propelled Sun Wukong from T4 to T3 in one fell swoop. Slowly, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. You're awake? The procedure was quite successful. He noticed a stranger beside him, who was looking at him with a bemused smile. Who are you? Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from Zhang Xuan, his expression wary. Where have Lord Beerus and the others gone? Who exactly are you? In response to Sun Wukong's inquiries, Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm merely a passing mortal. Do you take me for a fool? Sun Wukong glared at Zhang Xuan with suspicion. Although he might be somewhat simple-minded, he was not entirely naive. Were anyone in his position, they would react similarly. Zhang Xuan smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a pre-prepared recording device from his sleeve, which captured the moments of him destroying the energy bomb and confronting Whis. Fortunately, I am clever, Zhang Xuan exclaimed. Take a look at this, and you'll understand. He chuckled and utilized the system's capabilities to play the recording. Sun Wukong finally grasped the entire sequence of events. The person before him was indeed the great benefactor who had saved this universe, a being whose strength surpassed even that of the destroyer gods. And he had even saved his life. How could he treat his savior in such a manner? Sun Wukong repeatedly apologized to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Was it truly that simple for Sun Wukong to place his trust in him? He had prepared an elaborate array of arguments and words, only to realize he was the fool in this scenario. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhang Xuan gestured toward a specific point on earth below. Your companions are still waiting for you. You should hurry along. No sooner had he spoken than both Sun Wukong and he vanished from the spot. In the next instant, they were instantaneously transported to Bulma's birthday cruise. The sudden appearance of Zhang Xuan and Sun Wukong left Piccolo and the others on the cruise in astonishment, quickly assuming defensive stances, with Vegeta being the first to confront Zhang Xuan. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. It's him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his clenched fist trembling unconsciously. The figure before him was the enigmatic individual who had obliterated the super bomb and deterred the destroyer. One could only hope this being would not echo the earlier threats of Beerus regarding the annihilation of Earth. Such a formidable presence was beyond their capacity to contend with. Piccolo and the others braced themselves for the worst, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement from Zhang Xuan, even if it meant facing certain defeat. Who are you? Vegeta demanded with a serious expression, scrutinizing Zhang Xuan. Observing the wariness in their eyes, Zhang Xuan helplessly shrugged. Is this the customary welcome for Earthlings? I would appreciate an explanation. Mr. Sun Wukong, he added. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and recounted the earlier events in detail to everyone present. Chapter 20. The system's grand wheel of fortune unveiled. Astonishing rewards. Ah, so that is the case. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Xian. As Sun Wukong narrated the preceding occurrences, The others began to comprehend that it was indeed this individual who had salvaged both Earth and the universe. Not only had he rescued the cosmos, but his strength was also terrifically formidable. Even beings as supreme as Beerus dared not exhale audibly in his presence. The Z warriors felt an increasing weight of pressure upon recalling how they had previously treated such an entity. Would this esteemed individual hold grudge? Would he consider destroying Earth outright? If we cannot contend with Beerus, how could we possibly face such a being? Had Zhang Xuan been privy to their inner thoughts, he might have chuckled at their perceptions of him. Was he truly that formidable? All right, there's no need to be so tense. I have no intention of annihilating Earth. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this esteemed individual did not share Beerus's former arrogance. Though uncertain of his true nature, at the very least, he would not bring about Earth's destruction. Thank you for your intervention in saving our planet and all of us. Might you consider staying to partake in our celebration? In the realm of Dragon Ball, the secondary female character Bulma approached Zhang Xuan, expressing her gratitude and extending an invitation, thereby facilitating a closer bond between them. It's merely a small gesture. No need for thanks, Zhang Xuan replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, yet continued. As for the banquet, I have other matters to attend to. The priority now is to return and claim my rewards, fostering a good relationship. With that, he bid farewell to the gathered crowd, leaving them with 3 tokens. Do not discard these. Keep them for your protection. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Xuan vanished, leaving behind a group of astonished individuals. Bulma gazed at the radiant tokens in her hand, her expression one of confusion. The value of these tokens was akin to that of a resurrection card, necessitating careful preservation. Vegeta scoffed coldly, yet his hands instinctively secured the token. Meanwhile, Goku wore a look of regret, wishing for an opportunity to spar with Zhang Xuan. Perhaps next time, he sighed, resigned to wait for another chance. The crowd exhaled in relief. The formidable presence had finally departed. The events of the day felt surreal, beginning with Beerus and culminating in this unfamiliar powerhouse. This planet was truly beset by calamity. Elsewhere, having returned to the floating island, Zhang Xuan promptly claimed his rewards. His power surged from the late Golden Immortal stage to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, an enhancement of immeasurable magnitude. He was but a step away from ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal level. His current evaluation remained at the mid-tier Super Single Universe level. Although his overall strength had multiplied several times, the rating persisted. Yet, Zhang Xuan paid little heed to such matters, focusing instead on the subsequent rewards. The activation of the lottery wheel and the opening of the system shop were the true highlights. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, prompting the system to display the lottery wheel page. Upon viewing the rewards within the system's lottery wheel, Zhang Xuan felt as though his eyes were dazzled by their brilliance. Wow, 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 he exclaimed, lamenting his lack of education as he could only express his astonishment with exclamations. What did he behold? The golden tier of rewards in the prize pool included Chaos Dao Body, Hongmeng Dao Body, Multiverse Small World, Direct Upgrade Card to the Luo Cultivation, High-Tier Multiverse Servants, Supreme Innate Treasures, Panga Blood, Cosmic Creation Power, Hongmeng Creation Scripture, Multiverse Opening Method, Mythical Deluo Method, Chaos Celestial Fox Bloodline, Innate 5 Chi Cultivation Method, Mythical Cultivator Cultivation Method, and Seedlings of the Tree of Imaginary Numbers. Zhang Xuan could only articulate his astonishment with repeated exclamations. What devilish rewards resided within this lottery wheel? The mythical Deluo cultivation method could even be rewarded? Though it was a pseudo-version, it still ranked among the top-tier techniques across myriad realms. Zhang Xuan felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. The rewards were utterly astonishing. Yet, what was even more disconcerting was the fact that the probability of obtaining these rewards stood at a mere 0.00001. And each attempt required an expenditure of 10,000 trading points. Currently, he had accumulated just over 5,000 trading points, insufficient to even make a single attempt, especially with such a dismal probability. Although there was a guarantee of a reward after 10,000 attempts, the daunting odds were a cause for concern. Observing the paltry sum of 5,000 trading points remaining in his system inventory, Zhang Xuan could only sigh in resignation. He resolved to defer these unattainable dreams for the future, as he simply could not afford to take a chance at present. Redirecting his attention, Zhang Xuan shifted his gaze toward the purple segment of the next region's wheel. While it did not possess the allure of the previous one, the rewards remained impressive. The most coveted rewards were the innate divine root and the minor universe, both boasting a probability of merely 0.1. The other rewards included experience cards. diluted blood of Pangu, and character cards from various cosmic realms. Each draw from this segment cost 1,000 trading points, with a cap of 500 attempts for the guaranteed reward. This was more palatable. At least he could anticipate acquiring one of the two coveted items in the near future. He resolved to wait for the next opportunity to draw. Zhang Xuan then meticulously examined all the reward segments within the system's wheel. The rewards were categorized by rarity: gold, purple, blue, green, and white. The white segment represented the lowest tier, costing only 10 trading points per draw, with the best reward being a combat enhancement card from certain pirate world. The green segment offered slightly better rewards, costing 100 trading points per draw, with the finest reward being an immortal level servant from the Devouring Universe. The blue segment presented rewards that truly caught Zhang Xuan's eye, including a combat enhancement card for Xian, the innate root, mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, and an abundance of top-tier rewards from other grand worlds. However, the probabilities for each segment were equally tantalizing, with the highest probability being a mere 0. 1. Zhang Xuan understood that he could not afford to draw at this moment, not even from the least expensive white segment. He had discovered that the wheel also featured a probability boost, which quintupled the chances of obtaining top-tier rewards. However, the time for this boost was not currently activated. Zhang Xuan resolved to wait until he was financially stable, and the probability boost period commenced before making any attempts. For now, there was no urgency. Speaking of which, this was his first encounter with the system's wheel. As a novice user, he thought the system should show some consideration. His expectations were modest. He merely desired 10 consecutive draws from the gold reward segment, with the assurance that the first draw would yield a golden reward. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, Zhang Xuan shamelessly requested a 10-fold draw from the system. The system, however, responded with indifference. System, get lost. Go away. Chapter 21. The High Priest summons all angels. What are you doing, oh dear? Whether you give it or not, why the anger? After receiving a definitive refusal from the system, Zhang Xuan's expression crumbled instantly. While others were graced with 10 consecutive draws and a generous beginner's guarantee upon awakening their system, he found himself with absolutely nothing. It is only natural for anyone to feel disheartened in such a situation. Alas, let it be. Perhaps he shall return to the draw at a later time. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Xuan redirected his gaze to the final segment of the grand prize wheel. This last segment represented the ultimate reward, albeit locked away, requiring a future opportunity for him to partake. Reward segment level, red. Status, locked. Unlocking requirements, unknown. As Zhang Xuan beheld the final locked reward segment, a wave of exasperation washed over him. At the very least, could they not unlock the segment to reveal what rewards lay within? He longed to glimpse the nature of the rewards, to understand the probabilities and costs, to perhaps quell his discontent. Zhang Xuan muttered, "Oh, system, you truly know how to tantalize." He raised an international gesture of camaraderie towards the system. Frankly, it was indeed frustrating, for there was only one locked red reward segment, and the rewards remained shrouded in mystery. Even if the segment could not be opened, they could at least provide a glimpse of what rewards existed. Curiosity is a fundamental trait of humanity. Oh, system, do you not regard me with any seriousness? In response to Zhang Xuan's verbal threats and provocations, the system remained unresponsive, as if it were lifeless. The atmosphere grew awkward, yet such discomfort did not deter Zhang Xuan. As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. A few minutes later, Zhang Xuan shifted his attention to the system marketplace. The marketplace boasted a plethora of categories, including daily necessities, furniture, miniature worlds, innate techniques, bloodlines, spiritual energy, mineral resources, technological creations, and much more. Food and water resources were boundless, available for unrestricted daily access. After perusing the expansive system marketplace, Zhang Xuan silently closed it. There was no particular reason. The items were simply too exorbitant. The techniques and spiritual treasures most beneficial to him started at a minimum of 3,000 transaction points. Zhang Xuan scoffed. Nothing worth seeing. It's all a heap of junk. Not even a dog would purchase this. Even as he grumbled while exiting the system marketplace, he couldn't resist one last glance at the most expensive creation, the creation Jade Plate. However, nothing piqued his interest. He felt no desire to acquire anything. The system interjected, "Would you care to reflect on your words?" Regardless, he decided to dismiss that matter. The priority now was to claim the rewards from the subordinate task. The position of Inspector of the 12 Universes in the Dragon Ball world, equivalent to the Grand Minister, the right hand of the Omni King. One stands just beneath one, yet above myriad others. Claiming the rewards for the subordinate task, Zhang Xuan unhesitatingly accepted the rewards for the system's auxiliary task. Having just made a brief acquaintance with Sun Wukong and the others, he chose not to claim the reward immediately, opting instead to wait until now. Ding! The auxiliary task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 universe monitors. The task reward will be distributed in 12 hours. 12 hours before the reward is dispensed. Zhang Xian's face was filled with confusion. He had received the reward, yet not in its entirety. In the next moment, Zhang Xuan realized the implication. This official position had essentially been confirmed for him, with the system merely providing an advance notice. The actual conferment of the official title would still depend on the Grand Priest and the Omni King. However, he sensed something amiss. It seemed as though the system was toying with him. Zhang Xuan felt an unease he could not quite articulate. Well, this one is indeed of considerable weight. After achieving immortality, one's intellect is infinitely enhanced. Yet this individual has made a breakthrough in the opposite direction, unprecedented and unparalleled. Damn it, my reward has been devoured. Is the system mocking me? Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been duped by the system. Faced with Zhang Xian's growing frustration, the system could only respond with silence, as if observing a fool. Meanwhile, Whis, after escorting Beerus from Earth, swiftly sought out the Supreme Kai. Utilizing the Supreme Kai's teleportation abilities, they were instantaneously transported to the Omni King's palace. What? You may wonder why the angels do not use teleportation. The reason is simply that they cannot. The original work states as much. If an angel were to fly at full speed to the Omni King's palace, it would take at least 2 to 3 days, an immense waste of time. However, the Supreme Kai is different. He can teleport directly to the palace. Don't ask why. The Supreme Kai is merely a means of transportation. Have you clarified the situation, Whis? Whis reported this matter to his father, the Grand Priest, as many issues are handled through him. Whis nodded and said, I have not completely clarified the matter. I can only confirm that the source of the power rivaling that of the 12 angels belongs to the person in the white robe. It seems they harbor no ill intentions toward us. Whis recounted the entire sequence of events to the Grand Priest. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest frowned slightly. The situation was becoming rather serious. If it were merely the power of a destroyer, it could be managed with relative ease, but the opponent was of angelic caliber. Furthermore, from Whis' account, he understood that this individual's strength was not inferior to Whis' own. His 2 children, Whis and Beerus, rank among the top 3 angels. This implies that the strength of the person in the white robe could be considered the pinnacle among all angels, aside from him. The Grand Priest pondered deeply, contemplating the intricacies of the situation. Is the individual from the Dark Realm? No. Whis shook his head, refuting the High Priest's notion. I could sense no trace of demonic energy emanating from him, nor were there any marks upon his arms or forehead left by the Dark Realm. Upon hearing this, the High Priest realized that the figure in white, Zhang Xuan, was not affiliated with the Dark Realm. He was merely striving to save the universe and protect his homeland. This implied that this individual had, through sheer personal strength, managed to attain a level akin to that of an angel. Furthermore, he possessed no backing or influence. What a remarkable phenomenon. An unparalleled force without the support of any faction. Our own formidable lineup was quite limited, consisting solely of him, the king of all, and a few guardians. The 12 destruction and 12 angels could also be counted, bringing our total high-tier combatants to less than 40. If we could recruit another top-tier powerhouse, our strength would be significantly augmented. We must make every effort to bring that individual into our fold. The High Priest's heart raced with excitement at that moment. Zhang Xuan appeared to him much like a first love. The High Priest swiftly made arrangements, instructing Whis to summon the 12 angels and 12 destruction. I shall meet with the king of all. We must make haste to Earth. The High Priest could not afford to waste another moment, and promptly reported this matter to the supreme deity of the universe, the king of all. Whis utilized his staff to relay the High Priest's summons to all other universes. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this unfolding tale, Zhang Xuan, was on a small island on Earth, enjoying a vacation. Chapter 22. The classification of world levels and the king of all's recruitment of Zhang Xuan. Time passed swiftly, and soon evening descended upon the Earth. On the island, Zhang Xuan indulged in barbecues and fruit juices, even harnessing his powers to create a unique aurora. Reclining on a lounge chair, he gazed at the splendid aurora and countless stars in the sky, the refreshing autumn breeze complementing the barbecue and juice. He felt as though his life was complete. To be candid, such a carefree existence, devoid of worries and solely focused on joy, was something he had never dared to imagine. He had no desire to relive the hardships of his past life, where he toiled late into the night, working until 11 or midnight, only to rise again at 7 for a week of labor, with just one day of respite. He had to endure the scorn of superiors, who would respond harshly if he faltered in any aspect or dared to request a raise or a day off. The irony was that he had no power to hold them accountable. Even legal recourse proved ineffective. It was said that those who returned home after midnight from their grueling jobs harbored immense resentment, enough to deter even the bravest of souls. Zhang Xuan accessed his system panel, noting that rewards would be automatically dispensed in approximately 10 more minutes. He decided to review his panel before the others arrived. System panel, host, Zhang Xuan. Age, 48. Realm, perfected golden immortal. Bloodline, human. Following the path, ordinary sacred level. System backpack, 5,000 trading points. Evaluation, medium configuration, ultra single entity. Cosmic level, a feeble creature barely stepping into the realm of the strong. Gazing at his own realm and bloodline stretched to their limits on the panel, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. While others began as quasi-saints or saints, he was merely a gold immortal, weak to an unbearable degree. Such lofty realms were beyond his imagination. Host, the differences in world levels and configurations have led to a situation where two entities of the same realm possess disparate strengths. The system explained, using the host's so-called Honghuang novels as an illustration. In his previous life, the host had perused numerous Honghuang novels and had encountered various classifications of world levels. Terms like low configuration Honghuang, medium configuration Honghuang, high configuration Honghuang, and supreme Honghuang served as the best delineation and explanation of these world levels. Different world levels, different dimensions, and upper-level suppression contributed to the varying configurations and strengths of beings across worlds. Consider this. You may be a weak gold immortal in a medium configuration Honghuang, yet in a low configuration Honghuang, you would be akin to a heavenly Tao saint. It is akin to a world reflected by projection, while others are mere projections. Your true self enters and wreaks havoc. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Thus it is, Zhang Xuan mused. What then is my configuration and level? Curiosity piqued. He inquired about his own status. Host, your current realm configuration is medium configuration gold immortal. Medium configuration gold immortal? That is somewhat acceptable. Zhang Xuan contemplated deeply. This configuration of gold immortal wasn't too shabby. What sort of gold immortal could be deemed ultra single entity, cosmic level? If it were a Tai gold immortal, by the standards of this world, it would likely correspond to a multiverse level. And should one reach the Daluo gold immortal stage, would the world lines converge? Immortal and indestructible, reflecting across the heavens, existing in any point along the river of time? Zhang Xuan could scarcely fathom the terrifying strength that awaited at the Daluo gold immortal level. That truly represented the essence of a Daluo gold immortal, unlike certain beings who fell into calamity upon entry into a world. Enough of this, he decided. What matters is living joyfully. The realm and its classifications hold no significance for me. Zhang Xuan's perspective was indeed valid. The distinctions of realms and levels were unnecessary. As long as he could live, thrive, and find happiness, there was no need to concern himself with those elusive concepts. Approximately 10 minutes remained. Zhang Xuan calculated the time for the system to automatically dispense rewards, predicting that the divine officials would arrive on Earth in about 10 minutes to invite him to ascend as the cosmic overseer of Dragon Ball Universe 12. Zhang Xuan took a moment to prepare himself, adjusting his celestial robe and long hair. Looking handsome was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest conveyed the events occurring in the 7th universe to the Omni King, who was exceedingly pleased. He immediately ordered the Grand Priest to lead a delegation to recruit the mysterious powerful being, promising that anyone who joined would be rewarded with the position of Inspector of the 12th universe. This rank, aside from the Grand Priest, would be second only to the Omni King and above all others. All the gods of destruction and angels gathered, leaving only the Supreme Kai to manage the remaining universes. When the Grand Priest informed the 12 angels and 12 gods of destruction about the Omni King's intention to recruit this enigmatic powerhouse, they were all astounded. A being of such extraordinary strength, rivaling that of the Grand Priest, had emerged in the 7th universe under Beerus's jurisdiction. Furthermore, this individual was already on par with the Grand Priest upon their ascension. In their billions of years of existence, they had never witnessed such an occurrence, marking it as an unprecedented event in the annals of divine history. Is this some kind of joke? They murmured. Such a formidable warrior has appeared in Beerus's domain. How on earth did this person achieve power comparable to the Grand Priest? They scoffed. What good could possibly come from Beerus's territory? I bet he must have provoked this individual somehow, leading to the Grand Priest's awareness of their existence. It seemed highly probable to them. The other gods of destruction exchanged comments and speculated about the incoming inspector, while simultaneously taking jabs at Beerus. Beside them, Beerus appeared grim, nearly dripping with frustration. Why was he once again the target of ridicule from those annoying beings? As the other gods of destruction engaged in conversation, the Grand Priest raised his hand to signal for silence. Our mission, as previously discussed, is to recruit this powerful being to join our ranks. Remember, do not speak out of turn. Understood, came the unified response from the standing and attentive gods of destruction and 12 angels. A look of satisfaction spreading across the Grand Priest's face. Very well, let us proceed. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, along with all the angels and gods of destruction, vanished in an instant. Chapter 23. The origins of the system and the incoming inspector. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, finding himself with ample time, continued to delve into the cosmic secrets within the ocean of system history. From this exploration, he uncovered a staggering secret, one that was profoundly daunting. Though the other revelations were significant, this particular secret pertained to the origins of the system, the classification of system levels, and the very purpose of its existence. 1. Origins of the system and system levels. The system is primarily divided into 3 categories: the dying incarnation of the multiversal great will, artificial pseudo-systems, and true systems. The classification of systems is extensive: beginner systems, intermediate systems, advanced systems, supreme systems, transcendent systems, and ancestral systems. Zhang Xuan was utterly astonished. The origins of this system were indeed somewhat terrifying, containing many elements beyond his current comprehension. It was simply too early for him. However, the system indicated that all information was available for casual inquiry, as long as the host refrained from exploiting the system's resources. Otherwise, it would take drastic measures. The implication was clear. One could peruse at will, but any attempt to manipulate the system would result in dire consequences. The origins of the system, a man-made construct. Perhaps a manifestation of the collective consciousness of a multiverse? Such an alarming notion. The hierarchy of systems was evidently vast, with significant disparities among them. The more Zhang Xuan observed, the more astonished he became. Yet simultaneously, his mind felt as though it were being stirred, and his pupils threatened to burst. He realized that this was not something he should be viewing at this moment. Should he persist, he might indeed face annihilation, or, at the very least, a shattering of his resolve. Zhang Xuan promptly exited the ocean of system history, albeit with a tinge of regret. Though attaining immortality would typically lead to a replacement of human nature with divinity, Zhang Xuan had retained his humanity, which the system had forcibly preserved, preventing his primary consciousness from being supplanted by divine essence. Perhaps he would explore this material again when the opportunity arose. It was no wonder the system did not prevent him from perusing these records. The truth was he could hardly comprehend much of it. Even viewing a page or two was his limit. The buried secrets of the multiverse were far too numerous, and the classifications of systems and their origins were merely the most rudimentary, overshadowed by the great mysteries hidden in the depths of the ocean. The ocean of systems was boundless, filled with information invisible to ordinary eyes. Zhang Xuan felt both shocked and elated. Today had indeed broadened his horizons. He realized he was just a frog at the bottom of a well, and with a wry smile, acknowledged his limited perspective. The universe held many profound secrets awaiting his discovery. Calculating the time, he deduced that the High Priest and his companions would soon arrive. Anticipating their arrival, he positioned himself above the earth to await them. Standing in the void, hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the inky cosmos. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Not far ahead, a radiant beam of rainbow light descended, causing the entire seventh universe to tremble. As the brilliance dissipated, several figures of varying sizes emerged. 12 angels and 12 destroyers, including Beerus and Whis, along with the High Priest, the caretaker of the Omni King. Good to see you again, Mr. Xuan. Whis greeted him with a nod. Zhang Xuan returned the gesture with a smile and a nod of his head. Was he truly the envoy the High Priest intended to invite? He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary person. Was such a grand display truly necessary? The god of destruction whispered behind the High Priest, expressing numerous sentiments regarding the soon-to-be appointed inspector. The High Priest cast a sharp glance at the murmuring deities of destruction, as if to say, "Have you all having held the title of God of Destruction for billions of years, lost your wits? Have my prior words fallen upon deaf ears? The frightened deities straightened their postures, realizing they had indeed forgotten the high priest's earlier admonitions. Meanwhile, Son Goku, training on King Kai's planet, along with Vegeta from Earth, were on the verge of being dumbfounded. Why are Beerus and that angel was back, along with a dozen others who resemble them? Their joy multiplied exponentially. It appeared these newcomers were seeking out the recently acquainted Zhang Xuan. Could it be that they were here for revenge? The Z fighters dared not approach, merely watching from a distance, for this was a scenario beyond their participation. All they could do was fervently pray that Earth would remain unscathed. Earth, are you all constantly scheming for my demise? A pack of ingrates. Zhang Xuan and the high priest locked eyes for several seconds, each probing the other's essence. The high priest became increasingly astonished, realizing that someone had reached such an extraordinary level. Not only did this individual surpass all angels and gods of destruction aside from himself, but he was also on the verge of eclipsing him. If one were to rank Zhang Xuan among the powerful of the 12 universes, his combat prowess would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 5. No wonder the Omni King granted him a title equivalent to that of the High Priest upon their first meeting. Zhang Xuan employed his system's capabilities to assess the High Priest's strength and discovered that his power had not transcended the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, but existed in an undefined state between the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal. This level was slightly superior to that of the great perfection of the Golden Immortal, yet lacked the weakest Tai Golden Immortal strength, with the system providing no further explanation. Zhang Xuan could only classify the High Priest's power level as quasi-half-step Tai Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, his naming skills left much to be desired. After a few moments of mutual gaze, the High Priest was the first to speak. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Xuan. I am the steward of the Omni King, the High Priest of the 12 universes. I apologize for intruding upon your seclusion. The High Priest initiated the encounter with a courteous greeting, followed by an apology for disturbing Zhang Xuan's tranquility. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. I'm merely a solitary practitioner from Earth. After exchanging pleasantries, the High Priest outlined his purpose directly. All eyes among the Kaiashins and deities of the 12 universes were now fixed upon Earth, as this was a momentous event of utmost significance. Aside from the Omni King, every supreme deity had gathered solely to invite a solitary practitioner. The people of Earth were left astonished. It turned out there was no conflict after all. Mr. Zhang Xuan, would you be interested in serving as the overseer of these 12 universes? Your position would be on par with mine, just beneath the Omni King. Faced with the invitation from the High Priest and the Omni King, Zhang Xuan did not hold back. Is this role arduous? Are there weekends? Are there 5 insurances and 1 fund? The High Priest, the angels and destroyers, the inhabitants of Earth. With a single inquiry, Zhang Xuan left everyone utterly bewildered. Perhaps you should consider what you were saying. Zhang Xuan merely expressed that he could forego salary, provided there were holidays and the work was not exhausting. The High Priest chuckled and quickly regained his composure. There are indeed weekends, and the job is not strenuous. You will only need to periodically oversee the status of all 12 universes, with minimal demands placed upon you. While there are none of the 5 insurances and 1 fund you mentioned, both the Omni King and I will ensure your safety. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment, finding the position quite enticing, and in the next instant, he readily agreed. I will join you. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's affirmation, the High Priest displayed an expression of excitement, finally securing the allegiance of this formidable individual. The other angels and destroyers felt similarly. From now on, we shall be colleagues, the High Priest remarked, shaking hands with Zhang Xuan, simultaneously feeling a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of alleviating his burdens. The High Priest then outlined the appointment process to Zhang Xuan. He would need to report to the Omni King at the Omni King Palace, making another trip, followed by completing a form and acquiring the necessary tools for his duties. The tools required for work. Only then would he truly assume the role of overseer. The appointment was not a mere verbal declaration. Rather, the process was quite rigorous, especially for an outsider assuming such a high office for the first time. While the rank of destroyer is indeed significant, it pales in comparison to Zhang Xuan's position. This marks a historic first in the annals of Dragon Ball. Zhang Xuan remarked that these were trivial matters and that he was ready to proceed. The High Priest and Zhang Xuan were in perfect accord. They promptly set off for the Omni King Palace, accompanied by the 12 destroyers and 12 angels, leaving the inhabitants of Earth in a state of shock. Chapter 24. The First Encounter with the Omni King. Meanwhile, Under the guidance of the high priest, Zhang Xuan arrived at the entrance of the Omni King Palace. The palace was rather unadorned, shaped like the character for all, perfectly corresponding to the Omni King himself. The plaza featured a series of columns, each topped with clusters of star systems, which could be considered decorative embellishments. Zhang Xuan surveyed the palace and felt it was even smaller than his own courtyard. This is the residence of the Omni King. Mr. Zhang Xuan, please follow me, the high priest gestured invitingly. The gates of the palace slowly creaked open, and a group of individuals stepped inside. The disparity between the external and internal spaces was striking. From the outside, the palace appeared to be no larger than a basketball court, yet the interior was astonishingly vast. If one were to attempt a description, the internal expanse could be likened to the size of an entire universe. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with Zhang Xuan's conjectures from his previous life. As he followed the high priest through the seemingly endless corridor, he marveled at the accuracy of his past assumptions. The moment he entered, he activated the system for analysis. The external and internal realms existed in two distinct dimensions. This was a hypothesis he had formulated during moments of idle contemplation in his previous life, and he was astonished to discover its veracity. Suddenly, two figures resembling antennae appeared. No, they were the king's guards. The high priest exchanged nods with the guards, who then vanished without a trace. Mid-level golden immortals, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. Zhang Xuan nodded to himself, recognizing the prowess of the king's guards. Each one effortlessly possessed the strength of a mid-level golden immortal, a power level that corresponded with the 12 angels. In his previous life, many had speculated about the strength of the king's guards, yet few offered extensive explanations. Some audacious netizens had ventured to guess, generally believing that the guards were on par with the combat strength of the 12 angels. Their conjectures had proven accurate. However, this Dragon Ball world was somewhat different. It diverged significantly from the one Zhang Xuan was familiar with. The displays of strength and narrative deviations were pronounced. Did they think they could thrive in this world with mere scraps of information? How laughable! Without a system, relying solely on that scanned information would likely lead to countless untimely demises, far from deserving the title of a traveler. Caution was imperative. In that moment, Zhang Xuan felt as if he had become a diligent model of diligence. Even in another world, one must tread carefully, for many arrogant travelers had overlooked this truth. Without a system, one might as well be a mere songstress. We have arrived, Mr. Zhang Xuan, the high priest announced, bringing him back to the present. Unbeknownst to him, they had already reached their destination. Before them stood the supreme deity, the king, the pinnacle of all 12 universes, idly engaged in a game resembling marbles. Upon closer inspection, those were not merely marbles. They were spherical constructs composed of entire galaxies. With each collision, a galaxy would vanish. And this game seemed to have consumed an inordinate amount of time. The diminutive figure, resembling a football eraser, noticed the arrival of the high priest and his entourage. And upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Zhang Xuan standing beside the high priest. Wow, you're here. The king swiftly soared to Zhang Xuan's side, circling him curiously, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Are you truly the source of power from the seventh universe? You are truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan nodded and recounted all that had transpired to the gathered assembly. The high priest, along with the other angels and destroyers, suddenly grasped the situation. It became evident that it was merely a fragment of power casually leaked. The gods were enraged, and the All-King's tone shifted as he addressed Zhang Xuan. Would you be interested in assuming the role of inspector for these 12 universes? In response to the All-King's invitation, Zhang Xuan expressed that he had already agreed to take on the position. The All-King was elated upon hearing this news and promptly clapped his hands. Two attendants instantly appeared before Zhang Xuan, each presenting a sheet of paper and a quill. Mr. Zhang Xuan, this is your appointment letter. This quill is forged from divine energy. Please peruse this document, and once you are ready, sign your name here. The attendants patiently explained the appointment process to Zhang Xuan. He refrained from interrupting, listening attentively until they had finished. Will there be excessive limitations on my abilities? And there is such an extended holiday? Although it was mentioned that there would be no salary, he deemed this trivial. Such a scenario rendered the concept of salary nearly irrelevant. After thoroughly reviewing all the rules, Zhang Xuan took the quill handed to him by one of the attendants and signed his name in the lower right corner. Appointed as inspector. It was the year of the divine calendar, marking the advent of the first inspector for the universe, tasked with overseeing all realms. This day was indeed a monumental event since the universe's inception. Upon completing his signature, Thunderous applause erupted around him. Congratulations, congratulations. From this day forth, we shall be official colleagues. Zhang Xuan shook hands with the high priest once more and then extended his hand to the other destroyers, angels, and the numerous attendants. Zhang Xuan remarked, "My hand is a bit sore today." The youthful voice of the All-King rang in Zhang Xuan's ear, inviting him to play a game, signifying that they had forged a friendship. The high priest and others also bowed to the All-King, for one must not present oneself with an air of superiority upon first meeting. Zhang Xuan found it incomprehensible how some arrogant and ineffectual traversers and protagonists managed to survive. It was akin to the first day at a new job, where the boss speaks kindly and expresses a desire to welcome you over a meal, only for you to refuse to let them pour your drink, insisting they must drink 3 cups first before you will clink glasses. Wouldn't the boss be tempted to retaliate? Boss. Boss. Oh no, I've hired an employee. Such antics would surely invite numerous retaliatory measures. Acting from the heart is often the wisest choice. Let's play a game of hide and seek. You shall be the seeker. Zhang Xuan nodded and covered his eyes, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. As he engaged in this game with the All-King, the other destroyers were reminded of some rather unpleasant memories. The other deities of destruction cast wary glances at the apprehensive Beerus. It was due to a previous game of hide and seek that he nearly caused the obliteration of all universes. In a similar vein, Zhang Xuan and the Omni-King engaged in trivial and childish games for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ultimately, Zhang Xuan expressed his need to attend to numerous other matters and took his leave. He declared that he had no desire to partake in such frivolities henceforth, while secretly resolving to bring the future Omni-King along on his next visit. Thus began the mundane daily life of the esteemed inspector. Chapter 25. The Cosmic Powers and Leisurely Life. In the subsequent days, life remained relatively tranquil. Zhang Xuan diligently fulfilled his responsibilities as the inspector of the 12 universes, overseeing the occurrences within them and reviewing the reports submitted by the deities of destruction. His delegation of numerous tasks alleviated some of the burdens from the Grand Priest, who was considerably relieved by this newfound assistance. Zhang Xuan found himself nearly overwhelmed by the monotony of his daily duties, realizing why the Grand Priest had been so elated when he assumed the role of inspector. After all, the Grand Priest, as the steward of the Omni-King and overseer of the 12 universes, had borne this responsibility for countless years, decades, if not billions of years of cosmic time. With Zhang Xuan finally sharing the workload, the Grand Priest was able to enjoy a rare moment of respite, having gained a formidable ally to help shoulder the responsibilities. Naturally, anyone would find joy in such a circumstance. However, the Grand Priest frequently made his way to Zhang Xuan's residence, initially bewildered when he could not locate it upon his arrival on Earth, thinking he had taken a wrong turn. Later, Zhang Xuan presented him with a token, inviting him to visit at his leisure. In their spare time, the two would lounge in reclining chairs, sipping tea and discussing significant cosmic events. On occasion, the Grand Priest would regale Zhang Xuan with amusing tales of the interactions between angels and deities of destruction. Thus, these two societal misfits exchanged banter, their camaraderie deepening as they indulged in their daily routines of work, drinking tea and conversing. A certain elder from Teyvat, taking a leisurely stroll, expressed his approval of their bond. The friendship between the Grand Priest and Zhang Xuan flourished, evolving into an unbreakable companionship. Notably, the Grand Priest began to adopt some of Zhang Xuan's more laid-back tendencies, finding himself occasionally slacking off at work. Following Zhang Xuan's ascension to the role of inspector, there was a noticeable shift. Those above would slacken their pace while those below labored tirelessly. The laziest among them, Beerus, astonishingly surged to the top of the performance rankings, neglecting meals and instead focusing on the destruction of planets. The Grand Priest often confided in Zhang Xuan about the momentous events that had transpired in the universe over the years. From his discussions with the Grand Priest, Zhang Xuan learned that the universe was divided into 3 major factions. The first faction comprised the deities of destruction, angels, the Grand Priest, and the inspectors, all aligned with the Omni-King's dominion. The second faction, the time and space deities who govern the equilibrium of the multiverse, operate independently of the Omni-King's direct oversight and stand on par with the Great Priest. They command a formidable force of over 100 warriors, each hailing from diverse timelines. The third faction, the Dark Realm, a powerful coalition formed by those who resist the tyranny of the Omni-King, aspires to eliminate him and restore an era of equality throughout the universe, essentially seeking to usurp his position and become the next Omni-King. The fourth faction, the multiversal prison, a formidable fortress housing the most fearsome criminals and monstrosities from the entire multiverse, is jointly overseen by the warden and the former great priest to prevent these malevolent entities from escaping and wreaking havoc upon the cosmos. The great priest further disclosed that the Dark Realm possesses a considerable array of high-level combatants, including a warrior comparable to himself, while those on par with angels and deities of destruction are notably fewer, numbering only a little over a dozen, led by a figure akin to the great priest. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Sensing that this Dragon Ball universe was indeed distinct, seemingly a grand amalgamation of various Dragon Ball fan interpretations from his previous life, he sighed in resignation, acknowledging the plethora of matters at hand, lamenting that he had yet to enjoy adequate rest. Presently, he possessed knowledge solely of the upcoming Frisia Saga, Zamasis Saga, and the inaugural Universe Power Tournament. As for the subsequent Moro Saga and Granola Saga, he had scarcely perused them and could only recall fragments of the storyline, such as the existence of the apprentice angel, Meruz, in Universe 7. Zhang Xuan resolved that since he was here, he would make the best of it. Now that he had attained this position, he would strive to fulfill every duty to the best of his abilities. However, it was paramount to assess whether he was truly worthy of the role. Life must take precedence, followed by leisure, and work thereafter. Zhang Xuan pondered, is it wrong to fear death? Wherein lies the error? There is nothing amiss with this sentiment. In the days that followed, Goku, Vegeta, and the others, having learned from their previous ordeal, began to train with renewed vigor. Yet, that day also marked one of Vegeta's happiest moments, for he had finally ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God. Not only the great priest, but also Whis and Beerus were frequent visitors to Earth, ostensibly to oversee operations, though in truth, they were primarily there to indulge in culinary delights. Zhang Xuan quipped, whose work are you inspecting? In the beginning, Beerus was adamant about avoiding Earth due to the offense he had caused Zhang Xuan, his immediate superior, whose decree could easily strip him of his title as a deity of destruction. Eventually, Zhang Xuan reassured Beerus that as long as he refrained from causing destruction and diligently performed his duties, he was free to do as he pleased, allowing Beerus to venture to Earth without trepidation. Thus, tranquility was restored once more. Today, as sun shines splendidly, while the newly appointed Inspector General seems to be idling away, blissfully enjoying a holiday from work. In order to amuse the king, he would visit every few days to engage in those foolish games. Zhang Xuan lamented, you may strike me, you may scold me, but please spare me this torment. Such is the capriciousness of life, akin to a sausage wrapped in intestines. Suddenly, he was hooked. Zhang Xuan's pupils constricted in shock. Just as he intended to reel in the line, the fish yanked it away, leaving him standing there, his face darkening with frustration. He glanced back at the empty bucket, where only a tiny fry remained, less than the size of his little finger. After an entire afternoon of fishing, he had caught nothing. He could not return empty-handed. A true angler never returns without a catch. Zhang Xuan was infuriated. Did they not grant this inspector even a modicum of dignity? Here he was, a supreme deity among 12 universes, unable to catch a single fish. As the saying goes, a fisherman never returns empty-handed. Determined, he resolved to bring something back. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a target, a turtle slowly crawling by. You shall do, he exclaimed, swiftly capturing the unsuspecting creature and placing it in his bucket. The turtle, bewildered, thought, what on earth? In a fit of anger, Zhang Xuan hurled the remaining gear into the water, declaring that further fishing was futile. The esteemed figure then resumed his duties. In the 11th universe, war erupted in the 48th and 792nd galaxies. In the 9th universe, the ambassador for cosmic environmental protection commenced his 7,942nd speech. The 6th universe was rocked by the shocking news that the indolent Lord Kampa had, for the first time, expressed a desire to lose weight. Zhang Xuan closed the crystal ball responsible for communications with those universes, signifying that, with no major events unfolding, he could continue his leisurely pursuits. Cultivating, farming, fishing, sipping tea, and working constituted his daily routine. When boredom struck, Zhang Xuan would happily indulge the king in those frivolous games, remarking, it was delightful, but please, do not summon me again. Chapter 26. Zhang Xuan's influence on the high priest time flew by, and before long, a year had passed. Sun Wukong's granddaughter, Xiaofang, was born, while Vegeta cunningly persuaded Whis to take him to the god of destruction's realm for training, capitalizing on the delicious cuisine of Earth. Upon learning that Whis was the master of Lord Beerus, Vegeta exerted great effort to convince Whis to guide him in his training. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware. During a conversation between Bulma and Chi-Chi, Bulma inadvertently revealed that Vegeta had already been training there for over 6 months, while Sun Wukong had spent the same duration working on Earth. Upon realizing this, Sun Wukong became frantic, desperately pleading with Bulma to contact Whis. Bulma, however, explained that Whis' visits to Earth were unpredictable, urging Sun Wukong to be patient. Yet, Sun Wukong, ever the impatient one, found it intolerable to wait for even a month or two. Thus, Sun Wukong relentlessly pestered Bulma to establish contact with Whis, his presence constant and unyielding, to the point that even Bulma could hardly endure it. Ultimately, in a moment of exasperation, Bulma handed Wukong a mobile phone, instructing him to reach out to her when Whis arrived on Earth. And so 2 months passed. At long last, Whis descended upon the planet, and Sun Wukong implored him to take him along for training. Surprisingly, Whis readily acquiesced to Wukong's request, stating that they would set off after finishing their hot pot meal. During their dining experience, Whis pointed out Wukong's excessive impatience, shaking his head in resignation, despite this prodigious talent possessing the foundation of the ultimate freedom technique. Achieving perfect composure remained a formidable challenge. After a satisfying meal, they were ready to depart. Yet, the one who suffered was Chi-Chi, her husband often absent for prolonged periods of training, leaving her, a homemaker, to shoulder countless responsibilities. Over the years, the lines on her face had multiplied significantly. As time progressed, Zhang Xuan found himself in the palace of the Omni King, engaged in a game of chess with the Grand Minister. One might wonder what the chess pieces were. Ordinary pieces would not suffice, for those of the supreme deity could be likened to planets in their grandeur. Pathetic. You are truly pathetic. Now, I know who the real master is, Zhang Xuan exclaimed, urging the Grand Minister to pay up after winning yet another match. This marked Zhang Xuan's 798th game against the Grand Minister, and without a doubt, the chess savant emerged victorious once more. Out of the 798 matches, the Grand Minister had only managed to win 4. With the workload lightening, it was only natural for the aging Grand Minister to seek some leisure. Good grief. Must you still demand payment among friends? The Grand Minister chuckled wryly, lamenting that if he continued to lose, he might end up without a single bitter tea leaf left. Despite his numerous defeats, his enthusiasm for the game remained undiminished. No wonder he continued to play despite the odds. We're brothers now. Why the need for money? Hurry up. Next time, I'll treat you to tea. The Grand Minister, with a resigned expression, retrieved a crystal from the angelic realm. It's worth surpassing that of an entire universe. Take it, he sighed, gazing mournfully at the precious crystal, only for Zhang Xuan to snatch it from his grasp in an instant. How about another round? I believe you can win next one. Trust me, my good brother. Zhang Xuan began to coax the Grand Minister once more. Yet after years of camaraderie, the Grand Minister was well aware of Zhang Xuan's nature. He was undoubtedly trying to deceive him again. The Grand Minister's assessment of Zhang Xuan was kind, honest, and genuinely caring towards his friends, albeit somewhat mischievous. Unable to feel at ease for a day without causing some trouble. All right. We shall play again another time, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, resting his legs in a relaxed posture. The high priest shook his head, realizing that 2 of the king's guards had appeared by his side at some unknown moment. It seemed that these 2 had been engrossed in watching a chess game just now. The high priest glared at them. What are you staring at? Is it acceptable to slack off during work hours? What will happen if the king finds out? The 2 guards were momentarily speechless. They had merely watched the game for a few minutes. Surely that could not be considered slacking off? Esteemed high priest, we were merely inspecting our duties. One of them asserted. Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. We were simply passing by while fulfilling our responsibilities. Wishing you both a delightful game. Farewell. The 2 guards, having defended themselves, swiftly departed, eager to leave the scene without delay. As they fled, they cast a resentful glance at the high priest and Zhang Xuan. Why should they be the only ones to endure hard work while others enjoyed leisure? Did the divine not require respite? Noticing the high priest's troubled expression, Zhang Xuan, with his legs crossed, smiled and produced a teapot, several cups, and a pouch of tea leaves from his pocket. With a snap of his fingers, the tea began to brew itself. What troubles you, our dear high priest? Are you upset over a recent loss? He jested while pouring a cup for the high priest. The high priest shook his head with a wry smile, savoring the freshly brewed tea and complimenting it. Excellente. Hearing the praise, Zhang Xuan chuckled. The leaves in this tea are my treasured collection. I seldom indulge myself. Were it not for your friendship and your current state of discontent, would I have offered it to you? Now speak, what weighs on your mind? After sipping the tea, the high priest's frown noticeably eased. Recently, individuals from the Dark Realm have resumed their activities, seemingly plotting a significant conspiracy. Their presence can be felt across all 12 universes, and our response has been inadequate. It became clear that the High Priest's distress stemmed from this matter. Ever since the battle between Beerus and Son Goku, the frequency of Dark Realm activities had increased, resembling a well-orchestrated scheme. By the time the angels and destroyers from other universes arrived, those individuals had long vanished without a trace. Although Zhang Xuan had dealt with many from the Dark Realm in recent years, their numbers remained overwhelming, making it impossible to eliminate them entirely. Indeed, those individuals are as bothersome as the mosquitoes in the human world. Endlessly troublesome and formidable, yet elusive, Zhang Xuan lamented. Ultimately, our side lacks sufficient elite combatants. He too reflected on this pressing issue. Yes, what the future holds remains uncertain. The High Priest has also begun to recline, sipping tea while wearing a troubled expression. Yet, should they dare to approach, I shall ensure their ashes are scattered. Zhang Xuan's gaze shifted, and an intense aura of murderous intent radiated outward from him. The High Priest chuckled softly and gently tapped the table, causing Zhang Xuan's murderous aura to vanish without a trace. Enough, enough. Temper your murderous intent. Nothing has happened yet. Has it? But it surely will, he implied, though Zhang Xuan refrained from voicing this sentiment directly. Chapter 27. System Mall Recycling, Infinite High Tower, Template Activation. After conversing a while longer, both Zhang Xuan and the High Priest prepared to return to their respective duties. Zhang Xuan expressed his intention to take his leave, promising to bring fine tea upon his next visit. However, before Zhang Xuan could depart, the High Priest once again exhibited his audacity. Could you spare me that precious tea you hesitate to drink? Since you are reluctant to enjoy it, why not bestow it upon me? I would never. Zhang Xuan shot the High Priest a glare. Forget it. You can't even dream of having my tea. After his retort, Zhang Xuan vanished without a trace, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, his tea would be in jeopardy. The High Priest mused, in the end he only cares about his tea. Zhang Xuan felt a pang of regret as he glanced at the diminished supply of tea, knowing it was celestial tea crafted from divine plants, worth 100 points in the system mall, and limited to just 3 packets per year. He had consumed the other 2 without leaving any for the High Priest. Today, in an unusual moment of goodwill, he had decided to leave a bit for him. Simultaneously, Zhang Xuan resolved within himself, "Fear not, my good brother. When I acquire more tea next time, I shall certainly share a portion with you. Yes, next time for sure." Upon returning to the floating island of the system space, Zhang Xuan immediately retrieved the crystal from the High Priest, a gem worth more than an entire universe. System, what is the value of this crystal in trading points? Please assist me. Zhang Xuan's system had undergone an update in the past couple of years, introducing a new module called recycling, which allows for the exchange of any item for system trading points at a 1-to-1 rate. If the item's value far exceeds the trading points, the system will offer suitable alternatives for the host to choose from. The Angel Crystal, formed from the souls of departed angels, contains energy comparable to that found in celestial beings throughout the cosmos. Host, the value you provided exceeds the system trading points. The system will present dozens of items for your selection. After this announcement, dozens of choice panels appeared before Zhang Xuan, each displaying rewards equivalent to the Angel Crystal for him to consider. The core of the Ruler of Flame, Infinite Edition, boasts an impressive 5 million years of cultivation, superior celestial-grade techniques, the power of acquired creation, innate mid-grade spiritual treasures, fragments of the Chaos Bell, 10,000 system trading points, the power of devouring, a key to unlock system templates, an unrestricted mental time house, the blood of the Ultra Ancestor Saiyan, a grand system duel, a passage permit to the abyss of the demon realm, a mid-level golden immortal battle servant, a life reset bomb, 2-dimensional foil spicy strips, lethal talismans, a race selection voucher, and innate divine foundations. Each reward provided by the system is equivalent to the angel crystals previously offered by Zhang Xuan, with nearly every reward being of the highest caliber. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of rewards, Zhang Xuan felt as though his mind was on the verge of unraveling, and there was still much more to come. At this critical juncture in his life, confronted with premier rewards yet uncertain of his choices, he found most of them highly beneficial, save for the system duel, life reset bomb, and 2-dimensional foil spicy strips. The first unrestricted user of the Ruler of Flame is undoubtedly formidable, yet he deemed it unnecessary. For such an item could be purchased freely in the system marketplace for the same 10,000 trading points. The techniques and creation power, along with the innate mid-grade spiritual treasures, also priced at 10,000 trading points, were of little consequence to someone of his caliber. 5 million years of cultivation was negligible, as powerful beings often slumber for millions of years. The blood of the ultra ancestor Saiyan and the mental time house held no appeal for him, nor did the subsequent rewards. As for the chaos bell fragments, he had no desire to collect such trinkets. The only item that piqued his interest was the key to unlock system modules. The system he was bound to was somewhat unique, with numerous locked areas awaiting revelation, each harboring diverse gameplay and rewards. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for the system module unlocking key. As soon as Zhang Xuan's words fell, a gleaming golden key materialized in his system backpack. A glance at the manual elucidated its usage. The system tower, life reset simulator, the red block of the grand wheel, and the system mental space were all options. After further contemplation, he decisively chose the system tower. The system tower, undoubtedly, is a small tower of infinite height, where defeating enemies on each floor yields corresponding rewards. The adversary on the first floor possessed only the strength of the Chi refinement stage, with a modest reward of 100 trading points. The second floor featured opponents at the foundation establishment stage, yielding 150 trading points. Each subsequent floor's enemies escalated in strength exponentially, with the 42nd floor presenting foes of his caliber. The Golden Immortal at the Great Perfection Realm, offering a reward of 5,000 trading points and access to the unrestricted mental time house. Upon witnessing these rewards, Zhang Xuan felt immense relief at his choice. Initially, he had considered selecting the mental time house, but was grateful he opted for the key instead. Internally, he berated the system for nearly leading him astray. Without dwelling too much on this, Zhang Xuan prepared himself to ascend the tower. After a prolonged period of inactivity, it was time to stir his muscles once more. Without further ado, he strode directly into the system tower. From an external perspective, the tower appeared to span merely a few dozen meters in width. However, its interior was a realm of boundless expanse. His first adversary within was a junior at the Chi refinement stage, a formidable figure whose imposing physique was accentuated by a gleaming bald head that even reflected light. The scar that extended from his left eye down to his chest was a testament to the brutal battles he had endured. Upon sighting the slender Zhang Xuan, the burly man erupted into laughter, deeming him an ordinary mortal. A disdainful smile crept across his face. "Hand over your valuables, and perhaps I might spare your life. Be quick about it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll leave you with a whole corpse." The scarred man began to threaten Zhang Xuan, indicating that he was indeed no benevolent character. Just moments ago, the scarred man had been engaging in warm-up exercises in another realm, only to be abruptly transported here. Initially puzzled, he soon realized this was a boon bestowed by a powerful being. The prospect of passing this layer's trial and ascending to the golden core stage was too enticing to resist. His delight grew upon laying eyes on the frail, white-robed figure before him. This was clearly an opportunity for easy points. He envisioned himself exuding authority as a golden core cultivator, and in his excitement, he momentarily lost his senses. Zhang Xuan, however, merely chuckled disdainfully at the scarred man's threats. "What did you say? Who are you cursing? Come at me." With a flourish, the scarred man brandished his blood-red saber, lunging toward Zhang Xuan's neck. Unmoved, Zhang Xuan extended a hand. "Super enhanced purification power. Farewell." With that, he unleashed the system's awarded super enhanced purification power, and as his words faded, the onrushing scarred man disintegrated into a digital haze amidst desperate cries. "Perhaps in the next life, you should be a better person," Zhang Xuan mused. "Wait, the purification power of the All-King obliterates everything. Where is the next life to speak of?" Cursing under his breath, Zhang Xuan hastened to descend to the next level. Chapter 28. The first purple roulette 10 consecutive draws, and the system issued a new task. As he progressed through each successive layer, Zhang Xuan exhibited an unmatched prowess, dispatching every adversary with a single strike. The system had previously informed him that each foe was a nefarious individual forcibly drawn from alternate realms. Even the earlier Chi refinement villain bore the weight of thousands of lives lost. With the system's clarification, Zhang Xuan felt no more trepidation. His actions could be considered a service to the people, eliminating one villain at a time. Upon reaching the 30th layer, he faced an opponent of late Earth immortal caliber, but they proved to be exceedingly weak. However, when it comes to the subsequent 30 levels, Zhang Xuan dared not entertain such thoughts. By that time, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What earthly suffering is this?" Before his opponent could even react, Zhang Xuan dispatched them with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, on clearing level 30. Reward: 1,000 transaction points. Current transaction points: 113560. Do not inquire about the origins of such a substantial number of transaction points. Part of it was earned through rewards from conquering the system's tower, while the majority was exchanged for victories obtained through chess. The High Priest contributed an impressive 100,000 transaction points to Zhang Xuan. Upon learning this, the High Priest would surely extend his greetings to Zhang Xuan's ancestors for generations. Ding! The host has reached the monthly limit for level completions. Please return next month. The system tower has its limitations, allowing for only 30 attempts per month, which is quite fair. Zhang Xuan was indifferent, as a month would swiftly pass. Previously, he had mentioned stretching his muscles. What nonsense! With one strike to defeat enemies, what significance does that hold? Is this what one refers to as stretching muscles? Enough of that. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands and exited the system tower space. The transaction points earned today were barely satisfactory, totaling a meager 10,000. The purple spinning wheel required 1,000 transaction points for a single draw, while 10,000 points allowed for a 10 draw, albeit with rather frighteningly low probabilities. Zhang Xuan hesitated for a brief moment. Forget it. Let's take a chance. Perhaps a bicycle might transform into a motorcycle. He summoned the system's grand keyboard and directly paid 10,000 transaction points. Watching the grand wheel spin slowly, Zhang Xuan rubbed his hands in excitement. This was his first 10 draw. He wondered what rewards awaited him. The light gradually faded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 2,000 T from a certain island's adult film USB drive. Rubbish! Congratulations, host, on acquiring postnatal care for sows. Even worse than the previous one. Congratulations, host, on receiving a large vat of enhanced celestial beings. Barely acceptable. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the full power of a certain hydrogen entity from the world of X. What? Are you afraid of being ensnared by grass ropes? Congratulations, host, on acquiring 500 million years of cultivation. Fairly decent. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the bloodline of ancient Saiyans. Quite standard. Congratulations, host, on acquiring random fragments of exceptional innate spiritual treasures. This is excellent. Just 2 more pieces to complete the collection. Congratulations, host, on obtaining flash time technique. Useless to me. The system will automatically reclaim it and convert it into transaction points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the unlimited version of the 6-core ruler of the void. Unlimited version. My strength determines its might. This is somewhat acceptable. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a video tutorial for rapidly mastering the cosmic mud dance. Dancing with the universe as if it were a basketball? The rewards from this lottery are rather unremarkable, neither particularly good nor bad. Some items are at least somewhat useful. The celestial beings can be shared with others. The core of the void ruler can be utilized personally, and there are exquisite fragments of innate spiritual treasures, along with the bloodline of the ancient Saiyan and 500 million years of cultivation, which is also commendable. Zhang Xuan decided to keep these 5 items, while the rest were returned to the system. Successful reclamation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 400 trading points. The current host trading point total is 103,960. For now, it will be prudent to retain these items and reassess them later. First, let's absorb this 500 million years of cultivation. Zhang Xuan resolved to absorb this cultivation first, leaving the other matters for another time. At present, his primary focus is on enhancing his cultivation, as he is still at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Cultivating is indeed a formidable challenge. After attaining the golden immortal perfection, breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm proves to be exceedingly difficult. The primary obstacle is his mediocre talent, which significantly hampers his cultivation speed, as he possesses an ordinary divine foundation that cannot be further diminished. It has been previously stated that with an ordinary divine foundation, one can only aspire to attain the Tai golden immortal realm at best, if they are fortunate enough to do so, indicating the formidable challenge of transcending to the Tai golden immortal realm. Zhang Xuan floated in mid-air, sitting cross-legged, and began to absorb the 500 million years of cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already the 3rd day. Zhang Xuan finally completed the absorption of the last remnants of cultivation. His realm experienced a slight loosening. Zhang Xuan clenched his right fist, and a massive surge of celestial energy and primordial essence began to emanate from within him, causing flowers and lush grass to blossom in the areas where the energy spread, with some even developing a semblance of intelligence. However, this merely resulted in a minor loosening of his realm, with minimal enhancement in his strength. Zhang Xuan could not help but smile wryly, simultaneously feeling a twinge of apprehension regarding the system of cultivation he was engaged in. Why was it so arduous? 500 million years is no short span, yet it only resulted in a slight loosening of his realm. The fundamental reason lies in the complexity of the celestial path he is pursuing, compounded by his foundational limitations that impede both his absorption and cultivation speed. Once he possesses sufficient wealth, he must acquire an innate Tao body. Zhang Xuan gazed at the system's marketplace, where the innate Tao body was priced at 100 million trading points, quietly resolving to purchase it once he amasses enough wealth. Currently, he is still quite impoverished, holding only a mere 100,000 trading points. The road ahead is long. Even a single item from the Great Divine Officer is valued at 10,000 trading points. This is hardly a trivial objective. Zhang Xuan does not consider this a small goal at all. Next time an opportunity arises, he must certainly seize more items from the Great Divine Officer. Great Divine Officer, Zhang Xuan is my dearest brother. From this moment on, let us gradually accumulate wealth. In his past life, Zhang Xuan had earned the nickname the Great Hamster in the gaming world, as stockpiling resources was no challenge for him, merely requiring a bit of time. Just as Zhang Xuan resolved to hoard resources, the system initiated the third task. Ding! The system has issued a task. 1. Journey to the God of Destruction's planet, where you shall jointly guide Sun Wukong and Vegeta alongside Whis, with no time constraints. Reward: a random, exquisite, innate spiritual treasure for attack. Upon hearing this, I'm no longer weary. Zhang Xuan, previously lifeless, suddenly sprang back to life. He now felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, capable of traversing the entirety of the seventh universe on foot without difficulty. The God of Destruction's planet, you say? Let us proceed. Zhang Xuan prepared all that he needed, intending to reside permanently on the God of Destruction's planet, and before departing, he purchased several packages of tea leaves from the system's marketplace. From this moment forth, resources shall not be squandered. Would you care to reflect on what you are saying? Tea leaves are an essential, just as fish cannot be without bicycles. After completing his preparations, Zhang Xuan commenced his flight towards Beerus's domain. From now on, Vegeta and Sun Wukong would endure trials. At that very moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, undergoing Whis' instruction on the God of Destruction's planet, shivered involuntarily. They were somewhat puzzled, for it was not cold. Why did they suddenly tremble? Chapter 29, Whis' Prediction. Zhang Xuan's arrival. From this point forward, your training shall be exclusively entrusted to me. Should either of you wish to retract your commitment, I can send you back immediately. Whis began to unveil a rigorous training regimen, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a grave tone. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong remained silent, standing upright. Excellent. The training may prove arduous. Can you endure it? Yes. Wukong and Vegeta vociferously affirmed their willingness to withstand any hardship for the sake of becoming stronger. Regardless of the trials ahead, one sought strength purely for its own sake, devoid of ulterior motives, while the other aimed to not fall too far behind Sun Wukong, driven by the desire to protect his family. I shall grant you a day's preparation time. Training commences tomorrow. With that, Whis turned and departed, allowing them a day to ready themselves for the impending grueling regimen. Sun Wukong watched Whis' retreating figure, his heart brimming with excitement, and Vegeta felt the same. This marked the first training session since his arrival a year prior. You may wonder what Vegeta had been doing on the God of Destruction's planet for a year. Certainly, he had been attending to Beerus' needs, changing bed linens and blankets. To put it bluntly, he had been a caretaker, and for one as proud as Vegeta, that period had felt like a hellish ordeal. It was truly exhilarating. Training was to commence tomorrow, and he wished it would arrive swiftly. "Isn't that right, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Having a powerful mentor was invaluable to him, and it would be unnatural not to feel exhilarated. "Oomph. No need for your commentary," Vegeta retorted curtly, leaving Sun Wukong to chuckle awkwardly at the cold reception. "Are you really going to allow those two Saiyans to commence their training tomorrow?" remarked Beerus, reclining on his bed with his left hand propped against his face, his tone dripping with languid indifference as he addressed Whis. He was perplexed by Whis's reasoning for delaying their training until now, a full year after their potential had first been revealed. Whis, however, wore an enigmatic smile, indicating that the two Scions were indeed exceptional. Their inherent talents were remarkable, as Beerus had witnessed since the day he first arrived on Earth, and their lineage played a significant role as well. Upon hearing Whis's praise, Beerus's expression grew notably serious. It was the first time he had heard such commendation for the two Scions. After all, the judgment of an angel is seldom flawed. Angels typically do not recruit individuals unless it is to find a successor for a retiring god of destruction. Yet, as he contemplated this, Beerus's temper flared. Despite his lack of fur, "Damn you, Whis, are you suggesting I should retire early?" Seeing Beerus on the verge of losing his temper, Whis covered his mouth and chuckled softly. "Well, it could be seen as finding you a successor." The candidness of Whis's statement only fueled Beerus's irritation. After all, he had hardly had his fill of being a god of destruction, only to be nudged towards retirement by his own attendant. Send those two away at once. Immediately, realizing he had perhaps pushed the joke too far, Whis quickly attempted to clarify. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Who suggested anything about your retirement? But what do you intend with the training of those two Scions?" Whis smiled and leisurely floated closer to Beerus, whispering a few hushed words into his ear. The transformation of Beerus's expression was as dramatic as a face-changing act in traditional Sichuan opera, ultimately settling into a serious nod. "Do you truly hold such high hopes for those two Scions?" Whis affirmed with a nod. "Their potential is indeed formidable, particularly that one named Kakarot. You have witnessed the immense energy he unleashed during battle. That day, Goku surpassed his limits repeatedly, each transformation resulting in a staggering increase in power, almost as if he were cheating." Beerus was left bewildered. What sort of anomaly is this? Indeed, those two Scions possess exceptional gifts, Beerus mused, absent-mindedly picking at his nose and flicking the extracted debris towards Whis. "Lord Beerus, please maintain some decorum," Whis exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of dismay. "What on earth was that for?" Unperturbed, Beerus continued, "So what is your plan for training those two Scions?" To speak candidly, he remains utterly oblivious to Whis's training methods and is entirely uncertain how Whis intends to instruct those two Scions. Training them according to the standards of a destroyer is quite the notion. Whis indeed plans to employ the same rigorous training regimen he used for Beerus. Yet those Scions possess talents that do not warrant such extreme measures. With proper guidance, they could become formidable warriors, the level of a destroyer. Can those two Scions withstand it? Beerus was so startled that he nearly tumbled from his bed. To impose the training standards of a destroyer upon them is tantamount to wishing for their demise. The mere thought of his own days under Whis's tutelage sent a shiver down his spine. The potential strength and achievements of the two Scions would surely rival those of top-tier destroyers, and they might even ascend to the level of angels. As Whis uttered these words, cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. The power of a top-tier destroyer is not to be underestimated, as it approaches that of an angel. What defines a top-tier destroyer? It is one of the select few among the 12 destroyers who stands at the pinnacle of strength, akin to himself and that insipid yellow rodent, both being of elite caliber. Whis's assertions were impossible to dismiss. Their future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of top-tier destroyers and could potentially reach angelic levels of power. The discerning eye of an angel does not err, and Whis's expression conveyed a confident certainty regarding the truth of this matter. The prospect of a top-tier destroyer, possibly even an angel, overwhelmed Beerus with trepidation. Just then, the crystal atop Whis's staff flickered, indicating the arrival of a message. Whis promptly checked the sender, but as he read the message, his calm demeanor shifted dramatically, and he turned to Beerus with an innocuous smile. "Lord Beerus, I advise you to tidy this place up post-haste." Beerus remained unconcerned. "Who is coming?" "The inspector, Lord Zhang Xuan, will be arriving shortly. You wouldn't want him to see this disarray, would you?" "The inspector? Quickly, Whis, help me clean up." Beerus's face turned pale with dread upon hearing that the inspector was on his way, and he prepared to flee. "Just tell him I'm busy outside and cannot return. Farewell." Just as Beerus was about to make his escape, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a figure emerged from its depths. Chapter 30. Whis explains the nature of destroyers to Son Goku. Is this the realm of the destroyers? The environment appears quite pleasant. Zhang Xuan had finally arrived at the realm of the destroyers. On his journey, he encountered an unexpected event. Midway, he happened to see the Grand Minister heading towards Earth, prompting Zhang Xuan to alter his path. The Grand Minister's visit was never a harbinger of good fortune. He was undoubtedly there to mooch off his tea once more. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Xuan, in his attempt to change the channel, was discovered by the Grand Priest. After a brief conversation, the Grand Priest, with a serious demeanor, patted Zhang Xuan on the shoulder before departing, cautioning him to be careful on his journey, and borrowing a packet of tea leaves from his sleeve. By the time Zhang Xuan registered what had transpired, the Grand Priest had vanished without a trace. Are you daft? Is this truly so addictive? Day after day, fixated on those meager tea leaves. Are they truly that delightful? Zhang Xuan lamented. I detest those who are addicted to tea. Should I ever catch one, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. With that, he cast a pitying glance at the remaining tea leaves. Indeed, a good thrashing is in order. At that moment, he noticed the two individuals engaged in warm-up exercises. Zhang Xuan let out a peculiar cry and added a sarcastic remark, for such was his nature. The two, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who were warming up below, paused in surprise but quickly recognized Zhang Xuan, the acquaintance they had met that day. Oh, Zhang Xuan, you've come too, Sun Wukong exclaimed, hastening forward to greet him, affectionately wrapping his arm around Zhang Xuan's neck, much like a pair of familiar doves. Vegeta, on the other hand, huffed with feigned indifference. In the distance, Beerus was hastily approaching, his spirit nearly extinguished from fright. After all, he was one of the highest deities in the universe. Albeit ignorance is bliss. To illustrate, it would be akin to Beerus striking the Grand Priest and chuckling that it was merely a form of greeting. What are you two up to? Beerus rushed forward, delivering a swift reprimand to both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The latter clutched his head in pain, wondering if Beerus had eaten too much cat food to be so idle as to strike them. Ouch! Lord Beerus, why are you hitting us? Sun Wukong protested, rubbing the swelling on his head, having merely exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Xuan before Beerus had delivered a blow. Beerus, however, disregarded him entirely and strode directly toward Zhang Xuan. Amidst the stunned gazes of onlookers, Beerus executed a deep bow, bending at a 90-degree angle. Salutations, Honorable Inspector. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Rise, there is no need for such formalities. I merely came to take a look. He then patted Beerus on the shoulder, which only served to intensify Beerus's trepidation. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. He could only blame his status and his previously intimidating demeanor. Yet, he sought to offer some heartfelt reassurance. Little Beerus, you've been performing admirably of late. Your work is commendable. You have not disappointed me. I shall treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight. Keep up the good work. Beside them, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were left bewildered, sensing an air of authority in their exchange that suggested a superior subordinate relationship. Was Beerus truly so intimidated by Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan thought to himself, alas, I have become the villain. Oh, I forgot that you two are still unaware. Having remained silent, Whis discerned the confusion of the two individuals and patiently commenced his explanation from the very beginning, elucidating the hierarchy of the cosmos and the positions of the deities, ranging from the gods of destruction to the supreme Kai, then to the angels, and further to the higher echelons of divine beings. Within the vast expanse of the universe, there exist 12 distinct universes. The one we inhabit is the 7th, akin to the 6th. Each universe is jointly overseen by a god of destruction, a supreme Kai, and their respective angels. 12 universes, each boasting a god of destruction as formidable as Lord Beerus. Vegeta felt as though his worldview was on the verge of being shattered. The mere thought of 12 such gods of destruction and their angels rendered him momentarily faint. 12. Indeed? Are we in a wholesale market? In stark contrast to Vegeta's trepidation, Goku was brimming with exhilaration. The prospect of so many universes, and the countless powerful warriors within them eager to engage in combat with him, ignited his inherent passion for martial arts. Observing Goku's fervor, Whis raised an eyebrow. Refrained from such exuberance for the time being. Goku chuckled awkwardly, and with his interruption quelled, Whis resumed his discourse. In truth, beyond the 12 angels and 12 gods of destruction, there exist several high-ranking deities who govern the 12 universes. If the gods of destruction oversee individual universes, these higher beings supervise all of them. The father of all angels, the Grand Minister, serves as the steward of the Omni-King, one of the most exalted deities across the cosmos, and prior to the appointment of the new overseer, he was responsible for all matters of governance. Father of all angels? So, he is your father then? Goku's whimsical remark left the assembled company momentarily speechless. Whis replied, it seems my previous statements went unheard. What do you mean by suggesting he is your father? The thought of Goku's intellect left Whis with a throbbing headache. Despite his remarkable talent and strength, his naivety posed challenges for future training. Kakarot refrained from speaking. Vegeta glared fiercely at Goku, exasperated at his ability to derail conversations. Well said. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum next time. Truly, the wisdom of one's words can be as impactful as the wisdom of another. Faced with Vegeta's admonition, Goku quickly covered his mouth, signaling his intent to remain silent. Moreover, there exists another deity, one who oversees all 12 universes and all gods of destruction, sharing the same rank as the Grand Minister. Before the ascension of that esteemed individual, the Grand Minister was responsible for the governance of the entire universe. The prowess of that esteemed being is only slightly inferior to that of the Grand Minister. If one were to rank them, he would undoubtedly place within the top 5 of all universes. Whis paused noticeably. Above these two esteemed figures, there exists an even higher deity. He is the true sovereign of the multiverse, the origin of all, the supreme existence of the multiverse. This illustrious being is known as the Omni King. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the overwhelming information presented to them today. It was almost enough to overheat their CPUs. The Great Priest, the Grand Minister, the sovereign of the multiverse. This news was simply explosive. Lord Zeno, the supreme ruler of the multiverse. Vegeta's voice trembled noticeably. The mere thought of such an exalted entity was suffocating. Just when they believed that the god of destruction was the pinnacle, they were informed of the existence of the Grand Minister and Zeno. What on earth? At this rate, might there soon be an even greater Zeno? The Grand Minister, who typically busied himself with duties, rarely appeared before the public. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister resided in their universe. After stating this, he gestured for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to observe Zhang Xuan in the distance, sipping tea, while Beerus stood rigidly beside him, holding a tea tray. The man in white, seemingly frail and delicate, appeared as if a mere touch would topple him, clearly not comparable to the mighty. That esteemed individual, whom you know as Zhang Xuan, is indeed one of the Grand Ministers, a supreme deity among our 12 universes. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were taken aback. They had regarded him as a close friend, only to discover he was one of the 12 universes' Grand Ministers. The thought of how they had previously treated Zhang Xuan weighed heavily on Vegeta, as if countless blades hung over his head. Chapter 31. The new abilities developed by Zhang Xuan, Sun Wukong's reckless sparring. Little Beerus, you have performed commendably over the past couple of years. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you, Zhang Xuan said earnestly, patting Beerus on the shoulder, adopting a tone reminiscent of a former employer addressing an employee. Thank you, my lord, for your kind words. It is but my duty, Beerus replied, bowing stiffly once more. Yes, you seem quite spirited. Keep it up. Should you excel, I shall surely sing your praises before Lord Zeno. When that time comes, do not forget your brother. Zhang Xuan remarked. Beerus felt a wave of despair. The peculiar disposition of this lord was truly baffling, and he could hardly fathom how he might rise in rank or wealth. Anyone could discern that Zhang Xuan's words held deeper meanings. Grand Minister, Sun Wukong, from a distance, shyly nudged his fingers together. Zhang Xuan, without needing to guess, understood Sun Wukong's intent. It was clear he sought a sparring match. Huh? Zhang Xuan did not lift his head, casually toying with his teacup, his ever-present smile affixed to his face. Vegeta, uncertain of Sun Wukong's intentions, sensed that his friend's actions were likely to lead to trouble. Just as he intended to step forward to intervene, Sun Wukong preempted him. He, Lord Zhang Xuan, the power of the Grand Minister is second only to the Great Priest, a marvel of the universe. I have heard that your strength ranks among the top 5 in the cosmos. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? I implore you. With his hands pressed together and his body lowered to an almost humble position, Sun Wukong earnestly implored. Beside him, Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would approach in such a manner. Beerus' face turned a shade of green from shock. What possessed you to recklessly challenge this esteemed being? If you genuinely wish to engage in combat, I can indulge you for an entire day. But should you seek your demise, please do not involve me in your folly. You foolish child, have you lost your senses? Do you understand the magnitude of the entity you confront? If you desire death, seek it elsewhere. Do not meet your end in my presence. With one hand gripping Sun Wukong's ear, Beerus elicited cries of pain from him, and in his frustration, Wukong protested, Ouch, ouch. I truly mean no harm. I merely wish to spar with Lord Zhang Xuan. Sun Wukong's expression reflected his innocence. He simply sought a friendly exchange with Zhang Xuan, believing it to be a trivial matter. Zhang Xuan smiled, unsurprised by Wukong's intentions. Ding! The system detected Sun Wukong's fervent desire to engage. A temporary mission was issued. 1. Spar with Sun Wukong. Reward, detector. Would you like to accept the mission? Yes, no. Faced with the two prominent options, Zhang Xuan readily selected yes. Who would refuse a fortune presented so conveniently? Listen closely, you Beerus admonished. As long as the Grand Inspector is willing, he could obliterate this entire universe in an instant. If you seek death, do so alone. Do not drag us into your demise. Do not presume that your acquaintance with the Grand Inspector renders you immune. Beerus's face contorted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped Sun Wukong's attire, thoroughly exasperated with the Scion's antics. How could this Scion behave so foolishly? Very well, how do you wish to spar? Zhang Xuan leisurely swirled his teacup, acquiescing to Sun Wukong's request for a duel. Fantastic, Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitedly throwing punches in the air. Beside them, Beerus gaped in disbelief. Had the Grand Inspector truly consented to this Scion? Was there a possibility this would not merely be a friendly spar? Would the Grand Inspector remain unperturbed? Beerus envisioned a catastrophic explosion within the 7th universe and broke into a cold sweat. Grand Inspector, this Scion lacks understanding. I will ensure he learns, Beerus insisted. You may have misunderstood. This is merely a simple spar, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly. After receiving Zhang Xuan's assurance, Beerus's previously tense heart relaxed significantly. As long as he remained unharmed, he could care less about what happened to the universe. Sun Wukong's affairs were of no concern to him. As long as he was unscathed, the cosmos could unfold as it pleased. A dead Taoist is better than a dead friend. Sun Wukong undertook a brief warm-up, invigorating his entire being. Vegeta and the others assumed the role of spectators, eagerly watching the bout between Sun Wukong and Zhang Xuan. All right, I am ready. With a confident smile, Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance. Opposite him, Zhang Xuan leisurely sipped his tea while sitting in a chair, unfazed. After draining the last drop, he calmly arranged himself and slowly extended a hand. The celestial energy was constructed, manifesting as a second body of a golden immortal. An immense force of celestial power swirled within Zhang Xuan's hand, coalescing into a radiant white orb. This orb rapidly expanded until it transformed into a humanoid figure, identical in size to Zhang Xuan himself. The luminous figure mirrored Zhang Xuan perfectly, as though it were a true reflection. Another Zhang Xuan. Vegeta and the others were on the verge of exploding with disbelief. Even the usually composed Whis displayed a look of astonishment. It was their first glimpse of Zhang Xuan in action, and he chose such a grand display for his initial move. Was this merely the power of a destroyer god? Clearly, it was insufficient. Zhang Xuan's second body possessed only the strength of a destroyer god, leaving him somewhat melancholic. He was, after all, still too weak. I'm in. Sun Wukong roared, his aura flaring crimson, his hair transforming instantly to a fiery red as he unleashed his trump card, the Super Saiyan God form. Do you even know who you're facing? Anyone would go all out in this situation. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Zhang Xuan. Fists clasped together, delivering a powerful strike. His incredible aura surged, escalating exponentially with each passing second. Zhang Xuan's second body merely extended a finger, effortlessly halting Sun Wukong's full-force assault. Your strength is still lacking. Your speed is passable, akin to my leisurely stroll. Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly kicked towards Zhang Xuan's head, only to have it intercepted with a single finger, as Zhang Xuan remained unfazed throughout. Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of punches akin to a meteor shower, yet Zhang Xuan did not even flinch. A transparent shield appeared before him, rendering each of Sun Wukong's attacks as feeble as ants in comparison. With numerous vulnerabilities exposed, even when Sun Wukong resorted to his signature technique, the Kamehameha, it was effortlessly dispelled by a mere breath from Zhang Xuan. Sun Wukong was increasingly astounded. Was the gap this vast? This wasn't even Zhang Xuan's true form, which remained seated there sipping tea, while he was outmatched by a mere manifestation of energy. What a monster! That's enough. Zhang Xuan's true self transmitted a command to his second body, instructing it to conclude the battle immediately. The doppelganger, which had been locked in confrontation with Sun Wukong, finally moved. In the midst of Sun Wukong's astonishment, Zhang Xuan's second body vanished from sight, only to reappear directly behind him. Time for a break. Zhang Xuan gently flicked the neck of Sun Wukong, causing him to immediately foam at the mouth and lose consciousness. It seemed that he had perhaps exerted a tad too much force. Chapter 32. The Training Achievements of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Strength surges. Zhang Xuan swiftly approached, pressing 2 fingers against Sun Wukong's chest. Upon confirming that the latter had merely fainted, Zhang Xuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not inadvertently slain the protagonist of this world. Even with such restraint, he had rendered Sun Wukong unconscious. Zhang Xuan remarked, "I apologize. Even my weakest avatar possesses the power of a god of destruction. I have nothing weaker than this. Lift him down. He is not dead, merely unconscious. He will awaken after a bit more rest." With a mere glance, Zhang Xuan obliterated his avatar and gestured for Vegeta to carry Sun Wukong away. That cockroach fellow was defeated in a single move. Vegeta was utterly astounded. That avatar was not even a true avatar in the traditional sense. A mere snap of the fingers had rendered Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong unconscious. This individual's strength was simply unfathomable. Nonetheless, at Zhang Xuan's signal, he hastily took Sun Wukong away. True to his proud nature, Vegeta did not bother to lift him properly. Instead, he merely dragged Sun Wukong by his leg. As Vegeta departed with the unconscious Sun Wukong, only Beerus and Whis remained on the field. Whis appeared unperturbed, while Beerus dared not even breathe audibly. "All right, little Beerus, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Whis." Zhang Xuan indicated for Beerus to exit, expressing his desire to converse with Whis. "Understood." Beerus bowed once more, departing the god of destruction's realm without a backward glance, fearful that lingering even a moment longer might provoke Zhang Xuan's ire. Whis approached slowly, offering a slight bow. "Is there something you require, esteemed inspector?" Zhang Xuan set down his teacup and began to articulate his true intentions, laying out his future plans and requesting Whis' assistance with the endeavor. Whis' eyes widened in realization, his regard for Vegeta and Sun Wukong soaring to unprecedented heights. To think that these 2 Saiyans had caught the attention of such a distinguished individual. Zhang Xuan and Whis conversed for several hours, detailing the rigorous training schedule for the following day. Even Whis was taken aback by the arduous nature of the training regimen. After receiving Zhang Xuan's reassuring potion, was finally exhaled in relief. The content of their exchange, Training Plus, a brand new upgraded version. As long as one does not perish during training, they shall train to the utmost limits. Afterward, Zhang Xuan collected the rewards for the system task. The detector, as its name implies, is a specialized device designed to assess an opponent's realm and strength. Regardless of how powerful one may be, the system's detector can accurately gauge one's capabilities. Let's start with Whis. System detector, activate. Zhang Xuan prepared to test the detector on Whis first, eager to ascertain its effectiveness. Detection successful. Name, Whis. Age. Strength, late stage golden immortal. Abilities, perfect freedom, extreme intense skill, angelic staff, angel projection, dimensional manipulation, time reversal, pseudo creation power, immortality. The prowess of Whis is indeed remarkable. Whis stands as one of the most cherished offspring of the Grand Priest, achieving a level of power that places him among the top 10 in the universe. Should the Grand Priest retire, it is likely that Whis would inherit his position. Enough of this. Zhang Xuan shook his head, often lost in strange thoughts. He had initially intended to focus on training, yet somehow found himself contemplating this. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Xuan utilized his structural abilities to conjure a piece of paper and a pen. He swiftly inscribed a lengthy list of items onto the paper and handed it to Whis. "Please prepare these items as per the list. I will need them tomorrow." Whis nodded and vanished from sight to gather the materials requested by Zhang Xuan. The life of an elder is indeed simple. Zhang Xuan reclined in his rocking chair, a fan appearing in his hand, resembling a retired old gentleman. The following day, Whis had indeed prepared the materials Zhang Xuan requested. Vegeta was the first to arrive at the training ground, while Goku was a few minutes late due to oversleeping. Whis shook his head in exasperation and projected 2 sets of uniforms from his staff. He gestured for Vegeta and Goku to don the attire hastily, but they dismissed it as merely ordinary clothing. Even if it were a gravity suit, they assumed it would not be excessively burdensome. However, as soon as they donned the garments, they regretted their assumptions. The weight of the clothing immediately forced them to the ground, sinking further as they struggled to remain upright, gritting their teeth and straining against the exertion. Just as Goku and the others contemplated transforming into Super Saiyans to alleviate the burden, Whis interrupted, stating that they could not transform during this training. The side effects of the red Super Saiyan form would be too significant for their current physiques. To resolve this issue perfectly, they must first strengthen their bodies. Goku and Vegeta grumbled in frustration, yet they persevered. Time flew, and the days of training passed. Zhang Xuan mandated that Goku and Vegeta must not remove their gravity suits at any time or place, regardless of the circumstances. Each time they adapted to the weight of the suits, Zhang Xuan would increase the weight exponentially. To expedite their growth, Zhang Xuan provided them with the spiritual vegetables he cultivated in the floating island garden. At the outset, Zhang Xuan personally cooked for them, but gradually he began to grow complacent, to the point where he would sometimes forego preparing any dishes at all, simply tossing a heap of cabbage and potatoes in front of Vegeta and Son Goku for them to consume raw. During this time, Son Goku and Vegeta's combat prowess surged, surpassing the timeline of their transformation into Super Saiyan Blue by a full month. Moreover, they successfully unlocked the full power of their Ultra Blue form. Coupled with their grueling training regimen and the enhancement from these mystical vegetables, their battle strength reached unprecedented heights. Zhang Xuan also pointed out minor flaws in Vegeta and Son Goku's techniques, even sending Vegeta to King Kai's planet to master the Kaioken technique, which had enabled Son Goku to overcome numerous formidable foes. Although this technique places immense strain on the body, the power it grants can decisively turn the tide in critical moments. With their mastery of Super Saiyan Blue secured, the subsequent days would see them striving towards forms beyond Ultra Blue. The Super Saiyan Blue Rage form, also known as Deep Blue, is an upgraded version of Ultra Blue that Vegeta had developed during the Tournament of Power. Now that Son Goku and Vegeta had grown so powerful, even unlocking the full power of Ultra Blue, Frieza was due for resurrection in this time frame. If memory serves, Frieza was about to suffer greatly, as he would be swiftly dispatched back to the afterlife upon his return. Frieza, expressing his displeasure, was promptly ejected from the live stream due to his fiery rhetoric. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goku were engaged in their sparring session, utilizing even their full Ultra Blue power, their strength significantly surpassing that of the original timeline. Frieza's resurrection was imminent. In the original narrative, they had the opportunity to confront him, but in this world, thanks to their own enhancements, Son Goku and his companions were considerably more formidable. Zhang Xuan silently mourned for the soon-to-be-resurrected Frieza for a brief moment before preparing to place a bet. I wager Frieza will last no more than 10 minutes. If I win, I rest. If I lose, I sleep. Where are you standing? Chapter 33 Zhang Xuan. Little by, let them experience the perils of the seventh universe. Fight! Son Goku erupted with energy, his original aura beginning to ascend. Kakarot, today I shall defeat you. Vegeta Miho son Goku's intensity. As both their powers and auras soared dramatically. Today, they were sparring, perfectly positioned to test the fruits of their labor over the past months. Son Goku slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, ceasing to elevate his energy further. Kaioken, Son Goku Huad. Enveloping his Ultra Blue aura with a layer of deep crimson flames, his power increasing at a geometric rate. At that moment, the entire God of Destruction planet, as well as the cosmos itself, trembled. Vegeta, however, merely smirked in disdain. Don't underestimate me. Do you believe you alone can master the Kaioken? Vegeta asserted, positioning himself with the same intensity as Goku, inhaling deeply. Kaioken. The azure aura surrounding Vegeta surged, mirroring that of Goku. This was the culmination of months of training, with contributions from Whis, though predominantly stemming from Zhang Xuan's efforts. One might wonder why both Vegeta and Goku could incorporate the Kaioken into their Super Saiyan Blue forms. This was also a testament to Zhang Xuan's diligent work, enhancing their physical capabilities slightly to significantly increase their chances of successfully utilizing the Kaioken. In the distance, Whis and Beerus, who was currently massaging Zhang Xuan's back, watched with astonishment as these two warriors exhibited such remarkable growth in merely a few months. Would you care to reflect on your own words? Little B, how confident are you in your ability to eliminate them with a single blow? Zhang Xuan grinned, addressing Beerus, who was pouring tea beside him. Initially, Beerus found the moniker Little B somewhat irksome, yet he gradually came to accept it. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's query, Beerus nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing the power of the two Saiyans. After a brief moment, he offered his assessment. These two Saiyans are still vastly inferior, not even qualifying as candidates for the role of destroyer. If I had to estimate, I would say I have a 90% chance of dispatching them with a single strike. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of admiration upon hearing Beerus's response. Truly, Beerus was formidable, ranking among the top 3 destroyers across the 12 universes. Even with Vegeta and Goku unleashing their full power in Super Saiyan Blue, augmented by the Kaioken tenfold, they were not regarded as a challenge, with Beerus believing he could easily defeat them. After all, one must remember, a destroyer is a destroyer. It is naive to think they can be easily surpassed. If it were as simple as that, destroyers would be commonplace. Satisfied with his experiments over the past few months, Zhang Xuan suddenly found himself contemplating some rather perilous ideas. Without hesitation, he turned, extending his hand to firmly grasp Beerus's shoulder, his expression grave. Taken aback by the abruptness of this action, Beerus was well aware of Zhang Xuan's unpredictable nature. Such gestures usually heralded trouble. Beerus, I have a crucial task for you. Engage in a spar with these 2 Saiyans, aiming to defeat them in a single blow. No dilas. They must witness the peril that lurks within our 7th universe. Are you confident in this endeavor? In response to Zhang Xuan's directive, Beerus readily acquiesced, assuring him of his impending success. Excellent. Your enthusiasm is commendable, Zhang Xuan acknowledged, patting Beerus on the shoulder in approval. He recognized that these 2 Saiyans indeed warranted a lesson, which would serve to further ignite their ambition. A thick aura of destructive purple energy enveloped Beerus, his power and speed escalating exponentially. Both Goku and Vegeta, engaged in their sparring, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, instinctively directing their gazes towards the source of this formidable force. Have you 2 had enough fun? Allow me to join in. Beerus grinned menacingly, his form vanishing in an instant. Quickly, Vegeta, watch your back, Goku exclaimed, but before he could fully warn his companion, he found himself firmly pinned by Beerus' hand on his head. In an instant, Goku was sent flying by a powerful kick from Beerus, crashing through building after building. As the dust settled, Goku coughed up a mouthful of blood, propping himself up with one hand while the other clutched his chest. My ribs are broken. He gritted his teeth, realizing that Beerus' blow had shattered his ribs and internal organs, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan Blue form combined with the Kaioken technique. Meanwhile, Vegeta was not faring much better. Suspended high in the air, Beerus grasped Vegeta by the neck, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. Damn it! Vegeta's face twisted in agony as he struggled against Beerus' grip. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment, Saiyan, Beerus stated coldly, casually tapping Vegeta's chest with his free hand. The impact sent a jolt through Vegeta, causing his eyes to glaze over as he too lost control and plummeted downward, relinquishing his Super Saiyan Blue state along with the Kaioken. Beerus dusted off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 severely injured Saiyans. It seems Lord Beerus has finally decided to take things seriously, Whis remarked while tending to the 2 warriors, a smile gracing his face. During the last battle between Beerus and Goku, he hardly exerted any effort, let alone fought earnestly. If one were to quantify it, he might have used merely a fraction of his strength, perhaps 1/10 of a finger. This exemplifies the disparity between mortals and gods of destruction. Today, Beerus has finally decided to stretch his legs. Whis knew this was the intention of his master. Such power. Today has certainly opened my eyes, Goku admitted, still shaken. He had initially believed that Beerus had unleashed his full strength during their last encounter, only to realize how gravely mistaken he was. For Beerus had never truly fought at full capacity. One day, I will defeat you, Beerus, Vegeta vowed, determined that he would one day personally vanquish the god of destruction. Beerus' display of strength had effectively ignited a fire within the 2 Saiyans, likely propelling Goku and his companions to intensify their training in the days to come. Master, are you satisfied? Whis inquired. Beerus immediately changed his expression, approaching the tea-drinking Zhang Xuan with a courteous demeanor. Very satisfactory. Zhang Xuan nodded in approval, acknowledging Beerus' remarkable efficiency. A job well done deserves a reward. With a clap of his hands, a large box filled with fish and meat sausages landed before Beerus, serving as a fitting recompense for his efforts. One cannot allow such dedication to go unrewarded. You performed admirably today. This is for you. As Beerus' eyes gleamed at the sight of the abundant sausages, tears of joy unexpectedly welled at the corners of his mouth. Observing the overly excited Beerus, Zhang Xuan leisurely strolled over to the 2 Saiyans. Chapter 34. Goku and Vegeta's Vacation. Are you interested in trying out Super Saiyan 4? Have you perceived the disparity between yourselves and the God of Destruction? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, Vegeta and Goku fell into a contemplative silence before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Indeed, Zhang Xuan snapped his fingers, and a bag of sunflower seeds materialized in his hands. As he casually munched on the seeds, he remarked, "A loss is simply a loss. What does that signify? Young ones, there is still much practice to be done." His words rang true. A loss is a loss. And there is little to be said. To emerge victorious, they must dedicate themselves to more strenuous training in the future. Otherwise, they will be doing a disservice to Whis' teachings and the provisions Zhang Xuan had provided. Your current strength is still too feeble, while you may manage against others. Confronting a god of destruction? With your innate talents, do not expect to even approach their threshold without a decade or more of rigorous training. Even with your extraordinary abilities, the path to matching and surpassing a god of destruction is fraught with challenges. If surpassing a god of destruction were so trivial, there would be them scattered across the 12 universes. It is laughable to think that after mere decades of training, one could surpass beings who have cultivated for billions of years. Surely, the position of a god of destruction is not reserved solely for geniuses, is it? To put it bluntly, your current powers may not even reach the level of the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. Your journey is still long. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of the formidable warriors from other universes, igniting a fervor within him. Zhang Xuan, perceiving Goku's inner thoughts, maintained a calm demeanor. You truly need to amend your attitude. One day, you may find yourself perishing on the roadside, and no one would find it surprising. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. Why had the alternate timeline Goku devolved into a mere martial arts enthusiast? In contrast to the clever Goku of Dragon Ball GT and the more astute Goku of the Z era, the current iteration left much to be desired. GT's young Goku was characterized by high intelligence, unclouded by the frenzy of competition, and approached tasks with careful contemplation, making him arguably the most astute among the various incarnations of Goku. Zhang Xuan remarked on son Wukong, endowed with both intelligence and martial prowess, though a martial enthusiast. He is not foolish. He has adeptly navigated a series of significant crises through his own ingenuity. This marks the most typical phase of Son Wukong. As for the transcendent timeline version of Son Wukong, it is difficult to assess. Enough of this digression. Having consumed an entire bag of sunflower seeds, Zhang Xuan casually discarded the empty packet into the system space. The system reacted with confusion. Zhang Xuan flashed a mysterious smile, appearing harmless as he gazed at Vegeta and Son Wukong. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" A glance exchanged between Son Wukong and Vegeta, followed by a firm nod, confirmed their desire. Indeed, as expected, Zhang Xian's youthful exuberance surged forth once more. To become stronger, one must invest. Lacking strength? Then monetary contribution shall suffice. With a charming grin, Zhang Xuan produced 2 books from his sleeve. "Observing the two of you, I can tell you possess remarkable potential. You are undoubtedly prodigies of cultivation. Would you be interested in trying your hand at these martial arts?" Vegeta scrutinized the titles of the 2 tomes, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily waved his hands, declining the offer. The books were titled Evil Repelling Sword Technique and Sunflower Scripture. Although Vegeta did not comprehend the specifics of these techniques, he was certain that given the nature of their creator and the titles, they could not be legitimate forms of martial arts. In contrast, Son Wukong transformed into a curious child, gazing intently at the 2 volumes. "Master Zhang Xuan, how does one cultivate these techniques?" Upon hearing Son Wukong's inquiry, Zhang Xuan beamed with confidence, revealing the details without reservation, even demonstrating with gestures. To practice these arts, one must undergo self-castration. While saying this, Zhang Xuan mimicked the act with a dramatic flourish. At this revelation, Son Wukong and Vegeta grasped the nature of these techniques. Although the prospect of immense strength beckoned, they were unwilling to endure such extreme pain. Son Wukong from the era of the old Broly concurred. No, Master, you may keep these methods for yourself. We do not wish to resort to such underhanded means to gain power." "Oh, you have no need for them?" Zhang Xuan replied, disappointment evident as he stowed away the 2 volumes. The system commented, "This is the most shameless individual I have encountered among all the transmigrators. Well, let us move on. In any case, you have reached the limits of the Super Saiyan Blue path. I have assisted you in fully developing your Ultra Blue capabilities. To advance further, you must break through to the next realm." After a brief pause and a sip of tea, Zhang Xuan began to elucidate the subsequent paths available to them. The system interjected, "Can't you survive without drinking?" Must you emulate those fragmented narratives? Now, there are two paths you may choose. The first is the path of the gods, mastering the techniques only deities possess, such as the ultimate skill of the divine or the unique self-extremity of the destroyer god. Both are invaluable skills within the realm of divinity and would greatly benefit your current situation. The second path, the authentic Saiyan way, is the most arduous journey. It grants immense power. To embark on this path, one must possess the unique tale inherent to Saiyans. As far as I am aware, beyond Super Saiyan 3 lies an even higher realm, known as Super Saiyan 4, and perhaps there exists a fifth level beyond that. Zhang Xuan mused, his imagination running wild. What if the Goku and Vegeta of the primary timeline were to achieve Super Saiyan 4 and master the divine path? Could they, upon the foundation of Super Saiyan 4, transform into the blue Super Saiyan God? Would this path be feasible? Could one attain the state of Ultra Instinct while in the form of Great Ape? No, it is fundamentally impossible. The Great Ape form cannot coexist with Ultra Instinct, as the latter requires a tranquil mind, while the former is characterized by uncontrollable rage. Unless one possesses a variant of Ultra Instinct capable of emotional mastery. One path is divine, while the other is the pure Saiyan route. What sparks might ignite when these powers collide? Would the body withstand the strain, or would it explode, resulting in an even greater power? This remains an enigma. Zhang Xuan hesitated to wager his hypothesis on these two protagonists, for the fusion of their powers would likely lead to catastrophic results. Achieving this would demand profound integration, beginning with the mind and spirit, followed by the physical form. Goku and Vegeta, wide-eyed and agape, realized the existence of so many subsequent realms. Moreover, they discovered two distinct paths to choose from. A competitive fire ignited within them, each silently vowing to reach the next level first and surpass the other. At that moment, Vegeta harbored a deep-seated resentment toward that rotund figure, wishing to obliterate him countless times, for it was that very fat one, Yaakalob, who had severed his tail. Beside them, Whis listened in astonishment, simultaneously elevating Zhang Xuan to an entirely new echelon in his mind. Just as I mentioned, to cultivate the pure Saiyan path, one must possess a tail. To regain this tail, one must either enlist Whis' assistance or make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. It would be prudent to seek Whis' aid now. As time remains, Zhang Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Whis, who nodded in agreement. If you have made your decision, go find Whis. Once your tails are restored, you shall take a break. I and Whis have decided to grant you a month to prepare, after which the true rigorous training shall commence. Zhang Xuan intended to grant these two Saiyans a respite, for the intensity of their recent regimen had been overwhelming. Balance between work and rest is essential. This month would serve as an opportunity for them to refine their mental states, thus better equipping them to unlock higher realms. That is all I have to say for now. The decision is yours. Zhang Xuan felt he had spoken at length today. After several months of seclusion, it was time to return home. Zhang Xuan decided to return home first. Chapter 35. The Resurrection of Frisia. Meanwhile, among Frisia's remaining followers, Taguma felt a sense of unease. He turned to the diminutive Saul beside him and questioned whether resurrecting Lord Frisia was truly a wise decision. Could this individual, known as Frisia, actually possess the power to alter the course of battle single-handedly? Ever since Frisia was vanquished by Sun Wukong and others, his forces had been leaderless, losing the grandeur they once wielded as the sovereign army of the universe. Although Frisia's army still retained considerable strength, they were nothing without his guidance. Now, these remnants could only cling to survival, devoid of hope, which was why they sought to resurrect Frisia. Your vision is still too narrow. You fail to comprehend the might of our Lord. Saul scoffed derisively at Taguma, who was touted as the greatest talent of Frisia's army. I have seen him in person. He is rather diminutive, and I felt he lacked formidable strength. Taguma struggled to believe in the true extent of this Lord's power. Although he had encountered Frisia, he did not perceive him as the formidable figure of legend. I, too, have had fleeting glimpses of our Lord, yet his terrifying presence sent chills down the spines of us all. Really? If he lacks true power, he is merely a dictator with a hollow reputation. The machines beside the incubation chamber gradually powered up, their respiratory lights flashing rhythmically. This was the latest version of the resurrection chamber developed by Frisia's army, designed specifically for his revival. Within the chamber, Frisia's physical form began to reassemble, his shattered body rapidly restoring to its original state. With life signs and battle power indices surging intensely, sparks crackled from the machines. and the latest battle power detectors worn by the high-ranking officials of Frisia's army exploded in that instant. The entire spaceship trembled violently, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure that weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Cracks began to form in the glass of the incubation chamber, and Frisia opened his eyes. In that moment, Frisia was fully resurrected. Far away, on the destroyer planet, Sun Wukong, adapting to his new tail, sensed something amiss and paused his work. "Kakarot, what is wrong?" Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion, feeling a disquiet he could not quite pinpoint. It seemed that Frisia had indeed been resurrected, the timing aligning perfectly, and fortunately, the timeline had not been disturbed. Zhang Xuan set down the inspection crystal, relieved that his memory had not failed him. Although many plots in this universe had diverged, the timeline remained accurate. It would not be long before Frisia would be sent back again. The image of Frisia cocooned and suspended from a tree, enduring torment while listening to various sprites sing and dance, brought a smile to Zhang Xuan's face. He hoped that Frisia would meet the expectations he desired. As long as he could endure for 5 minutes in the hands of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, everything will be fine. "It's nothing. I have faith in you, Frisia." Zhang Xuan silently encouraged Frisia, hoping he could withstand the full power of the 2 Super Saiyans, enhanced by the Kaioken, for 5 minutes. Surely, upon achieving golden form, the great king would be overjoyed. Zhang Xuan eagerly anticipated witnessing Frisia's scowling face. This was the quintessential jester. Frisia, now resurrected, flexed his fists slightly, feeling a sense of reassurance upon confirming his revival. This long-lost sensation was truly nostalgic. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. It was indeed a comforting feeling after enduring so much torment below. Frisia vowed to cherish life from this moment forward, determined never to return to that infernal place again. "What is true torment?" he pondered. "Welcome back, Lord Frisia," stammered Sorbet, trembling as he approached, careful not to disturb the atmosphere. Frisia had noticed this unfamiliar little figure immediately upon his resurrection. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Sorbet, formerly the chief strategist of the Third Star region." Frisia's memory flickered, recalling the diminutive fellow, and he surveyed what he considered to be the so-called elite forces of his army with a tinge of disdain. When did Frisia's empire become so lackluster? He strolled thoughtfully towards the abyss of the dark cosmos, contemplating the reality of his revival. After confirming his successful resurrection multiple times, he finally exhaled in relief, feeling his full strength restored. "Indeed, Lord Frisia, we utilized the latest resurrection device along with the Dragon Balls to bring you back." "Dragon Balls?" "Ah, those artifacts crafted by the Namekians." The mention of Dragon Balls immediately reminded Frisia of the Namekians, the creators of such spheres. Subsequently, Sorbet recounted the entire experience of Frisia's resurrection, asserting his loyalty as Frisia's most devoted subordinate henceforth. Observing this seemingly loyal follower, Frisia felt a wave of nausea. He could easily surmise the true thoughts of this little man. Undoubtedly, he had resurrected him only because Frisia's army had descended into chaos following his demise. Otherwise, why would it have taken so long? Later, when Sorbet expressed a desire to resurrect Frisia's father, he was swiftly halted. "What a devoted son," Frisia mused. As King Cold remarked, "You truly outdo yourself." After languishing in the depths of Earth's underworld for so long, his body had grown rusty. It was time for revenge. An evil grin spread across Frisia's face as he longed to exact 1,000 tortures upon those 2 Saiyans. The subsequent plot unfolds without a hint of deviation. Taguma, despite uttering a few additional words, was swiftly dealt a near-fatal blow by Frisia. Amused, Frisia pondered whether this was indeed the warrior of comparable strength to Dodoria that Sorbet had spoken of. In the past, such a being would have merely been regarded as a mid-level soldier in Frisia's army, incapable of enduring even a single strike. Taguma retorted, questioning who could withstand Frisia's death beam aside from those few Saiyans. Frisia found himself perplexed. When had his subordinates become so cowardly, crawling like mere dogs upon the ground? This display sent a chill of fear through all the high-ranking officials present, who finally grasped the true terror of their master, confirming the rumors of his unparalleled savagery. Frisia soon learned of Goku and Vegeta's triumph over Majin Buu, a revelation that astonished him. As Kuririn had warned, it was wise to avoid provoking Beerus and Majin Buu, a caution Frisia recalled with clarity. He recognized that during his years of absence, Goku and his companions had grown significantly stronger. Instead of being blinded by hatred, he devised a series of plans. including intense training to elevate his physical prowess to match that of the Saiyans. His ultimate goal was the annihilation of Earth and the extermination of all Saiyans and Earthlings, restoring the former glory of Frisia's empire. The Earth itself was quite appealing. He mused that after conquest, it could be rented out as a tourist destination rather than obliterated. Earth, I have encountered many living Buddhas, but this is my first encounter with a living king of hell. All of this remained firmly within Frisia's control. Zhang Xuan encouraged him to continue speaking, and Frisia, a born genius with terrifying innate talent, demonstrated his capabilities by achieving Golden Frisia in mere months. The subsequent transformation into Black Gold Frisia during training in the hyperbolic time chamber further showcased his formidable potential, as this form allowed him to dispatch both Vegeta and Goku with a single blow. Frisia estimated that with 4 months of serious training in peak condition, he could likely surpass those two Saiyans, now adept in Super Saiyan Blue with full power combined with Kaioken, expressed their approval. He had ample time. His plan for revenge would unfold methodically. Frisia also begrudgingly acknowledged Taguma's considerable talent. He was confident that within 4 months, he could mold Taguma into his strongest warrior, while also providing himself with a sparring partner. Thus began Frisia's path of vengeance. Chapter 36, The Grand Priest. Are you enjoying your leisurely time? On the Destroyer planet, there is no division of time. However, Zhang Xuan, for better planning, created a unique concept of time specifically for the Destroyer planet. He utilized his own power to create the sun and the moon, establishing a distinction between day and night on the Destroyer Goddess planet, akin to that of Earth. Time and the cycle of day and night mirrored the terrestrial experience precisely. Whis was quite pleased with this transformation by the esteemed master, as it allowed for better regulation of Beerus' sleeping schedule. Beerus, however, remained silent regarding the alterations happening in his own domain, thinking to himself that the changes were inconsequential. Well, it seems you have come to a decision. To ascend to the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, one must thoroughly comprehend all preceding realms of Super Saiyan. Only then can one achieve a more seamless breakthrough. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan does not inherently relate to whether one can transition into Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Fundamentally, as long as one possesses the energy to transform, the earlier stages are merely a means to inspire strength. Early the next morning, at the plaza of the Destroyer God's mysterious planet, these two Saiyans were preparing to depart. Before Vegeta and Goku took their leave, Zhang Xuan, the loquacious one, began to exercise his gift of gab. He decided to grant these two protagonists a month-long reprieve, allowing them the opportunity to rest. Their prior training had been excessively strenuous, and this break would afford them the chance to spend time with their families. A balance of work and rest is essential. As Zhang Xuan continued his discourse, he reminded them that to cultivate into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, they must master all preceding realms. He cast a glance at Vegeta, who had already resolved with Goku to pursue the path of pure science to attain greater power. Aside from Vegeta, Goku expressed slight discomfort with his new tail. The appendage at his rear brought forth an inexplicable sensation, somewhat bothersome. He chuckled to himself, thinking, it seems I must hasten my ascent to Super Saiyan 4. The mere thought of acquiring such immense power filled Goku with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Vegeta scowled, feeling as if he were being mocked by the esteemed Master's words and sidelong glances. Don't get too cocky, Kakarot. Who knows who will achieve Super Saiyan 4 first? Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he brandished his fist, which was the size of a sandbag, towards Goku. Aha, don't be too riled up, Vegeta, Goku replied, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he waved his hands dismissively. If they trained earnestly, Goku believed they could complete their transformation into Super Saiyan 4 before Frisia reached his golden form. Zhang Xuan held firm confidence that these two Saiyans would attain the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. As the saying goes, if talent is lacking, resources will suffice. First, they must refine their transformations into Super Saiyan 2 and 3. There is no need for concern, Sun Wukong. A slight enhancement in the precision of the Super Saiyan 3rd stage will suffice, particularly for Vegeta, who has yet to fully master even the Super Saiyan 2nd stage. This requires special attention. Only once perfected can the two of them be allowed to transcend into the 4th Super Saiyan form. The essentials for this transformation include the moon, a tail, and a tranquil state of mind. All three are indispensable. This bears no relation to the realm of Super Saiyans, as one only needs to transform into Super Saiyan. As for the tail, While it is possible to achieve the fourth form without it, it complicates matters, necessitating reliance on machinery for transformation. Should such devices be confiscated during the Tournament of Power, one would be left to ponder how to transform. Zhang Xuan has created a moon on the Destroyer planet, allowing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to assume their great ape forms there. There is no need for concern for either Sun Wukong or Vegeta. When Vegeta transforms into a golden great ape, he will not lose control. And should Sun Wukong do so, Whis need only provide a gentle nudge to restore his composure. Everything is meticulously prepared. In comparison to Super Saiyan Blue, the potential of Super Saiyan 4th stage is immense. Although certain aspects of the 4th stage may not rival Super Saiyan Blue, its growth potential remains vast. That is all for today. Additionally, your tails are vulnerabilities. Do remember to exercise caution should a battle arise. Zhang Xuan, perhaps overly verbose, gestured for Whis to escort the two Saiyans back to Earth. Why doesn't Zhang Xuan use his teleportation abilities? Simply put, he is feeling rather lazy. With a yawn, he reflected on his prolonged absence from home, realizing it was time to return. It is a pity that the rewards have yet to be distributed. It indeed piques one's curiosity. Zhang Xuan found it peculiar that the Grand Minister had not sought him out in recent months. Typically, the Grand Minister would visit every few days for tea. Yet, during his time on the Destroyer planet, he had not made a single appearance since their initial meeting upon arrival. This struck him as quite odd. However, Zhang Xuan chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps the Grand Minister was simply busy. Well then, I must also take my leave. I am grateful for your service over these past months. Zhang Xuan remarked with a casual demeanor, expressing his satisfaction with Beerus's attentiveness. Beerus, standing nearby, nodded fervently, though outwardly reluctant to see this esteemed visitor depart. Inwardly, he was elated. At last, this old cat is leaving. Do you know what I've been doing for the past few months? Serving. Upon hearing the news of the imminent departure, Beerus leapt with excitement. You have worked hard. Here is your reward. Zhang Xuan smiled kindly at Beerus, producing a cloth bag in his hand. A fitting reward for your efforts. This bag contains an assortment of snacks from past life, with the system's marketplace offering an unlimited supply in the food section, allowing one to take as much as desired. Beerus was nearly moved to tears, astonished that this esteemed individual was even compensating him. It truly left him overwhelmed. Beside him, Whis, who had not yet departed, felt envious, knowing all too well what treasures lay within that bag. He could only wait for this esteemed person to send off the two Saiyans before seeking out Beerus for his share. Zhang Xuan said little, vanishing instantly from his spot. Returning to his floating island, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Upon seeing the familiar entrance of his home, an exhilarating impulse surged within him. A peculiar smile graced his lips as he dashed forward with remarkable speed, arriving at the door in the blink of an eye. Curse it! Zhang Xuan exclaimed, kicking his own front door open with a powerful blow. The motion was fluid, yet he knew he would be the one to repair the damage. After several months of idleness, he was eager to see what other universes were up to. With a snap of his fingers, a crystal ball, the size of an ordinary human head, materialized in his hand. During his time at the God of Destruction's planet, he had been coasting, never engaging in serious work. Indeed, he had idled for over 6 months. Could it be that the Grand Priest had been handling the oversight of the 12 universes on his behalf? The Grand Priest mused. I hope the mortals are up to something. It seemed there was nothing of great concern. Zhang Xuan smirked. The 12 universes were developing normally, with no issues to report. He tossed the crystal ball aside and reclined on a lounge chair, savoring the pleasures of life. Such a lifestyle was simply exquisite. However, shortly after he settled in, the crystal ball on the table emitted a brilliant light. Is someone messaging me? Let me see who this charming individual is. Zhang Xuan sprang up alertly. This crystal ball had been his designated work item since the day he became an inspector, allowing him to monitor the 12 universes while also providing communication capabilities. A message from the Grand Priest? It instructed him to visit the King of All's palace, as someone wished to see him. Who could it be? Zhang Xuan pondered, somewhat bewildered. Curiously, he tidied his attire and prepared the tight, golden immortal experience card he had never used. It could prove useful in unforeseen circumstances, perhaps even safeguarding his life. How troublesome. Just as I settled down, Zhang Xuan grumbled, promptly utilizing his access card to teleport away from the floating island. He had barely rested for a moment when matters sought him out. Is it truly so arduous to steal a moment of leisure? Such is the unpredictability of life, akin to a large intestine encasing a small intestine. Chapter 37. The Commission of the Time and Space Realm King God. Upon Zhang Xuan's arrival at the palace of the Omni King, he discovered that the Grand Priest had long awaited his presence, accompanied by a petite girl with orange hair. At first glance, Zhang Xuan was struck by a sense of familiarity regarding this individual beside the Grand Priest. Something felt off. She seemed vaguely recognizable. He squinted for a better look. Mr. Zhang Xuan, it appears you have been living quite comfortably of late, the Grand Priest remarked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Recently, he had been tirelessly laboring on Zhang Xuan's behalf, and now it seemed even his moments of respite had been snatched away. Exhausted from his endeavors, he observed Zhang Xuan reveling in months of leisure. You truly are my good brother. The Grand Priest wore a benevolent expression, as if itching to engage in a friendly spar. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Xuan scratched his head, realizing his previous assumptions had once again been verified. It turned out the Grand Priest had not come to seek him, but had instead been shouldering his responsibilities without a moment's pause. Come now, my dear brother. Do not be upset. We are all friends here. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Zhang Xuan chuckled with a bold face. The Grand Priest gazed at Zhang Xuan, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap across his face. What are you laughing about? I have been covering for you for months, and you still find amusement in this? Perhaps I could offer you some compensation? Zhang Xuan ventured, intending to negotiate amiably. He was aware of the balance of their relationship. After all, the Grand Priest had undertaken so much work on his behalf. Even with their camaraderie, it would be unreasonable not to offer some form of recompense. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's proposition, the Grand Priest's ire visibly diminished. He pondered for a moment, then extended his hand to indicate a figure. At the very least, 5 packages. That is untenable. 3 packages are my utmost limit. For packages, 3 packages at most. Do you take me for a merchant in a market? Come now, dear brother. Be lenient. Today, I shall grant you 3 packages, and I promise to make it up to you next time. Not a single package less. Thus, the 2 supreme beings of the cosmos engaged in a spirited negotiation akin to market vendors, leaving the little girl in bewilderment. It was her first encounter with the Grand Priest in such a manner. She wondered which rascal had led him astray. Moreover, she could not comprehend the nature of their exchange. What was this about packages? Could you perhaps allow me to finish speaking? The little girl timidly interjected, raising her hand, fearful of disturbing the two. Yet neither the Grand Priest nor Zhang Xuan paid her any heed. After all this time, as good brothers, can't we find some common ground? Not at all. Today, you must present me with 4 packages of tea leaves, and they must be of the finest quality. Zhang Xuan's demeanor soured instantly. Who was it that had led the High Priest astray? He had even mastered the art of haggling, reminiscent of the bustling marketplace of his previous life. Yet with a newfound proficiency that surpassed his former self, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and his expression mirrored one who had unwittingly consumed a fly. Seeing Zhang Xuan at a disadvantage brought the High Priest an inexplicable joy, one that eclipsed even the thrill of winning a wager. Meanwhile, a small girl observing the scene wore a dismal expression, feeling utterly overlooked, as if she were merely an inconsequential element of the atmosphere. Fine. For packages it is. With a pained expression, Zhang Xuan retrieved 4 packages of premium celestial tea from his sleeve. This exquisite item was restricted in quantity within the system's marketplace. Not only exorbitantly priced, but also limited in purchase, which explained his pained countenance. Now, that feels more reasonable. The High Priest grinned as he swiftly accepted the 4 packages, storing them in his exclusive space with lightning speed, fearful that Zhang Xuan might change his mind and reclaim them. All right. What brings you to me this time? Zhang Xuan gestured helplessly. Having completed the exchange, he was reminded of his purpose for visiting, not to engage in a quarrel. The High Priest paused momentarily before reverting to his previous neutral expression. It's not me. It's her who is seeking you. The High Priest pointed to the small girl standing nearby. A sudden realization struck Zhang Xuan as he slapped his forehead. He had completely overlooked the presence of this little girl amidst their earlier dispute. Allow me to introduce her. This is the Time Lord of the Multiverse, the guardian of temporal equilibrium, Cronoa. The High Priest introduced Zhang Xuan to Cronoa. Zhang Xuan felt no particular surprise, as he had previously heard the High Priest mention the existence of a Time Lord within this universe, and it was clear that Cronoa was indeed the one. He simply had not recognized her immediately. It seemed that this little girl was even shorter than her portrayal in the original narrative. Cronoa, this is my dear friend Zhang Xuan, the newly appointed overseer of Universe 12. The High Priest continued with the introduction. Zhang Xuan and Cronoa exchanged silent glances, appraising one another. Greetings, I am Overseer Zhang Xuan. Hello, I am Cronoa, the Time Lord. Zhang Xuan gradually crouched down and extended his hand, to which Cronoa smiled and reciprocated the handshake. Could not be a tad taller? Must I crouch to shake your hand? Even the high priest is taller than you. The high priest? The high priest found himself unexpectedly caught in the line of fire. These words remained unspoken, confined to Zhang Xuan's thoughts, for voicing them would surely offend both parties. To be fair, Cronoa's height prior to transformation was indeed quite diminutive. After some coaxing from the high priest, Zhang Xuan had established a fundamental understanding with the god of the temporal realm. This being was a supreme deity of the same rank as the Grand Priest, and notably, not directly subject to the oversight of the Omni King. Although his power could be deemed somewhat lacking, the inspector was indeed a paragon of talent. Precisely as the Grand Priest had described, Cronoa playfully appraised Zhang Xuan, feeling quite satisfied with the newly appointed inspector. At the very least, he was the most handsome she had encountered in her several million years of existence. It was a pity, however, that he possessed a rather loquacious tongue. How much better it would be if he simply remained silent. Yet, Zhang Xuan was indifferent to such trivialities, having indulged in enough amusement. It was time to inquire about her intentions. What do you seek from me? He asked, casually tapping his nails, his tone nonchalant. Today, I have come to request a favor from you. Esteemed Inspector, Cronoa replied with a smile, producing a photograph from her spatial pocket. What is this? Zhang Xuan asked, intrigued, as he took the photo from her hand. The image depicted a figure in a black robe adorned with a mask bearing an inverted V mark, alongside a shoulder etched with an eerie crimson tattoo, the insignia of the Dark Realm. Zhang Xuan instantly recognized it as a distinctive tattoo of the Dark Realm, suggesting that this cloaked individual held a significant position. Indeed, I have come to ask you to keep a vigilant eye on the current temporal realm, Cronoa stated. Zhang Xuan waved dismissively, indicating that it was a trivial matter, assuring her that he would pay extra attention to the 12 universes. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Zhang Xuan, Cronoa said, visibly relieved as she prepared to take her leave. The timeline of the multiverse must not be disrupted. The duration of her absence had already reached her limit. Thus, after her request, she needed to depart swiftly. Take care on your way back, Zhang Xuan said without looking up, his gaze fixated on the figure in the photograph. By the way, have you encountered anyone from the Dark Realm resembling this individual? He asked, handing the photo to the Grand Priest. Chapter 38, Vegeta's Breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. The Grand Priest examined the photograph with great care. I have not seen him, he replied, shaking his head. He was familiar with the officials and leaders of the Dark Realm, but the figure in the photo was unfamiliar to him. Could it perhaps be a scout or a minor player sent by the enemy? TSK, TSK, TSK. These vermin seemed to revel in causing chaos. Zhang Xuan scoffed, reclaiming the photograph of the Grand Priest and stowing it away in his sleeve, simultaneously mocking those individuals. He lamented the incessant troubles they caused. Do these people think they could perish without stirring up trouble for a single day? Do they truly believe someone could overthrow the Omni King? It's laughable. If it were that simple to topple the Omni King, this multiverse would have long since found a new master. All day long, they spoke of overthrowing the tyrannical reign of the king, while simultaneously wreaking havoc across other realms and universes. The number of lives lost at the hands of those individuals is immeasurable. They profess equality for all, yet secretly engage in widespread destruction. In essence, these individuals are merely a collection of cosmic reactionaries, akin to the vile maggots found in any world. How tiresome it all is. The people have scarcely had time to rest. Zhang Xuan, appearing languid, stretched and yawned, frustrated by the chaos these ruffians perpetuated. Have you not rested enough after such a long respite? The Grand Priest observed Zhang Xuan's demeanor with a hint of amusement. With a snap of his fingers, 2 reclining chairs and a small round table adorned with an array of tea utensils materialized behind them. My good brother, you truly understand me. Zhang Xuan expressed gratitude towards the Grand Priest, appreciating his thoughtfulness. What have you been up to these past months? Your prolonged absence, had it not been for the pressure from Lord King, would have raised eyebrows. After preparing the tea, the Grand Priest poured a cup for himself and for Zhang Xuan. I made a trip to Beerus to attend to some matters, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, his eyelids barely lifting. Oh, what kind of matters could occupy an inspector for such an extended period? Zhang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit to merely slacking off. Moreover, he preferred to keep his secret training of Vegeta and Goku hidden, as revealing such information would invite unnecessary complications. Better left unsaid, I suppose. Let's enjoy our tea, the Grand Priest remarked, sensing Zhang Xuan's reluctance to divulge details. Everyone has their own privacy, and he too respected that. Time passed swiftly. A mere breath could span an hour. "Well, I must take my leave," Zhang Xuan stated, realizing the time had flown by as he and the Grand Priest sipped their tea and engaged in conversation. The Grand Priest nodded and rose to see his friend off. Upon returning home, Vegeta and Goku did not immediately rest. Vegeta promptly suggested a sparring session with Goku, believing it would better awaken his Super Saiyan 2 form and facilitate its mastery. Currently, Vegeta primarily wielded Super Saiyan 1, and in comparison to Goku's 3 forms of full power, he felt woefully inadequate. Although he could also transform into Super Saiyan 2, he lacked Goku's ability to shift forms at will. Furthermore, to attain the Super Saiyan 4 form mentioned by Master Zhang Xuan, he needed to integrate and comprehend the previous 3 levels. It was not that the absence of these forms precluded the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, but rather that mastering these 3 Saiyan forms would lay a stronger foundation for the subsequent levels. Zhang Xuan had spun a tale, knowing it would better motivate both Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta and Son Goku agreed to spar in a long-dead star system, primarily because their immense power necessitated a distance from Earth. "This time, I shall not be defeated, Kakarot." The ebony locks atop Vegeta's head shimmered with golden light, and his previously tranquil aura became tumultuous. A heart-wrenching, primal roar exclusive to the Saiyans erupted from him as he successfully attained full power in his Super Saiyan form. Comme fort, Son Goku, undetected, also transformed into his full power Super Saiyan state. Both Saiyans had entered their maximum forms. Should one inquire why Vegeta had reached full power? Have you forgotten the training on the God of Destruction's planet? While the primary focus was on mastering divine energy, physical prowess is another matter altogether. Yet surely, one could not have improved in terms of physique and comprehension without any progress. The collision of their fists was fierce, generating shockwaves that obliterated all celestial bodies within a radius of hundreds of light years. Their fists moved with the velocity of bullets. No words could aptly describe the speed at which they struck. Only a few strokes of ink could capture the essence of these 2 Saiyan swiftness. Their battle shattered the galaxy. Countless fragments of planets floating amidst their combat zone. In merely a few exchanges, such devastation had been wrought. This was the true destructive power of a Super Saiyan, unlike the timid and fragile portrayals in the original narrative. The shadows of their fists clashed violently, revealing the entirety of their lifelong martial arts mastery. An opening. Vegeta seized the moment as Goku unleashed a punch, swiftly sidestepping to deliver a kick to Goku's side. However, Goku was far from finished. With a swift instant transmission, he evaded Vegeta's strike and launched a fierce counterattack. Anticipating such a maneuver from Goku, Vegeta had already prepared his defenses. Their fists collided once more, generating a pressure wave exponentially more terrifying than any prior attack. Battle is indeed the finest catalyst for growth. On the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus tore open a package of delectable candy, tossing handfuls into his mouth and chewing with delight. He had to admit that this treat provided by the adults was truly delightful, becoming increasingly addictive with each bite. Mere moments after Zhang Xuan had departed, he had already consumed half the large bag of snacks. "Lord Beerus, you ought to be mindful of your diet," suggested Whis, having similarly opened a pack of shrimp chips. Yet, their situations were but 50 paces apart. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus was incensed. "How dare you criticize me? Just take a look at how much you've consumed. You've devoured all the chips." Beside Whis lay towering heaps of chip bags, resembling small mountains, and Beerus found himself at a loss for words. After all, these were snacks. Whis indulged even more than he did, and feeling a hint of embarrassment, he turned away with an awkward smile. Beerus utilized Whis's staff to project the battle between Goku and Vegeta. As he munched on candy, he savored the spectacle of the 2 Saiyans clashing, relishing the comfort of his life. Secretly, Beerus gave a thumbs up to Goku and Vegeta. These 2 Saiyans were quite astute. They had chosen to battle in a desolate star domain, and Goku and Vegeta had annihilated countless planets, which conveniently spared him a considerable amount of effort. At least they were far more competent than that lowly Frieza. Poor Frieza, caught in the crossfire. As previously stated, combat was the finest catalyst. There was no need for me to conceal anything. Goku chuckled, pleased for his friend as he entered the Super Saiyan 2nd stage. With a surge of energy, Goku too transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the 2 resumed their fierce confrontation. This time, their destruction would be measured by the obliteration of entire star systems rather than mere planets. Chapter 39. the fusion experiment of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Time swiftly passed, and half a month flew by. Following his recent spar with Goku, Vegeta had gained a deeper understanding of the Super Saiyan second level. Now, he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will, no longer relying on anger as a medium for force breakthroughs. Uncharacteristically, Vegeta paused his training, intending to dedicate the remaining half-month to spending quality time with his family and children. Goku, however, felt utterly restless. A single day without training left him feeling uneasy. A month may seem brief, but for a battle fanatic like him, it was sheer torment. Was it merely a month-long vacation? He simply could not afford to stop. The very next day after his return, Goku journeyed to King Kai's planet for training. Chi-Chi found herself at a loss for words, shaking her head helplessly, as her husband was quite the headache. Your granddaughter, Xiao Fong, has just been born, and you can't spare some time to be with her? Is this what it means to be a grandfather? Upon arriving at King Kai's planet, Goku discovered that the training offered little to no benefit for him anymore. The assistance it provided was pitifully meager. King Kai sighed at the sight of Goku, who seemed wholly consumed by training. Does this kid only think about training? Hadn't he promised to revive me? How many times has he stood me up? It wasn't that Goku had forgotten to revive King Kai. Rather, he had simply forgotten about the floating island. During this half-month, Zhang Xuan had been working while also conducting experiments. He couldn't possibly slouch every day. The blood of the Saiyans transformed into the essence of divine energy. Zhang Xuan gazed with considerable satisfaction at the doppelganger before him, which bore a striking resemblance to himself. This doppelganger was his spiritual incarnation, devoid of thought, entirely governed by Zhang Xuan himself. He was conducting an experiment, endeavoring to have this incarnation simultaneously cultivate the divine path of the Saiyans and the primordial path. He wished to ascertain whether these two paths could coexist, thereby fulfilling a long-held aspiration from his previous life. A mere ordinary Saiyan blood would suffice, and he needed only a modest talent for this endeavor. Zhang Xuan selected a vial of Saiyan blood and a card from the system shop. Ding! Purchase successful. Total expenditure, 1,000 transaction points. Current host balance, 173,500. It was evident that Zhang Xuan had been diligently accumulating wealth over the past few months. His transaction points could not remain static. Let's not forget the system shop also offered recycling options. Zhang Xuan picked up some soil from the ground and, with a casual squeeze, birthed a significantly weakened version of himself. The Saiyan blood and the card were infused into this incarnation. Host external incarnation panel, Zhang Xuan. Age, 0, bloodline, Saiyan race. Talent, unremarkable. Combat power, 167. 5 billion. Quite acceptable. Zhang Xuan examined the panel of his incarnation and nodded in approval. A starting combat power of over 162. 5 billion was somewhat satisfactory, albeit currently feeble. However, the main body, Zhang Xuan, possessed ample resources. Once he finished consuming those inferior items, he would charge forth and obliterate his foes. Zhang Xuan had never encountered such weakness. With all these top-tier resources at his disposal, it was utterly shameful for his combat power not to exceed a myriad of numbers. He vowed to ensure that within half a month, his incarnation would completely devour everything. Even if it resulted in a burst, he would start from the basics, embarking on the journey of Super Saiyan 1. With half a month remaining, barring unforeseen circumstances, attaining the red Super Saiyan God should be assured. Zhang Xuan began to calculate the time. In approximately half a month, Goku and the others would return. During this period, he was confident he could elevate his incarnation to Super Saiyan 3. There was no need to fret about the subsequent Super Saiyan God. He could simply purchase divine energy from the system shop for infusion. After reaching the blue Super Saiyan God, he would then guide his incarnation to cultivate the primordial Saiyan path. Aim to break through to Super Saiyan 4 and cultivate to full power. The same would apply to the Super Saiyan God path, striving for full power as well. Once his physique had been entirely enhanced, he would merge these two powers into a brand new force, a blue-haired Super Saiyan 4. This, too, could be seen as the realization of a dream from his previous life, as he had always yearned to witness the results of merging these two powers. Would they coalesce into a novel strength, or would they clash and explode? This remains an enigma. Zhang Xuan dares not gamble his hypothesis on these two protagonists, which is why he resorts to utilizing a doppelganger for experimentation. Will a primal force and divine energy clash? Can the two converge harmoniously? With a flick of the fan in his hand, he muses that both paths of cultivation, transcending Super Saiyan 4, would surely require no less than 3 months. Thus, his experiment commenced. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. For the past month, Sun Wukong has been diligently training on King Kai's planet, while Vegeta enjoys a leisurely vacation with his family. Kiki finds herself enviously pondering when her own husband might exhibit such a carefree spirit as Vegeta. Eventually, Sun Wukong and Vegeta return to the God of Destruction's planet to resume their training, primarily focusing on the pure-blooded Saiyan path towards the Super Saiyan 4. As articulated by their esteemed master, Zhang Xuan has been anticipating their arrival. The progress of the experiment has been exceedingly promising. His timeline estimations have proven accurate. Within a month, his doppelganger, supplied with ample resources and a refined training regimen from the system, has seen a remarkable enhancement in combat power indices. The transitions from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3 have been seamlessly achieved, and the Red Super Saiyan was mastered the very day after breaking through to Super Saiyan 3, with efforts currently underway to perfect this form before advancing to Blue Super Saiyan. Zhang Xuan recalibrated his calculations. It appears that mastering Blue Super Saiyan will require approximately 15 to 20 days, followed by a similar duration to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Once both forms are fully perfected and cultivated to peak performance, he will then significantly amplify their physical and mental fortitude, preparing them for the forthcoming fusion of their powers. This process is estimated to take slightly over 2 months, a swifter timeline than he initially anticipated. Zhang Xuan feels confident he will complete his experiment before Frisia's revenge unfolds, primarily due to the exceptional resources and training guidelines provided by the system. Otherwise, would such rapid advancements in cultivation truly be feasible? It seems Vegeta has not been idle either. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed that Vegeta's Super Saiyan form has surpassed the 3rd level and is nearing completion. Nodding in approval, Zhang Xuan expressed satisfaction with Vegeta's progress. How have the two of you fared during this month-long reprieve? Zhang Xuan stood, a disarming smile gracing his face, sending a chill down the spines of those present. With the first phase of training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta concluded, they were poised to embark on the second phase, which would present a challenge 5 times greater than the previous one. The first segment involved both his and Whis' guidance, focusing on the divine path and physical endurance. The second phase, a training regimen of his own design, will concentrate on physical prowess and the pure Super Saiyan path. The third phase will involve foundational training in bipolar will, guiding Sun Wukong and Vegeta to master the divine realm. The fourth phase will hinge upon the outcomes of his experiments, should the powers of Super Saiyan God and Primal Super Saiyan successfully merge. Zhang Xuan will personally oversee their training. As for the final 5th stage, it is a preparation for the unknown crises that may arise after the conclusion of the Power Conference. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's training has long been meticulously planned. Their motto is to train until they can no longer persevere. With the system strategizing, the angel was providing guidance, and Zhang Xuan supplying resources. Even a mere pig could soar to new heights with such assistance. This month has been tolerable, yet the inability to train, spending days idly at home doing nothing, has been quite unbearable. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, rubbed his fists together, while Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor. Both eagerly anticipated the forthcoming training. Upon receiving their affirmations, a smile crept across Zhang Xian's face, indicating that both warriors were indeed prepared. Let's begin. Come, Small B, let us put them to work. With a snap of his fingers, the ever-respectful god of destruction, Beerus, instantly materialized beside him. Beerus's power and speed surged dramatically. As the purple aura surrounding him flickered like flames, his expression a menacing glare directed at the two Saiyans. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a shiver down their spines, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. In the distance, Whis averted his gaze, unable to watch. The ensuing spectacle could be rather brutal. Chapter 40. Undercurrents Stirring. Zhang Xuan targeted by the Dark Realm. In an expansive world, isolated like the King's realm, chaos and darkness reigned. Countless planets and fragments of the universe lay scattered throughout this desolate expanse. The enormous remains of unknown creatures and shattered weapons were strewn across the land, with an unending flow of dark energy swirling wildly. At the center of this world stood an almost boundless black ancient castle, a gathering place for the most formidable darkness in the multiverse, harboring entities of the same caliber as the Grand Minister and the Overseer Zhang Xuan. This place was the enigmatic junction between the Demon Realm and the Dark Realm, precisely the stronghold of the Dark Realm faction. Within the palace, at the end of the corridor, there was a dark throne, flanked by dozens of variously sized scepters, which upon closer inspection bore a striking resemblance to those wielded by angels. Seated upon the throne was a man clad in a black robe, his piercing red eyes visible through the shadows. Beside him stood a dozen or so individuals of varying sizes, all dressed in black robes, representing the high-ranking leaders and officials of the Dark Realm. At that moment, a burly man knelt respectfully at the foot of the throne. He was the individual previously sought by Zhang Xuan on behalf of the Time Realm King. How has the matter progressed? The man on the throne finally spoke, his voice raspy and reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. The burly man's sturdy frame trembled slightly before he composed himself and calmly reported the results of the mission. My lord, the task was executed with great success. That group of individuals has fallen into a trap. The surveillance has been meticulously arranged, ready to commence at any moment. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the man seated upon the throne nodded with satisfaction, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Several black apples tumbled before the burly figure. The man's expression brightened with joy as he hurriedly gathered the apples. This is your reward. You may leave now, the man commanded with a wave, signaling for him to depart. The subordinate, filled with gratitude, bowed several times before retreating. After a brief moment, the man on the throne retrieved 2 photographs, one depicting the high priest and the other the newly appointed Zhang Xuan. His countenance reflected a mixture of nostalgia and disdain. You old fool. It has been so long since we last met. I wonder how your strength compares to what it once was. Suddenly, he erupted into a hearty laugh, an unfathomable darkness emanating from his being, spreading outward with wild ferocity. Wherever the darkness traversed, everything was obliterated, reduced to ash. You shall soon realize the folly of your past choices. With a flick of his wrist, the photograph of the high priest disintegrated into darkness, vanishing entirely. It was the high priest and the sovereign's decisions that had led him to this current predicament, and he found their foolishness laughable. Yet in the next moment, he retracted the darkness he had unleashed. All returned to tranquility as he shifted his gaze to the photograph of Zhang Xuan, the newly appointed inspector of the 12 universes. Second in strength only to the high priest and the sovereign, the strongest talent, a close friend of the high priest. Where might he be at this moment? How intriguing. The man gazed at the photograph with a sinister smile, watching as Zhang Xuan's image, like that of the high priest, turned to ash. Fools! Merely the lapdogs of the sovereign. In an instant, the man vanished from sight, leaving behind only an echoing resonance. After the black-robed figure's departure, the senior officials of the Dark Realm finally exhaled in relief. This lord remained as terrifying as ever. Even in stillness, his mere presence suffocated them. The newly appointed Inspector Zhang Xuan, second in strength only to the High Priest, was currently confirmed to hail from a place called Earth in the 7th universe. One of the black-robed officials remarked in a husky voice, "Goodness, it is truly rare to reach such heights solely through one's own efforts. I long to witness him being broken and brought to despair by that lord." Meanwhile, far away on the Destruction God planet, Zhang Xuan sneezed. "Which wretched soul is reporting on me?" he exclaimed, suddenly irate. "Am I not a celestial being? How can I still sneeze? No one would believe such a tale." He chuckled at the absurdity of it, recalling his 2.5 years of basketball practice. A nagging intuition stirred within him, warning that this unexpected sneeze heralded some unwelcome event. Zhang Xuan discerned 2 possibilities. Either the high priest was speaking ill of him behind his back, or he had already attracted someone's attention. How troublesome! Zhang Xuan sighed in discontent and resumed his meditative repose. Meanwhile, in the distance, Vegeta and Son Goku were enduring immense suffering. Under the direct tutelage of their master, the 2 Saiyans were nearly rendered senseless by Beerus's relentless onslaught. Just moments ago, they seemed fine. How did they suddenly find themselves under such a brutal assault? This was not merely training. What was this unexpected barrage? Son Goku and Vegeta lay battered on the ground, their bodies marred with bruises, their faces resembling that of a swollen pig. TCH, they truly lacked resilience. Beerus, crossing his arms and hovering in the air, let out a cold snort, gazing down upon them like a deity. Just a moment ago, they had been formidable with their Super Saiyan Blue power and Kaioken, yet now they lay there like lifeless husks. It had only been 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. The nearby Ultraman transformation on Earth had lasted longer than their endurance. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Did he truly grasp what he was saying? The god of destruction was unleashing his full might, mercilessly pounding them into submission. Tell me, who among the other gods of destruction or angels could withstand such force? How powerful! Vegeta, can you still rise? Son Goku clutched his arm tightly. Beerus's kick had nearly dislocated it. Damn it. I don't need you to tell me. How infuriating. Vegeta had nearly met his end today. Beerus's previous flying kick had almost sealed his fate as well. Amidst the ferocity of Beerus's assault, he was also confronted by the pungent odor of Beerus's feet, which hadn't seen cleanliness in decades. The stench was so overwhelming that even the neighboring restaurant's sauerkraut beef noodle dish would shake its head in dismay. Hey, are you two all right? Beerus, hovering in the air, grew impatient, realizing that unless he took drastic measures, they would not rise. Here, let me show you something special. With a flourish, Beerus extended his hands, gradually forming two destructive orbs at their center. How about tasting my craftsmanship? He hurled the two destructive spheres downward, even thoughtfully providing them with a navigational guide. Oh no, what? As Son Goku and Vegeta attempted to rise and flee, they discovered the two destructive orbs had already arrived before them. The explosion of destructive energy was accompanied by their agonizing screams. Under normal circumstances, Son Goku and Vegeta would surely have perished, but Zhang Xuan had previously arranged for Whis to use divine power to continuously restore their strength and physical forms, allowing them to oscillate between life and death. ISNT had said that Saiyans have an age-old trope where every brush with death strengthens them upon revival. Zhang Xuan intended to subject Vegeta and Goku to the brink of death dozens of times each day, allowing Whis to intervene and heal them just before their demise. This relentless barrage would not only enhance their physical resilience, but also endow them with formidable strength. What a splendid notion. I have encountered many living Buddhas, yet never have I met a living king of hell. In Chapter 41, the distinction between Super Blue and Super 4 is explored as Goku and Vegeta transform into Super 4. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With the nurturing of Beerus and the guidance and healing of Whis, the power of the two Saiyans surged to unprecedented heights. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 attained a higher precision. He refined his full-power Super Saiyan 3 to approximately double its previous strength, marking a significant enhancement. Fortunately, Vegeta also successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 3rd stage and was currently perfecting his full power. Throughout this month, Zhang Xuan could not solely dedicate his time to training the Saiyans. After suffering a considerable setback during his last encounter with the Grand Minister, he learned his lesson well. His primary focus this month had been on inspections and monitoring the universe, occasionally offering guidance to Goku and the others. His second avatar also successfully ascended to Super Blue, having purchased the breakthrough technique from the system and planned to reach Super 4 in a few days. Achieving Super 4 required a moon, a tail, and a stable mind. With the issues of the tail and the moon resolved, he had no concerns regarding the mind, as his second avatar possessed no consciousness, operating entirely under his command. Transforming into Super 4 was merely a matter of issuing a command. It was a trivial concern. With approximately 3 months remaining until Frieza returned from training, it was likely that he would soon be sent back to Hell once again. Observing that Goku and Vegeta had nearly completed their transformations from Super 1 to Super 3, Zhang Xuan deemed it the appropriate moment for them to ascend to Super 4. Thus, he notified them to gather at the God of Destruction's plaza the following day. Lord Zhang Xuan, which form is more powerful, Super 4 or our Super Blue? Are the strengths of the two forms equivalent? Goku inquired curiously, eager to discern which transformation reigned supreme. Everyone harbored a sense of curiosity. Zhang Xuan merely smiled and replied, each has its merits and drawbacks. Although Super Blue possesses slightly higher power than Super 4, it consumes considerably more energy. The weakness of Super Blue lies in its unsuitability for prolonged battles. One may suddenly revert from the Super Blue state, leaving an opening for the enemy. What do you think would happen then? Goku scratched his head, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhang Xuan's words, realizing that the Super Blue form indeed consumed a great deal of energy. And what about Super 4? Vegeta interjected, now intrigued. Patience. Let me finish my explanation. Zhang Xuan leisurely sipped his tea, his nonchalant demeanor and fragmented speech exacerbating the anxiety of Vegeta and Son Goku. The virtues of Super Saiyan Blue are its formidable strength and the simplicity of its ascension. However, its shortcomings lie in its brief duration. Another path, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 4, is exceptionally suited to your current state. Although the power of Super Saiyan May 4 be slightly inferior to that of Super Saiyan Blue, it excels in energy efficiency and potential for further development. The strengths of both forms will prove beneficial to you. Yet, your tails remain a weakness. Only through the attainment of greater strength and evolution to a higher realm can you transcend this limitation, Zhang Xuan remarked, gesturing toward their tails. All right, exit your Super Saiyan forms. Calm your minds. Following Zhang Xuan's instructions, Son Goku and Vegeta relinquished their Super Saiyan states, taking a deep breath to achieve tranquility. Excellent. Let's begin. With a snap of his fingers, the entire God of Destruction's planet was engulfed in darkness, and a full moon mysteriously appeared in the sky. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, pointing at the moon. Come look up at that orb. Yes, keep your gaze fixed upon it. As Son Goku and Vegeta followed his direction, the sight of the moon sent tremors through their beings. A primal force, long dormant within them, surged forth, overwhelming their rational minds. Their hearts thundered, their eyes turned crimson, and their black hair and bodies expanded wildly, emitting the growl of an unknown creature. They transformed into two colossal black gorillas. In the depths of their subconscious, only the desires for destruction and annihilation of all in their sight prevailed. The scene swiftly spiraled into chaos. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could Vegeta, possessing royal blood, succumb to such a frenzy? What had triggered this transformation into a raging gorilla? Do not panic, allow me to intervene. Within the consciousness of the now colossal apes, both were bound by countless chains, rendering them speechless as they struggled futilely against their restraints. In their moment of despair, a radiant golden light illuminated their world, accompanied by a voice they knew all too well. Do not let your primal instincts overpower your will. Follow my guidance. The brilliant light coalesced into the form of Zhang Xuan. At this critical juncture, Zhang Xuan intervened. It was not that they were incapable, but rather that he found it cumbersome. It was far more efficient for him to resolve the matter personally, conserving his energy. As his words echoed, the chains binding them shattered completely, and the true consciousness of Son Goku and Vegeta returned to them. In an instant, the once frenzied gorillas fell silent. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands. Excellent. Now we proceed to the second step. Based on the transformation into a great ape, they initiated the Super Saiyan transformation once more, akin to how one would typically morph into a Super Saiyan. Goku and Vegeta, in their great ape forms, followed suit. An immensely powerful aura erupted from within them, surrounding them with a tangible essence. In the blink of an eye, their once ebony hair was transformed into a radiant gold, and their strength surpassed even that of their Super Saiyan 3 state. Zhang Xuan nodded in approval. The progress was exceedingly smooth. The forthcoming final step was of utmost significance, with no room for error. The next phase relied heavily on the state of their minds. Within the depths of Vegeta's consciousness, he envisioned the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld, as well as the aftermath of the devastation wrought upon their second home by Frieza. He felt as if he were suspended in the vastness of space, surrounded by countless iterations of himself, each at different stages of life. Ultimately, he beheld Bulma and his son Trunks. Bulma cried out for him desperately, and instinctively, the great ape Vegeta reached out his hand. Tears streamed down his face unbidden. This version of Vegeta was somewhat divergent, compared to his counterpart in the GT timeline. The process of his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was notably arduous. In GT, Vegeta retained his intellect upon becoming a great ape, owing to his royal Saiyan bloodline. In contrast, Goku found it far simpler to achieve Super Saiyan 4. However, this Vegeta, despite possessing royal Saiyan lineage, equally succumbed to the loss of reason upon transforming into a great ape, a stark deviation from GT. Perhaps it was a consequence of the differing worlds. Zhang Xuan did not dwell on this matter. His primary concern was whether Vegeta and Goku could achieve Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta appeared to be on the right track, but Goku's situation was less certain. In his consciousness, Goku too glimpsed his grandfather Gohan and his former companions. Everything transpired swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. The two golden great apes gradually settled. Thunder rumbled ominously in the skies as the entire God of Destruction's arena crumbled, while two formidable, unknown forces surged exponentially. A fiery aura enveloped the entire realm of the God of Destruction, causing the entire seventh universe to tremble. The deep crimson energy and light dissipated, leaving behind two red silhouettes where the massive golden great apes once stood. With jet black hair, red-rimmed eyes, and explosive musculature, their bodies were shrouded in red fur, symbolizing the primal ferocity of the Saiyan race, their power magnified beyond measure. Zhang Xuan reflected with a sense of nostalgia. The forms of Goku and Vegeta from this alternate timeline bore an uncanny resemblance to their counterparts in GT. This transformation truly epitomized classic excellence. In contrast to the more succinct forms of Super Saiyan Blue and Red, this transformation boasts a truly striking appearance. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan has officially made its entrance. The end is nigh for Frieza. The noise is unbearable. Which scoundrel has brought ruin to my home? The awakened Beerus is nearly driven to madness. Not only has he been disturbed, but his own courtyard has been vandalized by these raucous individuals. No wonder he is infuriated. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Xuan in the distance, Beerus's expression instantly shifted. Ah, no matter. Allow them to warm up a bit. It is of no consequence. Feel free to play. I shall take my leave. Chapter 42. The dual path fusion experiment is about to commence. How does it feel? Vegeta gazed at his clenched fist, sensing the nearly boundless power of Super Saiyan 4. This strength is truly unfathomable, leaving him in awe. Reflecting on his own development of Super Saiyan Blue and making a simple comparison with the so-called Super Saiyan 4, he realized, as Zhang Xuan had stated, that this form's power is indeed slightly inferior to Super Saiyan Blue. However, its energy consumption and mastery of ki are exceptionally well balanced. Moreover, Vegeta is certain that the future potential of this form will be no less than that of Super Saiyan Blue, and it may even surpass it. I feel fantastic. Vegeta smiled with newfound confidence, as if he had rediscovered his former self. This power is genuinely exhilarating. I yearn to spar with Lord Beerus once more. Elated with his newfound abilities, Goku is eager to find someone to challenge. When one is filled with confidence, what does one do? Fight. The initial phase of the second stage has concluded perfectly, and now begins a month of grueling training. Unleash all your potential and harness the true power of this form. Seeing both of them have broken through to Super Saiyan 4, Zhang Xuan prepared to initiate the training regimen. This training plan is far more daunting than any before, featuring not only Beerus's involvement, but also personal training from Whis. Zhang Xuan understands the immense potential of this form. The so-called full power of Super Saiyan 4 is merely a tantalizing prospect. Do you truly believe that achieving full power is so simple? It cannot merely be attained through receiving blows and accumulating resources. It hinges upon your development within this realm. If it were that easy, you might as well forego training entirely and embrace a life of constant beatings. With another snap of his fingers, Goku and Vegeta found themselves clad in training uniforms. The immense gravity of the suits instantly weighed down on them, rendering the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Vegeta and Goku nearly immobile. Goodness, this is so heavy. It feels as though I might be crushed. The overwhelming sensation of gravity bore down on Vegeta, who, like Goku, summoned all his strength to remain upright. Sun Wukong strained to support his arms, the weight of the training suit far surpassing anything they had encountered before. Consider this. They were still in their Super Saiyan 4 state. What kind of training suit could possibly pin them to the ground? Is this truly what one would call training? If not, how could it unlock your potential? Today's training seemed rather straightforward. It appeared that you were still somewhat unaccustomed to this suit. Zhang Xuan observed the two Saiyans struggling to rise and wondered if perhaps his training regimen was a tad too rigorous. Yet, he reasoned that his approach was justified. The gravity of these suits was calibrated according to the standards of a god of destruction, which seemed quite reasonable, did it not? He had already shown considerable leniency. For the next month, you must wear this suit at all times. It shall accompany you through this forthcoming month of joy. Prepare yourselves, for Whis will soon arrive to personally guide you. Upon finishing his remarks, Zhang Xuan departed from the god of destruction's planet, as he had experiments awaiting him. At that moment, only Vegeta and Sun Wukong remained on the field. They exchanged a glance, igniting their competitive spirits once more. The Saiyan legacy of rivalry was reignited. The first to rise will surely be me, Vegeta. I shall not be defeated. After over 2 months of effort, the food had scarcely diminished. Zhang Xuan kicked a cabbage far away. These spirit vegetables had been consumed by his doppelganger for enhancement over the past 2 months. He did not mind the abundance, knowing that excessive consumption might yield minimal benefits, so he allowed his doppelganger to consume several tons daily. Consequently, his doppelganger had successfully reached a high level of mastery in Super Saiyan, God Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 4 within this time frame. Currently, Zhang Xuan was refining the 2 pathways of his doppelganger to prepare for the ultimate experiment. The aim was to merge these 2 powers to acquire greater strength. Both forms, Super Blue and Super 4, had been thoroughly mastered by his doppelganger. The next step was full power, yet the most crucial aspect remained understanding and harmonizing these transformations. Zhang Xuan held his forehead, contemplating the challenges ahead. Merging these two forms was indeed a complex endeavor, fraught with low success rates and the ever-looming risk of catastrophic failure. Though it was merely a doppelganger, it was still a reflection of himself. Losing the culmination of 2 months of arduous research would be disheartening for anyone. Zhang Xuan flopped onto the ground, adopting a nonchalant expression, as if to say, "Let whoever wishes to proceed with this troublesome task do so." Zhang Xuan, you think too highly of me. The road ahead is long and arduous. He lay on the couch, one hand fanning himself, pondering whether these two powers would indeed merge or meet with failure. Perhaps the likelihood of failure is high. The mere thought of this causes Zhang Xuan considerable distress. Should the powers of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 intertwine, it would manifest as an entirely new existence. It is conceivable that, in the future, an additional layer of Ultra Instinct could be superimposed upon Super Saiyan 4. In such a scenario, the fusion of Vegeta and Goku would give rise to either Vegeto or Gogeta, who could then transform into Super Saiyan 4, subsequently evolving into Super Saiyan Blue, augmented by a 10-fold Kaioken. Zamasu exclaims, "What the hell?" It is often stated that Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto possesses strength akin to that of a quasi-destroyer. Yet Zhang Xuan believes this power still falls short of the requisite standards for such a title. However, the form he envisions has a significant potential to attain the level of a quasi-destroyer. This power transcends mere multiplication, instead compounding exponentially to elevate combat prowess. Super Saiyan 4, while consuming minimal energy and allowing for extensive development, may lead to slight alterations in temperament upon transformation. Conversely, Super Saiyan Blue boasts formidable attack power, an uncomplicated transformation, and maintains tranquility post-transformation, albeit at a considerable energy cost. The synthesis of these two forms would compensate for each other's shortcomings, birthing an unparalleled warrior devoid of weaknesses. This, indeed, is the revolutionary Saiyan form that Zhang Xuan imagines. Yet at present, this form exists merely as a rough blueprint, lacking practical implementation. Zhang Xuan predicts that it will take over a month before he can fully realize these two forms of his clone prior to seeking vengeance against Frieza. Truth is born of practice. How can one know without experimentation? This sentiment rekindles Zhang Xuan's determination. An age-old adage rings true. Truth emerges through practice. All experiments and inventions are birthed from continuous refinement and repeated failures. Even if the first attempt fails, it is not a cause for despair. There remains a second chance. After all, this clone is merely an option for him, easily conjured with a thought. Zhang Xuan performs a swift resurrection and resumes his private experiments. A month quietly passes. With 2 months remaining until Frieza's revenge, news of Frieza's resurrection has leaked, rapidly spreading throughout the 7th universe within mere days. The entire 7th universe is engulfed by a wave of trepidation as the oppressive aura of the former cosmic emperor, Frieza, looms over each individual. Naturally, the galactic headquarters becomes aware of Frieza's revival, promptly dispatching Gak to Earth to inform Bulma and others. Chapter 43. Experiment successful. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. A brand new, formidable form. Over a month has elapsed. Zhang Xuan's daily routine consists of monitoring the 12 universes, conducting private experiments, and occasionally guiding Goku and Vegeta. He scarcely has time to rest, making this period a true torment for a laid-back individual like him. The achievements of Sun Wukong and Vegeta are indeed remarkable. Although Vegeta's progress is somewhat overshadowed, he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 at will, while Sun Wukong has mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4 first. Much of the credit for this accomplishment goes to Beerus, followed by their individual interpretations of Super Saiyan 4. With Frieza's return from training just a fortnight away, he will face a Vegeta and Sun Wukong whose power exceeds that of their original counterparts. On Zhang Xuan's personal floating island, the experiment has finally reached its conclusive phase. After 2 months of relentless resource accumulation and the acquisition of divine energy and guidance from the system's marketplace, his avatar has achieved full power in both Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4 within this short span. This rapid progress is astonishing, albeit at the cost of nearly 30,000 trading points. While this expenditure initially stings, it is all in service of the experiment. Success is paramount, rendering every effort worthwhile. Commencing with Super Saiyan 4, Zhang Xuan solemnly issued commands to his avatar. Upon receiving the directive, the avatar instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, its power index multiplying exponentially. The energy emanating from this transformation surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta combined by nearly a factor of 2. This is the result of resource accumulation and the prowess of a dedicated player. Having amassed sufficient strength, Zhang Xuan acknowledged the critical final step, which would determine the success or failure of the entire experiment. Success would yield a new force born from the amalgamation of 2 powers. Failure would result in an explosive catastrophe. He instructed his avatar to regard Super Saiyan 4 as a standard form and to subsequently initiate the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. The avatar complied. The primal strength of the Saiyan collided with the divine energy, engulfing the world in a tempest of red and blue. As the previously stable energy surged into a chaotic frenzy, the muscles and veins of the avatar pulsated like a heart, manifesting a tangible aura that roared like a demon. Zhang Xuan, observing the experiment, was taken aback by the unforeseen intensity. It was far beyond his expectations. Just as he prepared to issue a command to halt the process, the avatar's aura abruptly vanished, and the tumultuous veins gradually stabilized. The wide-eyed second Zhang Xuan slowly closed his eyes, as if nothing had transpired. Had it failed? A grave expression settled upon Zhang Xuan's face. The experiment had deviated from its intended course. Although the fusion of powers did not occur as anticipated, it did not culminate in the expected explosion of blood mist either. This indicated that the experiment had reached an unexpected path, neither a success nor a failure. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Xuan focused his gaze on the chest of his avatar. If one listens closely, a rhythmic sound persists, steadily accelerating. The heartbeat remains, quickening with each passing moment. Zhang Xuan observed the incessantly beating heart. Even through the layers of flesh, he could distinctly perceive its rhythm. Furthermore, the heartbeat of his doppelganger intensified, a once-vanished aura gradually surging back, while the power of the doppelganger skyrocketed, increasing exponentially every second. A novel energy emerged, wild yet remarkably stable. Zhang Xuan remained silent, yet the confident smile gracing his face spoke volumes. He had succeeded. As soon as Zhang Xuan's words fell, the doppelganger, previously adorned with the crimson hair of Super Saiyan 4, was instantaneously transformed, now boasting a striking blue hue. The strength exhibited far surpassed that of the former Super Saiyan 4, and the physique had expanded significantly. The aura manifested in hues of blue at its core, encased in a fiery red exterior. Although these colors should not harmonize, they merged flawlessly within his doppelganger, coexisting in perfect equilibrium. It embodied the divine essence alongside the primal ferocity of the Saiyan. This represented an entirely new transformation, transcending any realm previously attained. The realm of Xian, immortal great perfection. It had already reached the level of a candidate for a god of destruction. Zhang Xuan employed the system's surveying eye to ascertain the level of this doppelganger, only to be astounded by the results. Its strength had astonishingly reached the tier of a quasi-god of destruction. The fusion of their powers yielded such formidable might. What if one were to augment the foundation of Super Saiyan 4 with a mastery of Ultra Instinct? Xian immortal great perfection could indeed achieve the status of a god of destruction candidate, while the true strength of a god of destruction lay with the Tai Xian immortal. Among the 12 gods of destruction, the weakest resided in the mid-tier of Tai Xian immortal, whereas top-tier gods of destruction, like Beerus, belong to the late stage of Tai Xian immortal. This indirectly underscores the terrifying nature of the gods of destruction, even the least formidable among them, when paired with the Grand Priest overseeing the 12 gods and 12 angels, could obliterate all cosmic powers. The notion of Jiren surpassing a god of destruction or the complete form of Zamasu being equivalent to a god of destruction is not but a jest. While both may indeed embody certain aspects of a god of destruction's domain, in a one-on-one confrontation, even a lackadaisical god of destruction could easily subdue the first 2 contenders. This exemplifies their prowess. Even the one deemed to possess the least talent among them would still be counted among the cosmic elite, rendering the years of cultivation by others, spanning billions, inferior to merely a few hundred or thousand years of training. Discounting the exceptional protagonist. Returning to the main theme, Zhang Xuan could be deemed the foremost pioneer. The experiment was an unequivocal success. The 2 powers had fused seamlessly, culminating in a new, formidable strength. Zhang Xuan gazed at the blue-haired Super Saiyan across from him, his heart brimming with elation. His imaginative hypothesis had materialized. What began as a whimsical experiment had proven to be viable. The probability was indeed high, contingent upon possessing an extraordinarily robust constitution and capacity for endurance. Once initiated, it cannot be halted. Any cessation would result in a catastrophic explosion of blood. Zhang Xuan continuously fed his avatars with celestial delicacies and enhancement potions from the system. Coupled with the fact that his avatars possessed no consciousness and were incapable of feeling pain, they could only act in accordance with Zhang Xuan's will. Thus, his experiment succeeded. Physical constitution was paramount. The mind was inconsequential. Mastery over strength and energy was essential, as was the ability to endure blows and withstand pain. These traits had to be of the highest caliber. Only by enduring suffering and mastering the art of fusion could these two powers be seamlessly integrated. Zhang Xuan swiftly retrieved his notebook to jot down crucial notes, which would prove invaluable in the future for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He intended to guide them along this path eventually. However, for now, the focus was on enhancing their physical constitution and pain tolerance. There was no need for concern regarding their physical condition or pain resistance. After all, they endured daily training under Beerus, who delivered serious blows with great intensity. With ample experience in withstanding punishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would undoubtedly keep pace. Another matter weighed heavily on Zhang Xuan's mind. He was utterly inept at naming. As the pioneer of this transformation, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate title. Blue-haired Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan God Super 4? Super 4 Blue? What absurdities! He promptly struck through these names. While he was formidable, his naming skills were atrocious. Such titles were utterly unappealing. Thus, he decided to postpone naming the transformation until a more suitable title could be conceived. Frieza would return from training in a little over 10 days. Zhang Xuan resolved to use Frieza as a test subject. His gaze darkened as he contemplated the fruits of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's training over the past months, intending to unleash them upon Frieza. They had been oppressed by Beerus for so long. It was the perfect opportunity for Sun Wukong and his comrades to unleash their pent-up aggression. He would not allow one individual to monopolize the action. During the onslaught of Frieza, it was imperative that Vegeta and Sun Wukong took turns. Vegeta should not be the first. Sun Wukong would lead the charge. Would you dare let Vegeta strike Frieza first? Do you truly believe Vegeta would show mercy? If Vegeta were to spare Frieza, it would be akin to losing his very essence. The blood feud between him and Frieza was far from trivial. Chapter 44. Frieza, I have come for revenge. On this day, the resurrected Frieza had finally completed his grueling training. He had, at long last, attained a power that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan God, and it was not only himself who had achieved this. His subordinate, Taguma, had also experienced the same transformation. For the past 4 months, Taguma had been Frieza's sparring partner, enduring relentless beatings while simultaneously increasing his own strength. Now, his prowess had firmly established him as the foremost warrior within Frieza's army. A colossal fleet materialized ominously above the earth. Frieza remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the familiar azure planet. He was intent on demonstrating the fruits of his training over the past 4 months to those two detestable foes. As the principal architect of this retribution, Frieza vowed to plunge them back into despair, torturing the two Saiyans to death as recompense for past grievances. With arms outstretched, an overwhelming aura of power enveloped the entire solar system. Piccolo and his companions, hastening towards the scene, were engulfed by an oppressive sense of impending doom. They were nearly there. Piccolo's expression darkened. Frieza's strength upon resurrection surpassed his expectations. How formidable! Is this truly the power of Frieza reborn? Tenshinhan felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, as Frieza's mere presence suffocated them. How powerful could Frieza himself be? This was dire. Son Gohan's countenance reflected his distress. Realizing that Frieza's current might eclipse the combined strength of them all, perhaps even just his pinky finger. Although he had grasped a mysterious form during his battle with Majin Buu years ago, it was futile against an adversary of Frieza's caliber. The chasm of disparity was insurmountable. Why hasn't Beerus arrived yet? The Earth is on the brink of annihilation. Does he no longer desire to savor the culinary delights of this planet? Bulma exclaimed, her foot tapping anxiously as her strawberry sundae threatened to melt. Why hadn't Beerus and his entourage brought Goku and Vegeta here? Frieza's return filled Bulma with dread. Wait, there's that token Zhang Xuan gifted me. If I crush this token, I can appear by your side at any moment, she recalled, her excitement surging. Frieza, prepare to witness power that surpasses Beerus. Without hesitation, Bulma summoned all her strength to shatter the token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Despite her utmost effort, the token remained unyielding. Bulma? Zhang Xuan, apologies, I designed that token based on Saiyan fundamentals. Zhang Xuan had indeed underestimated the deteriorating memory of the Celestial Sovereign. On Destroyer Planet, upon learning of Frisia's return and his intent to obliterate Earth, Vegeta, Goku, and the others urgently implored Whis to take them back. Coincidentally, Beerus and Whis had also received Bulma's message. Upon seeing that strawberry sundae, Beerus felt an overwhelming urge to teleport to Earth immediately. However, upon hearing of Frisia's return and his intent to annihilate Earth, even Beerus was struck with a profound sense of alarm. What on earth? He exclaimed. Whis too bore a grave expression and promptly escorted Beerus and the two Saiyans to the planet. After all, that celestial body was the residence of their esteemed lord. It was utterly reckless for Frisia to attempt to drag them all into chaos. The angel activated his full speed towards Earth. Meanwhile, Piccolo and his companions arrived at the battlefield, their faces etched with tension as they gazed skyward. The clouds above roared and exploded as a circular spacecraft descended rapidly. Let the delightful revenge commence. The show is about to begin, Frisia declared with a wicked grin from within the vessel. As the ship slowly descended, an innumerable horde of Frisia's army emerged, resembling a swarm of ants from a distance. For those afflicted with a fear of density, this was pure ecstasy. The soldiers refrained from immediate action, biding their time for the cosmic emperor who had yet to make his entrance. Frisia, ensconced in a state-of-the-art baby carriage, emerged from the spacecraft. Good morning to everyone on Earth. What splendid weather we have today, he greeted cheerfully. Shortly thereafter, Bulma arrived at the battlefield aboard Jaco's ship. She believed the Frisia of today was no different from his former self and promptly ordered Gohan to send Frisia back to hell. Gohan, visibly troubled, explained to Bulma that the current Frisia was an entirely different entity, possessing energy and presence exponentially stronger than before. Even the once mighty Gohan could barely contend with the soldiers. Send it back at once, Bulma insisted. Yet, upon comprehending Frisia's might, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Mr. Frisia, could we possibly have a few more minutes? My husband Vegeta and Goku will be arriving shortly. Bulma's rapid change of heart was indeed remarkable. True to his nature, Frisia relentlessly assailed the warriors' mental fortitude while mocking them. The battle commenced. Piccolo and his comrades erupted with energy. Even Master Roshi entered a muscular state. The enemies surged towards them like an unrelenting tide. Initially, they dispatched groups of foes with ease, but as the numbers swelled, their stamina and energy began to wane. This was all part of Frisia's cunning strategy, deploying lesser foes to wear them down, ultimately leading to his personal entrance to deliver the final blow of despair. Due to Gohan's prolonged neglect of training over the years, he quickly found himself perspiring after merely a few minutes of combat. During this time, Frisia observed the young man clad in green, his features growing increasingly familiar, until it dawned upon him that this was Goku's son. Gohan possesses immense power. However, he refrains from unleashing it all at once. Even when confronted with the malevolent forces of Frisia's army, he merely incapacitates them. Frisia is repulsed by Gohan's approach, believing that one should eradicate their foes completely, for even the slightest mercy allows for their resurgence. He disdainfully remarks that Gohan is as foolish as his father. Spitting in contempt, Frisia displays his disgust. During this confrontation, he employs the same technique he once used to kill Krillin, not with the intent to kill, but merely to instill fear. Such wickedness! Later, under the guidance of Master Roshi, the small bald fighter finally emerges from his nightmare. The advantage in the battle swiftly returns to their side. Once they dispatch this group of weaklings, it is time for the higher-ups to intervene. Frisia's army dispatches the formidable red-horned demon, Zamasu, who is touted as the strongest warrior prior to Taguma's rigorous training. Prepare for prayer, as you shall soon be sent to the afterlife. Saul makes a throat-cutting gesture, filled with confidence in his subordinate's ability to handle these opponents. On the opposing side, Gohan steps up to confront the foe. Initially, he merely tests the waters, yet the bull-headed warrior mistakenly believes that Gohan's strength is limited. Seizing the opportunity during Gohan's attack, he ensnares him in a powerful grip. Despite being firmly held by this bull-headed fighter, Gohan remains expressionless. Though his skills and strength may have waned, he is still formidable. Even when the red, bull-headed warrior expends all his might, he cannot overcome Gohan. Ultimately, Taguma unleashes a beam that pierces through both Gohan and the bull-headed warrior. The Z fighters watch in shock as the battle unfolds, and even Gohan himself stares wide-eyed at the dark void in his chest. In the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain surges within him. Chapter 45. Beerus, you wish to destroy Earth? The ensuing narrative unfolds without deviation. After being administered a Sensabine, Gohan's injuries and the gaping wound in his chest are somewhat healed, thanks to Piccolo's unwavering support. Empowered, Taguma ascends, having eliminated the greatest threat before him. The remaining adversaries pose no danger. Piccolo, fully committed, is swiftly defeated in 3 moves, his true strength having diminished, leaving the others incapable of challenging Taguma. Frieza is pleased with the progress of his training partner, recognizing the high potential displayed. In just 4 months, they have cultivated the second most formidable warrior in Frieza's army. However, Taguma's newfound pride blinds him until he realizes the imminent threat posed by the fusion of Trunks and Goten, who soar before him. In a shocking display of power, Super Saiyan Gotenks executed a devastating move that obliterated his opponent, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. The impact was so severe that it nearly dislodged Taguma's eyeball, rendering the attack utterly ruthless. Save for the women present, the men instinctively recoiled in horror, utterly appalled by the indecency of the assault. Master Roshi, unable to contain his disdain, voiced his criticism from the sidelines. During this chaotic scene, a peculiar frog, once the esteemed Captain Ginyu of Frieza's elite special forces, successfully utilized his abilities to swap bodies with Taguma. His experiences over the past decade have been nothing short of tormenting. Initially, Frieza struggled to comprehend the identity of this unexpected foe, but as Ginyu struck a familiar pose, Frieza was struck with the realization that this was indeed his most loyal subordinate, whom he presumed had perished on Namek. In his new form, Ginyu, overwhelmed with emotion, recounted the harrowing memories of his past. He had originally intended to exchange bodies with Vegeta, but Goku had intervened, thwarting his plans. Initially, Frieza expressed sympathy for Jinyu's plight. Yet as Jinyu's monologue intensified, Frieza's patience began to wane. The sweat trickled down his brow as he lamented the excessive verbosity of his once loyal subordinate. Only when Frieza commanded the annihilation of the gathered heroes did Ginyu finally cease his tirade. Frieza had always held a special fondness for his early subordinates, particularly the Ginyu Force. In days gone by, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, their remains would have been displayed outside the ship, riddled with numerous holes, not from any other cause but the lethal death beams he wielded. As Jinyu's fury surged, the latent power within Taguma was unleashed, revealing Jinyu's true might. With a singular display of energy, the very ground beneath them trembled. Without further ado, Ginyu launched his assault, catching the heroes off guard, plunging them into darkness as they collapsed to the ground. It was fortunate that Jinyu's earlier verbosity afforded Gohan and the others a moment to recover. In a subsequent one-on-one confrontation, Gohan faced Ginyu without transforming. His attacks were ineffectual, merely a minor annoyance to Ginyu, whose speed rendered Gohan's efforts as sluggish as a tortoise. With a simple parry, Ginyu thwarted Gohan's attempts, swiftly seizing his legs. A powerful throw sent Gohan soaring, while Ginyu unleashed a barrage of strikes that left Gohan struggling to regain his composure. In the end, Gohan did not resort to transforming into a Super Saiyan, let alone any enigmatic form. Had Piccolo fallen in that moment, one might ponder whether Gohan would have unleashed a transformation marked by white hair, crimson eyes, and violet lightning. Should such a transformation occur, there would be no need for Goku's intervention. Frieza would be left fleeing in terror. The smoke caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. Son Gohan finally comprehended that he could not contend with his adversary in his current form. With newfound resolve, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The distinction between his Super Saiyan state and his previous form was like stepping into an entirely different realm. He began to deftly counter the ferocious assault from Ginyu. Seizing an opportune moment, he delivered a decisive blow that vanquished Ginyu, declaring, "Our fate has been sealed. There is no further need for this. Leave this planet." With his back turned to the fallen Ginyu, he spoke, tilting his head slightly. Witnessing this scene, Frieza was consumed by rage, recognizing the echoes of the past when Goku had spoken similarly. It was a direct jab at his innermost wounds. Frieza unleashed a death beam at Son Gohan, inflicting grievous harm upon him. "Stand down, Ginyu. I will find every means to torment him." Frieza's face contorted in fury, as boundless anger shattered his reason. "Do not, Frieza. Spare Gohan. All you need to do is eliminate Piccolo. Who knows, perhaps he can still transform into a beastly form." Despite enduring relentless torment at Frieza's hands, Son Gohan uttered not a single plea for mercy. His body bore no unscathed area. His limbs, chest, and abdomen were riddled with the wounds left by Frisia's death beams. Yet, he remained defiant, refusing to beg for mercy. Though he may not have been the unparalleled warrior he once was, he retained the inherent pride and dignity of a Saiyan. Frisia, filled with disdain, extended his hand. The torment had concluded, and it was time to extinguish Son Gohan's life. He shouted, adjusting the power of the death beam to its maximum. This strike would undoubtedly be fatal. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. There was no Piccolo to intervene as in the original tale. However, Son Gohan did not perish. 2 imposing figures shielded the fallen warrior from Frisia's wrath. Even Frisia's most potent death beam was effortlessly deflected by one of them. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Her husband had finally arrived. Dad, son, Piccolo grinned, knowing that Goku always seemed to appear at the most critical moments. Apologies for our tardiness, Goku said, observing the severely injured Son Gohan. He knelt beside him and offered a senzu bean. After consuming it, Son Gohan felt a semblance of restoration. Now, that resembles a Saiyan, yet without strength. Nothing could be safeguarded. Thus, you find yourself in this predicament today. Vegeta unusually praised Son Gohan, albeit with a tone tinged with reprimand. The 3 Saiyans engaged in their exchange, momentarily disregarding Frisia, who had his own concerns as 2 figures materialized before him as well. The god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, observed Frisia, whose eyes seemed on the verge of popping out, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What do you intend to do, Frisia? Beerus questioned with a tone laced with menace. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Hey, who are you to speak to our Lord Frisia in such a manner? It was Sorbet, witnessing an intruder addressing his king with such audacity, clearly oblivious to the peril he faced. I've never encountered someone like you before. However, before he could finish his sentence, a swift sound echoed, and Sorbet found himself uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, a large black hole appearing at his temple, a clear indication of the death ray's impact. Lord Beerus, please forgive my subordinates' insolence. I assure you I will reprimand them. Frisia hurriedly emerged from his infant carriage, bowing deeply before Beerus with utmost respect, his heart racing as though it might cease at any moment. Sorbet's foolishness had truly put him in a precarious position. The surrounding subordinate, Jinyu, along with a group of soldiers, were utterly astounded by this unprecedented display from their king. What brings you to Earth? Beerus continued, unfazed by the atmosphere. In response to Lord Beerus, I merely seek vengeance against those 2 Saiyans. No other intentions, Frisia replied, lowering his head further, fearful that Beerus might obliterate him in an instant. Beerus and Whis nodded in acknowledgement. As long as you seek vengeance without causing destruction to this planet, I have no objections. That is more acceptable. Beerus resumed his usual languid demeanor, yet swiftly shifted his expression. However, should even a fragment of this land be harmed, your existence will become redundant. Beerus's voice echoed ominously, reminiscent of a demon from an endless abyss, instilling terror in Frisia, who hastily nodded, assuring he would not cause any damage to Earth. Chapter 46, Frisia. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Lord Beerus, are you here to thwart my quest for revenge? Frisia cautiously inquired, bending slightly before Beerus, wary of offending him with a single word. You may pursue vengeance against those 2 Saiyans. I care not. However, you must not lay a hand on this planet. Beerus carelessly flicked a booger from his nose, which landed squarely on Frisia. Frisia could only swallow his humiliation in silence. Yet internally, he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of revenge, as long as he did not disrupt the planet. In the distance, Bulma, overhearing Beerus's words, finally exhaled in relief. Frisia's quest for vengeance is simply that, a quest for vengeance. If he can indeed contend with those 2 Saiyans, then that is a testament to his prowess. As long as Earth remains unharmed, all is well. While the safety of Earth brings her immense joy, it simultaneously engenders a sense of perplexity. Why has Beerus suddenly taken such a strong stance in defending Earth? After all, he had previously expressed a desire to annihilate it. Could it be due to that Zhang Xuan? This enigma continuously plagued her thoughts. Bulma shook her head in despair, deciding to cease her musings. By the way, Ms. Bulma, whatever happened to that strawberry delicacy you mentioned? Whis, having been preoccupied with the safety of Earth and Bulma's mention of the strawberry parfait, was eager to know its whereabouts. Where's that strawberry parfait? A pact has been forged, and those who breach it shall face the consequences. The god of destruction places great importance on agreements. Beerus echoed in agreement, his own desire to savor the strawberry parfait evident. He had even prepared an additional serving. Bulma wiped the perspiration from her forehead, relieved that her foresight had led her to prepare an extra portion, as the previous one had already been devoured. Is this the strawberry parfait? Beerus poked at the strawberries atop the dessert, finding their appearance reminiscent of the frog's brain he was accustomed to. Colorful and enticing, it was a feast for the eyes. In contrast to the perplexed Beerus, Whis wasted no time, eagerly scooping the dessert into his mouth, abandoning the dignified demeanor expected of an angel. Goodness, Whis, the Grand Minister is about to arrive. Are you certain we won't leave anything for him? Beerus felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering whether they should reserve a portion of the strawberry parfait for the esteemed visitor. Fear not, Lord Beerus. We need not concern ourselves with that. There is still ample time to finish this parfait before the esteemed one returns. Suddenly enlightened, Beerus recognized the underlying implication in Whis's words. How cunning. After all, why should they save any for others if they could indulge themselves? This was merely a reward for protecting Earth. Surely that wasn't unreasonable? Thus, Beerus joined in the indulgence, wielding his own hefty spoon to enjoy the treat. The two supreme beings of Universe 7 savored the strawberry parfait without a care for appearances. Today, the superhero Goku felt as though his worldview was shattering. Frieza, the cosmic tyrant, had returned, and a legendary god of destruction, Beerus, had appeared to protect Earth. Just as he reached for his camera to document this momentous occasion, he was unceremoniously kicked away by Bulma. You dare take pictures indiscriminately? Who knows how many cameras you have? She admonished. Come back another time, my dear brother. The Grand Minister stood at the doorway, waving farewell to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled that this was the day Frieza had returned from training to seek his revenge. Excitement ignited within him, like a resurrected corpse. Zhang Xuan was filled with an insatiable eagerness to witness the expression of Frieza after his brutal defeat, a quintessential harbinger of amusement. He adjusted the robe draping over him and, with a swipe of his access card, was instantaneously transported back to the floating island. This aerial sanctuary was temporarily situated in the Earth of the 7th universe. After returning to the floating island, he utilized the access card once more to teleport directly to Earth, a convenience that conserved considerable energy. On Earth, he finally finished his meal, feeling pleasantly stuffed, as if his head might freeze in the chill. Beerus, with a satisfied expression, wiped the remnants of ice cream from his mouth, delighted by the exquisite taste of strawberry parfait. You're just eating too quickly, remarked Whis, who elegantly produced a handkerchief to dab at his own ice cream-laden lips. Mind your own business, Beerus retorted, about to unleash his ire when an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Lord Beerus, I suggest you turn around, Whis said, stifling a laugh. Well, this is quite the spectacle. Zhang Xuan appeared behind Beerus, causing the latter's fur to stand on end. Upon turning, Beerus was met with the cheerful visage of Zhang Xuan. This individual was as ghostly as he was enigmatic, bound to frighten someone to death one day. Your Excellency, the Inspector. Beerus bowed deeply, a gesture that stunned all present. The god of destruction was actually paying his respects. Zhang Xuan must hold significant stature. Hey, Tian Xinhan, that guy seems to be the one we encountered last time. The god of destruction, Beerus, is actually bowing to him. Oh, I remember now. It's that person. He doesn't appear particularly strong, yet Beerus seems genuinely intimidated by him. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, speculating on the white-robed figure, who evidently possessed considerable influence, perhaps even a superior connection to Beerus. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The once arrogant Beerus was now bowing to an ordinary individual. In Frieza's worldview, Beerus was the pinnacle of supremacy. No deity surpassed him. Yet, a chilling realization struck him, causing his heart to skip a beat as cold sweat trickled down his brow. It seemed this planet was the individual's domain, the very one who had threatened to annihilate Earth. Seemingly sensing the crowd's confusion, the previously silent Whis began to elucidate. Ah, it appears you are still unaware. The cosmos is not singular. Rather, in our reality, there exist 12 distinct universes. Each universe is overseen by a god of destruction, a supreme Kai, and an angel. Above these deities, there are even higher beings, the supreme gods, who govern the balance of the entire multiverse, as well as time and order. Before you stands a dignitary, one of the most esteemed deities in the entire cosmos, the Overseer. This entity is tasked with the oversight of various universes and the god of destruction, holding a rank only second to the supreme deity. Even the Lord Beerus, whom you're familiar with, could be dismissed with but a single utterance from this being. Upon hearing Whis's words, everyone was rendered breathless, utterly astonished by such explosive revelations, the existence of a deity superior to the god of destruction, governing the temporal equilibrium of the multiverse. This information was overwhelmingly shocking for those whose understanding was still confined to a singular universe. Chapter 47. Goku's Dilemma. Frieza reclaims his domain. Vegeta takes action. This individual is, astonishingly, one of the supreme gods across 12 universes. Moreover, Earth is his residence. It is no wonder that Beerus is so protective of it. A cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead as he realized he had inadvertently offended a supreme deity of the cosmos, and an authority above Beerus, no less. It appeared that Frieza was hesitant to make a move. Zhang Xuan, with an impassive expression, snapped his fingers, and under his celestial power, tables, chairs, and teapots materialized. I merely came to observe. Do not mind me. Feel free to do as you wish without my consent, he remarked languidly, while shaking his teacup. The narrative had veered slightly off course. Frieza and the others were now too intimidated to act, let alone seek revenge. This temporal deviation must be resolved, no matter what. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Frieza, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this esteemed being bore no grudges. It seemed there was still hope for his revenge plan against Goku and Vegeta, as long as Earth remained unharmed. Consequently, Frieza pledged his unwavering loyalty, vowing never to destroy even a fraction of Earth. His loyalty was indeed remarkable, restoring the narrative to its rightful course. Vegeta and Goku took turns mercilessly assaulting Frieza, with Goku leading the charge. Unfortunately, during their sparring, Goku wasted precious time with excessive banter. Frieza, now fully powered, entered his ultimate form. Goku, however, had faltered, failing even to enter his Super Saiyan state. His habitual arrogance had led him into precarious situations in the past. As Goku and Frieza clashed fiercely, the shockwaves from their fist collisions caused the entire solar system's orbit to destabilize. Whis, nonchalantly showcasing his desserts, calmly tapped his staff against the ground, restoring order to the solar system, including the Milky Way. Earth, too, was enveloped in several protective buffs, rendering its surface so resilient that even the destructive energy of Beerus could only leave the slightest of marks. Indeed, just a mere trace, insufficient to create even a crater. Frieza and Son Goku engaged in a fierce battle, their exchanges filled with verbal sparring. Frieza foolishly hoped to catch Goku off guard, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. Yet, who was his opponent? None other than the Saiyan, Son Goku, the most astute individual on Earth and perhaps in the entire universe. Even Bulma, who prides herself on her genius, would feel a twinge of shame in his presence. Son Goku retorted, "Your verbal assaults are as feeble as a mere scrap of paper in my eyes. Unless I were to lose my wits, your words would simply slide off my smooth mind." Their confrontation resembled a playful exchange, punctuated by a few punches followed by casual conversation, only to resume the fighting again. Thus, their duel stretched on for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, Vegeta, awaiting his turn, was nearly driven to madness, questioning when he would finally get the chance to pummel Frieza. Frieza had at least debuted in his ultimate form, while Goku had chosen to fight in his base state. Shouldn't he have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Must he really endure a near-fatal beating from Frieza's ultimate form before finally transforming? This tendency of Goku's truly needed rectification. Whis dabbed at the cream on the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, having observed Goku's battle intently. Goku's reluctance to unleash his full strength against foes was a troubling habit. Even a lion, when hunting a mere rabbit, must exert its full power. Had the inhabitants of Namek been a bit more ruthless when facing Frieza, they might have avoided the dire consequences that followed. This ingrained flaw was proving difficult to amend. Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation. While he could instruct others on their potential, altering Goku's ingrained habits, encouraging Goku to abandon his merciful nature and to stop underestimating his adversaries, that would be a formidable challenge. Eventually, Goku revealed his trump card, Super Saiyan Blue. However, he refrained from unleashing his full power combined with Kaioken. He aimed to indulge himself first, leaving the remainder for Vegeta. Watching Goku transform, Vegeta felt a surge of eagerness. He too yearned to unleash his wrath upon Frieza. Frieza, however, was not overtly surprised by Goku's transformation, as he possessed a form capable of matching such power. Frieza summoned his full strength, casting a blinding golden aura that enveloped the entire Earth. Save for the higher deities present, everyone else was rendered momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. Now that was what one could call a solar flare. With a surge of energy, Frieza transitioned into his golden form. His face, hands, and head remained purple, while his body was cloaked in shimmering gold. Zhang Xuan, exasperated, kicked the cooking pot away, lamenting, "Have you two only just begun to fight? I've already finished my meal, devouring my 7th bowl." He sighed, "Honestly, your chatter is excessive. Such actions are futile in causing harm. Are you two still going to fight? Geneva. Refund." In the next moment, the figures of Sun Wukong and Frieza moved. The golden and blue streams of light collided at an astonishing speed, with each strike and stance embodying the culmination of their martial arts mastery. The speed was so immense that the shadows of their fists and movements became imperceptible to the naked eye, colliding at millions of times per second. The vibrations and shock waves produced by each impact were potent enough to overturn entire galaxies. Nevertheless, Earth remained unscathed, as Whis had bestowed several buffs upon it, rendering even the destructive energy of a god of destruction barely capable of leaving a mark. Did you truly believe these two could wreak significant havoc? It was too swift to comprehend. The sheer velocity of Wukong was astounding. What had transpired during those months with Vegeta? The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the speed of Frieza and Sun Wukong. Their confrontation was so rapid that, aside from the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, and the gluttonous Zhang Xuan, only Piccolo and Gohan could barely keep pace with them. Just barely. Reflecting on his performance today and witnessing his father's might ignited a fervent desire for power within Gohan. He craved more strength. His abilities were still insufficient, and his potential far exceeded this. He had much to protect, including his family. In the battle between Frieza and Sun Wukong, no matter the techniques Frieza employed, Sun Wukong adeptly countered them. Frieza was fast, yet Wukong was even swifter. As Frieza surged forward once more, Sun Wukong once again surpassed him, much to Frieza's chagrin. Their combat prowess escalated to an unprecedented level, and Wukong gleaned slight advancements from this encounter. Frieza, finally vexed by the monotony of battle, found his defenses compromised. "Damn those inferior Saiyans," he exclaimed, his hatred and fury fueling an incessant surge of power. The energy of his golden form, previously pushed to its limits, soared wildly once again. This unexpected breakthrough brought a serious expression to Sun Wukong's face. To better handle this unforeseen development, he finally unleashed his Ultra Blue state in a semi-complete form. This state can be described as a precursor to the full power of Ultra Blue. Frieza shouted, having already darted to Wukong's side as he augmented his strength. Sun Wukong had barely registered the shift when he felt a searing pain in his right chest. Shocked, he glanced down to find Frieza's hand had pierced through him. In the next instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body fell uncontrollably. How could Frieza cease his assault? He swiftly appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Chapter 48, Vegeta's Personal Time, The Breach of Frieza's Defense. Goku emitted a heart-wrenching scream, ultimately paying the price for his carelessness and arrogance. Frieza was utterly elated. The scene he had long envisioned was, at this moment, manifesting before his eyes. Goku was being tossed around by Frieza as if he were merely a plaything. What on earth is that fool Kakarot doing? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, wore a grim expression, unable to contain his frustration any longer. What is Goku even fighting for? Had he unleashed his full power from the outset? This predicament could have been avoided. Frieza's growth over these past few months was astonishing. He could now contend with Goku. Beerus remarked with an air of indifference. Indeed, Frieza's progress was remarkable. Mere months of training had nearly rivaled that of Whis. What could have transpired for him to become so formidable? It seems Mr. Goku's situation is rather dire. Whis sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, lamenting Goku's persistent flaws. Why hold back? Had he utilized his full strength from the beginning, the outcome may have been different. It would have been far more reassuring to let Vegeta take the lead. Zhang Xuan, watching from a distance, chuckled. Compared to Goku, Vegeta's temperament offered a greater sense of assurance. Even though Vegeta's nature had softened somewhat during his years on Earth, he still retained his decisive character when facing enemies. Against a foe like Frieza, had Vegeta been allowed to strike first, Goku might not have even had a chance. That fool Kakarot. In a fit of rage, Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku, who was being mercilessly beaten by Frieza, flying. "Do you two truly believe you can stop me?" Frieza declared arrogantly, having assessed their abilities through their encounters and concluding that these two Saiyans were not formidable at all. Furthermore, He had transcended his previous golden form, now stronger than ever. Did he truly think Vegeta could hinder him? Dream on, Krillin. Take Kakarot down to recover. From here onward, it's my turn. Vegeta smirked, his bones cracking ominously. Krillin swiftly produced a sense of bean and fed it to Goku, who, at that moment, began to regain some strength. At least the gaping wound on his side had vanished. Frieza has grown this powerful. I was nearly killed, Goku said, still shaken from his near demise. Whis, Beerus, and Zhang Xuan were left speechless. Goku had effectively rendered them all silent with his antics. I recall that Goku had not been in control this season. Had he unleashed his power earlier, this situation might have been avoided. Now, it is time for Vegeta's personal moment. Remember your words, Frieza. I will make you regret this. Upon hearing Vegeta's threat, Frieza erupted in laughter. Oh, what's the matter? Are you angry? Do you truly believe you can surpass my golden form? Frieza's mocking tone failed to faze Vegeta in the slightest. Allow me to show you something extraordinary. With muscles bulging and veins protruding, Vegeta unleashed a roar that resonated throughout the galaxy, his power and energy surging to unprecedented heights. An immense aura enveloped him, and for the first time, Frieza felt a twinge of apprehension. Do you possess an even stronger transformation? Unfortunately for Frieza, before he could finish a sentence, Vegeta had already attained Super Saiyan Blue status. Not only that, he unleashed his full power. The previously chaotic energy around him suddenly stabilized, yet Vegeta's strength was far from exhausted. Tenfold Kaioken. A deep crimson wave enveloped his divine aura, causing his power to skyrocket. Frieza exclaimed, "Are you serious?" At that moment, the entirety of Universe 7 trembled. Universe 7 thought, "So I've been shaking every day, have I?" Earth interjected, "Everyone move back. I've been doing this daily before it was your turn." What? Do you have an even higher transformation? Frieza staggered backwards in terror, but Vegeta offered him no respite. "You filthy garbage." Vegeta struck Frieza squarely in the chest, causing Frieza's eyes to bulge as his torso caved in. Yet Vegeta was not finished. He seized Frieza's tail and swung him around like a helicopter rotor. Frieza's brain felt as if it might explode. The entire Earth echoed with Frieza's blood-curdling screams. Suddenly, Vegeta halted, a sinister expression gracing his face. "Your tail seems quite sturdy, Frieza." Upon hearing this, Frieza's countenance shifted dramatically. He understood Vegeta's intentions. "No, I beg you." Frieza's plea was cut short by a resounding rip, as Vegeta forcibly severed his tail. Frieza's wails grew even more agonizing. Such brutality. It was the first time I had witnessed Vegeta in such a manner. Bulma could no longer bear to watch and turned her head away. When did her husband become so ferocious? Truly, Vegeta provided a sense of reassurance. Zhang Xuan felt a sense of relief. Goku was utterly unreliable, while Vegeta inspired confidence. In the distance, was casually glanced at Beerus's tail. "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll have your eyes." Beerus's expression darkened, his tail tightening as he glared furiously at Whis. Frieza, like a kicked ball, flailed through the air in chaos. Just moments ago, he was brimming with arrogance. Now he finds himself in utter despair. With every passing second, he endures countless assaults from Vegeta, each strike surpassing the cumulative force of Goku's mightiest attacks. Frieza, on several occasions, felt as though he were revisiting the inferno he had once inhabited. Yet, each of Vegeta's strikes cleverly avoids his vital points, targeting only his bones. Vegeta relishes the moment, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating, more enjoyable than beating Kakarot." Even with Frieza's disdainful nature, Vegeta cannot help but acknowledge the pleasurable resistance he provides. Each blow rebounds with a satisfying elasticity. Such an adversary is the very embodiment of a dream come true. After Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Frieza's bones lay shattered, leaving him sprawled on the ground like refuse, his body contorted and deformed. Yet, more grotesque than his physical state is the expression on his wretched face. Despite being reduced to this pitiful condition, Frieza has not relinquished his golden form, nor has he succumbed to the ferocity of Broly that came after him. Has the potency of the golden punching bag waned? Curse Saiyans! One day, I shall slay you. How dare you insult me? It appears I have not struck you enough. Vegeta delivers a swift kick to Frieza's face, sending him spiraling through the air in a complete 360-degree flip. Do not become too overconfident. As Frieza regains his composure from the dizzying spins, he realizes that Vegeta has finally breached his defenses. With fingers coalescing a crimson energy potent enough to obliterate an entire galaxy, he declares, "Die." Yet, Vegeta merely scoffs at his feeble threat. Trash. He remains unmoved, allowing Frieza's attack to collide with him. As the smoke dissipates, Frieza comprehends that such an assault could never vanquish Vegeta, who stands at full power with the Kaioken technique. Just as he contemplates fleeing, a chilling sensation envelopes him from above. Where do you think you're going, Frieza? Vegeta, withstanding the full brunt of Frieza's energy attack in his golden form, emerges unscathed, a mocking smile gracing his face as if to deride Frieza's impotence. With a resounding boom, Vegeta's fist surpasses all cosmic speeds, the energy contained within capable of making the very fabric of space tremble. With this monumental strike, Frieza is rendered immobile. Forced to relinquish his golden form, his eyes now bloodshot with regret, resentment, and a tempest of rage that shatters his reason. Unlike Goku or Vegeta, he cannot transcend to the next transformation, for his mental state has been irrevocably shattered by Vegeta's onslaught. Why? Why? Frieza's claws were deeply embedded in his flesh, crimson blood ceaselessly oozing from his wounds. Vegeta, looking down upon the writhing Frieza, gradually extended a hand, a sphere of azure energy coalescing within his palm. It is time for you to depart, Frieza, Vegeta stated with an air of tranquility. Depart to death? Frieza's expression darkened, reverting to his familiar ferocity. A faint red aura enveloped his form. Let them all perish. Frieza was unperturbed by the possibility of this being the domain of that great master. His sole desire was to obliterate everything before him. Chapter 49. A world of solemn mourning for Frieza alone. Vegeta remained motionless, allowing Frieza to initiate his self-destruction. In the distance, Beerus exchanged a glance with Whis, who nodded in amusement. Did Frieza truly believe he could annihilate Earth and drag everyone to hell with him? Let him dream alone. Such a fate was his to relish. In the final 2 seconds before the explosion, a transparent emerald shield enveloped Earth, Goku, and the nearest Vegeta. The next instant, the entire planet was engulfed in blinding light. Earth did not shatter into countless fragments as one might imagine, nor did Vegeta perish alongside Frieza. Only Frieza found himself once more in the familiar confines of his hell. In hell, bound once again in a cocoon, Frieza's visage twisted in torment. The ethereal sprites and angels surrounding him rejoiced at their friend's return. You are back, Frieza exclaimed, overwhelmed with exhilaration, his joy resonating throughout the depths of hell. Observing from a distance, Zhang Xuan was nearly overcome with laughter, a testament to his low sense of humor. Such tragedy. Let us share a chuckle with the Buddha. Seeing Frieza still struggling, Zhang Xuan doubled over in mirth. It seemed that Frieza's quest for vengeance against Goku would have to be postponed. Zhang Xuan recognized that Frieza's hatred for Vegeta had surpassed his animosity towards Goku. The latter now occupied a secondary position in his heart of grievances. Though he spoke of maintaining the narrative's integrity, the future had undeniably veered from his influence. I must exercise restraint, Zhang Xuan sighed, acknowledging that his own involvement had deepened Frieza's enmity towards Vegeta. He had not anticipated Vegeta's ferocity, breaking every bone in Frieza's body, tearing off his tail, and delivering a resounding kick to his once charming visage. Such enmity was far more complex than he had envisioned. Vegeta had fought with a brutality that even surpassed Broly's later on. The golden sandbag lived up to its name, proving remarkably resilient. Very well. I shall indulge in leisure now. Zhang Xuan stretched his limbs and resumed his leisurely journey. Meanwhile, on another part of Earth, Bulma, in gratitude for everyone's efforts to save the planet, decided to host a banquet to reward them. Beerus and Whis were the first to accept the invitation. Just as Bulma intended to invite Zhang Xuan, she realized he had already departed, leaving no trace of when he had left. Zhang Xuan had anticipated that after the crisis with Frieza was resolved, Bulma and the others would invite him to the celebration. Aware of his own strength and background, he understood that attending the banquet could make them feel somewhat uneasy. Even with Zhang Xuan's amiable and gentle disposition, they might feel apprehensive, fearing they might inadvertently offend this supreme deity. What would it be like to dine alongside the gods of the 12 universes? He had contemplated this well in advance, and to avoid any unnecessary disturbances, he chose to leave early. In a certain location within the 7th universe, a voice spoke. My lord, there remains only one wish orbs. However, Bardos and I are unable to locate it, so we seek your assistance in the search. Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, and his angel Bardos bowed deeply before Zhang Xuan. This was not an issue. However, the contest you proposed must be postponed for several months. Zhang Xuan nodded calmly. To preserve the timeline and the narrative, he had requested that the Chubby One hold the martial arts tournament with Beerus after a few months. He had already known that the Chubby One was searching for the Super Dragon Balls, and he had reported this to Zhang Xuan beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. After all, the seventh universe was home to a supreme deity on par with the Grand Minister, who served as the overseer of the 12 universes. Every move made by the Chubby One was meticulously monitored. Otherwise, would he have dared to casually enter the seventh universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, felt a sense of despair as this esteemed being had whimsically dubbed him the Chubby One, a nickname given during their first encounter. Yes, of course. I solemnly swear to ensure this. The Chubby One straightened his back, and in that moment his figure seemed to expand infinitely. Zhang Xuan refrained from further unnecessary dialogue and directly utilized his abilities to create a luminous screen. The screen displayed 2 maps of the seventh universe, detailing everything from Earth to the vast cosmic structures in pristine clarity. This was merely a casually conjured cosmic map. As long as he could extend his divine consciousness throughout the universe, down to the microscopic molecules, he could flawlessly recreate an identical map. For him, a mere thought could manifest a multitude of such creations. Little Fatty and Bados were utterly astonished by the prowess of this gentleman. Even Whis' sister, Bados, could not assure that she could produce a cosmic map in such a brief span of time. The capabilities of this individual were indeed formidable, and it was no wonder he occupied such a high divine position from the outset. Well, there is nothing to be overly astonished about. This is merely a cosmic map. I have already facilitated the positioning of the Super Dragon Balls for you. The final Super Dragon Ball lies at the intersection of the 6th and 7th universes, specifically on that desolate planet. Do not be deceived by its outward appearance. Without a hint of concern, Zhang Xuan casually tossed the map to Little Fatty, who nearly lost his wits in fright, hastily catching it. To others, this might seem trivial, but to him, it was a treasure of unparalleled value. Not only is this cosmic map exceedingly detailed, but it also includes the positioning of the Super Dragon Balls among the 12 gods of destruction. It is likely that each would vie for it, and even the angels might find themselves coveting it. For now, do not rush into the search. Instead, prepare adequately for the duel I mentioned 3 months hence. Select the 5 most powerful warriors from your universe to participate in the competition. At that time, besides myself, an unexpected guest will also make an appearance. Zhang Xuan smiled mysteriously. The guest he referred to would undoubtedly astonish Beerus and Little Fatty. Mysterious guest? Lord Monitor. Who is this enigmatic visitor you speak of? Xiangpa inquired, curious about the identity of the guest invited by this gentleman. Surely, anyone who could be summoned by him must possess considerable stature. However, seeing Zhang Xuan's inscrutable expression, Bados and Little Fatty refrained from probing further. It would be futile to ask. Would he divulge anything? Moreover, they were facing Zhang Xuan, a master of riddles and enigmas, a perfect embodiment of the unpredictable. Even though they were eager to learn the identity of this mysterious guest, the moment they glimpsed Zhang Xuan's demeanor, Bados and Little Fatty suppressed their curiosity. All right, you must be weary from your long search. It would be best to return and rest. Just follow my instructions. Bados and Xiangpa nodded, bowing once more to Zhang Xuan. They were immensely grateful for his assistance today. Otherwise, it would have taken them an indeterminate amount of time to locate the final Super Dragon Ball. This gentleman was not as terrifying as the rumor suggested. Was he? Xiangpa pondered, scratching his forehead. He was amiable, gentle, and considerate towards his subordinates, a rare quality in a superior. Yet, what they perceived was merely the surface. Only Beerus, who was closest to Zhang Xuan, truly understood the burdens he bore. After a brief conversation, Xiangpa and Bados expressed their intention to depart. Their figures transformed into radiant starlight, traversing the universe, causing the fabric of space to tremble in their wake. The Super Dragon Balls, if I recall correctly, they were indeed created by Zalama. Zhang Xuan pondered deeply, stroking his chin. After traversing through the years, he had nearly forgotten the characters and plot lines he ought to have. He could only vaguely recall the overarching narrative and certain distinctive individuals, such as the unforgettable Xeno. The story arcs he recognized included the Tournament of Power from the 6th and 7th universes, the Zamasu Saga, and the well-acquainted Moro arc. While the chapters were correct, the deviations in the plot were profoundly significant. Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Relying on such scant knowledge to navigate his way through this world was nothing short of absurd. He had always believed that possessing a modicum of narrative insight would grant him an advantage, Yet the reality proved far more complex. It appeared that he had traversed into an immense realm, a confluence of various Dragon Ball fanfictions. Gazing at his hands, Zhang Xuan realized just how insignificant he truly was. Chapter 50. Zhang Xuan. Is it not merely a matter of having hands to conquer a system tower? Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following the Frieza incident, Goku and Vegeta intensified their training with fervor. These two Saiyans, akin to individuals infused with adrenaline, would rise again no matter how many times they were knocked down. Even when battered and bruised, with broken bones, their resolve remained unyielding. Beerus' satisfaction with these two Saiyans reached new heights, and he held particular optimism for Vegeta. Although Vegeta did not seem suited for the Ultra Instinct technique hinted at by Whis, his physique perfectly met the criteria established by the God of Destruction. Beerus observed that Vegeta was exceptionally adept at mastering destructive energy, having comprehended it even before Goku, though he was not yet ready to retire. Beerus had begun to contemplate Vegeta as his potential successor. Vegeta, decisive and unyielding, lacked the hesitance that characterized Goku's approach to power. With an air of pride and a resolute spirit, he was ideally suited to become a god of destruction. The encounter with Frieza upon his return served as the epitome of this potential. Vegeta left Frieza questioning his very existence, offering no chances until he rendered him incapable of further action. Despite nearly allowing Frieza a last-minute opportunity, everyone is prone to errors. Gradually, improvement would come. Regrettably, Vegeta still seemed somewhat unfit for the role of God of Destruction. He could not part with his family and everything he held dear. Although he was exceptionally suited to mastering the path of destruction, his inability to relinquish his familial ties ultimately rendered him unsuitable for the position. Amidst it all, Beerus and Whis seemed to have divided into two factions, one advocating for Vegeta's training along the path of destruction, and the other for Goku's cultivation along the path of the angels. One pursued self-mastery, while the other sought ultimate freedom. The two strongest warriors in the cosmos were destined to tread divergent paths. On a floating island, Zhang Xuan inquired of the system, "When will my task reward be dispensed? You haven't consumed my rewards, have you? Or is it that you are simply incapable of delivering? It has been nearly a year, and I have nearly completed the training of both Vegeta and Goku. Surely, it is time for the rewards to be distributed. For the past few months, Zhang Xuan has finally taken his training seriously, not slacking off a single day. Every 2 or 3 days, he has made trips laden with an abundance of vegetables to Beerus, while also offering guidance to Goku and Vegeta based on his understanding. The rapid advancement of Goku and Vegeta to the realm of destruction can be attributed to his tutelage. Furthermore, Zhang Xuan has assisted them in unlocking their full power in Super Saiyan 4, and he is now contemplating the fusion of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4's powers, though he has yet to set a definitive timeline. Each day, amidst his myriad of tasks, he finds himself pondering when the system will finally bestow upon him his rewards. The system seems to disregard him, as if he has been abandoned, were it not for Zhang Xuan's ability to access the system's tower and marketplace. He might genuinely believe that the system had deserted him. Perhaps his training standards have not yet met the system's expectations, and the rewards may only be granted once those two Saiyans reach the dual extreme state. After all, the task rewards include exquisite innate treasures, particularly offensive artifacts. From the very beginning until now, Zhang Xuan has yet to acquire even the most basic of weapons, let alone innate treasures. His methods of attack have solely relied on the weapons he conjures using his celestial power. While it is true that no one, aside from a few, such as the Grand Minister, has been able to defeat him, he has struggled to find a suitable opponent, let alone engage in combat. The only time he did intervene was to prevent the catastrophic explosion of the 7th universe. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan remains unfazed. Whether he fights or not is inconsequential. The true joy lies in his cultivation of immortality. Although his current strength remains at the pinnacle of golden immortal, as long as he avoids reckless actions, he can live indefinitely. Well, I suppose I shall take my time. Zhang Xuan sighed in resignation, then recalled that it had been quite a while since he last ventured into the system tower. After reaching the 30th level previously, he had not continued. Tomorrow seems an opportune moment to engage once more. A mere horde of trivial adversaries. Watch me obliterate you all today. With a confident demeanor, Zhang Xuan stepped into the system tower, vowing to break through. 5 minutes later, whoa, please, no more. I was wrong. Zhang Xuan, battered and bruised, crawled out of the system tower's entrance, his celestial power significantly depleted and a broken arm to boot. Yet, there was no need for alarm. in the next moment. All his injuries miraculously healed. With a face full of indignation, Zhang Xuan exited the system tower, casually giving the infinite tower an international gesture. It was evident that he had endured quite the beating inside. What a lack of martial virtue. How could a dozen experts at the pinnacle of golden immortal all attack him at once? Indeed, he had reached a standstill at the 43rd level. A few hours earlier, Zhang Xuan was bravely navigating the infinite system tower. In the beginning, it was indeed a chaotic slaughter, but soon fatigue set in. When facing the formidable enemies of the 42nd level, the golden immortal, he had to bestow several buffs upon himself just to barely succeed. The primary issue was the sheer grotesqueness of the adversaries at this level, who summoned peculiar minions and tentacles without restraint, occasionally hurling fragmented universes at him, along with a few who resorted to ambush tactics. Thus, he exerted tremendous effort to vanquish the foes of the 42nd level, ultimately earning the coveted unlimited spirit time chamber. However, as he confidently ascended to the 43rd level, he was taken aback. Multiple figures loomed before him, and the system detailed their information. There stood a dozen golden immortals, each endowed with bizarre techniques that enhanced their abilities. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Upon attempting to retreat, the towering doors of the system closed automatically. Brother, since you've come this far, you might as well join the fun. One imposing figure, clad in a black hood and adorned with a spiked collar, bared his chest. Wrapped in an unknown X-shaped belt and tight leather pants, cast a seductive glance at Zhang Xuan. The remaining muscular figures mirrored his flamboyant attire. Let us have some fun together. Zhang Xuan's face turned pale with fear. It was the first time he felt such trepidation. Stay away from me. The towering system gate remained shut, allowing no entry except through the system itself. The unfortunate protagonist, Zhang Xuan, endured a torturous few hours at the hands of these muscular men. He yearned to resist, yet 4 of them firmly restrained his limbs. One even wielded a whip against him. What is this ultimate torment? After a brutal session of humiliation, he finally seized the opportunity to escape as the system gate swung open. He vowed to exact revenge, at least once he achieved the status of a supreme golden immortal. With that thought, Zhang Xuan gazed down, relieved that he was unharmed. That was terrifying. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest. Gradually, the dread began to dissipate. Calculating the time, he wondered if the little chubby fellow from the 6th universe had arrived. Thus commenced the 3rd chapter, and Zhang Xuan repeatedly hinted to the dormant system. Isn't it time to issue some tasks? After all, with the start of the 3rd chapter featuring the arena battle between the 6th and 7th universes, there should at least be a minor task from the system, right? Otherwise, it would be utterly unreasonable. Chapter 51. Task Announcement Sudden Incident. Supreme Official versus Dark Realm Leader. Ding. The system has issued a task. The martial arts tournament of the 6th and 7th universes is upon us. As the overseer of the 12 universes, participation is obligatory. Contestants may place bets on the factions of the 6th and 7th universes, with successful wagers yielding lavish rewards. The maximum bet per transaction is 10,000 trading points. Rewards include an ultra-enhanced, side-effect-free amplitude core and 50 billion years of superior cultivation in the realm of immortality. The duration is indefinite. However, failure results in the forfeiture of rewards and the subsequent cancellation of system missions. Perhaps sensing Zhang Xuan's fervent desires and intense will, the system, which had lain dormant for several months, finally made its reappearance. Only when issuing tasks does it emerge. Where have you been? I have called for you repeatedly over the past months, yet you remain silent. How can one endure such solitude without companionship? Such lack of empathy? Infuriated, Zhang Xuan hurled his bowl, which fortuitously landed atop his doppelganger's head. Such trivial matters are of no concern to him. The system had ignored him for months, as if it had perished. Each time he logged in, it would occasionally utter a few words during task issuance or system updates before retreating into silence, as if everything were unrelated to him. Indeed, it was true. None of this pertained to him. As a loquacious individual, how could Zhang Xuan endure such a situation? Confined to the floating island for experiments and work, without any conversation, the one companion he had, the system, refused to acknowledge him, not to mention his doppelganger, who resembled a lifeless corpse. In the face of Zhang Xuan's profound dissatisfaction, the system continued to respond with its silence, observing him as if he were a fool, regressing to a state of childlike naivety. Frustrated by the system's mockery, Zhang Xuan shattered the teacup in his hand, his face seemingly adorned with mysterious markings. Even the neighboring systems engage in occasional conversation with their hosts, Yet you refuse to even acknowledge me. Zhang Xuan, weary of the situation, utilized a pass to teleport away from the floating island. At the Omniversal Plaza, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak stood opposite the high priest. This enigmatic individual exuded an overwhelming dark energy, capable of obliterating all in its path. Their eyes glowed a sickly crimson, and any ordinary person who dared meet their gaze would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of blood. This mysterious figure was none other than the Dark Realm's chief, who had previously set their sights on Zhang Xuan. "Long time no see, my friend," the high priest declared, stepping forward with immense power that instantly countered and dissipated the encroaching darkness. "This is not a place for you." A transparent, circular black hole enveloped the two, transporting them to an unknown realm. To prevent excessive destruction in the outside world, the battlefield was relocated to the Void Realm. How foolish. Just as you were in the past. At this moment, the expression of the high priest was somewhat grim. After such an extended period of separation, his friend had ascended to an entirely new level of power, leaving even him uncertain of his ability to vanquish the figure cloaked in black before him. Despite the evident disparity in strength, he persistently urged, "Turn back, my child. It is not too late. Do not continue down this misguided path." Upon hearing the high priest's earnest entreaties, the man in the black robe displayed a look of disdain. In the next instant, he shed his cloak and the mask that adorned his face. As the black robe and cape gradually fell away, the mask disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the ground. At this moment, the true visage of the Dark Realm's leader was unveiled. He bore a striking resemblance to the high priest, sharing nearly 70% of his features, with a complexion akin to that of an angel. The only discernible difference was that his once silver hair had been dyed black, and his pupils diverged greatly from those of an angel. With a mocking expression, he gazed at the high priest and taunted, "My dear father, you remain unchanged. Your words still evoke such nausea. I no longer wish to hear your hypocritical rhetoric." The high priest fell silent in response to his child's words, at a loss for how to reply. Many years had passed, and he wondered if his child's strength had indeed grown. The dark aura enveloping the leader of the Dark Realm intensified, causing the entire realm of ignorance to shatter like a broken mirror at that moment. The high priest understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Without a battle today, this matter would remain unresolved, even if it meant his own demise. He would not allow this disruption to the order of the multiverse. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a silver angelic disk manifested behind him, with 12 rotating spheres floating around it, cloaked in a pure white aura. His originally purple eyes transformed into white in an instant, and power surged wildly within him. This energy even affected the 12 universes beyond the realm of ignorance. The 12 angels, all destroyers, and the attendants of the Omni King turned their gazes toward the unknown source. Zhang Xuan, en route to the Destroyer Star, furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable energy emanating from the high priest. It seemed to be spreading from the realm of nothingness. He swiftly retrieved various enhancement potions from his system space, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Angel Whis, too, abandoned his usual cheerful demeanor. Now, wearing a serious expression, an old friend, once familiar to them, had returned. Now, this is more like it. The leader of the Dark Realm revealed a menacing grin, his blood-red dark aura surging more violently, and a crimson wheel, akin to the angelic disk, appeared behind him, enveloped in a silver-white aura akin to that of the high priest. Did you think you alone could master the ultimate freedom technique? Let me see whether your true perfection and mastery of the ultimate art surpasses my own precision. In the next moment, the red and white meteors collided with one another. A tremendous force, exceeding the combined strength of all angels, erupted at that instant. The realm of nothingness truly shattered, and everything was engulfed in hues of white and red. As the dazzling red and white light receded, the high priest and the Dark Realm Supreme Leader's fists met with a thunderous impact, neither yielding to the other. The two overpowering auras of white and red clashed with the same ferocity as the high priest and his adversary, tearing and colliding with one another. The mere trace of energy produced from their battle was sufficient to obliterate any corner of the universe beyond the confines of space. In a genuine multiverse, the collision of their energies would likely annihilate individual universes at a rate measured in millions every second. Old fellow, it has been quite some time since we last met. Yet your strength remains unchanged, the Dark Realm Supreme Leader remarked with a twisted smile, erasing all existence beyond the realm of nothingness with mere sound waves. Meanwhile, the High Priest, locked in combat with the Supreme Leader, felt a wave of discomfort. He clenched his teeth tightly, continuously unleashing his latent energy, striving to elevate his power further. However, with each increase, the Dark Realm Supreme Leader always seemed to outpace him slightly, as if toying with him. "You've grown old. My esteemed father. It appears your strength is not as formidable as it once was," the Dark Realm Supreme Leader retorted. In that moment, his previously slow-growing power surged explosively, causing the High Priest's complexion to change dramatically as he hastily withdrew from the stalemate. "What is this? Is this your limit?" The crimson waves of energy emanating from the Dark Realm Supreme Leader expanded, his power now exceeding what it once was by more than double. "Allow me to demonstrate what true strength looks like." Just as the Supreme Leader's words fell, his fist was already approaching the High Priest's face. The High Priest's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily raised his arms to defend himself. In truth, battles of such caliber produced no sound at all. The High Priest was sent billions of light years backward from that strike. Yet, the Dark Realm Supreme Leader granted him no opportunity to recover. In the next instant, he teleported behind the High Priest. With a gentle touch of his fingers to the High Priest's back, the fabric of his garments was instantly torn to shreds. Reduced to ash, the 12 orbs surrounding the High Priest's angelic disk buzzed ominously, and the High Priest's pupils narrowed to mere slits, leaving only an afterimage. This confrontation was merely a preliminary test between the High Priest and the Dark Realm Supreme Leader. "My, how swiftly you flee, High Priest. Is this the extent of power in the entire 12 universes?" The Dark Realm Supreme Leader extended his arms, gazing at the High Priest with a mocking expression. At this moment, the High Priest found himself in a rather dire state. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His heart was engulfed in profound shock, realizing that the child he had cast into darkness had grown immensely powerful. A mere skirmish had rendered him utterly humiliated. What if it were a life-and-death duel? The High Priest could not assure himself of any chance to vanquish the dark figure before him. Even the simplest act of defending against his attacks proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone a mortal combat. To regain control of the situation, he had no choice but to join forces with Zhang Xuan against the dark adversary. He could not confront this foe alone. A sharp, crystalline sound of shattering glass pierced the air as the 12 spheres encircling the High Priest's disk erupted in an instant, dimming even the radiant brightness of the angelic disk. Upon closer examination, one could observe fine cracks surrounding it. "How has your angelic disk shattered? Are you not yet prepared to unleash your true power?" The High Priest's expression contorted in struggle. He refused to abandon his final glimmer of hope. "Child, I must confess that I was wrong in the past. Yet, we are left with no alternatives. It is far too late. We must still find a way to alter our fate, please." Upon hearing the High Priest's words, the dark figure erupted into a raucous laughter, brimming with endless resentment and hatred, causing the original energy to surge wildly once more. The force of their combined aura generated winds fierce enough to rend the very fabric of the universe. The High Priest extended his arms in a desperate attempt to withstand it. Too slow. At that moment, the dark figure had already closed the distance, launching a fierce onslaught against the High Priest. Though the High Priest's power paled in comparison to that of the dark figure, he had reigned as a cosmic deity for billions of years and was no pushover. He summoned his strength once more to counter the dark assailant. The speed of their conflict was such that even the angels could scarcely perceive it. As the white and red waves dissipated, an overwhelming black wave surged from the feet of the dark figure, engulfing the white and red entirely. The entire void realm was consumed by darkness. As the black wave receded, only 2 silhouettes remained on the battlefield. Should the deities from the 12 universes witness such a scene, they would likely be driven to madness. The dark figure grasped the High Priest's neck with one hand, a mocking expression etched across his face. A blood-red, unknown tattoo appeared on his right arm, writhing as if alive. This was the true power of darkness. "Embrace the darkness with me, my father." The High Priest clutched the arm of the Dark Lord with all his might, his teeth nearly shattering in the process. During their earlier confrontation, he could manage to hold his ground, yet the dark figure's power surged once more, seizing the opportunity in a fleeting moment of distraction. "What is the ultimate purpose of your Dark Realm?" The leader of the Dark Realm, his gaze growing increasingly profound, leaned closer to the High Priest and whispered, "My aim is not to overthrow the reign of the Sovereign, but to ensure that the entirety of the multiverse hears my words." Upon hearing the latter part of the leader's statement, the High Priest, grasped by the throat, began to display an expression of mounting terror. "You madman! Do you wish for the entire multiverse to unravel for your own selfish desires? To annihilate the whole multiverse? The leader of the Dark Realm, however, responded with a derisive laugh. I care not. Farewell, my father. This scene was a grotesque parody of filial piety, almost suffocating in its irony. With a slight exertion of his palm, just as the high priest was on the brink of demise, both he and the Dark Ones sensed an overwhelming aura approaching them, one that rivaled their own powers. A sinister smile spread across the leader's face, for he already discerned the identity of the newcomer. In the next instant, the entire realm of ignorance quaked violently. A black hole, comparable in size to an entire galaxy, began to expand, and an enormous hand, nearly limitless in its dimensions, emerged from within. With a force capable of obliterating all, it reached out towards the leader of the Dark Realm, chains sprouting from between its 5 fingers. How intriguing! The leader of the Dark Realm released the High Priest, who, at that moment, finally seized an opportunity to breathe. Allow me to witness the true strength of this so-called inspector. With a pointed finger, the leader unleashed a beam of destructive light that pierced through everything, striking the gargantuan hand. Upon contact, the hand shattered, disintegrating into quantum fragments. In the next moment, Inspector Zhang Xuan emerged from the black hole. His power had far surpassed the previous pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. On his way, he had imbued himself with countless buffs and experience cards, consuming a staggering amount of violent potions. System, activate the monitor. Zhang Xuan, his gaze fixed intently on the leader of the Dark Realm, sought to ascertain his adversary's strength before engaging. Name, Veilfis. Estimated age. Description, eldest son of the High Priest, brother to all 12 angels. Once, due to the Sovereign's destruction of 6 universes, he rebelled against the Sovereign's faction, harboring disdain for the High Priest and the Sovereign's regime, and defected to the Dark Realm. In merely a few billion years, he ascended to the position of leader, his power surpassing that of a typical High Priest, ranking within the top 5 of the universe. Combat Realm. Half-step Tai Golden Immortal Perfection. Host Panel. Name, Zhang Xuan. Combat Realm. Half-step Tai Golden Immortal Late Stage. Enhancement Effects. Berserk Potion 4. Experience Card 7. System Combat Power Increase 16. Temporary Realm Enhancement Agent 1. Combat Power Enhancement Potion 49. Side Effect Free Speed Enhancement Potion. The duration of the potion is 56:34. His current state of being a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal is merely temporary, achieved through the use of medicinal substances and enhancement cards that provide a fleeting boost to his combat prowess. Merely the expenditure of trading points has burdened him with an additional 70 to 80,000, exacerbating his already precarious financial situation. Finally, someone worth observing has arrived. At the very least, you surpass that useless individual over there. Even though Zhang Xuan has ascended to this realm, matching the full strength of the Grand Priest, the Dark Realm's chief still does not regard him with any respect. Even if he were to join forces with the Grand Priest to confront him, it would not faze him. Upon finishing his words, he erupted into hearty laughter. Zhang Xuan, with a glint in his eye, revealed a peculiar smile. Before the battle commenced, he intended to provoke his opponent with some choice words. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xuan crossed his arms, his expression radiating pride. What did you say? The Dark Realm's chief seemed momentarily perplexed by Zhang Xian's words. However, Zhang Xuan continued, you are as foolish as child. I will defeat you as easily as one would play a game. Come at me. I can let you use only one hand without issue. Do you have a desire to strike me? My skin has been itching lately. With that, Zhang Xuan pointed at the chief's forehead and cheekily turned his back to him. The provocation evident. Come on. In response to Zhang Xian's soul-stirring taunt, the dark figure's expression grew increasingly grim, and a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. The Grand Priest, who was continuously using divine power to restore himself, could only shake his head, bemused by his comrade's unpredictable antics. He was genuinely concerned that Zhang Xuan might be overwhelmed by his adversary's son, prompting him to hasten his recovery in preparation to assist. What? Out of words? Why don't you strike me, fool? At last, the Dark Realm's chief stirred. He slowly exhaled a plume of crimson mist, dark waves of energy swirling around him once more. You little brat. Today, I shall skin you alive. Chapter 53. Full Power Unleashed. Zhang Xuan versus Dark Realm Chief. Now, this is more like it. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, and 4 divine swords emerged behind him, each embedded in the cardinal directions. The Taiji Bawa diagram beneath his feet flickered in and out of existence. In that moment, the power of the immortal way, unlike the laws of this world, surged outward uncontrollably, transforming the void into reality. The Taishu divine sword. A golden divine sword gradually manifested in Zhang Xuan's hand, humming in response to its creator. The painting realm, immortal domain. As Zhang Xuan's voice echoed, the entire dark world was enveloped in a mesmerizing interplay of white and ink, resembling a traditional ink wash painting. An overwhelming sense of oppression continuously bombarded the Dark Realm Chief's spiritual consciousness. The Bagua diagram at his feet expanded until it reached the size of a galaxy, gradually coming to a halt, while the golden divine light relentlessly suppressed the Dark Chief's shadowy powers. The Dark Realm Supreme Leader was taken aback to discover that his essence and power were steadily waning, while Zhang Xian's strength was on the rise, nearly approaching his own. In that moment, the Dark Realm's leader finally acknowledged his opponent before him. Within my domain, I am invincible, Zhang Xian declared with unwavering confidence, brandishing his sword defiantly at the Dark Realm's leader. Is it not a power system that deviates from the laws of this world? How intriguing. Zhang Xian scoffed at the Dark Realm's leader, casually flicking a piece of nasal mucus onto him. A deity lacking any semblance of divinity, behaving like a ruffian. You seek death, the Dark Realm's leader roared, surging toward Zhang Xian in a fit of rage. Then tu en sois de technique. Unfazed, Zhang Xian slowly rotated his arm, and countless golden divine swords began to materialize behind him, unleashing a devastating might towards the advancing figure of darkness. The Dark Realm's leader's pupils constricted, hastily raising his arms to generate a shield to deflect the oncoming divine swords. While these flying swords posed little physical harm, they incessantly drained his energy and stamina. Moreover, they seemed endless in number. Zhang Xian claimed, "These are mere trifles I conjured effortlessly. I can summon as many as you desire." Though the physical damage was minimal, the magical damage accumulated significantly. In the midst of launching his sword attacks toward the Dark Realm's leader, Zhang Xian flamboyantly struck a pose. "Allow me to show you something splendid." He swung his arms rapidly in a meticulously rhythmic manner, weaving left and right, while gesturing with a sign of international friendship. This was not the end. Each time he completed the gesture, it transformed into a colossal golden apparition that charged toward the Dark Realm's leader, mimicking the same gesture. Although the Dark Realm's leader did not grasp the meaning behind this gesture, he was certain it was nothing favorable. Most likely an insult. "Little creature, you seek death." The Dark Realm's leader finally erupted in fury, having endured such humiliation from only one other in his long existence. Zhang Xian, akin to a performer in a Sichuan opera, adopted a mockingly playful tone. "Oh dear, what's the matter? Are you angry? If so, take some anti-inflammatory medicine to soothe your temper. Be careful not to overheat and damage your little brother down below." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow materialized before him. The tattoos on the Dark Realm's leader's arm glowed a deeper crimson, and his eyes resembled those of a demon from the abyss. By the heavens! Zhang Xian's pupils dilated in shock, his heart momentarily sinking. Boom! Just in the nick of time. He conjured a spirit sword from his own essence to block the Dark Realm's leader's furious strike. The golden divine sword gradually shattered into fragments, vanishing into the ether. Zhang Xian inhaled sharply. This sword was a top-grade spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm. How could it shatter from a single blow? It appears that the matter has escalated. Zhang Xian is acutely aware that he has perhaps overstepped his bounds today. In his attempt to outsmart his opponent, he has only succeeded in provoking them further, leading to a situation where his adversary has grown even more formidable. As a man of integrity, Zhang Xian knows the importance of tempering the emotions of the dark figure before him for his own safety. "My friend, I was merely jesting moments ago. Please, do not take it to heart. This is all for your own good." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, the leader of the Dark Realm erupted in fury, his aura of darkness intensifying. "Ha ha ha! I have no desire to hear your excuses any longer." The expression of feigned cordiality on Zhang Xian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of dread as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. "I truly was just joking," he managed to exclaim, but before he could finish, the dark figure's assault arrived as anticipated. Zhang Xian hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy for protection, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Nonetheless, he was sent hurtling across the cosmos. Light years away. "Stop dawdling. Come and assist me," he shouted at the high priest, who was tirelessly attempting to regain his strength. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago was now met with the harsh reality of his predicament. The array of 4 divine swords, along with the celestial realm and the Taiji Bagua diagram, had long since lost their efficacy. Zhang Xuan cursed the system repeatedly, lamenting the inferiority of its product, which had proven utterly useless. Damn it! Hurry up! Faster! The high priest's face twisted in agony, his recovery ever so slightly lagging behind. For every second he spent regaining strength, Zhang Xuan endured inhumane suffering. He yearned to assist, yet in his current state, he was in no condition to do so. Having already sustained injuries from his battle with the Dark Realm leader, any attempt to intervene would be tantamount to delivering himself to certain doom. At this juncture, Zhang Xuan was being relentlessly pushed back by the Dark Realm leader. The Taiji diagram and celestial swords that he had previously deployed were now rendered ineffective, stripping away their suppressive power. With the loss of the array and celestial swords, the leader's strength had returned to its former magnitude. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? He seethed. Enough. I shall fight back. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth, an immense surge of celestial energy swelling within him. The Taiji diagram began to materialize behind him, while countless galaxies transformed into cells within his being, continuously supplying him with power. Drawing upon his celestial concepts, Zhang Xuan conjured a pair of gauntlets, crafted with utmost care. Their strength and durability rivaled that of the finest postnatal spiritual treasures. The gauntlets on his hands pulsed with a rich aura of celestial energy, adorned with engravings of the Taiji diagram. Beneath the diagram, crimson orbs glimmered incessantly, reminiscent of the extraordinary powers of the Shenzhou tablet. Golden runes appeared on the back of his hands, enveloping him in a layer of radiant white energy. Without even the most basic techniques or artifacts, it would be a miracle to prevail without entering a death state. Zhang Xuan cursed the system 1,000 times, questioning how he could engage in battles beyond his level without any artifacts or techniques. Even the techniques he employed were self-created, mere imitations that lacked solidity. He ignited his essence. In that moment, Zhang Xuan's power surged to a level comparable to that of the Dark Realm Supreme Leader. The leader of the Dark Realm gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Zhang Xuan, who had just been ruthlessly beaten, could now unleash strength equal to his own. By the heavens, Zhang Xuan's fists became mere shadows, increasing in both force and speed, so rapid that the dark beings opposite him could scarcely react. The Supreme Leader of the Dark Realm was struck squarely in the face by Zhang Xuan's punch, experiencing for the first time an unprecedented agony. Rather than igniting his battle spirit as he had imagined, he donned a grave expression, desperately defending against Zhang Xuan's relentless onslaught. The speed was overwhelming, leaving no openings. The Dark Realm leader was left speechless in shock. Yet in that moment of distraction, Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity. Beware! Fists are about to rain down from above. Zhang Xuan's fist was already poised to strike the leader's forehead. In that critical moment, the leader managed to block Zhang Xuan's strongest blow with his arm. Though he was sent reeling, the leader steadied himself, maintaining his icy demeanor. However, his trembling hands betrayed him. A glance behind him would reveal his hands shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 54, New Flame Draw the Sword. A strike capable of shattering the entirety of the Void Realm. The reason for Veilfith's betrayal. Yet Zhang Xuan showed no intention of granting him respite. He aimed to resolve this in one decisive blow. With the spring breeze revitalizing life, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds. He summoned every ounce of power within him, channeling his celestial energy to once again forge a colossal sword. The crimson greatsword blazed with flames, adorned with 4-colored gems etched along its side. Even from a distance, the Dark Leader felt a chill of dread at the sight of those flames. His instincts warned him that such flames could inflict tremendous harm. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, blood-red flames igniting around him as he grasped the sword. Upon contact, an explosive surge of power erupted from him, sending scorching waves rippling across the entire Void Realm, blinding the Dark Leader. Such formidable strength. The leader finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to flee, only to discover that the area had long been sealed off. Zhang Xuan's once black pupils transformed into a striking blend of red and blue. He was utilizing memories from his past life to recreate the form of his equivalent, the ruler of the New Flame. This flame stands as an eternal testament to humanity, a blaze that perpetually burns. The hour of reckoning has arrived. Zhang Xuan, wielding a blade in one hand, surged towards the Dark Realm Supreme Leader. The denizen of darkness attempted to resist, only to discover that all efforts were in vain. Wherever the great sword traversed, everything save for him was consumed by flames, the brilliant fire dispelling the profound darkness. In this moment, he finally felt the searing agony that scorched his soul, yet the pain could not divert his focus. In the distance, the once rejuvenated high priest was rendered speechless by shock. Even he could not withstand the sudden surge of power unleashed by Zhang Xuan. Down! Zhang Xuan commanded, extending his hand, and a fiery red-black hole materialized before him. In an instant, the black hole erupted, illuminating the entire realm of nothingness with its inferno. The Dark Realm Supreme Leader unleashed his full strength, desperately battering against the barrier that contained him. Under the onslaught, the world barrier finally yielded a faint crack. A glimmer of hope lit up the Dark Leader's face as he intensified his efforts to shatter the barrier. Zhang Xuan's power reached its zenith, and the flames, along with his essence, blazed with unprecedented ferocity. Recognizing that the moment had come to unleash his ultimate move, he elegantly swung his sword backward. The great sword, along with the flames enveloping him, erupted into a frenzy. The blade appeared almost sentient, continuously dismantling and reconstituting itself. Zhang Xuan's veins bulged as his strength exploded forth. Kindling. Draw the sword. His roar resonated throughout the world. At that moment, the realm of nothingness was filled with a crimson radiance, and under his final strike, the entire world shattered spectacularly into a cascade of glass-like fragments, vanishing without a trace. As the light gradually faded, only Zhang Xuan, whose hair had turned white, remained, alongside the high priest who had long since fled. The Dark Realm Supreme Leader was nowhere to be seen. After a brief pause, as if returning from the brink of death, Zhang Xuan exhaled a cloud of murky breath. The great sword in his hand disintegrated into shards, mirroring the fragmentation of his arm that had wielded it. Alas, I have overreached, Zhang Xuan mused, assessing the depletion of his celestial essence. To his dismay, he realized that more than half had been consumed, causing his power to regress from the pinnacle of the half-step Tai Golden Immortal to that of a full Golden Immortal. And it continued to wane slowly. This move had truly been reckless. However, anger surged within him once more. The Dark Realm's leader had escaped. He shall repay me for my essence. Zhang Xuan vowed that one day he would personally sever that dark figure's head. It was his actions that had led to the depletion of his celestial essence and trade points today. This blood feud could not go unavenged. Zhang Xuan, at this moment, the high priest, now restored, flew towards him with an anxious expression. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Zhang Xuan's face was darkened with fury, as if he were about to erupt. Can you not see, or are you simply blind? What do you mean by asking if I'm all right? Just look at my current state and judge for yourself. My hair has turned white, my arm is broken, and I've lost a significant portion of my essence. Your question is quite absurd. Just take a good look at me. Zhang Xuan shot him a glare, simultaneously presenting his severed arm for inspection. How could he present it? Present what? It's gone. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan managed to restore his former confident smile, nonchalantly remarking, it's merely a fatal injury. There's no need for such alarm. The high priest had yet to speak when Zhang Xuan continued, I know that guy. He is the leader of the Dark Realm. What is your relationship with him? You seem to be his father. Zhang Xuan wore an expression of idle curiosity. Upon hearing this, the high priest lowered his head, struggling with a pained expression before he let out a slow, resigned sigh. His name is Beerus. He was once my pride, and I regarded him as my successor. As he spoke, a flicker of anguish crossed the high priest's face. Go on, I'm listening. Zhang Xuan had somehow procured a small stool, ready to be a spectator to this unfolding drama. This revelation was monumental. In truth, there are 18 universes in this world, though Lord Zeno has annihilated 6 of them. Zhang Xuan nodded, acknowledging that he was aware of this significant event. Indeed, the Dragon Ball universe once comprised 18 realms, but one day, Lord Zeno eradicated 6 of them, leaving only 12 behind. The precise reasons for their destruction remain unknown. It is merely speculated that those 6 universes had displeased Lord Zeno. Do you know why those 6 universes were obliterated by Lord Zeno? The high priest's expression suddenly turned enigmatic. Do tell, don't keep me in suspense. Zhang Xuan empathized with the frustration of being teased with half-truths and riddles. Those 6 universes plotted rebellion and had already established contact with the Dark Realm, aiming to oppose Lord Zeno's dominion. My child, Beerus, the Angel of Universe 16, was the first to learn of this plot. He intended to report this information to me and Lord Zeno, but it was all too late, far too late. The high priest's expression shifted to one of fury, only to be replaced by a somber calm. The former leader of the Dark Realm approached him, attempting to sway Beerus. However, that child was not easily manipulated. When the former leader realized she could not ensnare him, I cannot fathom what method she employed to gain control over Whis. Subsequently, that individual exploited the flaws of Lord Zeno's system to continually brainwash him. Henceforth, Whis was irrevocably lost to our faction. Zhang Xuan remained silent, feeling no need to utter a word. Although Whis had defected from their ranks, fortunately, the plot of rebellion by the 6 universes had been discovered in advance. However, at that time, Lord Zeno was unable to intervene due to pressing matters. As this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Priest's expression gradually contorted with anguish. I have personally taken the lives of my 5 children and obliterated the essence of 6 universes, lacking the formidable erasure abilities of Zeno. I cannot spare them from suffering. The Grand Priest, filled with remorse, struck his thigh, his face a portrait of both torment and struggle. Zhang Xuan let out a resigned sigh and offered him a cup of tea. Drink this, it may alleviate your distress. The cycle of life and death is but dust, and all things are bound by fate. I cannot interfere in your family matters. My sole purpose in coming here is to safeguard the universe. The Grand Priest lifted the teacup and drained its contents in one gulp. Indeed, his expression softened somewhat. After all, the past is but the past. The light in the Grand Priest's eyes began to brighten, and he smiled. In the future, we must strive even harder to protect this world. Thank you, my brother. With that, the Grand Priest vanished, returning to his duties, leaving Zhang Xuan behind in a contemplative silence. The depths of this Dragon Ball world are even more profound than I had anticipated. What the future holds remains uncertain for all. Zhang Xuan's severed arm had long since healed, but regrettably, his hair remained the ashen hue resulting from the excessive burning of his essence. Observing the rejuvenating void realm, Zhang Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily before he too disappeared from the spot. Chapter 55. The tournament is set. Universes 7 and 6 compete. Upon returning home, Zhang Xuan forcefully kicked open his front door. After guzzling down several cups of tea, his temper had cooled slightly, yet his countenance remained fiercely angry. That scoundrel Whis. Should I ever catch you again, I swear I shall scatter your ashes. Zhang Xuan gazed mournfully at his system's balance, which had dwindled to a mere 200,000, having spent nearly 100,000 on various buffs. All of this was the doing of that Whis. Whis? My hair. Zhang Xuan pulled out a mirror, looking helplessly at his reflection. Due to the overexpenditure of his essence, his hair had transformed from its original black to a stark white. Fortunately, he had not lost any length. His hair still flowed down to his waist. At just over 40, I'm already graced with a head of white hair. Zhang Xuan sighed in resignation, realizing that the color of his hair was unlikely to revert anytime soon. What else could he do but accept it quietly? With that thought, he began to assess the depletion of his celestial essence. The loss was substantial, exceeding half, and the strain was immense. Forcing the activation of the unrestricted flame of law suited to himself had caused his true soul's celestial essence to burn. His strength had regressed somewhat, falling back from the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage to its latter phase. Zhang Xuan's face fell instantly. Today had truly been an unfortunate day. Not only had he failed to complete his mission, but he also lost over 70,000 at the trading point, and his source of celestial power was gone. Zhang Xuan was exceedingly frustrated. What was that scoundrel Whis up to, getting into trouble out of sheer boredom? Deep within the Dark Realm's castle, Whis, having successfully escaped, was drenched in sweat as he employed dark energy to mend the injuries inflicted by Zhang Xuan's final strike. However, he had depleted a significant portion of his dark power. It seemed unlikely he would fully recover for several years, if not longer. Next time, Zhang Xuan, if I catch you, I swear I'll scatter your ashes. Whis' face twisted with anger, his hatred for Zhang Xuan reaching unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of fear. Zhang Xuan's last attack had nearly cost him his life, and he had only narrowly escaped by forcibly igniting his dark energy. Yet, he too bore injuries, having lost a significant part of his own essence, just like Zhang Xuan. Although they were adversaries, their thoughts aligned remarkably well. Both wished to scatter the other's ashes. It seemed plans had changed. Zhang Xuan, what heights will you reach in the future? Whis narrowed his eyes, feeling a curiosity toward Zhang Xuan that he had never experienced before. In the sacred space of the Grand Priest, he stood deep in the corridor, maintaining the order of 12 universes while a shadow of past pain crossed his features. Am I truly a qualified father? He pondered, continually questioning his suitability for fatherhood. It was his delayed action that had led Whis to their current state of conflict. During the mission to eliminate 6 universes, he had been forced to kill 5 of his own children. For the first time, He began to doubt the system established by the Omni King. My brother has been hiding so much, he sighed, realizing that Zhang Xuan's sudden display of power during the battle with Whis had genuinely surprised him. Frankly, he felt inadequate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily overpowered by his son. Whis, I will not allow you to disrupt the order of the multiverse. In the 7th universe, on the Destroyer planet, Beerus glared at the fat cat across from him, his voice dripping with menace. Do you want to fight, you fat pig? The destroyers of the 6th and 7th universes, Beerus and Kampa, stood on the council table, their twin brotherhood reigniting yet another conflict. Do you think I fear you, skeleton? Whis and Vados watched from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening to halt the dispute. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, maintaining their Super Saiyan blue forms, were increasingly intrigued. Hey, Vegeta, doesn't that fat cat look a lot like Lord Beerus? Goku whispered to Vegeta. Indeed, there is quite a resemblance. The proud Prince Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that they had not anticipated that Beerus had a brother who was also a god of destruction. However, the current situation felt rather peculiar. With narrowed eyes, Vegeta observed that Beerus and Kampa were on the verge of clashing. The aura of destruction surrounding them intensified, signaling an imminent confrontation. Both deities erupted in a mutual display of destructive energy, exchanging blows like children engaged in a playful scuffle. Yet, could this truly be deemed a child's quarrel? With each strike, the very matter beneath their feet disintegrated into ashes. Enough! Enough! Whis and Beerus intervened, wielding their angelic staffs, to forcibly halt the conflict between the two gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, you're surely aware of the rules. Gods of destruction are not permitted to engage in private battles. Turning to Kampa, Whis added, moreover, this is someone else's territory. It is rather impolite to fight here, especially with that esteemed individual still residing in this universe. Whis and Vados admonished the two deities, their tone authoritative. In response, the two feline gods lowered their heads in dejection. Kampa suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing that he had indeed forgotten that Zeno was still in this universe during their earlier altercation. You were the one who suggested that ridiculous tournament. Apologize to me. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, turned his back on the plump purple cat behind him. Yet, Kampa was equally defiant. You initiated the assault first and refused to let me finish speaking. You apologized first. However, in the next moment, the anger on Kampa's face vanished entirely. Who said you could compete with me? Each universe shall send its own contestants. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus's interest was piqued, as were the expressions of Goku and Vegeta, who stood nearby. How about we compete in teams of 5? We can select one contestant to battle, and the victor can face the next competitor until the final champion is defeated. Boring. Beerus scoffed, turning away once more. Observing this, Kampa's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Who said there would be no rewards for winning the tournament? The prize for the victorious universe is a superlative reward. I have painstakingly gathered treasures from across the universe, Super Dragon Balls, and I have collected them all. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. Kampa basked in his moment of glory. What do you think? Are you intrigued? Goku and Vegeta finally grasped the significance of the prize that the rotund cat had mentioned. The Dragon Balls he referred to seemed akin to the ones on their Earth, capable of granting any wish, and coincidentally, both the terrestrial and cosmic Dragon Balls numbered 7. After a profound contemplation, Beerus ultimately acquiesced to Kampa's proposal for a martial arts tournament. With the cosmic map previously bestowed upon him by Zhang Xuan, Kampa had already pinpointed the location of the last Dragon Ball, although he had yet to embark on the quest to retrieve it. This final Super Dragon Ball lay concealed within the neutral universe, its exterior shrouded beneath a layer of terrain. Subsequently, the number of participants from Universe 7 was temporarily established as 2, the training-clad Vegeta and Son Goku, while the other 3 remained uncertain. Upon learning that he would engage in combat with formidable warriors from other universes, Son Goku was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. So much so that he readily agreed to compete without a second thought. In contrast to Goku's impulsiveness, Vegeta took a moment to deliberate before also consenting to participate. The two gods of destruction then consulted their angels and others, formulating the rules for the competition, which was thus set in motion. The tournament was scheduled to commence 5 days hence from Son Goku's location. As Kampa departed, he cast a lingering glance at Son Goku, a human lad who had indeed made an impression on him today. Despite his apparent weakness and somewhat foolish demeanor, there was an inexplicable aura about him. Nevertheless, Kampa secretly rejoiced at the selection of 2 relatively unremarkable contestants from Universe 7. He pondered how chaotic it would be if his universe's 6 competitors faced them. Chapter 56. Contestants confirmed. Zhang Xuan attends the tournament. Floating Island. The entire expanse of Floating Island was suffused with rich spiritual energy and celestial power. The protagonist, Zhang Xuan, was seated on a meditation cushion, endeavoring to restore the celestial essence he had previously lost. The depletion was significant, and it would take at least a year or two to fully recuperate. Slowly, Zhang Xuan opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face as he noted the rapid recovery of his celestial energy, though he sighed in resignation. The earlier battle had taken a considerable toll, and given his current state, a full recovery of his celestial essence would require no less than a year or two. Today marks the day of the tournament agreed upon by Beerus and Compa. Let me see how my little chubby friend is faring with his task. Zhang Xuan smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that today was indeed the time for the martial arts competition between the 6th and 7th universes. And if his memory served him correctly, the event was to take place in approximately 5 days. He promptly retrieved a crystal ball for communication and reached out to Compa and Beerus, who were en route back to the 6th universe. Lord Compa, are you not the least bit concerned about losing the Dragon Balls we painstakingly gathered? Beerus's attendant, Vados, expressed her trepidation regarding the potential loss in the tournament. However, the rotund Compa remained unfazed, confident that victory would inevitably be his. He believed that Vegeta and Goku possessed only meager strength, and with the presence of Universe 6 top assassin, Hit, the 2 Saiyans posed no threat whatsoever. Battling them would be akin to child's play. Hit interjected, "Don't drag me into your boasting." At that moment of discussion, the crystal atop Vados's staff emitted a faint shimmer. Lord Compa, a message has arrived from the Inspector General. Lord Zhang Xuan. As soon as she spoke, the projection of Zhang Xuan materialized before them. Vados was the first to notice something amiss. Zhang Xuan's hair had changed color. "My lord, your hair!" Vados exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Compa remained silent, too apprehensive to interject. "It's nothing to worry about." Zhang Xuan waved dismissively, indicating that such trivialities should not concern them. He then inquired about the true purpose of his message. "Little fatty, how goes the task?" Compa stepped forward, bowing respectfully once more. "In response to your lordship, everything has been executed flawlessly. I have arranged a combat match with that fellow, Beerus, to take place in 5 days." Compa proceeded to detail the rules and participants of the competition to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Compa's efficiency was indeed commendable, and the regulations mirrored those from the original narrative without deviation. The venue was determined at the border of the neutral universe, precisely where the last Super Dragon Ball resided. "Well done, little fatty, this is impressive." Upon receiving Zhang Xian's praise, Compa beamed with delight. "In response to your lordship, this is merely my duty." Good, good, good." Zhang Xian nodded while applauding Compa. "You shall be rewarded for your hard work." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a bag, resembling a small mountain in size, materialized before Compa, simultaneously severing their connection. Both Vados and Compa were taken aback by the enormous bag, and while Compa was startled, a wave of gratitude washed over him. Working for Lord Zhang Xuan came with remuneration, whereas serving the stingy Grand Priest and Zeno yielded nothing. Zhang Xuan is truly generous. I could weep. What could possibly be inside? Compa hastened forward, excitement mingling with curiosity about the contents of the bag. "Lord Compa, do not open that bag." Vados's pupils dilated as she instinctively tried to prevent Compa from untying the bag's closure, but she was too late. "What did you say?" At that moment, Compa had already loosened the knot, and before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by a deluge of plastic packaging. The bags contained various snacks from his previous life, and Zhang Xuan understood precisely what Compa desired most. "Alas," Vados lamented, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Compa had a knack for conjuring peculiar situations. God of Destruction's planet. Things were beginning to grow interesting. Sun Wukong finally shed the gravity suit he had been wearing and reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form to his regular state. The gravity suit crashed heavily to the ground, sinking beneath its weight. The competition was merely a necessary stage. My ultimate goal is to become the strongest. Vegeta flexed his wrist and, like Goku, exited the Super Saiyan 4 state. The God of Destruction, Beerus, alongside Compa, Whis, and Beerus' attendant, all bore witness to Vegeta's silent vow. One day, he would triumph over these formidable opponents. Goku, somewhat perplexed, pondered what kind of fighters Lord Beerus would ultimately select. Nonetheless, Vegeta dismissed the concern, asserting that he could single-handedly carve a path through any challenge. It appeared that both warriors brimmed with confidence. In the distance, Whis, having finished his last packet of chips, remarked with a smile that with strength comes confidence. In that universe ruled by the corpulent pig, even a fraction of Goku and Vegeta's power would suffice to dominate. He eagerly anticipated the expression on that fat pig's face. Beerus wore a mischievous grin. Certain of the 7th universe's impending victory, he could hardly wait to witness Kampa's disgruntled expression after his defeat. Just as he spoke, a tremor rippled through the distant space. Whis and Beerus were unperturbed, well aware of who was arriving. A hand tore through the fabric of space, and Zhang Xuan emerged slowly. "Long time no see, everyone," he greeted, devoid of any airs despite his position as an overseer. "Ah, Zhang Xuan," Goku exclaimed, his signature smile brightening his face as he extended a hand in greeting. However, they quickly noticed something unusual about Zhang Xuan. His hair had turned white. "It's nothing, don't pay it any mind. I've just been studying too hard," Zhang Xuan reassured them, and they instinctively overlooked his changed appearance, redirecting their focus. In contrast to the carefree Goku, Vegeta and Beerus offered a respectful bow. Zhang Xuan then articulated his purpose for visiting. He intended to attend their upcoming martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this, Beerus and the others were momentarily at a loss for words, astonished that this esteemed figure had taken an interest in their competition. Zhang Xuan, slightly exasperated, remarked that it was merely a matter of attending a tournament. "Why the shock? I will be present. I trust you will prepare adequately. Oh, and you two should also get ready. You will choose the final 3 contestants yourselves. I won't interfere." Beerus expressed his sincere gratitude, noting that having such a distinguished guest at their tournament was indeed an honor. "Do you think I would dare decline?" he quipped. Whis assured them that he and Beerus would handle the preparations, leaving Beerus momentarily confused, a large question mark appearing above his head. Whis truly excelled at leading his companions into perplexity. However, just as Whis and the others were about to depart for Earth, Zhang Xuan called out to Whis, cautioning him to remain vigilant during this upcoming period. Whis, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly, affirming that he would ensure the matter was handled. "Very well. Travel safely." After notifying them, Zhang Xuan departed. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong and Vegeta informed everyone about the martial arts tournament organized by the first gods of the 6th and 7th universes. It was astonishing that the supreme deities of 2 universes were to host a cosmic combat tournament, with the attendance of 2 destroyer god superiors. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. The urgency of time left them little opportunity to seek the remaining 2 participants. As Krillin was unable to compete, Vegeta and Sun Wukong turned their attention to Piccolo, Gohan, and the formidable Majin Buu residing with Mr. Satan. Regrettably, Gohan was unavailable, leaving them with only 2 confirmed contestants, Majin Buu and Piccolo. The final participant will be personally selected by Beerus, allowing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to choose 2, while the last would be the mightiest warrior, Manaka, as designated by Beerus himself. Later, to resolve the issue regarding the divine language required for the wish-granting Dragon Balls, Bulma was sent to the planet Zuno to seek assistance. Following a series of challenges, the matter was finally addressed. Chapter 57, Zhang Xuan Speculation. The Omni King is not the sole supreme being. These supplements are exceedingly expensive. Gazing at the plethora of potent elixirs in the system's marketplace, and then at his dwindling balance of transaction points, Zhang Xuan's face was filled with uncertainty. Without purchasing these items, he would require at least another year to restore the lost essence of his celestial path. However, the unpredictable events that might unfold in the future were beyond anyone's foresight. Thus, his strength must remain at its peak at all times to confront unforeseen circumstances. That scoundrel. Whis, how infuriating. Resolutely, Zhang Xuan decided to spend 170,000 transaction points on various celestial herbs and elixirs. Ding. Purchase successful. Current transaction point balance, 42,100. The system's emotionless voice indicating the successful transaction pierced through his heart like 1,000 daggers. The pain. It was excruciating. Observing the celestial herbs and elixirs exuding spiritual energy in his hands, Zhang Xuan's expression fell instantly. The mere acquisition of these items had drained him of 170,000 transaction points, transforming his overnight fortune into an overnight deficit. That rascal, the next time I catch you, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Xuan began to absorb the supplements to restore the essence of his celestial path, and once again, tranquility enveloped him. Time passed quietly. The 7th universe's confirmed roster for the tournament included Monaka, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Majin Buu. Although the sixth universe had also established its candidates, Kappa did not disclose them directly. It can only be said that the selected participants were indeed formidable. Xiangpa remarked that the seventh universe was merely a gathering of insignificant beings, asserting confidently that he would emerge victorious in this contest. Zhang Xuan had fully restored the essence of his celestial path that he had previously lost, feeling a mixture of regret for the substantial amount of trading points expended and astonishment at the efficacy of the elixirs. He even sensed a faint increase in his own strength. With his losses completely recuperated and an enhancement in power, he deemed the expenditure of 170,000 trading points to be worthwhile. Having restored his entire celestial essence, Zhang Xuan arrived early at the venue for the 6th and 7th Universe martial arts tournament. The fighting arena and its surrounding structures had been conjured into existence under the divine power of Beerus. After observing the setup for a while, Zhang Xuan noted that certain aspects were not quite perfect. "My lord, what are your thoughts on this arrangement? Does it meet your expectations?" Beerus inquired, seeking Zhang Xian's opinion. "Well, it still lacks a touch of finesse. A few minor adjustments will suffice," Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, extending his hand to make the viewing platforms surrounding the arena vanish, leaving only a circular arena with a diameter of over 40 meters. All necessary amenities, including sofas and benches, had been meticulously considered for the enjoyment of the audience. "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable," Xiangpa exclaimed, flattering him, with remnants of food still lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Enough of this discussion. Beerus, Xiangpa, please bring forth your selected contestants," Zhang Xuan stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. The two chuckled softly and promptly vanished. Alone in the arena, Zhang Xian's gaze remained fixed on the colossal Super Dragon Balls encircling the competition grounds. As he gazed upon these orbs, each comparable in size to a planet, his expression grew increasingly profound. The Super Dragon Balls possessed the unparalleled ability to grant any wish, capable of restoring universes erased by the Omni King, bestowing immense power, and even conferring immortality. Reaching out towards the Super Dragon Balls, his palm emanated a soft white light. He mused that the divine dragons summoned from these orbs likely held a status at least equivalent to that of an angel, if not on par with the Grand Priest. What manner of being was the dragon god Salama, capable of creating such Dragon Balls? Zhang Xian's expression grew serious as he recalled his previous assumption that dragon god Salama was of the same caliber as the Grand Priest. However, he now realized that his conjectures had been entirely misguided. Utilizing his abilities, he had inspected the interior of these Super Dragon Balls, and to his astonishment, he discovered that each orb contained energy far surpassing that of an ordinary angel. The energy levels were comparable to that of a mid-stage golden immortal. The capacity to create deities on par with himself and the Grand Priest, while infusing each Super Dragon Ball with energy exceeding that of angels, indicated that the dragons summoned by the 7 Super Dragon Balls would undoubtedly possess a rank not inferior to his own or that of the Grand Priest. The creator of this entity is undoubtedly formidable. This suggests that the enigmatic deity known as Salamander is unlikely to be inferior to the Omni King. It appears I have begun to grasp a fragment of understanding. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Previously, Whis and others had mentioned that no being of higher rank than the Omni King would emerge, which indeed holds true. However, they never stated that no deity of equal stature to the Omni King would manifest. This is quite revealing. The Omni King is not the sole supreme being. There may indeed be others, previously unseen, rivaling the Omni King's divine supremacy. Zhang Xuan mused, his thoughts drifting back to his past life. Recalling a particular fan-made manga of Dragon Ball he had once perused. It was crafted by a renowned foreign artist during his previous existence. The narrative unfolded in a parallel universe of Dragon Ball, where Son Goku ascended to the role of a god of destruction, gradually revealing its plot and worldview. One day, during a gathering of gods of destruction, an alien resembling a dish of rib rice made an appearance. This extraterrestrial elucidated that the Omni King is not the sole supreme entity. Rather, there are 6 others of comparable might. After creating all things, they fashioned their own realms, each governing their respective universes, assuming the mantle of the highest sovereigns. The most familiar supreme deity to us is the Omni King of the universe where Zhang Xuan resides. The worlds and universes created by the other 6 deities can scarcely be fewer than those of the Omni King's universe. Is the Omni King not the highest deity? Has he not already dominion over all? Indeed, the Omni King is the highest deity, albeit within his own universe. If we liken the Omni King's realm to a nation, then the 12 universes are merely cities within this sovereign state. The Omni King serves as the king of this nation, while the Grand Priest functions as the Prime Minister. The Omni King's guardians are tasked with overseeing the cosmic order, reporting significant events to the Omni King, who then decides whether to obliterate or create. Furthermore, the leader of the Celestial Warriors in that manga remarked that the Omni King, being a child who delights in play, is the weakest among the 7 supreme deities. Counting the other 6 grand worlds, there are at least 7 such vast realms and super-universes, and perhaps even more comparable to these grand worlds beyond. As Zhang Xuan contemplated the manga from his past life, combined with his current existence in this Dragon Ball universe, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could the Dragon Ball universe he has traversed into be that of the manga he once read? He fervently hoped this was not the case, for there have already been enough complications. Zhang Xuan began to doubt the nature of the Dragon Ball world he had entered. There is a significant possibility that it is indeed the world depicted in that fan-made manga. Perhaps it has been interwoven with other fan creations as well. After the conclusion of the Power Tournament, the angels and destroyers of 6 obliterated universes, along with the Mother of Angels, may come knocking at the door. It is also conceivable that the formidable Vegito, known for his prowess in Dragon Ball, could appear. Just contemplating this scenario sends a wave of discomfort through Zhang Xian's mind. He remains utterly oblivious to the events that may unfold in the future. He is merely traversing the darkness, cautiously holding a lantern. What a predicament! In Chapter 58, the 2 supreme deities conspire to ensnare their subordinates. Subsequently, all participants from both universes arrive, in stark contrast to the meager 5 representatives of Universe 6, Universe 7. Led by Son Goku, arrives en masse, bringing nearly everyone along, save for a few exceptions. When Bulma beheld the colossal Super Dragon Balls, each comparable to an entire planet, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Although she had heard tales of their stellar proportions and had prepared herself mentally, witnessing them firsthand was indeed astonishing. Son Goku and Vegeta were equally taken aback, apart from the angels and destroyers, and Zhang Xuan, who was voraciously indulging in food on stage. Everyone present gazed in awe at the Super Dragon Balls encircling the tournament grounds. However, as Bulma realized that these Dragon Balls could genuinely grant any wish, a flicker of ambition ignited within her, unnoticed by those around her. Zhang Xuan summoned Beerus and Whis to collaboratively discuss the examination's format. What sort of questions to pose, their difficulty and their quantity. To alleviate the burden on the participants, Zhang Xuan procured a set of high school mathematics papers from his previous life through the system's store. I swear, I am truly a good person. I am not targeting anyone, he declared. The questions were not overly difficult, yet they required considerable thought. Bardos served as the proctor. During this time, Vegeta and the others also encountered Caulifla, a Saiyan from Universe 6, and Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by her slender physique. He had never before encountered a Saiyan resembling a lanky dog. However, what astonished him even more was learning from her that the Saiyan homeworld of Universe 6 had not been destroyed, in contrast to the ruthless Saiyans of Universe 7. Those of Universe 6 held a greater affinity for peace. Caulifla was equally shocked to discover for Vegeta that their second planet was seized. Her previous admiration for Vegeta and his companions diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Vegeta chuckled and reassured her, I promise you, such actions will never be repeated. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others sensed that the purple-haired individual possessed formidable strength, prompting them to observe it closely as they entered. The examination commenced. Even Piccolo, the most astute among Universe 7, found himself bewildered by the exam questions. What is this? I can't comprehend it all. Sun Wukong was in a state of agitation, scratching his head in despair, for he truly found himself at a loss with the questions presented before him. He contemplated giving up, yet fear held him back. After all, who was standing nearby? At that moment, Bardos had transformed into a strict instructor, her angelic scepter morphing into a ruler that she waved menacingly before them. To expect him to tackle these high school mathematics problems was akin to asking an average individual with a primary school education to solve the Poincare conjecture, an insurmountable challenge. The ghastly questions tormented all present, even causing the CPU of the robot from Universe 6 to overheat, requiring it to occasionally sip on molten lava for relief. It's getting chilly. Please warm yourselves with some lava. The yellow bear in a red vest was also sweating profusely after several minutes. He had only managed to solve the first question. I am finished, declared Hit with his purple hair, being the first to submit his paper. Although these problems posed a challenge, they were far from impossible for him. Subsequently, other participants began to hand in their papers, with the exceptionally intelligent contestant from Universe 7, Piccolo, being the second to finish. The third to submit was Gabi, a hidden scholar, followed closely by the bear in the red vest. At this point, only the perspiring Vegeta and son Wukong remained, along with the slumbering Majin Buu. Vegeta's CPU had reached its breaking point. Never before had he felt such murderous intent. He wished to slay the creator of these questions 1,000 times over, even dreaming of twisting his head off to use as a ball to kick. Anything less would be an affront to his pride. Beerus and the others were growing impatient. What kind of dreadful questions could take so long to solve? It seems you are all enjoying yourselves greatly. I am truly moved. Observing the nearly tearful expressions of Vegeta and son Wukong, Zhang Xuan felt compelled to intervene. Had it not been for Whis' persistent encouragement, he might have added dozens more questions to their ordeal. Ultimately, with Bardak's assistance, son Wukong and the others managed to complete the examination. Due to the complexity of the problems, Majin Buu had only managed to solve 2 before succumbing to slumber in the examination hall. Furious, Beerus nearly unleashed his wrath upon Majin Buu, but refrained, mindful of Zhang Xuan's watchful gaze. Thus, once the examination concluded, the formal competition commenced. The match was structured into 5 groups of one-on-one battles, with participants drawn at random. The strongest, Manaka, took the lead, while son Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta played rock-paper-scissors to determine their order of combat. Son Wukong and Vegeta were fixated on Hit, who sat across from them in quiet meditation. Vegeta, this guy is exceptionally strong, son Wukong remarked with a serious expression, though he could not sense its aura. His instincts told him of the formidable power he possessed. Vegeta crossed his arms, in agreement with son Wukong's assessment. At this moment, Hit scrutinized the 2 Saiyans before him. Their auras remarkably steady, revealing not a hint of their true power. Both parties exchanged glances, and he was certain that the strength of these Saiyans was formidable. Either one of them could easily contend with him one-on-one. This realization compelled him to regard them with utmost seriousness. The battle was on the verge of commencing, with referees and officials gradually arriving at the scene. Meanwhile, in the uppermost spectator stands, Zhang Xuan had prepared a large pot of fried rice. For such exhilarating combat, demanded a delightful accompaniment. My culinary skills have only improved, he mused, savoring his dish. The results for Vegeta's side were already in. The first contender from Universe 7 was Son Goku, while from Universe 6, it was the red-vested bear, Bardock. With the contestants determined, the clash was imminent. I hereby declare the inaugural Universe Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced, Zhang Xuan announced with a flourish of his finger. The referee interjected. You are putting me in a difficult position. The fighters leaped down from the platform, in contrast to Son Goku's light-footed descent. Bardock, a heavyweight, caused the entire arena to tremble slightly upon his arrival. Aside from Beerus, Kampa, and their associates from Universe 7, few placed their bets on the seemingly foolish Son Goku. Kampa, however, was overjoyed, envisioning his victory in the tournament. Zhang Xuan wiped a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and sent a message to the Grand Minister via crystal ball. The content read, the 6th and 7th universes are hosting a martial arts tournament. Please inform the Omni King to attend. The later the better. On the other end, the Grand Minister viewed the message with a serene expression. He discerned the underlying implications of Zhang Xuan's words. What appeared to be innocuous phrases were, in fact, laden with traps. First, neither Beerus nor Kampa had informed the Omni King about the tournament. Second, Zhang Xuan's suggestion of the later the better was another pitfall. Having been deceived by Zhang Xuan multiple times, he was well aware of his brother's cunning nature. It seemed that Beerus and Kampa were destined to endure the consequences. A faint smile graced the Grand Minister's lips. He was about to partake in this farce alongside Zhang Xuan. The spectacle of 2 supreme deities conspiring against their subordinates was indeed a rare sight. Believing that Zhang Xuan had already notified the Omni King, neither Beerus nor Kampa paid much heed to the matter. Zhang Xuan, however, had informed no one. Chapter 59. The God of Destruction sparks conflict. Zhang Xuan raised his fingers to quell the tension. The battle commenced. Son Goku launched the first assault, yet his old habits resurfaced. He began the fight without exerting his full strength, opting instead for a warm-up, engaging Bardock with his normal state. Each of Goku's strikes landed like a mere mortal attempting to shake a mountain, utterly failing to disturb the steadfast red-vested bear before him. Bodhidharma believed that Son Wukong's prowess had reached its limits, as the previously mentioned chubby figure had declared that Son Wukong's strength was rather unimpressive. A heavy weight like Bodhidharma could easily overpower him. So after Sun Wukong executed several attacks, Bodhidharma let down his guard completely, apart from the members of the 7th universe. The angel of the 6th universe, Vados, and the ever-watchful Hit, the rest, including the referee, had little faith in Sun Wukong's abilities. If memory serves, the second match was with Frost. With a supreme deity like myself present, he would likely refrain from any underhanded tactics. Zhang Xuan regarded Frost, who was sneering from the audience, with an expression devoid of both sorrow and joy. The inspector's presence ensured that even the gods of destruction and angels would tread lightly, let alone a petty figure like Frost daring to cheat in his presence. However, he ultimately underestimated Frost's audacity. For the sake of money, he was capable of anything. Ostensibly a philanthropist of the 6th universe, the truth revealed him as a great villain. To put it bluntly, even the infamous Frisia of the 7th universe was superior to him. At least Frisia was bold enough to act, unlike this self-serving coward lurking in the shadows. Sun Wukong scrutinized Bodhidharma's physique, realizing that none of his previous attacks had any effect. He soon discovered that his strikes were being redirected into the void, explaining the absence of any fluctuations. Rarely employing his intellect, the martial enthusiast Sun Wukong capitalized on Bodhidharma's considerable bulk to topple him. Gradually, he pulled Bodhidharma's legs towards the edge of the arena, conserving his strength whenever possible. Ultimately, Bodhidharma fell from the platform. Sun Wukong of the 7th universe emerged victorious. Preparing for the next match, which would once again feature himself, Kampa was nearly driven to madness, exclaiming about the supposed good start. Had he forgotten the critical lesson of not underestimating his opponents? Had he merely prevented Sun Wukong from finding an opportunity to trip him, he would not have suffered such a swift defeat. Bodhidharma silently endured Kampa's wrath, feeling both perplexed and wronged. He wondered how Sun Wukong had managed to defeat him so quickly, feeling aggrieved by Kampa's earlier claims of his weakness. What was going on? Bodhidharma was filled with frustration. While Kampa fumed, Beerus, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Witnessing his comrade's triumph brought him immense joy. Kampa's fury was reignited by Beerus, and the two gods of destruction ascended into the air, ready to engage in battle once more. Skin and bones. Fat pig. The surrounding atmosphere crackled with destructive energy, escalating violently. All present felt an oppressive sense of impending doom, even the angels furrowing their brows. Oh, it seemed a fight was imminent. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, setting down his chopsticks. In the next moment, the figures of the two destroyers vanished from sight. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, causing the entire arena to shatter instantaneously. The collapsed structures billowed forth immense clouds of smoke. No one could discern what transpired within the haze until it gradually began to dissipate. The god of destruction from Universe 6 and the god of destruction from Universe 7, along with everyone present, save for the angels, witnessed a scene of profound astonishment. Zhang Xuan, caught between the two destroyers, extended a finger from each hand to counter their full-force strike. This spectacle mirrored the later event when the Grand Minister effortlessly neutralized the confrontation between Beerus and that rodent, as they beheld Zhang Xuan effortlessly blocking their overwhelming assault. Fear etched itself across the faces of Beerus and Kampa. Despite their formidable might, these destroyers were not particularly astute. In their fury, they had overlooked Zhang Xuan, who had been voraciously indulging above them. It is against the rules for destroyers to engage in combat, and this match did not permit any form of sparring. Rules are rules, Zhang Xuan calmly remarked, his usual smile replaced by a serene expression. Yet internally, he was betraying himself. Externally, he exuded an air of aloof grandeur, while internally he mused, I am truly magnificent. In an instant, Zhang Xuan's countenance turned icy. If you wish to fight, I can entertain you for an entire day. At this, Kampa and Beerus felt their hair stand on end, bowing repeatedly in apology to Zhang Xuan. Eventually, even the angels and gods from Universes 6 and 7 interceded on their behalf. The spectators below, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were utterly astounded. Destroyers were apologizing to a human of comparable stature. This scene left them in utter shock, even Goku and Vegeta, who were aware of Zhang Xuan's power and background, gaped in disbelief. How could he so effortlessly withstand the full might of two destroyers? Just how potent was his strength? The depth of this power seemed unfathomable. Vegeta remained speechless in astonishment, while Goku, his usual grin replaced by contemplation, pondered whether he could one day achieve such effortless resilience against the attacks of a destroyer. The events of this day would indelibly imprint themselves upon the souls of all present. Should their children ever inquire about this incident, they would undoubtedly recount that day. I witnessed Lord Beerus being utterly terrified. Observing that the situation had stabilized and mindful of the time lost, which might interfere with the arrival of the Omni King, Zhang Xuan chose not to pursue the matter further, merely issuing a verbal warning to the two. He also expressed that should anyone dare to cheat during the competition, he would personally step in to adjudicate. Beerus and Kampa finally breathed a sigh of relief, though unease lingered within their hearts, thankful that this esteemed individual had not delved deeper into their altercation. It was the first time they had witnessed this esteemed individual display such seriousness, shattering Xiangpa's previous illusions about Zhang Xian's character. Wasn't he this esteemed figure supposed to be amiable? Zhang Xuan ascended once more to the elevated platform, signaling the referee to resume the match. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Esteemed one, exclaimed the referee, who had been momentarily stunned, as he hurriedly retrieved the microphone that had fallen to the ground and announced the continuation of the contest. Thus, this minor incident was finally brought to a close, and the battle resumed as per usual. The second round featured none other than Sun Wukong, facing the second competitor from the 6th universe, the benevolent Frost. Those from the 7th universe who had encountered Frisia were astounded to find this half-brother, Frost, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Could it be that the 6th universe also housed a Frisia? Chapter 60, Frost's Audacity, Wukong's Defeat. Frost commenced by politely bowing to everyone present, ultimately articulating his position with righteous fervor. This declaration left everyone on Earth in the 7th universe utterly astonished. In translation, I relish in deception. I strike you while offering a sweet. What will you do about it? The battle began. Frost transformed into a higher evolutionary form of the Ice Demon, yet refrained from unveiling his ultimate form, hidden deep within. Likewise, Sun Wukong opted to engage in his regular state, mirroring his previous match against Frost. Both combatants became mere phantoms in their rapid exchanges, their fists colliding at a speed so swift that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive it. Almost every second, they shifted positions to continue their fierce duel. The god of destruction from the 6th universe stood in a state of astonishment, admitting that he had never witnessed such a caliber of assault in all his time. Poor child, your exposure is regrettably limited, remarked the god of destruction from the 7th universe, who noted that such battles had been commonplace when contending against Majin Buu. Sun Wukong showcased the princely techniques of Vegeta with great fervor. However, Frost merely smiled, effortlessly evading the barrage of energy blasts. Ultimately, when Sun Wukong unleashed the classic Kamehameha wave, Frost similarly cleaved it in two with little effort. It was at this moment that Sun Wukong realized his opponent was far from ordinary. In a direct comparison, Frost was no lesser than Frisia in identical forms. He was struck with a powerful body slam from the onrushing Frost, causing Sun Wukong to cry out in pain, paying the price for his earlier negligence. The referee then elucidated that Frost's current form was known as the Assault Mode, while recounting his past, a beacon of virtue in the 6th universe. Frost was a valiant warrior dedicated to combating evil forces, fighting relentlessly to acquire resources to aid the war-torn residents and children of devastated planets. Even in the face of adversaries 1,000, 100, or even 10,000 times stronger than himself. For the sake of those unfortunate children, Frost would undoubtedly exert every effort to secure the riches bestowed upon him after triumphing in the 7th universe. Moreover, he has been honored with the Universe Peace Prize thrice, one of the most prestigious accolades in the 6th universe, attesting to the award's significant value. Zhang Xuan remarked, I am deeply moved. I almost laughed. He served himself another bowl of fried rice, the dishes piled high like miniature mountains beside him. Upon hearing the judge's remarks, he couldn't help but chuckle. To be candid, this judge is indeed fair-minded, yet he is deceived by Frost's facade. One would think he is a paragon of virtue in the universe, but appearances can be misleading. The judge, as timely assistance, granted Frost several advantageous buffs. As the judge recounted Frost's past, even the god of destruction, Kampa, felt a twinge of pity for him. While only Bardock and Zhang Xuan comprehended Frost's true nature, choosing not to expose him immediately, the audience in the 7th universe was left in a state of confusion, having no idea whom to support in this battle. The situation was dire, as Frost relentlessly pushed Sun Wukong back, eventually seizing the moment to topple him. Frost's death ray illuminated the arena like a disco ball in a karaoke bar, casting a haze of smoke that enveloped the entire area. As the mist gradually dissipated, Frost, fearing he had killed Sun Wukong, finally relaxed his anxious heart. Sun Wukong, with a silly grin, expressed that Frost had ignited his spirit, exactly the sensation he craved. Meanwhile, Frost was equally astonished by this display of power, recognizing it was not even Wukong's full strength. Sun Wukong had ceased to hold back, revealing just a fraction of his true capability. His roar pierced the heavens, his hair standing on end, transformed into a golden hue, and the energy waves surged forth like a gas stove igniting. Frost, no longer willing to conceal his own strength, also assumed the final form of the frozen demon. However, both Kampa and the Saiyan Kaba from the Sixth Universe were left speechless, not merely by the power displayed, but by the astonishing fact that a Saiyan could transform once more. The battle reignited with Frost, now evolved and more powerful, launching a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. His fists, enveloped in a purple aura, surged forth with unwavering determination and strength aimed at Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong effortlessly intercepted his blows, sending him flying with a single strike. As the battle progressed, Frost's every subsequent attack failed to land, each time being thwarted by Wukong, illustrating a chasm in their abilities that could not be quantified by mere numbers. How audacious he is, indeed, to have resorted to cheating. After finishing the last bowl of egg-fried rice, Zhang Xuan, reclining in a manner reminiscent of an immortal, expressed his interest with a hint of mockery directed at Frost's presumptuousness. Truth be told, he had never anticipated that Frost would dare to cheat right beneath his nose. Did Frost truly believe that Zhang Xuan would remain oblivious to his subtle maneuvers? In reality, he had noticed the sharp spike extending from Frost's palm and wrist long before Frost entered his final form. However, he chose not to expose him at that moment. Well, what had been said before had already been articulated. Zhang Xuan yawned. His curiosity regarding the ensuing events piqued. Frost had once again faltered at this point. His condition was dire, with scarcely a part of his body remaining unscathed. Yet, he feigned exhaustion, mustering every ounce of strength to rise. With each movement, waves of piercing pain coursed through him. Even Sun Wukong felt a twinge of compassion. Nevertheless, Frost insisted that it was of no consequence. For the sake of the children and the peace of the universe, he would never concede, regardless of how formidable the adversary. Frost launched another assault, but Sun Wukong refrained from immediately overcoming him as before, opting instead for a defensive stance. Bulma, seated in the audience of Universe 7, also felt a pang of sympathy, calling out for Frost to concede. The bald-headed Krillin, bewildered by Bulma's sudden shift in attitude, wondered if she had been swayed. Sun Wukong regained his footing and once more triumphed over Frost. Yet this time, Frost did not collapse immediately. He summoned nearly all his remaining strength for a final strike against Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong extended his hand to block Frost's last blow. At that instant, a sharp spike rapidly protruded from Frost's knuckles. Aside from Zhang Xuan and the formidable Ultraman, as well as the two angels, no one could discern Frost's deceitful tactics. Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Upon receiving Frost's punch, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Frost struck Sun Wukong, sending him flying out of the ring. The Kaioshin and Beerus, along with all present, wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? That rascal cockroach actually lost. Sun Wukong. Chapter 61. Cheating before my eyes? Death. Sun Wukong awoke, perplexed as to why he had lost. The moment he made contact with Frost's fist, he had felt an overwhelming weakness. Subsequently, Frost had found the opportunity to defeat him. Beerus was nearly apoplectic, exclaiming in frustration at Sun Wukong's antics. Had he truly believed that starting with full power in Super Saiyan Blue would lead to his defeat? While Sun Wukong may have regarded the match as merely a sparring session, Beerus was deeply concerned about the outcome of this battle. The significance of Super Dragon Ball pales in comparison to the joy derived from triumphing over that rotund opponent. At this moment, Kampa was utterly elated, even going so far as to taunt Beerus with a provocative gesture. "Referee, what are you dawdling for? Announce the results of the match at once." Upon hearing Kampa's incessant urging, the referee, who had been momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to announce the outcome, a voice interrupted him. "Hold on." Both Beerus and Kampa turned to see Zhang Xuan leisurely sipping his tea before teleporting to the referee's side. Kampa and Beerus exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what this esteemed individual was up to. However, Zhang Xuan paid no heed to the bewildered duo and strode directly toward Frost, seizing his wrist with authority. Internally, Frost was engulfed in turmoil, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He feared that this eminent figure might uncover his secrets. Lacking the courage to resist, he succumbed to Zhang Xuan's search. Recalling how this being had previously thwarted a god of destruction's full-force attack with merely 2 fingers, a feat far beyond his own capacity to withstand, Kampa's heart sank, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Vados, with a gleeful smile, covered her mouth, anticipating the unfolding drama with delight. Zhang Xuan, utilizing his celestial power, forcibly extracted the poison needle lodged within Frost and waved it before him, ultimately handing it over to the referee. The referee frowned as he examined the needle, and upon merely grazing it with his finger, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, causing him to collapse. Kampa's mouth fell agape, astonished by Frost's act of cheating. Vados seized the moment, recounting Frost's nefarious past to the gathered audience. He instigated wars only to quell them himself, acquiring desolate lands at a pittance in return. This was all part of his sinister scheme. While Frost presented himself as a benevolent figure in the 6th universe, his underhanded tactics were more treacherous than even Frisia's. At least Frisia had the audacity to act boldly. He would never stoop to such underhanded methods to amass wealth. Vados, true to her talent, executed her revelation with exceptional finesse. Even the spectators from the 7th universe were taken aback. In an instant, Frost's carefully crafted persona crumbled, and the air was filled with unrestrained vitriol directed at him. How dare Frost cheat under the watchful gaze of this esteemed individual? Kampa, in a moment of panic, slapped his forehead, contemplating an apology, but upon meeting Zhang Xuan's penetrating gaze, he recoiled in terror. The disparity between his previous bravado and his current distress was stark. Now, it was Beerus's turn to revel in the situation, mirroring the taunting gesture that Kampa had previously employed against him. The rules, which I personally established alongside the god of destruction, strictly forbid the use of weapons and poison in this match. Frost, how audacious of you! Zhang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, his expression seemingly innocuous as he addressed Frost in a low voice. I apologize, my lord. I recognize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Frost, nearly paralyzed with fear, could only kneel and repeatedly bow his head, pleading for mercy from this formidable figure, desperate to avoid punishment. He wished to live, to amass greater wealth, and ultimately to dominate the entire 6th universe. Rules are rules. Transgressions must be met with consequences. In the next life, be a good person. No sooner had Zhang Xuan's words echoed than Frost's body erupted violently, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Frost was utterly obliterated from existence, his very soul torn into fragments by Zhang Xuan's celestial power. The onlookers were left in shock, both by the ruthless efficiency of this lord's actions and the magnitude of his retribution. Yet, more than anything, they were engulfed in terror. This lord, while appearing harmless and amicable, proved to be fiercer than anyone in a confrontation. Observing the frightened faces of those on stage, Zhang Xuan donned his previously benign expression once more. The 6th universe's Frost has violated the competition rules with weaponry. I hereby declare that the 7th universe's Sun Wukong is the victor. The current score between the 6th and 7th universes stood at 2-0. The referee had fainted, prompting Zhang Xuan to personally announce the results. At this point, Zhang Xuan's countenance grew stern. If anyone dares to breach the rules again, I shall intervene personally. He gestured toward the pool of blood beside him, addressing all present with unwavering authority. No one dared to contest this outcome, nor did they possess the audacity to voice dissent. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan returned to the elevated spectator area, and the incident was quelled. With Sun Wukong having secured 2 consecutive victories, the next contestant from his side would be Vegeta due to lingering toxins within Wukong's system. After deliberation, the 6th universe decided to field the robot Magetta for the upcoming battle. Before the clash commenced, Beerus made modifications to the arena, adding a square protective barrier. This was a scheme. Despite its apparent ineffectiveness, it nearly cost Vegeta dearly during the fight. As the battle commenced, in a bid to ensure the personal safety of the referee, an individual of rare fairness, Zhang Xuan personally encased him in a protective shield to prevent any accidental harm amidst the conflict of the 2 combatants. Frankly, this referee was indeed just far superior to certain shameless and blind judges like the Cherry Blossom and North Pole referees. As the fight ignited, Vegeta, fixated on his opponent, hit from the outset, choosing not to exert his full power against the robot, deeming it a trivial foe. Thus, he casually entered Super Saiyan form to dispatch the adversary with ease. However, during the initial clash between the 2 competitors, Vegeta was astonished to discover that, despite the robot's lackluster speed and attacks, its defenses were remarkably robust. Furthermore, its offensive capabilities and strength were formidable. As a single punch shattered a small section of the arena, the shattered fragments fell outside the ring, foreshadowing Vegeta's eventual survival in the competition. This battle proved to be surprisingly arduous for Vegeta, as the opponent's nearly infinite barrage of lava-like projectiles left him struggling to defend himself. Even his esteemed Saiyan Prince techniques proved ineffective. As the air grew increasingly thin above, he found no secure foothold beneath him. Consequently, Vegeta came perilously close to being eliminated by Magetta when he found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, it was the impartiality of the referee and the rules of the match that spared him from disqualification. With a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, Vegeta slowly returned to the arena. He was incensed, truly enraged. The proud Saiyan Prince, relying on the rules of the match to avoid elimination, felt his dignity and pride severely compromised. It seemed that Vegeta was on the brink of an explosive outburst. In the audience, Beerus narrowed his eyes, sensing a surge of energy emanating from Vegeta. The power that had previously plateaued at Super Saiyan Level 1 erupted anew, this time accompanied by arcs of blue lightning encircling his aura. Transforming into Super Saiyan second form, Vegeta launched a ferocious assault on Magetta. The brutal ferocity of Vegeta's attacks left Magetta unable to mount a counteroffensive, forcing him into a defensive stance. Before long, the robot was pushed to the brink of elimination. Teetering on the edge of the ring, Vegeta concentrated all his energy into his fist, channeling enough force to annihilate the arena as he struck at Magetta. In a final attempt to resist, Magetta unleashed his own power, but he ultimately underestimated Vegeta's prowess. Magetta was decisively eliminated, his spirit shattered by Vegeta's scathing remark about his worthlessness. In the end, he lamentably conceded defeat. Chapter 62. Vegeta takes a disciple. The current score stood at 3-0. Universe 7 had triumphed in 3 consecutive battles, while the unfortunate Universe 6 had yet to secure a single victory. In stark contrast to the jubilant members of Universe 7, the competitors from Universe 6 wore expressions of despair. Kampa was nearly beside himself with frustration. Had it not been for his companions restraining him, he would have readily unleashed his ire upon his lackluster team. Such formidable potential, yet they performed so poorly? Despite his impotent rage, the match must continue. The inexorable march of time and history cannot be halted, for Universe 6's defeat was inevitable. The next match was set to commence shortly, featuring Universe 7's Vegeta against Universe 6 Saiyan, Cabba. The two opponents scrutinized each other before the battle commenced. Vegeta keenly observed that the attacking techniques employed by Gabe bore a striking resemblance to those of the Saiyans from their 7th universe, even down to the initial move, which mirrored his own. Ultimately, Vegeta underestimated this seemingly slender Saiyan, believing that his energy posed little threat. Thus, he chose to engage in combat without transforming into a Super Saiyan, relying instead on his base form. However, once the battle commenced, he quickly realized that this wiry Saiyan was remarkably swift and formidable in his attacks, possessing great strength, speed, and martial prowess. Acknowledging the situation, Vegeta could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. He resolved to intensify his speed and power in his attacks. The previously one-sided battle swiftly turned in Vegeta's favor, nullifying Gabe's advantage. As the fight dragged on monotonously, Gabe implored Vegeta to teach him the art of transforming into a Saiyan. Witnessing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan ignited a fervent desire within him to attain the same power, yearning to protect his kin and friends. Upon hearing Gabe's request, a peculiar smirk crossed Vegeta's lips. He decided to lend a hand to this earnest Saiyan. Gabe showed promise, with ambition and commendable skill, as well as a rapid capacity for learning. Vegeta first provoked him verbally before launching an even more ferocious assault. Gabe's face flushed crimson. Begging for mercy in combat was indeed a disgrace, yet the next moment, he was struck with excruciating pain. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Gabe like a roaring dragon, leaving him no opportunity to defend himself, forced instead to endure the onslaught until he was utterly exhausted. Seizing Gabe by the collar, Vegeta's gaze was piercing, filled with menace. As a proud Saiyan, you dare to concede? You bring shame upon our race. Gabe, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness from the relentless beating, recognized the vast chasm between himself and Vegeta. Realizing that Vegeta showed no inclination to teach him the transformation and overwhelmed by the disparity in their strengths. He reluctantly admitted defeat. However, Vegeta showed no mercy. Today, I shall end you. He gathered a sphere of purple energy in his hand, shocking the onlookers, including the awestruck Compro above. The spectators were taken aback. Was Vegeta truly going to kill him? Yet, despite their shock, the unfolding situation left them no time to react. Gabe was on the verge of being annihilated. Had he forgotten the rules personally laid down by Lord Zhang Xuan? Beerus wore a grave expression, his eyes darting occasionally towards Zhang Xuan, who was distractedly engrossed in his phone. Zhang Xuan remained utterly indifferent to the unfolding events, as all natural laws continued their normal course. Subsequently, Vegeta threatened to obliterate him along with his planet and family. These words infuriated Gabe to the core. With a single strike, he sent the energy from Vegeta's hands flying, enveloping himself in a radiant golden aura. This entire spectacle bore no relation to the planet Lays. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gabe's energy erupted with wild intensity, propelled by boundless rage as he charged at Vegeta. A slight smirk formed at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. This young warrior possessed remarkable insight and talent, having swiftly grasped the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan amidst battle. Goku, Krillin, and Vegeta wept in despair, reflecting on the immense difficulty they had faced when attempting to achieve this transformation themselves. With a Saiyan progeny truly this formidable, the tide of battle once again tipped dramatically in favor of Gabe, who, in his Super Saiyan form, seemed to hold a distinct advantage. Yet, the notion of vanquishing Vegeta was utterly preposterous. There existed a chasm between their normal forms, just as there was between their Super Saiyan forms. Even in his transformed state, Gabe did not warrant Vegeta's serious consideration. Vegeta merely feigned being at a disadvantage, allowing Gabe the opportunity to acclimate to his Super Saiyan state. In the final moments, Vegeta firmly planted his feet, absorbing Gabe's attacks without flinching. It was then that Gabe reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta smiled, the kind of smile a seasoned master bears upon witnessing the success of their apprentice. The onlookers, including Gabe, began to comprehend Vegeta's intentions. His actions had all been aimed at teaching Gabe the mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation. The earlier threats to his family had merely been words meant to provoke. The essence of a Saiyan's transformation lies in their fury. Following Vegeta's rigorous instruction, Gabe transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Vegeta nodded in approval. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, grateful that Vegeta had no true intention of harming him. The two gods of destruction expressed their boredom, deeming the entire affair as devoid of purpose. As the saying goes, hearing words from a wise man is akin to gaining profound insight. At that moment, Vegeta proudly smiled and, with a surge of energy, ascended into the form of Super Saiyan 4. The very fabric of the neutral universe's border was suffused with Vegeta's overwhelming aura, as a tangible red energy enveloped the arena. Finally, he opened his eyes, gazing gravely at Vegeta. On the spectator's stand of Universe 6, Kappa could barely contain his frustration, wishing to chastise himself for failing to perceive the true potential of the two Saiyans, who had been skillfully concealing their strength. At that moment, Gabe felt as though his brain's CPU was on the verge of overheating, staring in astonishment at the red-haired Vegeta before him. With black hair and a wild mane of red fur covering his chest and other parts of his body, he exuded an overwhelming aura of primal power. Gabe felt as diminutive as an ant standing before an elephant. This was the first time he had encountered such a form. What is this? Gabe stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan 4. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you may possess the potential to achieve this form, Vegeta declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gabe was suddenly struck by intense abdominal pain, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. Chapter 63, Vegeta's Triumph. A moment of glory. Subsequently, the referee announced that Universe 7 had emerged victorious. Vegeta, seemingly producing a jug of water from thin air, doused Gabe's face, rousing him from his stupor. Do not forget to train, and never forget the pride that belongs to the Saiyans, Vegeta uttered, turning away without a backward glance as he returned to the stands. Yes, Master. Gabe's eyes brimmed with tears as he fought to suppress his emotions. Vegeta, acknowledging Gabe's desire to become his disciple with a smile, said little more, yet his expression conveyed his acceptance of Gabe's request. Years later, having evolved into a Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe would undoubtedly reflect on this day with immense gratitude towards Vegeta, his former mentor. Damn it, Compa CPU was nearly boiling with frustration. Losing 4 matches in a row was intolerable for anyone. The prize of the Super Dragon Balls was secondary. This match was about the dignity of the two gods of destruction. Winning brought joy, while losing brought despair. As the brother of Beerus, Compa was determined to compete with him for supremacy in all matters. This was what he valued most. Observing Compa's dismay, Beerus nearly burst into laughter. Seeing his brother in such a state only heightened his appetite. "Well done, Vegeta!" Beerus exclaimed, patting Vegeta on the shoulder, clearly pleased with the outcome of the battle. Truly, he was the man Beerus had chosen. Watching the jubilant Universe 7, Compa seethed with frustration, yet his face soon transformed into a confident grin. He had one final trump card left, Hit. Compa was certain that Hit would turn the tide and penetrate Universe 7's defenses. After all, he was the most formidable assassin in their universe, and Vegeta and Goku were hardly a threat. "Just wait, you bag of bones. You'll see soon enough." Compa's face twisted into a sly expression that even the nearby Beerus found somewhat distasteful. The next match would be between Vegeta and Hit. It seemed that Goku would not be participating after all. Zhang Xuan chuckled and shook his head, discarding the gaming console in his hands. In the original narrative, it was due to the vast disparity in power and speed that Hit seized the opportunity to incapacitate Vegeta with a single blow, after which Goku turned the tide of battle. However, now, with Vegeta in his full Ultra Blue form, harnessing the full power of the Kaioken X10, his speed and strength, along with his profound understanding of martial arts, are formidable. It is indeed uncertain whether Hit can triumph in this match, as even without unleashing his full power, Vegeta's Ultra Blue state combined with the Kaioken is sufficient to firmly suppress Hit. Given Vegeta's nature, he will undoubtedly commence with his full Ultra Blue form augmented by the Kaioken X10. With overwhelming speed and power, in this state, Vegeta could effortlessly shatter Hit's time skip ability. How could Vegeta possibly lose this match? Alas, poor little Goku and the others. This is the final battle. If Universe 6 loses, it is truly defeated, leaving no opportunity for Goku to participate. It is a rare moment of glory for Vegeta. He finally rises, single-handedly cutting through the ranks of Universe 6's strongest warriors. The referee begins to announce the participants for the final match. From Universe 7, Vegeta. From Universe 6, the assassin Hit. As the referee's announcement resonates, both competitors leap onto the stage. Above, Goku's hands itch with anticipation. Knowing Vegeta's character, he is certain that he will not hold back. He is convinced that the purple-headed alien opposite him possesses formidable strength, a rare opponent for sparring. But alas, Vegeta has seized the opportunity first. He can only fervently pray from the audience that Vegeta loses this contest, allowing him the chance to step in for a spar. As the referee's voice signals the commencement of the match, the strongest contenders ascend the stage. Universe 7's Vegeta, Universe 6 assassin Hit. After more than a year of training and guidance, Vegeta's strength and martial understanding are now on par with Goku's. He possesses the same Kaioken technique as Goku, and both his Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Blue forms are fully unleashed. If a one-on-one battle were to ensue, and Goku did not achieve a sudden breakthrough in combat, Vegeta would be utterly invincible. The match begins. Vegeta and Hit do not strike immediately. Instead, they eye each other warily. As they assess one another, an invisible aura collides between them. The atmosphere is so tense that even a breath seems forbidden. All that remains is for them to fervently hope that this match does not end in defeat. Hit holds the last card for Universe 6. Should he emerge victorious, the remaining fighters from Universe 7 would pose no threat. Goku remarks, yes. At this moment, Hit's expression turns grave during the earlier clash of auras. He could distinctly sense his inadequacy, realizing that he was outmatched by Vegeta. He has little confidence in his ability to defeat the Saiyan before him, convinced that this Saiyan is concealing even greater power yet to be unleashed, initially concealing his true strength. It is highly likely that this was a strategy to counter his opponent. This revelation weighed heavily upon him, in stark contrast to the gravitas etched on Hit's visage. Vegeta radiated an air of unwavering confidence. "You're the top assassin of Universe 6, Hit. Listen well. Ultimate victory shall undoubtedly belong to our Universe 7. A slight smirk played upon Vegeta's lips as he confidently pointed at himself while addressing Hit. Such arrogance. He possessed ample assurance in his ability to vanquish the purple-headed assassin before him. No sooner had Vegeta's words left his lips than he unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue form in its fullest power. The entire glass dome resonated with divine energy. As the onlooking Saiyans gaped in disbelief at the spectacle of blue-haired Vegeta. Another new form. Has he truly reached this level? Such formidable strength. Hit assumed a stance, preparing to initiate his time skip technique. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta perceived that everything around him, even time itself, had come to a halt. This was his time skip, the very technique that had earned him renown throughout Universe 6. The time skip allowed its wielder to leap through time, rapidly assessing and countering opponents. In the original narrative, Vegeta suffered greatly from this technique, ultimately defeated by Hit, while Goku later deciphered its principles to counterattack effectively. Indeed, the time skip was a formidable technique. However, it paled in comparison to the mastery of Ultra Instinct or the sheer force of the one strike that breaks all laws. Consequently, Hit had previously succumbed to both Goku and Jiren. Vegeta, poised for action, understood that if speed was not sufficient, he would resort to sheer aggression. This ends now. Just as Hit prepared to unleash his attack, the seemingly motionless Vegeta adopted a peculiar expression and swiftly grasped Hit's hand. Did you truly believe I would be so easily defeated? I am the prince of all Saiyans. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck Hit squarely in the face. Hit was sent hurtling backward, but quickly regained his composure. His expression reflected disbelief. His time skip had proven utterly ineffective against this Saiyan, easily countered. Even for such an experienced assassin, this was an unprecedented occurrence. Chapter 65. Vegeta, you are strong? I shall effortlessly dominate you. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful entities, none present comprehended the events that had just transpired. They merely observed a figure rapidly approaching Vegeta, followed by the sight of Vegeta delivering a punch that sent Hit flying. It was that simple. Wiping the blood from his face, Hit's purple aura intensified as he once again activated his time skip. I have already stated, your technique is futile against me. Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly breaking through the constraints of time imposed by Hit's attack once more. Hit's assault was thwarted yet again. In stark contrast to the strained determination of Hit, his opponent, Vegeta, appeared remarkably at ease. Hit finally comprehended that his time-skipping technique held no efficacy against the Saiyan before him. Thus, he resolved to unleash his true prowess. While he frequently relied on this temporal maneuver for combat, it did not imply that his melee capabilities were lacking. Indeed, he could contend with the likes of Super Saiyan Blue in his normal state. However, Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form was at full power. Not to mention, he had yet to employ the formidable Ultra Instinct technique. Regardless, Hit was undeniably fated to lose today, with no possibility of turning the tide. As their fists clashed, their forms merged into mere afterimages, each punch generating enough force to shatter the very cosmos. The two warriors engaged in a fierce duel. A perfect convergence of martial arts and elite assassination skills. Hit's martial prowess was never inferior to Vegeta's, especially considering he had lived for over a millennium. Even a pig could manage something over such a lengthy span. However, despite their comparable levels of martial skill, their strengths were grossly imbalanced. Kampa, wearing a mask of agony, had lost 4 out of 5 matches, and given the current trajectory, it was highly likely that Hit would succumb as well. Losing all 5 matches without a single victory was a disgraceful defeat. Previously, he had confidently proclaimed his intent to conquer the entirety of Universe 7, only to find himself bested instead. On their side, one had cheated, another had underestimated the competition, one was simply too weak, and another possessed a fragile psyche. The only formidable assassin, Hit, remained firmly suppressed by Vegeta. How could he possibly fight back? Witnessing the exuberance of Beerus on the opposing side, Kampa's face contorted with frustration. He had once again been duped by his so-called good brother, leading him to mistakenly believe that the two Saiyans were weak, thus allowing him to lower his guard. Beerus had played his cards astutely. It seemed that Mr. Vegeta's growth over the past couple of years was indeed astounding. Lord Beerus, do you now believe what I previously stated? Whis remarked, leisurely sipping his hot coffee, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Beerus. Indeed, the rapid advancement of these two Saiyans is quite remarkable, Beerus replied, narrowing his eyes as he observed Vegeta showcasing his skills in the arena, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. To be honest, I hold quite a favorable opinion of this Vegeta. Oh, does Lord Beerus contemplate retirement? Beerus sighed in resignation, opting not to counter Whis' jest. He nodded calmly and continued, the role of a god of destruction, day in and day out, entails obliterating planets, tedious and monotonous. Such a vocation has become tiresome. Despite the high status of a god of destruction, a being of unparalleled might in the universe, Even such divinity carries its own burdens. After all, repeating the same tasks day in and day out, while constantly on edge to evade the wrath of the Omni King, would wear on anyone's nerves. Thus, Beerus found himself contemplating retirement. So, Lord Beerus, do you wish for Vegeta to succeed you? Whis, unusually devoid of teasing, inquired with a serene expression. Beerus nodded once more. Mr. Vegeta is not suited to be a god of destruction. You are the most formidable warrior I have encountered in my years of existence. To reach such heights as a mortal is truly commendable. Unleash your full power. There is no need for restraint. Hit, having been sent flying by Vegeta once again, steadied himself, the gravity of his earlier expression replaced by a broad smile. This astonished the Kaioshin and God of Destruction from Universe 6, as they had never witnessed Hit, typically solitary and taciturn, speak so much. During the battle, Vegeta had increasingly sensed something amiss. He was astounded to realize that with each step, Hit was evolving, and the intervals of his time skipping were lengthening. Moreover, Hit transitioned from defense to offense, effortlessly countering Vegeta's assaults each time. The rate of his growth was indeed terrifying. You are the most formidable opponent I have faced, but that is still far from sufficient. Show me your time-skipping technique. Can it fully restrain my power? You cannot defeat me, Vegeta declared confidently, flashing a thumbs up at Hit. Wow, I just jinxed it. This is getting interesting. It seems it's not so dull after all. Zhang Xuan, who had been lying idle, suddenly sprang back to life. The previous matches had indeed been rather monotonous, but now Vegeta was about to unleash his full power, which invigorated him. He was eager to see if Hit could withstand Vegeta's full power in Super Saiyan Blue combined with the tenfold Kaioken. Both combatants prepared to unleash their full might, promising a spectacle worth witnessing. Ha-ya! Kaioken! The latent power within Vegeta erupted violently, saturating the arena with a deep crimson hue. An overwhelming force, far stronger than before, left everyone astonished. This power was on par with that of deities. Were the competitors from Universe 7 truly monsters? The Kaioshin of Universe 6 felt his worldview shatter, as it was the first time he had witnessed someone attain such a level of power. Vegeta's strength was nearing that of a candidate for God of Destruction. The tempest generated by Vegeta's aura swiftly obliterated the arena, shattering even the protective barrier that had previously been in place. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to resist being blown away by this overwhelming presence, all the while astonished at the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's strength. He felt increasingly uncertain about his ability to overcome Vegeta. Vegeta was being excessive, single-handedly dominating 3 battles. You wish to engage in combat with that individual. At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. He longed for the opportunity to participate in this contest himself. Indeed, Vegeta's earlier assertion held true. I would not mind single-handedly vanquishing them all. These were Vegeta's words prior to the match, initially dismissed as mere boastfulness, yet they had now come to fruition. He truly did overpower them all. The blue aura of Vegeta, imbued with divine energy, was now enveloped in a crimson hue, exponentially amplifying his strength. With the full power of Super Saiyan Blue combined with the Kaioken, even Jiren would need to approach this state with utmost seriousness, not to mention someone like Hit. Come forth. Let me observe whether your evolved time-skip technique possesses any efficacy. Vegeta provocatively extended a finger towards Hit. Chapter 66. The conclusion of the match, rewards dispensed, and the ascent into the realm of the formidable. One cannot deny that Hit's combat prowess is indeed formidable. Within the brief span of this battle, he had rapidly evolved to a level where he could barely contend with Vegeta. However, despite his remarkable talent, he ultimately could not alter the course of history. I caught you. A scheming smile crept across Vegeta's lips. He had intentionally feigned a weakness to lure Hit into attacking, thus allowing him the opportunity to strike decisively. Even the top assassin of Universe 6 is prone to making mistakes. Such speed, Hit's pupils constricted suddenly. He was still a fraction slower than Vegeta. In a fleeting moment of his bewilderment, Vegeta clenched his left arm with his right hand and extended 2 fingers. An invisible force penetrated Hit's left chest, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse, frothing at the mouth. Thus, the 7th universe achieved a resounding victory, while the 6th universe faced a regrettable defeat. Current score, 5-0. Data overwhelmingly favored the 7th universe. The 6th universe failed to secure a single win. One was overly confident, another mentally defeated. One became an admirer of another. One was disqualified, and another faced an insurmountable gap. How can one even contend under such circumstances? Beerus himself remarked. What kind of team have you assembled? The only viable fighter, Hit, ultimately fell short. Could Hit truly contend with Vegeta? He could not, you know. His pride was utterly shattered. Cursed! Cursed! Zampa resorted to sulking on the ground, refusing to accept the outcome of the match. At the very least, win one match. Losing is acceptable, but not winning a single match is truly a disgrace. Ha ha! Well done, Vegeta. Your rate of growth is indeed astonishing. Beerus laughed heartily, greatly amused by the sight of his comrade sulking on the ground. This was the result he had most desired. In response to Beerus's praise, Vegeta merely chuckled. It is indeed Lord Zhang Xuan and Lord Beerus who have imparted superior teachings. Had it not been for the company of these esteemed individuals, I, Vegeta, would not have reached such heights today. Vegeta humbly expressed his sincere gratitude for the training devised by Zhang Xuan. Truly commendable. He has decisively penetrated the ranks of the 6th universe. Vegeta, you're going too far, claiming 3 opponents for yourself. Son Goku expressed his dissatisfaction, having only faced 2. Beside them, Piccolo remarked that his presence today felt as if he had not come at all, having not engaged in a single battle, though he was indifferent to it. Was it not your own carelessness against that fellow earlier? Vegeta retorted, arms crossed in a haughty manner. Here they come. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed, reclining on the grass above while savoring his wine. The arrival he spoke of was that of the Omni King. You all have disappointed me greatly. Kampa's forehead throbbed with veins, his hands gathering destructive energy. The competitors from the 6th universe stood in silence, showing no inclination to oppose the god of destruction. However, the expressions of the 2 angels were devoid of their usual smiles as they directed their gaze towards a certain point. Lord Kampa, leave me be. Do not bother me. Kampa glared at Vados, entirely unaware that Zeno had already arrived. Lord Kampa, look who has come. I told you not to disturb me. What the? Upon seeing the 3 figures that appeared on the arena, both Kampa and Beerus widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet in the next moment, the 2 gods of destruction vanished from their positions, darting at lightning speed towards the Omni King, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. What do you think? This is the mysterious guest I mentioned. Surprised, are you? Zhang Xuan remained motionless, eyes narrowed as he observed the Omni King, neither bowing nor greeting. To him, it was as if nothing had transpired. The Omni King cast an expressionless glance at Zhang Xuan, neither reproaching him for his rudeness nor uttering a word, essentially choosing to turn a blind eye. After all, even he could not exert control over the subordinate. How dull! Zhang Xuan poured himself another cup of tea, completely unconcerned with the events unfolding before him. Later, Zeno expressed that he had come merely to issue a warning to the 2 of them, while also indicating that this event was quite enjoyable and that he wished to hold a similarly grand competition in the future. The 2 gods of destruction dared not breathe a word, nodding in agreement. However, Son Goku's audacity remained intact, even in the presence of the universe's most revered deity. He displayed his carefree demeanor. Zeno also expressed interest in someone like Son Goku, leading to a successful connection between the 2 cosmic simpletons. Son Goku earnestly implored Zeno to organize an even grander tournament next time. Having glimpsed the vastness of the universe, his combative spirit and desire to spar with formidable opponents could no longer be contained. The Omni King expressed that there was no issue, promptly agreeing to Sun Wukong's request. Later on, the Omni King indicated that it was time for him to depart. After exchanging farewells, he and his attendant transformed into a radiant starlight that traversed the cosmos, completely vanishing from this realm. Beerus's CPU nearly overheated from Sun Wukong's audacity. This lad's character was undeniably bold, nearly leading to the annihilation of both the 6th and 7th universes. The angels present were left speechless in astonishment at Sun Wukong's audacious actions. With a serious expression, Whis recounted the terrifying aspects of the Omni King. However, Sun Wukong expressed indifference, perceiving the Omni King as not nearly as fearsome or malevolent as Beerus and Whis had described. Thus, he regarded him as an ordinary friend. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, an enhanced side-effect-free amplitude core, and 50 billion years of cultivation. The system will automatically store the system space for the host's use at any time. Ding. Bet successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained transaction points from your winning bet. Bet amount: 40,000 transaction points. You have acquired 400,000 transaction points. Current balance: 390. The system's cold, mechanical notification resonated at that moment. Wow, the reward is remarkable. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed, showing little surprise at his newly acquired 400,000 transaction points. In truth, he had grown numb to such gains. Absorbing this reward would likely elevate his strength to the brink of a half-step Tai golden immortal, with a safety net in a mid-stage. At that point, facing Vilfus, even without entering a death state, he would be able to overpower him decisively. A wicked grin crept across Zhang Xuan's face. He had not forgotten the grudge he bore against Vilfus from their last encounter. Prepare to meet your end, you wretched creature. In an instant, Zhang Xuan vanished from his location, reappearing within the system space. Once back in the system space, he adeptly opened his system backpack, retrieving the essence of 50 billion years of cultivation. Observing the celestial power emanating from the essence in his hands, Zhang Xuan promptly sat cross-legged to absorb it. Meanwhile, Vilfus, who was recovering from injuries, felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Chapter 67. Achieving the Pinnacle of Cosmic Power. Revenge. During the absorption process, Zhang Xuan suddenly remembered the limitless time chamber he possessed. At the current rate of absorption, it would take at least several years, a duration he could not afford to wait. Thus, the time chamber, which had been collecting dust in his system space, finally found its purpose. Time swiftly passed. The tournament between the 6th and 7th universes reached its conclusion. The prize for the victors of the 7th universe was the Super Dragon Balls. Observing the jubilant 7th universe, the god of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe departed with the contestants, his demeanor one of dejection. Despite their usual rivalry, Beerus and Kampa were, after all, brothers. Considering the longing of Kampa for the exquisite delicacies of Earth, Beerus decided to utilize the wish-granting powers of the Super Dragon to resurrect the Earth of the 6th universe. Kampa found himself at a loss due to Beerus's unexpected display of affection. Yet, in order to maintain his pride, he feigned aloofness. I shall not express my gratitude, Kampa declared, though the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Time accelerated once again. Zhang Xuan, who had been ceaselessly absorbing the essence of the universe, finally approached the culmination of his journey. While he absorbed, he also engaged in profound contemplation, resulting in certain unknown transformations within himself. His current state exhibited a plethora of changes compared to before. His previously unfathomable strength in this world had grown significantly. Extending his hands, an immensely powerful celestial energy began to shape an unknown orb. Upon closer inspection, this orb resembled a miniature universe. With his current prowess, Zhang Xuan could create as many of these as he desired, albeit at a slower pace and with some complications. The size was merely several hundred billion light years. Was this truly a universe? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the miniature universe he had conjured dissipated into particles in an instant. He did not yet fully comprehend this newfound ability and could only manage to create a small universe. To truly create a complete universe would require further time for understanding. The amplitude core, once activated, would exponentially enhance his power in all aspects without any side effects. Though its activation was time-limited, with a power multiplier of 3, if he was not mistaken, he could reach the late stages of a half-step Tai golden immortal. Even a fully powered Vilfus would no longer pose a threat to him. Zhang Xuan smiled, genuinely elated. In this world, he had finally achieved a fleeting invincibility. He had firmly established himself as the strongest in the universe. Prepare to meet your demise. I am coming for you. A wicked grin spread across Zhang Xuan's face as he exited the hyperbolic time chamber, employing his system's abilities to locate the Dark Realms faction. His first course of action after gaining power would be to exact revenge. Every grievance he had suffered would be repaid with interest. Zhang Xuan was not one to forget, and he harbored a deep-seated desire for retribution. In the Dark Realm, Vilfus was submerged in a pool of blood, his previous injuries gradually healing while simultaneously experiencing a notable increase in power. Beside him stood another figure cloaked in black. What a disgrace, Vilfus, the black-robed individual sneered, disdain evident on his face. Your dark essence is damaged, and you bear such severe wounds. Moreover, that inspector's strength pales in comparison to yours. You have truly brought shame upon our dark realm. He could hardly believe that someone of Vilfus's caliber would encounter defeat, especially at the hands of Zhang Xuan, who was significantly weaker. No need for your comments, Nettle. Vilfus glared at the figure in the black robe beside him, a terrifying aura of murder emanating wildly from within, enveloping the entire dark realm in a palpable sense of impending doom. Yet, the black-robed man remained unfazed, continuing to mock him without hesitation. What is the matter? Are you upset because I struck a nerve? Such a fool. You. Chosen to be the leader of this Dark Realms branch? I wonder what the Master saw in you, a worthless wretch. Upon hearing Nettle's taunts, Veilfist merely smiled scornfully, retracting the murderous intent he had previously unleashed. That boy was indeed peculiar, possessing a formidable strength unlike any other. The power he wielded diverged significantly from the systems of our realm, seemingly capable of boundless enhancement. Moreover, the strange formations and enchanted sword he wielded continuously diminished Veilfist's own strength. If their powers were truly on par, the likelihood of his defeat was alarmingly high. Glancing at his own injuries, a bitter smile crossed Veilfist's face. Is that boy really as strong as he claimed? How intriguing. The black-robed man smirked slightly. His interest in the newly appointed overseer piqued. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, the fact that he could confront the current leader of the Dark Realm, Veilfist, and leave him in such a state was noteworthy. Excuses are futile. Weakness is weakness. The black-robed man continued his derision. This elicited a cold chuckle from Veilfist, who replied with a sneer, "If you're not afraid of death, you can go seek him out right now. Just know I won't be around to collect your remains." Upon hearing Veilfist's words, the black-robed man's forehead throbbed with veins, and the dark power surpassing Veilfist's current state erupted with might. Veilfist, undeterred, kept his eyes closed, absorbing the medicinal effects of the blood pool to restore his strength. "Surely, you don't believe my power has stagnated? It seems retirement is indeed in order for you." "Veilfist," the black-robed man scoffed, retracting the dark energy he had released. Just as he prepared to leave, he sensed an overwhelming power suddenly manifest in this realm. "It seems that fellow has arrived. Did you not say you were going to test your mettle?" Veilfist finally opened one eye, calmly addressing the black-robed man. "Just a mere overseer. I can crush him with a flick of my hand." The black-robed man sneered, turning his back and walking away. "Veilfist, come out and face me," Zhang Xuan proclaimed, having already arrived in the Dark Realm, projecting his voice through celestial power to reach every corner of the castle. "It appears no one is here." Zhang Xuan smirked, his celestial sword humming in anticipation. "Since I'm here, it would be remiss not to offer a proper gift." With a single-handed swing of his sword, he cleaved the entire castle in twain. The ancient dark fortress, which had stood for countless years, crumbled to the ground in that instant. "Who dares disturb my Dark Realm?" A dozen figures cloaked in black emerged before Zhang Xuan, their tone laden with accusation. These were lower-ranking officials from the Dark Realm, numbering 12. Each possessing strength equivalent to that of an initial stage immortal. "I am inquiring of you. Are you mute? Seeking death?" Zhang Xuan found amusement in their words. Truly, it seemed that all manner of insignificant beings sought to provoke him. A radiant white light materialized in his hand. The essence of the law of erasure unveiled in that moment. This was the super-enhanced version of the erasure power, a technique I had yet to deploy until now. "Perish!" As Zhang Xuan's declaration echoed, those 12 lower officials, along with the entirety of the Dark Realm, were reduced to mere wisps under the law of erasure, vanishing completely from this world.